Chapter 1. May 12th, Year 771 of the Aiki era. Mount Baozi is nestled amidst towering peaks, enveloped in a verdant canopy of trees, painting a scene of exquisite beauty. In the heart of the jungle, wild beasts gallop, while a chorus of birds serenades from the branches, creating a vibrant tableau. Yet beneath this seemingly picturesque facade lies an inescapable sorrow and pain, where buried regrets and animosities fester. 5-year-old Sun Goten gazes upon the fragrant blossoms and melodious birdsong, turning to his elder brother beside him, his heart brimming with astonishment. For today marks a pivotal realization. The world he inhabits is not the familiar Dragon Ball universe, but rather a terrifying and desolate future. This awakening sends a jolt of anxiety through Sun Goten's once relaxed demeanor. Having been well-versed in the narratives of Dragon Ball, he is acutely aware of the brutal realities that await in this future world. The defenders of Earth have all perished. The Dragon Balls have vanished into the annals of history due to the warrior's demise, leaving only a solitary fighter engaged in a desperate struggle. Indeed, Sun Goten is who he is, yet he bears the soul of another from a distant realm. Though most of his memories have faded, he retains a wealth of knowledge about the Dragon Ball world. Initially, he believed this was merely a typical iteration of that universe. While he harbored some concerns, the presence of stalwart champions reassured him, alleviating his fears. However, recent revelations have cast a shadow over his optimism. His mother's longed-for-father, it seems, did not meet his end in an explosion alongside Cell, but succumbed to heart disease instead. Soon after, his brother, who had been absent for years, returned, albeit not in the expected youthful school attire. Instead, he donned an orange martial arts GI, his once innocent visage now marred by the weight of experience. Thus, the last vestiges of Sun Goten's hope disintegrate. He must now confront the unsettling truth that this world diverges from the main narrative of Dragon Ball, instilling within him a profound unease. He understands that the Dragon Ball universe is fraught with instability, where bizarre adversaries may emerge at any moment, threatening to obliterate Earth. Compounding his trepidation is the absence of his heroic father, the savior of worlds, and the 7 Dragon Balls that could grant wishes. Instead, he is left with a brother who struggles with his training and a young Trunks still in his infancy. Sun Goten bites his finger, lost in contemplation. He had always assumed that Android 17 and Android 18 were not formidable foes, even finding a hint of charm in 18's appearance. Yet, in this reality, the stakes are drastically different once relegated to the realm of fiction. The androids now loom as tangible threats. With a heart laden with apprehension, Sun Goten savors the delicious meal prepared by his mother. His brother, clad in the orange martial arts GI, ruffles Goten's hair affectionately, forcing a smile. "You truly resemble Dad," but Sun Wutian lifted his head, gazing into the eyes of Sun Wufan, which were filled with the weight of experience. If Dad were here, could he defeat the androids? Sun Wufan looked at his younger brother's earnest expression, and a different image seemed to flash in his mind. He nodded and replied, if Dad were still around, he would never lose, no matter what enemy he faced. Noticing a glimmer of sorrow in his brother's eyes, Sun Wutian earnestly inquired, "Brother, have you ever considered that you could surpass Dad on your own?" Sun Wufan paused, then shook his head. "Perhaps, but that would require an extensive amount of time, and at present, I do not have the luxury of such time to achieve a breakthrough. Moreover, Scions can only rapidly enhance their abilities through battle." Sun Wutian was taken aback, disbelief flashing in his eyes. "So, brother, does that mean you have been resigned to your fate from the very beginning?" Sun Wufan looked at Sun Wutian in astonishment. The truth was that he had indeed fought with a sense of inevitable doom. Master Roshi and Aunt Bulma had suggested that he train, and he had earnestly attempted it for a time, but that period was fraught with torment. The relentless androids were constantly slaughtering his kin, and he found himself unable to control his emotions, causing his training to fall by the wayside. Observing his brother's bewilderment, Sun Wutian asked, "But brother, have you not considered that if you trained, it could yield lasting results? Continuing to fight like this, you will eventually be killed, and then Earth will truly be doomed." Sun Wufan shook his head, forcing a smile. "The spark of hope has been ignited and is now flourishing. Even if I perish, there will be warriors who inherit my will and continue to press forward, until the androids are completely vanquished. Besides, brother, you're a Super Saiyan now, you may not necessarily lose to the androids." Sun Wutian paused, stepped outside, then closed his eyes to gather his energy. In an instant, the flow of air seemed to slow down. Sun Wufan's eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, Sun Wutian opened his eyes, and the air appeared to be struck by an invisible force, accelerating rapidly. His slender figure radiated golden light as a powerful energy spiraled upwards, causing his spiky hair to stand on end. The speed of the swirling energy intensified, and the frequency of the golden light's flicker increased. At last, the golden radiance ignited the surrounding energy, setting it ablaze, transforming his black hair to gold. Simultaneously, his dark eyes morphed into a vibrant green. In that fleeting moment, Sun Wuxian's demeanor underwent a profound transformation. He looked earnestly at Sun Wufan and asked, "Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan?" Sun Wufan's mouth fell open, his expression one of incredulity even upon hearing his brother's words. He could only nod numbly, take the tea that moment. After washing the dishes, Chi-Chi sensed the commotion outside. She pushed the door open and stepped out, her gaze lingering on Sun Wutian, imbued with a hint of affection. She remarked, "This child, Wuqian, not only resembles your father, but possesses remarkable talent. When he was 4, I thought that as the son of your father, he would surely have some martial arts skills that I never expected that with just a little training, he would transform into this." Sun Wufan finally emerged from his astonishment, smiling as he said, "How wonderful Earth has gained a new hope." Sun Wutian exhaled slowly, the wind's force returning to a gentle breeze, the golden aura dissipating, his emerald pupils darkening to black, and even his golden hair reverting to its original black. He stated, "In truth, we should be able to defeat the androids." A flicker of concern crossed Kiki's eyes as she opened her mouth, yet ultimately refrained from speaking. Deep down, she understood that Wufan and Wuqian were both sons of Goku. When Goku was alive, she wished to shield them from danger. However, in his absence, she found herself, though reluctant, silently supporting them in her heart. Sun Wufan shook his head with a smile and said, "Though you can transform into a Super Saiyan, you are still quite inexperienced, unable even to engage with the androids." Sun Wuqian replied, shaking his head, "I'm aware of the androids' prowess. It's not just the two of us, even with Trunks. It would be exceedingly difficult to defeat them." Sun Wufan was taken aback and inquired, "How do you know about Trunks? I don't believe I've ever mentioned him." Taking a deep breath, Sun Wutian suddenly declared, "Because I had a dream." "A dream?" Sun Wufan asked, puzzled. Sun Wutian nodded, saying, "I dreamed of the future of this world, where you perished in battle." Ah! As soon as Sun Wutian finished speaking, Chi-Chi at the doorway could not contain herself, tears welling up in her eyes. Sun Wutian glanced at his mother, sighed, and continued, "Then Trunks fought valiantly alone. Even though he could transform into a Super Saiyan, facing 2 androids simultaneously proved too arduous, and ultimately, he too fell in battle." Sun Wufan was stunned, his heart heavy with anguish. He forced a smile and said, "So is everything predetermined?" Sun Wutian shook his head, stating, "In the end, I saw Father. He wore a martial arts uniform like yours, patted my head, and told me that atop the temple there exists a room of spirit and time, where everything can be altered." Goku! Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi could no longer hold back her tears, which streamed down her cheeks. Sun Wufan was momentarily taken aback, looking up at the sky, his own eyes brimming with tears. He said, "Father, is this your guidance for us?" Sun Wuqian rushed to his mother, gently patting her back as he reassured, "Mother, everything will be all right. Father also said you must take care of yourself." Chi-Chi was utterly inconsolable, murmuring, "Goku, you truly are heartless." Suddenly, Gohan turned his head towards the west, glancing back at Goten and Shishi, before finally saying, "Mom, Goten, I must take my leave. Please take care of yourselves." With a swift motion, Gohan's energy surged, and he leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of light as he departed westward. Goten patted his mother's shoulder and said, "Mom, I'm going to check on my brother. We must all strive to survive. I believe Dad wouldn't want you to feel this way." Gradually, Shishi ceased her tears, smiling as she ruffled Goten's hair, saying, "My Goten has grown up. Go, bring your brother back, and restore peace to the world." Goten nodded vigorously and called out, "Flying Nimbus." A golden cloud descended from the heavens, and Goten leaped onto it, heading westward. The golden cloud swiftly sliced through the sky, dividing the sea of clouds in twain. As Goten sat upon the Nimbus, a sense of trepidation overtook him. Despite his earlier confidence while speaking with Gohan and Shishi, the thought of facing the androids instilled doubt within him. Though formidable opponents in the Dragon Ball universe, the androids had been effortlessly defeated by Super Vegeta. Yet their cruelty and strength remained undeniable. Even the weakest among them possessed the power to annihilate the world. Ultimately, Goten was merely an ordinary individual endowed with a Saiyan physique, having only engaged with petty delinquents in his previous life. The prospect of battling these androids was indeed daunting. However, he understood that there are some endeavors that one must undertake, for no one else would do it for him, and he could not stand idly by as his elder brother faced potential demise. The Nimbus, despite its best efforts, could not match Gohan's full-speed flight. In mere moments, Goten lost sight of Gohan, relying solely on his vague perception of energy to navigate. The Nimbus soared several hundred kilometers in an instant, revealing a landscape largely in ruins, with only a handful of humans huddled together for warmth. Goten's spirits began to plummet. Suddenly, as he became distracted by his thoughts, a golden whirlwind erupted, and he was nearly hurled off the Nimbus. In the wake of the shock wave, a series of violent explosions ensued. Though Goten did not witness the conflict firsthand, he could surmise that the battle had commenced. Indeed, the next moment, a powerful force erupted, and in the distance, a brilliant golden light ascended, illuminating half the sky. Goten felt a mix of exhilaration and fear, yet he commanded the Nimbus to accelerate towards the source of the commotion. The Nimbus reached its maximum speed, dodging debris that occasionally flew his way, as Goten employed the martial arts techniques he had learned from his mother to evade them. At long last, Goten arrived at a dilapidated city aboard the Nimbus, the radiant golden light intertwined with two figures. However, it was evident that the golden glow was no match for the two silhouettes, which caused it to retreat progressively. Although Sun Goten was not well-versed in sensing energy, he could perceive the diminishing aura of the golden light. The question flickered in his mind. Surely, Gohan should not perish at this moment, right? It cannot be due to my butterfly effect. One of the figures abruptly halted, lifting her gaze to meet Sun Goten's this moment. Sun Goten clearly discerned the identity of the figure before him. She was a girl with golden hair, possessing a striking beauty and fair skin, her sapphire-like eyes filled with an icy detachment. She wore a blue tank top, with white sleeves extending from her shoulders, adorned with black stripes. Beneath her blue denim skirt, a black ribbon was concealed, and on her feet were brownish-yellow boots, exuding an aura of calm mystery. Sun Goten instantly recognized her as Android 18, the idol revered by many otaku in the three-dimensional realm. However, at that moment, he felt no excitement at the sight of the goddess. Instead, a profound fear enveloped him. The coldness and cruelty reflected in 18's eyes pierced through the distance, sending chills down Sun Goten's spine. Ha! Sun Goten lowered his head slightly, a golden light flashing in his eyes. In the next instant, a golden aura erupted from his body, spiraling upwards like a colossal dragon. He transformed into a scion with golden hair and azure eyes. Android 18 crossed her arms, her black tank top accentuating her exquisite figure, a faint smile gracing her lips. You must be the son of Son Goku. Swish! As she spoke, Android 18 effortlessly closed the distance of several dozen meters, standing before Sun Goten, in a state of panic. Sun Goten performed a backflip, descending onto the dilapidated rooftop. Android 18 followed him like a shadow, her smile unwavering, her beauty captivating, as she gently inquired, "Why are you so afraid? Dear brother, I want to eat you, will I?" Sun Goten's wariness reached its zenith. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and launched a punch at 18. Android 18 caught the blow with ease, initially underestimating the strength of a child. To her surprise, the punch landed solidly, sending a jolt of pain through her arm, shattering half of her sleeve. Bang! Seeing her sleeve torn apart, Android 18's expression shifted. She swiftly countered, pressing her palm against Sun Goten's head, forcing him into the crumbling structure below. Standing tall, she looked down at Sun Goten, whose head emerged from the debris, and with a swift motion, she kicked him squarely in the face. Just as Sun Goten broke free from the rubble, he felt the weight of a foot descending upon him. He attempted to evade, but it was too late, and he felt an intense pressure as his head collided forcefully against the stone behind him. Android 18 twisted her foot on his face several times, coldly remarking, "You refuse to be treated, well, do you desire a beating instead?" As she spoke, Android 18 removed her boot and seized Goten by the collar, lifting him up to gaze into his face. A sadistic smile crept across her lips as she said, "Your face is quite familiar. Perhaps I should sever your limbs and keep them as playthings. That would certainly be amusing." Upon hearing her words, Goten was engulfed by a wave of terror, desperately struggling against her grip. Yet he was already disoriented, his collar firmly in her grasp, resembling a clumsy turtle flailing about, much to Android 18's delight. In truth, Goten's mind was a blank slate, utterly unaware of his actions, consumed by an overwhelming fear. Indeed, thus far, Android 18 had not committed any egregious acts against him. However, her innate coldness and the palpable aura of death from her countless acts of violence against humanity were so intense that an ordinary boy like Goten found himself bereft of any thought of resistance. As Android 18 watched Goten's golden aura gradually dissipate, Her expression slowly returned to the indifference it had at the beginning. She raised her right hand, ready to cut off Goten's arm. Boom! At that moment, a deep blue energy wave rushed in, and 18 reacted quickly, lifting Goten in front of her. Just then, an orange figure charged in, his fist shimmering with golden light, and he delivered a powerful punch right to 18's beautiful face. Although 18 was an android and took the hit head-on, she couldn't withstand it and was sent crashing backward. The orange figure seized the opportunity to grab Goten and flew toward the corner of the city. Another android quickly caught up. Gohan held Goten with one arm while gathering energy in his other hand, unleashing a brilliant light. Boom! The energy blast remained in place until Android 17 rushed in, where it exploded with a loud bang, stirring up clouds of dust. Cough, cough. After a while, as the dust settled, two tall figures gradually became visible. Android 18 touched her cheek and said, "What a ruthless guy. Hey, 17, next time I want to take down this Gohan. You don't have any objections, do you?" Android 17 shrugged and replied, "Kill if you want. He's just a toy. But if you kill him, we'll miss out on a lot of fun afterward." Android 18 smiled as she looked into the distance and said, "Isn't the other son of Goku just perfect as a new toy? He looks exactly like Goku. Yet he's so timid. Quite interesting, isn't it?" Android 17 chuckled and shook his head, remaining silent. Meanwhile, after Gohan had changed directions several times while holding Goten, he charged back up into the sky, heading towards the western wilderness. After an unknown amount of time, Goten slowly regained consciousness, and his eyes were met with a sky full of stars. He turned over and checked his body. Aside from slight pain in the back of his head, he felt fine. Sun Wutian looked around and soon saw Sun Wufan in the distance, training his body with his bare, scarred upper body. It seemed that he noticed Sun Wutian had woken up as he did a somersault and stood up, looking at Wutian and smiling. "Hey, Wutian, you finally woke up?" Sun Wukong looked at his brother, whose body was covered in scars and whose smile was forced out just to avoid making him sad. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. He lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry, brother, I haven't been of any help at all." Sun Wukong walked over, gently stroking Sun Wutian's head, and smiled as he said, "You've done very well. At least you dare to face the androids. When I was your age, I was scared to tears by dinosaurs." Sun Wutian nodded. To be honest, he was somewhat confused at the moment. He originally thought that the so-called androids were just a practice level. Even if he was just a super scion, it would be enough to handle one. However, he did not expect that he was utterly powerless against the slightly weaker Android 18. Sun Wukong sighed and thought, "So, fighting is not as easy as I imagined." Sun Wukong looked at Son Goten's dejected expression and could roughly guess his thoughts, so he smiled and comforted him. Fighting has never been easy. Battling against strong enemies requires not only great power, but also a resilient heart. Sun Wukong looked up at Sun Wufan, murmuring, "A resilient heart." Sun Wukong nodded and said, "Don't be fooled by how I am now. In fact, it took me a long time to be able to fight. At one point in the early battles, my cowardice even put Uncle Piccolo in danger." When Sun Wukong mentioned Uncle Piccolo, a hint of nostalgia flashed in his eyes, mixed with a touch of sadness. Sun Wukong was immersed in complex thoughts and naturally did not notice. Sun Wukong looked at the sky for a while, then turned to Goten and said, "Actually, you shouldn't participate in the battle, because Mom has already suffered enough." Sun Wukong shook his head, temporarily driving away the devilish gaze of Android 18 from his mind. He said, "Yes, Mom has already suffered enough, so she can't lose any more children." Sun Wukong paused for a moment, a trace of sadness flashing in his eyes. He naturally understood this principle. If he could, he would be willing to give up fighting to be with his mother and then study hard to become a scholar. However, he had no choice. The androids were like demons, mercilessly slaughtering humans every day, and at this moment, only he could stand up. Then, Sun Wukong seriously looked at Sun Wukong and asked, "So have you decided? Are you going to join the fight next?" Sun Wukong was taken aback, and the cold, sadistic gaze of Android 18 resurfaced in his mind. He touched the back of his head and felt a genuine sense of fear in his heart. Sun Wukong's eyes were sharp as he fixed his gaze on Sun Wutian and said, "If you have decided to fight against the androids, then I will train you well from now on." Sun Wukong felt flustered under the serious gaze of Sun Gohan. He turned his head away and said, "Can I have some time to think about it?" Sun Wukong nodded and said, "Of course, every decision made by humans is not so easy. Once a choice is made, one must take responsibility for their decision. Think it over carefully." Sun Goten was filled with countless thoughts in his heart. He naturally yearned for the supernatural powers of the Dragon Ball world. However, Now that he was actually here, he understood even more that such power came with risks. Just now, when he fought against Android 18, he had no ability to fight back at all and was completely toyed with by her, even feeling the threat of death. If it weren't for Gohan's intervention during that battle, he didn't know what would have happened to him. Perhaps he would have been killed by 18, or maybe he would have been turned into a human puppet, dying in pain and despair. Son Goten cannot imagine it, but deep in his soul, there's a bone-deep fear. He knows very well that fighting against Android 18 is completely different from brawling with street thugs. In a street fight, at most you throw a punch and I kick back. The injuries aren't too severe. However, battling against 18, or even stronger warriors than her, is a matter of life and death. Every moment of carelessness could lead to an irreversible outcome. Sun Wukong suddenly felt like laughing. In the past, when watching Dragon Ball or various novels, he would always want to curse when the main character was indecisive and hesitant, and he had thought to himself that he was better than them. However, now that it was his turn, he found himself just as indecisive. Goten pondered for a long time, until the dawn broke in the east, and he finally decided to go into battle. Yes, fighting against the androids was unpredictable, and facing future powerful enemies meant he could die at any moment. However, did Goten have a choice? As one of the last 3 scions in the universe, did he really have a choice? After thinking it over, he realized he still had no choice. He could hide away and avoid trouble. But what about after Majin Buu's resurrection? What about when Zamasu came? Majin Buu, Zamasu, and even more hidden enemies in the future all had the power to easily destroy planets. Where could he escape to then? Thinking about all this, Goten felt a bit relieved. Fortunately, he was Goten, not just some ordinary person or someone like Yamcha. He had the means to fight against powerful foes, and even had a path forward to reference. So, Goten walked over to Gohan, who was training. Son Gohan turned around and asked, "So, have you made up your mind?" Son Wukong nodded, a hint of determination in his eyes, and said, "I've made up my mind. I want to fight." Son Wukong looked at Sun Wutian, his eyes filled with both pride and worry. To be honest, he didn't want his younger brother to fight against the androids. It was too cruel for a 5-year-old child. However, he also knew that with his personality, he would eventually die one day. So he hoped that someone would inherit his will and defeat the androids. But then, what kind of pain would that bring to their mother? Sun Wukong shook his head, no longer thinking too much. He said to Sun Wutian, "All right, starting today, I will train you until you become a qualified warrior." Sun Wukong looked at the sky and said, "I think we can go visit the heavenly god. Maybe there really is something that can turn the tide in our favor." Sun Wukong nodded and said, "All right, then let's go take a look. I also hope to eliminate those 2 demons as soon as possible." Sun Wutian looked at Gohan's body covered in scars and asked, "Brother, your body is already full of scars. Why don't you eat the senza beans?" Sun Wufan looked at Sun Wutian with a hint of surprise and said, "You even know about the senza beans?" Sun Wukong nodded somewhat nervously. Sun Wukong said, "There aren't many senza beans left. I'm still holding up fine, and eating one would be a bit wasteful. Let's save them for when I really suffer an irreparable injury." Son Goten no dead obediently. Sun Wukong said again, "I just saw that you still can't use the instant transmission technique." Son Goten no dead. Sun Gohan said, "In that case, let's take this time to teach you the instant transmission technique." Then, Sun Gohan began to explain to Goten, "First, you need to understand Ki. Ki is the energy contained within living beings. Although ordinary people also have Ki, they cannot use it. Actually, you are the same. Although you have very powerful Ki within you, you can only use it instinctively and cannot guide it out or truly use it. It's like this." When Sun Wukong spoke, energy gathered in his right hand, bursting forth as a blazing white light, which ultimately transformed into an energy sphere. Sun Wutian imitated his brother, opening his right palm to gather energy in the form of a spirit bomb while transforming into a super scion, but he achieved nothing. Sun Wukong said, "Of course you can't gather energy like this. Energy needs to be guided with your heart. First, try to concentrate, eliminate distracting thoughts, and then guide the energy within your body to converge at a single point." Sun Wukong first closed his eyes, feeling the surging power within him. Then he held his breath, trying to concentrate all his strength into the fingertip of his right index finger. "Breathe slowly, don't hold your breath." Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Sun Goten also began to breathe rhythmically, and the energy within him seemed to be truly stirred. Moments latte. A brilliant white light flashed from the index finger of his right hand, and then a sword of energy emerged. Sun Wukong nodded and said, "That's right. Your energy is sufficient, so practicing Qi is much simpler. Next, I will teach you how to use the sky dance technique." The so-called sky dance technique is actually about using chi to counteract gravity, but chi cannot support the body within. Therefore, it is necessary to draw the chi outside the body, transforming it into a barrier that lifts the body and blocks gravity. Sun Gohan listened carefully, but he felt like he was just hearing a speech, as if he was listening to a lecture. He roughly understood the reasoning, but suddenly felt that the flying technique was not impressive at all. Lifting his body to fly and resisting gravity was different from what he had imagined. In a vast wilderness, dust swirled everywhere, with only a few areas covered in vegetation. Amidst the swirling dust, it seemed that large animals were wandering around, looking extremely fierce. Sun Wukong freely weaves through the vast yellow sands, just like a fish swimming freely in rivers, unrestricted and at ease. Sun Goten was very excited. He was originally worried that he wouldn't be able to learn the flying technique, but to his surprise, he mastered it in just a few minutes. He could finally say goodbye to the flying nimbus. Sun Wukong thought to himself, to be honest, aside from the initial novelty, he was unwilling to ride the nimbus. This nimbus thing was somewhat strange. Although he could ride it most of the time, there were also times when he couldn't get on it. And he himself didn't quite understand the rules of the nimbus. It was said that only those with pure hearts could ride it. Could it be that purity of heart was something that occurred intermittently? In fact, when he first rode the nimbus, Sun Wukong's emotions were extremely complex. He wanted to ride it, but he also didn't want to be able to ride it, because being able to ride it meant that he truly had a pure heart. And having a pure heart in his era was not considered a good thing, probably holding a status similar to that of the hidden dragon or phoenix chick. Sun Wukong thought about other things for a moment, and his breath suddenly became unstable, almost causing him to fall from midair. He quickly regained his focus and flew with all his might. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wutian, and then a bright white aura swirled around him. He also performed the sky dance technique and appeared next to Wutian. He pointed his index finger at the sky, adjusted his body, and charged towards the temple. Sun Wukong nodded, adjusted his body in the same way, and then suddenly charged forward. First, he passed through a straight pillar of heaven, and then at the peak of the sky was an elegant and sacred building. Sun Wukong knew that this was the temple. Following his brother, he landed on it and felt a heavy and desolate aura coming towards him. Sun Wutian was just about to take a good look at the temple's scenery when a short and plump figure walked out from the shade of the tree. Looking at Sun Wufan, he said, "Wufan, long time no see." Sun Wukong looked at the dark and small figure, nodded, and said, "Long time no see, Mr. Bobo." Although Mr. Bobo looked very dark, his face still faintly showed signs of weariness. He said, "I know everything about the affairs of the human world, but I'm sorry. I really can't do anything." Sun Wukong said, "Mr. Bobo, you don't need to blame yourself. After all, those demons are not something you can handle." Mr. Bobo shook his head, his pupils filled with silence. After a while, he asked, "Did you come here for something? I remember I already told you last time that I don't have the ability to repair the dragon." Sun Gohan looked at Mr. Popo and felt a sense of sorrow in his heart, as he shared the same pain as Mr. Popo. However, he also knew he could not fall into sadness, as there were many things he still had to do. He understood that if he gave up on himself, then humanity and even the earth would truly be finished. Seeing his brother and Mr. Popo lost in their sorrow, Sun Goten raised his hand and said, "I had a dream where Dad told me that the temple holds the secret to defeating the androids." Only then did Mr. Popo notice that little Goten was beside him. The moment he saw Goten, his eyes seemed to shine with a glimmer of hope, but it quickly faded again. He shook his head and said, "You must be Goku's second son, Goten. I'm sorry, but there is no method to defeat the androids here in the temple." Sun Goten bit his right index finger and said, "It doesn't necessarily have to be about directly defeating the androids. Or it could be through some method that leads to defeating the androids. For example, is there a good place for training?" Mr. Popo repeated the question twice and finally remembered something, saying, "The only place in the temple that could be considered a good training area is the room of spirit and time." Sun Wukong was taken aback. "The hyperbolic time chamber?" Sun Wutian thought, "That's right, it's him." Mr. Popo said, "The only place that can be called a holy land for cultivation in the temple is that place, which connects to another dimension. Therefore, the flow of time there is different from that of Earth. 1 year of training there is equivalent to just 1 day on Earth." Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, and he said, "I can't believe there is such a place. This is really great." Mr. Popo then said, "Training in the hyperbolic time chamber is not so easy. The air is thin, the temperature is unstable, and the gravity is 10 times that of Earth. Even your father, Sun Wukong, could only stay in there for a month." Sun Gohan said, "We have to give it a try. After all, this might be the only way to surpass the androids." Mr. Popo replied, "Since you've decided to give it a shot, then follow me." Then Mr. Popo walked towards the interior, with Sun Gohan and Sun Goten following behind. Upon entering the temple, the walls, as white as ivory, were adorned with beads the size of jade plates, emitting a faint white light that spread outwards. It was strange. The light from the beads wasn't particularly bright, yet the interior was as bright as daytime. Every corner of the room was spotless, indicating that someone must clean it regularly. Finally, Mr. Popo stopped at the end of the room, in front of an unremarkable small door. He pointed at the door and said, "This is the room of spirit and time. I must remind you that time inside is distorted, which can affect a person's mind. If a person's mind is affected for more than 2 days, they will no longer be able to find the exit. So make sure to manage your time well. As for food, there's plenty inside." Sun Wukong nodded and said, "Thank you, Mr. Bobo. I will definitely train hard and defeat the androids." Mr. Bobo nodded and said, "It seems you already have a plan for your training ahead. Good luck, Gohan." Hala! The door of the hyperbolic time chamber opened, and a burst of white light shone outside. Sun Gohan said, "Well then, see you in a year, Mr. Popo." Sun Goten also walked in and greeted Mr. Bobo. "See you in a year, Mr. Bobo." Mr. Bobo nodded and said goodbye in response. Just as Sun Wukong was about to close the door, he seemed to think of something and said, "Mr. Bobo, could you please keep an eye on the lower realm for me? If the androids attack the city again, please call for me." Mr. Bobo nodded. Bang! The door of the hyperbolic time chamber was closed, and Sun Wukong and Sun Goten officially arrived in a dimension different from Earth. So heavy, Sun Wukong hadn't felt much yet, and as soon as Sun Goten stepped into the hyperbolic time chamber, he hadn't had time to observe his surroundings before feeling a heaviness in his body, almost unable to move. Sun Wukong took a long breath, and the chi instantly enveloped his entire body, resisting the extraordinary gravity. Sun Gohan said, "Don't release your energy to resist the gravity just yet. Adapt to the gravity here with your ordinary body. This is also a form of training." Sun Wukong, following his brother's words, dissipated the energy shield enveloping his body, and that overwhelming pressure returned to him. Sun Wukong struggled to move his body, but he hadn't gone far before he felt a bit of difficulty in breathing, which made him somewhat anxious. Sun Gohan said, "The air here is very thin. Concentrate and control your breathing rate. Don't disrupt your rhythm." Hearing this, Sun Wutian felt it was a bit difficult, but he still worked hard to eliminate distractions, control his breathing rate, and then slowly began to adapt to the energy in the time chamber. Sun Wukong said again, "On the first day, you should adapt to the environment here." Sun Wukong nodded and saw his brother take off his martial arts uniform again and go deeper into the hyperbolic time chamber to do some physical training. Sun Goten was also secretly complaining. Is the impact of 10 times the gravity and the thin air really that significant? I'm already a Super Saiyan, yet still so hard to bear. I really don't know how my cheap old dad and Vegeta can withstand hundreds of times the gravity. Sun Wukong was struggling to adapt to the tenfold gravity, not daring to let his mind wander even for a moment. Sun Wutian is just an ordinary person from another world. No matter how many novels or anime he has seen, he has never practiced it firsthand. Therefore, he does understand that bearing and adapting are two different things. Take Sun Wutian as an example. If he wants to transform into a Super Saiyan, he can easily move even under 200 times the gravity, let alone 10 times. But does that mean 10 times the gravity has no effect on him? The answer is no, because even if he transforms into a Super Saiyan, he is only increasing his own energy to forcefully withstand 10 times the gravity, not completely adapting to it. In other words, 10 times the gravity is still affecting him. He just has enough energy to completely ignore the weight. On the other hand, Vegeta was born on planet Vegeta, where the gravity is 10 times that of Earth, so he naturally adapted to 10 times the gravity completely. However, at that time, his battle power was even less than a fraction of Wutian's. In a vast white space, Sun Gohan was practicing with his upper body bear. His so-called practice was quite simple. It involved constantly exercising his physical abilities, sometimes doing push-ups, sometimes squats, sometimes running quickly. His training methods were no different from those of ordinary people. Meanwhile, Sun Wutian was concentrating and gradually getting into the zone. At this point, he could already move relatively easily in the hyperbolic time chamber. So he also started doing push-ups, sit-ups, and practicing quick movements like Sun Gohan. About a day had passed in the hyperbolic time chamber, and Sun Wutian had fully adapted to the gravity inside, so he was ready to proceed with further training. Sun Gohan suddenly said, "All right, Goten, that's enough for today. We should eat something." Sun Wutian nodded upon hearing his brother's words and obediently followed behind Sun Wukong. Sun Gohan asked, "How is it? Are you able to adapt to the environment here now?" Sun Wutian nodded and said, it's already good." Sun Gohan nodded, remained silent, and then went to the storage room of the hyperbolic time chamber to get food. Sun Wukong secretly summarized today's training outside. Being able to adapt to this environment in just one day, my aptitude and adaptability should be considered good. Although today was exhausting, I didn't feel any other discomfort, so I think I can at least surpass my young dad. Sun Wukong raised his head, filled with determination. As long as I can achieve full power Super Saiyan, I'll be able to handle many things that come next. Come on, Sun Wukong. Soon, Sun Wufan took out some food, which were black and white striped items, resembling bread, but not quite. He said, "It seems like there's only this kind of food here. It might not taste good, but there's no other choice. Let's treat it as a test of willpower." Sun Goten nodded, then sat down on the other side of the round table, ready to eat. As he took a bite, he was immediately stunned. Ugh! Sun Wukong felt a wave of nausea and directly vomited into the trash can. Sun Gohan shook his head at the sight of Sun Goten, then continued to eat by himself. Sun Goten, I'm really stupid, I really am. I've always just heard that the food in the hyperbolic time chamber is bad, but I never expected it to be this awful. Gulp. But after a day without eating, I'm really hungry. Sun Goten took another bite and felt a wave of nausea. However, to fill his stomach, he forced himself to swallow the food. Meanwhile, seeing him like this, Gohan poured a glass of water and handed it over. Sun Wukong hurriedly drank water to wash down the food, but still felt a bit uncomfortable. After finishing a meal in an extremely torturous state, Sun Wukong felt that he was not well at all. Sun Gohan looked at the leftover food on the table and thought about having to eat this for the next year, his expression darkening. I originally thought the food in the middle school cafeteria was unbeatable in terms of how bad it was, but I didn't expect the food here to be even worse. Who prepared this food? However, no matter how unwilling Sun Goten was, it was ultimately futile. After all, the hyperbolic time chamber has such conditions, and even a god couldn't change that. After finishing the meal, Sun Gohan tidied up a bit and said, "You take a short break while I continue training for a while." Sun Goten was a bit surprised. "Brother, aren't you going to take a break?" Sun Wukong shook his head and said, "I won't take a break. I'm feeling pretty good right now, so I need to make the most of my time and continue my training." Sun Goten said, "But practicing something like this requires a balance, right? Being too tense sometimes doesn't necessarily yield good results." Sun Wukong shook his head, a hint of sadness in his eyes, and said, "Although a year of training here is only a day outside, those two bastards could destroy a city at any moment, so I can't afford to wait." Sun Wukong was taken aback. He opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately didn't say anything. Sun Wukong went off to train by himself, starting once again with physical conditioning. Sun Wutian looked at Sun Wukong with some confusion, unable to help but wonder if this kind of training would really lead to improvement. It's no wonder he thought this way. The difference between Sun Wukong's training and what he had imagined was too great. He believed that training should at least involve transforming into a Super Saiyan with a series of da-da-da sounds, continuously enhancing his strength during practice, and then maintaining the Super Saiyan state in everyday situations to achieve the full power of a Super Saiyan. Sun Wutian pondered for a while, then let out a low shout as a golden aura blazed around him, and he directly entered the Super Saiyan state. Huh? Sun Wufan, who was training nearby, was taken aback and suddenly turned around to look at Sun Wutian. What's going on? Does transforming into a Super Saiyan require further training? Then he saw Sun Wutian, now in Super Saiyan form, with the golden aura slowly dissipating, leaving only his usual golden hair and blue eyes. After that, Sun Wutian walked to the bed and slowly lay down on it. Sun Wukong thought for a moment and suddenly smiled. This child is quite clever. Using this method to strengthen his control over Super Saiyans is indeed a good approach, much better than my clumsy training methods. Go for it, Goten. Goten lay on the bed, trying his best to control the power of Super Saiyan. However, it was really too difficult. The energy of Super Saiyan was so overwhelming that any slight mistake could lead to huge losses. Before long, the bed was gone. I'm so tired, Goten thought to himself as he lay on the floor in a star shape. He really hadn't expected controlling the energy of Super Saiyan to be so challenging. In the comics, it seems so simple. Just do this, then that, and it was done. Exhausted in spirit, Goten began to miss his life at home, where he only needed to practice a little with his mom each day before being able to lie in bed and play on his phone. But now, Sun Wutian's mind was finally divided, and he could no longer maintain the Super Saiyan form. His golden hair fell down, turning back into a black crab head. Sun Goten scratched his head, looked at the bed that had turned to dust, and smirked. I've been training for nothing. Sun Goten clasped his hands behind his head, thinking to himself, indeed, imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Whoosh! The golden aura reignited, blowing shattered wooden planks everywhere. Sun Goten sneered and said, I refuse to believe that as a proud traveler, I can't even conquer a Super Saiyan. 10 minutes later, the golden aura dissipated again, and Sun Goten exited the Super Saiyan state once more. His eyes were weary as he stared at the white sky, saying, still, the phone is more interesting. I miss my study materials and my hero battle royale. Crash. 3 minutes later, Sun Goten looked at himself in the mirror and said angrily, Sun Goten, how could you fall so low? Have you forgotten the dangers from before? Thus, Sun Goten forced himself to regain his spirit and transformed back into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan. 5 minutes later, the golden aura faded again, and Sun Goten's eyes were vacant, his complexion pale. Let's call it a day. There is plenty of time ahead. Perhaps he was too tired, and soon Sun Goten fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Gohan returned to rest. Looking at the dilapidated lounge, he shook his head and said, training is not that simple. Without perseverance and determination, no matter how good the method, it will ultimately be useless. I hope you can understand this lesson soon, Goten. Then Gohan took a capsule from his pocket and threw it on the ground. Boom! White smoke swirled, and a large bed measuring 2'1". It appeared in the room. Sun Wukong gently lifted Goten up and then leaned against the corner of the wall to rest his eyes. The two brothers temporarily entered a state of rest, but the clock in the hyperbolic time chamber continued to tick away. It was unclear how long they had been asleep when Goten finally woke up from his daze. Sun Wutian rubbed his blurry eyes and looked around, but he couldn't find his brother's figure. He turned over and realized that he wasn't lying on a cold ground, but on a soft, fluffy bed. Sun Wukong glanced outside, feeling his brother's presence, and a warm current flowed through his heart. Sun Wutian tidied up his bed, washed his face, and brushed his teeth. Then he clenched his fists and secretly decided, today he must train hard and not give up halfway like yesterday. With that in mind, Sun Wutian returned to the white, vast space where a wave of heat hit him. Sun Wukong's mouth twisted into a smile. Although the conditions here are extremely harsh, I am no longer the Sun Wukong of the past. The current me has a heart that pursues strength. First of all, this is Super Saiyan. Sun Wutian closed his eyes, and in his consciousness, the version of himself from another Earth spread his feet apart, then clenched his fists and crossed them in an X shape in front of him. Suddenly, his arms spread apart, each tightly against his body, forming an L shape. Then, the figures in reality and in his consciousness converged, and the current Sun Wutian made the same movement. Whoosh! A golden vortex erupted from that body, first transforming into a massive golden dragon that soared into the sky. Then, the dragon let out a roar in midair, turned around, and crashed into Sun Wutian's body, transforming into the energy of a Super Saiyan. Sun Wutian then transformed into a golden-haired Super Saiyan. His eyes opened wide, and the golden vortex, as if it had a soul, suddenly drilled into his pupils, changing them from their original black to a vibrant green. After the transformation was complete, Sun Wutian appeared calm and composed, his green eyes displaying a mix of 3 parts disdain, 3 parts loneliness, and 4 parts indifference, as he gazed into the depths of the white, misty space. Meeting Sun Wufan's surprised gaze, Gohan asked, what are you doing, Goten? To be honest, Goten felt a bit embarrassed. You really want to say, Son Goten, live my life as I please. Why do I need to explain to others? However, he couldn't say that. After all, if he got too caught up in his own world, the hyperbolic time chamber would probably collapse. So, Goten put away his over-the-top expression and smiled, saying, it's nothing. I'm just trying to practice my control over ki. By the way, don't you need to take a break, brother? Sun Wukong's eyes were quite mysterious as he said, I've already rested. I need to make the most of my training time. Also, I need to remind you, it's best not to make so many moves during a battle. Because when it comes to life and death, no one will care about that. Sun Goten nodded and said, I understand. Sun Gohan said, that's good. You practice by yourself for a while, and after I finish this set of training, we'll start the pair training. Sun Goten nodded obediently, and then went to the other side to begin his training. This is a bit awkward, he thought to himself as he reached the other side. However, he did not regret it. After all, this had always been his dream. Who hasn't dreamed of becoming a Super Saiyan? When he was younger, He had imitated the characters from Dragon Ball, practicing various moves like the Kamehameha, instant transmission, ki blast, and the spirit bomb. He had done these countless times, but at that time he could only imitate and play around. In other words, he had no choice back then but to pretend. Now, he could truly become a Super Saiyan. Thinking of another Earth, Sun Goten felt a twinge of sadness in his heart. He had lost some of his memories. He could recall some plot points from Dragon Ball and remember certain things, but he could not remember any of his friends or family. There was no point in dwelling on these thoughts. He needed to focus on his training. Sun Goten clenched his fists, hoping to find the dragon to resolve these issues in the future. Then, Sun Goten maintained his Super Saiyan form and began training. Although it was called training, it was actually more about adapting to the pressure of being a Super Saiyan, as he was also doing some physical training. An hour later, Sun Goten exited his Super Saiyan form, feeling physically and mentally exhausted, even wanting to collapse on his bed. At this moment, Gohan's first phase of training also came to an end. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, sensed the energy within him, furrowed his brows, and thought, I don't feel much improvement. Is this really my limit? Or is my training method incorrect? Son Wukong was puzzled and decided not to think too much about it. He decided to first teach his younger brother well. Sun Gohan leaped over to Sun Goten and saw him drenched in sweat, lying on the ground in a big shape. He sighed and said, How's it going, Goten? Sun Wukong heard his brother's voice, struggled to stand up, and said, It's okay, just too exhausting both mentally and physically. Sun Wukong listened and said, Cultivation is originally like this, tedious and bland, but only in such an environment can one forge a strong will and become a resilient warrior. Sun Wutian deeply agreed. When looking at the comics, Sun Wukong stayed inside for a month the first time he entered, and he thought to himself, I could do it too. Vegeta stayed in there for 2 years, which is half a year longer than others, so what's the big deal? However, now that it was his turn to experience it personally, to be honest, Sun Wutian didn't know how to spend the next year. Sun Wukong said again, How about it? Do you still have energy? Let's spar for a while. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, and he thought this should be quite interesting, so he asked, Are we practicing in our normal state? Sun Gohan said, Look at yourself, but I should be able to do it with just my normal state. Sun Goten was taken aback, feeling underestimated, and then said, Then I won't hold back. Swish! Sun Goten's body was surrounded by a bright, white aura, and he clenched his fist, throwing a punch. Sun Wukong gently swayed his body, sidestepping Sun Wutian's punch, with one hand already placed in front of Sun Wutian's face, a bright white light gathering on his palm. Sun Wukong said, Your intentions are too obvious, your aura is too scattered, and your moves are not executed like this. If this were a fight to the death, you would already be dead. Hearing this, Sun Wutian felt somewhat unconvinced, so he clenched his left hand into a fist and quickly struck towards Sun Wufan's stomach. Gohan's energy blast slipped from his right hand and directly hit Goten in the face, sending him flying a considerable distance away. Sun Gohan said, Also, you need to learn to assess the situation in battle. If others can attack you first, what you should do is not to attack, but to defend. In a combat situation, you should try your best to avoid getting hurt. Whoosh! Golden flames flickered around the fallen Sun Goten. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes slightly. He had been waiting for this moment. He wanted to tell Goten something, a lesson he had learned through blood and tears. Swish! Sun Gohan's figure flickered rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the place of the golden aura. He crouched slightly, clenched his right fist, and delivered a powerful punch directly to Goten's abdomen. Then, Gohan's energy flowed through his fist into Goten's body, scattering the energy he had gathered. As a result, the golden aura gradually dissipated, and Goten staggered back 2 steps, crouching on the ground with a pained expression. Looking at Goten's incredulous eyes, Gohan said, Don't look at me like that. Transforming into a Super Saiyan requires finding the right moment. Very few will wait for you to transform before fighting. Or you can do it like I do. Swish! A beam of golden light shone, and Sun Gohan transformed directly into a Super Saiyan. He continued, Mastering the Super Saiyan transformation means that as long as your energy is sufficient, you can transform into a Super Saiyan in an instant, leaving others no chance to interrupt. Sun Wukong was a bit stunned. Everyone usually waits when transforming. Isn't that a common practice? How did it end up like this? Gohan, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, how did you get involved in all this? Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wutian and said, These are all the experiences I summarized from my battles with the androids. If it weren't for those 2 bastards treating it like a game back then, I might have already been done for. So no matter the battle, we must never let our guard down. Sun Wukong stood up, nodded seriously, and said, I understand. Fighting requires the awareness of battle. Sun Gohan nodded, and the aura of the Super Saiyan immediately dissipated. He said, as long as you understand, let's continue. Top, 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 top. As soon as Sun Wukong finished speaking, Sun Goten pushed forward with both hands, gathering countless small energy waves ahead. Sun Gohan was about to take action when countless small energy waves came shooting in. Sun Goten retreated using the power of the Kamehameha wave, then shouted, with golden flames swirling around him, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Next, it's my turn. In the room of spirit and time, nearly a month had passed, and the two brothers were still training, seemingly unaware of fatigue. The golden flames danced up and down, waiting for the right moment to attack another figure, which was Sun Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan. As for Gohan, he remained in his normal state. However, with his mind highly concentrated, he was able to completely block all of Sun Goten's attacks. Over these days, Gohan taught Sun Goten many combat techniques, even changing Sun Goten's fighting style. Gohan himself also made significant progress, surprising even himself. However, Gohan still rarely used his Super Saiyan form in battle because he wanted to ensure he could always strike in that state. Boom! The golden light and bright white flames collided, creating a tremendous roar, with layers of ripples spreading outwards. At this moment, although Sun Gohan is not as strong as Sun Goten, he is experienced. The moment the explosion sounded, he retreated to dissipate the force. Magic flash. As Sun Gohan stepped back, he placed his hands overlapping above his forehead, with dazzling light flickering in his palms. Boom! A bright beam of light shot towards Sun Goten, who was slightly surprised and quickly withdrew his fist to his waist. Kamehameha. The same dazzling light flickered as the Kame School's energy wave was unleashed, colliding with a magic flash. The two beams of light collided, making the already bright room of spirit and time even brighter. At this moment, Sun Wukong's power is far inferior to that of Sun Wutian, and unlike battles, there are no shortcuts when dealing with energy waves. As a result, the center of the energy wave continues to shift towards Sun Wukong. Sun Gohan let out a low shout, and a golden aura ignited around him. He said, "Experience my full power, Goten." In the next moment, the beam of the magical flash suddenly thickened more than twice, rushing towards Sun Goten with an overwhelming force. Boom! Just as Sun Wukong was about to unleash a powerful attack, the energy wave had already pressed down in front of him, and he could only manage to activate a shield. Thick smoke billowed, transforming into a mushroom cloud spiraling upwards. Sun Gohan saw that the smoke obscured Sun Goten's figure. He opened one hand, and a strong gust of airflow burst forth from that hand, dispersing the smoke and revealing the smooth, dark silhouette within. Sun Gohan saw Sun Goten's defensive stance, and a hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes. He said, "You did very well this time, Goten." Sun Wutian removed his defensive stance, looked at his body, which was completely naked and covered in dust, and then sensed the energy within him, which was sparse. Sun Wutian shook his groggy head and said, "Brother is still amazing. I really can't take advantage of anything." Sun Wukong said, "All right, Goten, your training ends here. If you keep pushing, your mental state might become problematic." Sun Wukong was a bit stunned and said, "Let me go out like this. But our training has not even been a month, right?" Sun Wukong nodded and said, "Although it has not been a month yet, you must go out. Haven't you noticed? Since you came here, you have hardly eaten anything, yet you train for long hours every day. During your rest, you are always restless, and in the past few days, you've even been talking nonsense in your sleep. If you stay any longer, it won't be cultivation, it will be torment." Sun Wukong felt a bit confused. Am I really unable to hold on? Then he calmed down and thought carefully, only to realize that he seemed unable to settle his mind at all. Whenever he wasn't practicing, he was thinking about other things. During his rest, he always tossed and turned, missing his game console and his phone. Unknowingly, had I become abnormal? Sun Wukong suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Goten's oblivious expression and said, "The hyperbolic time chamber can separate the flow of time inside from that of the outside world, which already has a great impact on the mind. Moreover, you are still young and haven't experienced much, so it's normal to be affected. However, in your current state, I suggest you quickly go outside, adjust your mindset, and then think about training." Sun Wutian nodded, but he was also puzzled in his heart. Why was it that when he was resting, he wanted to give up and just slack off, yet every time it was time to train, his mind went blank, and all he could think about was cultivation? Sun Goten asked again, "What about brother? Is he going out together too?" Sun Wukong shook his head and said, "Although my strength has improved, it is still very difficult to eliminate two androids at the same time. so I want to continue training here for a while, until I completely surpass my current state. Sun Goten nodded and said, "All right, I'll go out first." After saying that, he opened the door of the hyperbolic time chamber and walked out with big strides. The moment he stepped outside, a cool breeze swept by, and he felt a chill on his bare skin. Suddenly, an extremely mysterious feeling lingered in his heart. Time and space seemed to split apart. The road before him unfolded, stretching towards the distance, then branching off at a certain point. What is this? Sun Goten rubbed his eyes hard, still finding it hard to believe the scene before him. Thud! As soon as Sun Wukong took a couple of steps, he felt a tremendous upheaval, as if gods were fighting in his mind, with various thoughts intertwining like tangled threads that couldn't be separated. Unable to bear it any longer, he collapsed to the ground. Mr. Bobo walked over, picked up Wukong, turned to glance at the mental time room, and said, "Hang in there, Gohan. The future of Earth depends on you." Then, Mr. Bobo carried Gohan into another room. The once prosperous city of West City had long since turned into ruins, a far cry from the bustling metropolis it once was. Now, even from above, it was difficult to find any signs of life. The once famous Capsule Corporation had fallen into disrepair, and its owner had retreated into a hidden underground space with his son. In the concealed underground space of Capsule Corporation, Trunks, wearing a blue t-shirt, paced back and forth, seemingly a bit anxious. Beside him, Bulma, dressed in a white lab coat, was typing away at a computer, apparently researching something. After a while, unable to tolerate Trunks' pacing, Bulma took the remote control and threw it to him, saying, "Gohan should be fine. Instead of being nervous here, why not check the news for any updates?" Trunks took the remote and went into another room to turn on the TV and check the latest reports. Then, Trunks received information about the androids. Breaking news: the androids are heading west, and their target seems to be West City again. Trunks was immediately astonished and cursed. Damn it. This is the third time this year they've come to West City. What on earth are these two demons thinking? So, Trunks informed his mother about the situation. After all, if the androids were coming, they had to prepare. Bulma listened, put down the strange device in her hands, and said with a headache, "Really? What kind of disaster is this year? These two robots just won't stop causing trouble in West City." While speaking, Bulma began to pack up, preparing to hide deeper underground. After packing, Trunks said, "Mom, there's still many people out there who are unaware, and Gohan doesn't know where to go. I want to inform them." Bulma immediately stopped him. "No, those two demons could come at any time. With your strength, if you run into them, you're done for." Trunks, however, was exceptionally determined. "Sorry. Mom, I can't just sit back and watch so many people die, but don't worry, I will be careful." Bulma sighed and said, "If you must go, then hurry up. Remember, you're Earth's last hope. So, at all times, protect your own life." Trunks nodded firmly, then pushed open the tunnel door and crawled out through the pipe. In the temple, Sun Wukong slowly regained consciousness, his eyes vacant as he looked ahead. After a while, he shook his head vigorously a couple of times and finally felt a bit more awake. He looked around. Aside from a table full of food, there was nothing else. Goo goo, the enticing aroma filled his nostrils, and Sun Wukong suddenly felt an unprecedented hunger, almost forgetting himself. He hurriedly climbed off the bed and stumbled over to the table, grabbing food and shoving it into his mouth. Munch munch. Sun Wukong transformed into a glutton, devouring the food on the table like a whirlwind. Mr. Bobo, standing outside the door, looked at Sun Wukong's appearance, and a trace of nostalgia flashed in his lifeless eyes. He softly said, "Wukong, this child is just like you. May he create miracles just like you." After saying that, Mr. Bobo went to the storage room, rummaging through boxes until he finally took out an orange martial arts uniform. Seeing the garment, the nostalgia in his eyes deepened. After a while, he clasped his hands together and said, "Wukong, Lord Ko, may you bless this child to turn misfortune into good fortune and successfully defeat the androids." Then Mr. Bobo came to Sun Wukong's room and saw that the pile of food on the table had dwindled significantly. He placed the uniform beside the bed and went to cook more food. Mr. Bobo kept cooking while Sun Wukong kept stuffing himself, and it continued for 3 hours. Finally, Sun Wukong patted his stomach, folded his hands together, and looked at Mr. Bobo with embarrassment, saying, "I'm full, Mr. Bobo. I'm really grateful to you." Mr. Bobo replied, "This is what Bobo should do, but this is all that Bobo can do." Sun Wukong looked at Bobo's somewhat dejected expression and said seriously, "I will definitely defeat the androids. Perhaps I can use the Dragon Balls from Namek to revive the Supreme Kai and the others." As soon as he said this, Bobo's lifeless pupils twitched again. He looked at Sun Wukong for a moment, then pointed to the clothes on the bed and said, "You should put on your clothes first." Sun Wutian then realized that he was completely naked. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he turned around and walked to the bedside, intending to put on his clothes, only to find his arms covered in a layer of black mud. He then asked, "Mr. Bobo, I would like to ask if you have a bathroom. I want to take a shower first." Mr. Bobo nodded and said, "Yes, follow me." Sun Wutian wrapped his clothes in a ball of energy and followed Mr. Popo through the door, turning through 2 corridors until he arrived at the bathing room. Splash! With a rush of water, Sun Wutian transformed back into his handsome self. He then picked up the martial arts uniform and felt it was a bit heavy in his hands. After examining it closely, he discovered that the weight was concentrated in the blue undershirt, boots, and wrist guards. He smiled and said, "This is the outfit my father wore during his training. It's really amazing." Sun Wukong, dressed neatly, first went to the mirror to check himself out. He saw one 23-meter-tall boy with a handsome face and a unique crab-like hairstyle, wearing an orange martial arts uniform, which gave him quite the martial artist look. The weight of the clothes was not a problem for Sun Wukong now. He walked slowly out of the bathroom and saw Mr. Bobo with a dazed expression. He asked, "Mr. Bobo, can you sense the energy contained within the androids?" Mr. Bobo shook his head and said, "The energy of the androids is different from that of ordinary life forms. They rely on machines inside them for energy, so ordinary means of sensing energy won't work." "Is that so?" Sun Wukong said with some regret. "I was hoping you could help me see how I compare to the androids now." Mr. Bobo replied, "Although I can't sense the android's energy, I can gauge how strong Gohan's energy is, so estimating the strength of the androids shouldn't be too difficult." Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, and he said, "In that case, could you please help me take a look?" Mr. Bobo shook his head and said, "Your current state hasn't been adjusted to its best. Even if you test, it will be difficult to measure your true strength." Sun Wukong felt his body and found that his strength was surging, so he curiously asked, "But I feel like my current state is unprecedentedly good." Mr. Popo said, "Your spirit is affected by the room of spirit and time, and it hasn't fully recovered yet. In this state, your energy is also restless, so testing it doesn't have much significance." Sun Wukong was a bit strange. He felt that there was nothing seriously wrong with his condition. Right now, he just wanted to eliminate the androids and go back to accompany his mother. Playing on his phone every day was much more enjoyable than practicing martial arts, right? Mr. Bobo noticed that Sun Wukong seemed a bit skeptical, so he continued, "Although your energy far exceeds that of the vast majority of people on Earth, including me, it comes from your bloodline inheritance, not from your martial arts realm. Therefore, you don't understand a lot of martial arts knowledge, and you certainly don't know how to adjust your own state." Sun Wutian nodded, looking like a serious elementary school student. Mr. Bobo continued, "A true martial artist not only focuses on the enhancement of strength, but also emphasizes the coordination between spirit and body. Otherwise, it can lead to an imbalance of the soul, a mental explosion, and turn one into a madman who only knows how to kill." Sun Wukong nodded seriously and said, "So, what should I do to achieve the unity of spirit and body?" Mr. Bobo walked outside and said, "During this time, you can practice with me." Sun Goten replied and followed, walking outside to the temple square. Sun Wukong is also looking forward to the upcoming lessons. Having read Dragon Ball thoroughly, he naturally knows that Bobo's martial arts realm is extremely high. Even in the later stages of Z, his martial arts level is second to none. The only one who could possibly surpass Mr. Bobo is probably his own sheep dad. Sun Wukong was filled with joy, thinking he would learn something interesting. However, reality is often cruel, and cultivation has never been simple. Thus, Sun Wukong sat cross-legged outside the temple, used his energy to form a protective shield, then suspended his body in mid-air, placed his hands on his legs, closed his eyes, and focused his mind to achieve spiritual unity. Sun Goten couldn't help but complain, "What kind of training method is this? I've never found doing my summer and winter vacation homework this tedious." However, since it's the training he chose himself, he must persevere through the hardships, no matter how tough it gets. Sun Wukong tried hard to empty his mind and understand nature, but his thoughts were chaotic, making it truly difficult to control himself. Time flowed, and it was another tedious 3 hours. Sun Wukong gradually figured out some tricks and slowly began to truly empty his mind, allowing his body to merge with nature, feeling the sensation of the spirit and body blending together. However, each time it could only last for a few seconds. Should I just give up? After all, my brother is here. 3 hours later, Sun Wukong had not emptied his mind again. Thus, he began to have thoughts of giving up, and once this thought sprouted, it grew rapidly like bamboo shoots after rain, difficult to control. He thought of Sun Wufan's training this time, which would surely defeat the androids. Then they would ask King Kai to look for a new Namek. After that, they would use the Dragon Balls to revive his dad and Vegeta. The thought of giving up grew stronger. Finally, Sun Wukong's thoughts became increasingly complex, and the protective shield surrounding his body dissipated, causing him to fall directly to the ground. Sun Wukong lay on the ground, gazing up at the sky above the temple. Writing novels is still easier. The author can just write a line. And cultivating for millions of years is no problem. There's no need to suffer mentally, nor to be physically exhausted. Whatever comes out of my mouth is fine. If I get tired, let all be destroyed. Forget it. In the end, no one will take my place. Sun Wukong got up again, white flames burning around him, floating in the air, but I really missed the days of studying. Son Goten was trying to adjust his state by the heavenly God temple, aiming to reach his perfect peak. However, the more he tried to enter this abstract state of mind, the harder it became to achieve. Fortunately, Son Goten was relatively resilient. Otherwise, others would have likely given up and laid flat long ago. Sun Wukong's thoughts were once again in disarray as he fell to the ground. With a blank expression in his eyes, he gazed at the blue sky and said, "How can this be? Cultivation is truly not something humans can handle, especially this nonsensical spiritual state that you can't see or touch. Damn, shouldn't a traveler have some kind of cheat? Why do I have nothing at all?" Sun Wukong thought of the cheat, rolled over, and began the 404th attempt. System, are you there?" The imagined sound of ding did not ring out. Sun Wukong, not believing in evil, shouted in his heart, "What is so special about the chat group? I have 30 years of experience in chatting and can handle any topic with ease. I request to join the chat group of all realms." The chat group of all realms paid him no mind. Sun Wutian helplessly changed his target once again. Grandpa, come out to bask in the sun. Without the ring, Grandpa won't come out easily." Sun Wukong tilted his mouth and sneered. "A mere external aid is not needed. Even without it, I, Sun Wukong, am still invincible in the world and can still be the strongest in the dimensions." Goten continued his training, unaware that at the same moment, something strange was happening to Trunks in West City. Trunks was running around, informing others about the situation in West City, when suddenly a purple crystal collided with his mind. Binding Life Simulator. Analyzing the world. Reading character data. Life Simulator has been bound. May your life be happy and fulfilling. Trunks was taken aback, looking around but finding no one. Then, shock flashed in his eyes as several lines of text appeared before him. "Welcome to the Life Simulator. Would you like to start the simulation?" Trunks, puzzled, thought, "What is this?" Out of curiosity, Trunks clicked Start Simulation. Then, purple light flickered before his eyes, gathering into characters. And Trunks focused on reading. "In the year 765, you were born in West City. In the year 766, Goku died. In the year 767, your father died fighting androids, and your mother took you to the basement. In the year 769, you met Gohan for the first time, admired him greatly, and secretly trained under his guidance. In the year 771, while evacuating the crowd, you encountered an android, and the android forced you to choose between revealing Gohan's whereabouts and death. Fearlessly, you attacked the android and died at the age of 6. Tip: when facing an absolutely unbeatable opponent, do not blindly confront them. Learn to delay as much as possible. Perhaps help will arrive soon." Simulation ended. You can choose one of the following to retain. 1. Your martial arts experience at age 6. 2. Your life experiences at age 6. 3. The clothes worn by Android 18. Trunks was filled with confusion. "So I died, but I'm clearly still alive. What is this thing?" With a troubled heart, Trunks chose 2, and then images flashed through his mind. In the images, he encountered an approaching android at the intersection of 2 streets, and during the battle with the android, his head was blown off. Trunks instinctively touched his head, his expression gradually becoming serious. "So this thing can predict the future? Am I really going to encounter an android and die in battle?" Trunks deliberately avoided the place where he would meet the android in his mind and hid among the rubble to observe. He was not afraid of death, but he did not want to die carelessly. Sure enough, after a while, the android driving a car rushed through the city, and blood flowed from the front of the car. Android 17 stopped the car and said, "It seems there are fewer people in West City. That would make it less fun." Android 18 got out of the car, looking down at the ground, and said, "They might have hidden underground. Really? That makes them a bunch of rats hiding in the dark. Just thinking about it makes me uncomfortable." Android 17 also got out of the car, placed a hand on the roof, and smiled. "Hiding in the dark like rats. Let us play a game of whack-a-mole." Boom! Android 17 pressed down on the car's roof, and a brilliant shockwave shot out, directly blasting the car underground. Damn it! Trunks gritted his teeth, wanting to rush out and fight the androids. However, the image in his mind constantly warned him. He wanted to rush out, but the scene in his mind told him that fighting would only lead to death. Trunks forced himself to calm down and began to think about the simulator's last statement. The help should be from Gohan, but even Gohan can't defeat these two monsters. So how should this be resolved? While Trunks was contemplating a strategy, the androids continued chatting. Android 18 laughed and said, "Your luck is not good, 17. Boom. Android 18 took 2 steps forward, her 5 delicate fingers spread out, and a bright beam shot out, drilling into the ground. This time, continuous screams echoed from below. Trunks was in tears among the rubble, while Android 18 looked pleased and said, "See, it hit easily, right?" Android 17 smiled and said, "But this noise is still too small. It probably won't be enough to attract Gohan." While speaking, Android 17's body seemed to be lifted by something, rising vertically and looking down at the world below. Android 18 closely followed, flying into the sky, smiling. Then let this city bloom with beautiful fireworks to welcome Goku's little son. Boom, boom, boom. Countless golden energy waves were hurled towards West City, with explosions ringing out one after another, instantly spreading across the entire continent. Meanwhile, Goten was still struggling with his challenges, but it was of no use. Suddenly, Mr. Popo ran over and said, "The androids are attacking West City." The aura around Sun Wutian spread out, a bit surprised. "West City? Is that where Aunt Bulma lives?" Mr. Popo said, "That's right, and Trunks is there too." Sun Wutian hurried to the hyperbolic time chamber and said, "I'll go call my brother." Mr. Popo shook his head and said, "Gohan is currently at a critical moment in surpassing Super Saiyan. Even if he comes out now, he can only hold off 2 androids. But he won't achieve complete victory." Sun Wutian paused, feeling a bit hesitant. It seemed that Mr. Popo noticed Sun Wutian's hesitation and said, "Right now. Only you can stop the androids, Wutian." Hearing this, Sun Wutian's mind flashed back to the cold and cruel gaze of Android 18, and he inexplicably felt a wave of fear. Then he shook his head and said, "I still can't win against the androids." Mr. Popo replied, "You can't win, but you can definitely hold off the 2 androids for a while." Sun Wukong really didn't want to face the androids alone, as he was filled with fear and dread. Mr. Popo seemed to sense the struggle within Sun Wukong and continued, "It's your choice. You can either wait for your brother to come out and defeat the androids together, which could result in many deaths, or you can go and confront them alone, which might get you hurt. Don't worry, no matter what, I support your decision." Sun Wutian was taken aback, feeling a bit lost inside. He truly didn't want to fight the androids because he was scared. He didn't know if he could win, or if he would die in battle. It would be fine not to go, right? Even if more people died after defeating the androids, the Dragon Balls could rewrite the outcome. In the Dragon Ball world, it's normal for people to die, and if I don't go, those people will probably die anyway. I should prioritize my own safety. Sun Wutian convinced himself like this, and slowly he sat down on the ground. Even if I am the son of Son Goku, there's no need for me to bear the responsibility of saving humanity alone. I'm still a kid. It's too early for me to fight the androids. I should preserve my life. Mom is still waiting for me at home. I can't let her lose her son. Sun Wutian's reasons kept piling up, and Mr. Popo's disappointment grew heavier. Suddenly, Sun Wutian stood up, his golden aura surging and burning like the blazing sun in the sky. Tears filled his eyes and slowly flowed down as he said, "Yes, I have 1,000 reasons not to fight. But one thing is undeniable. I live in this world, and the blood in my body is still flowing." Mr. Popo stared at Sun Wutian, as if he saw light. Sun Wutian looked down at the lower realm and asked in a deep voice, "Mr. Bobo, where is West City?" Bobo placed one hand on Sun Wutian's head, and a burst of white light flickered from his hand, causing all the locations in the lower realm to clearly emerge in Sun Wutian's mind. It was as if a map had been added to his brain. He plunged down towards the temple, muttering, "Yeah, if everyone gives up fighting like me, then who will come to save the world?" Swish! A golden beam of light swept across the wasteland, illuminating the land covered by night. The energy waves from Android 17 and Android 18 sprayed farther and farther away, filling West City with smoke. Where the smoke covered, human screams occasionally echoed. However, for the androids, those screams were merely a source of amusement. Trunks hid among the rubble, watching the bleak scene caused by the 2 androids, and his anger swelled, momentarily drowning out his reason. "I can't tolerate these 2 beasts any longer." Crash! A bright white aura ignited, blasting away the surrounding rubble. Trunks stood at the center of the aura, tears filling his eyes. He shouted, "I absolutely can't let you two bastards hurt everyone anymore." Seemingly noticing the commotion below, the two androids stopped releasing their energy waves and landed on the ground. Upon seeing Trunks, they appeared somewhat disappointed. "Oh, it's Vegeta's son. How boring. I thought it was Gohan." Trunks' eyes were filled with deep hatred as he gritted his teeth and said, "You two bastards, I will definitely defeat you." Huh? Android 18 found Trunks' words somewhat amusing and didn't even look at him. Instead, she asked Android 17, "Hey 17, did I hear that right? This little brat said he wants to defeat us." Android 17 shook his head and said, "It seems like his father said the same thing back then. People like him who boast without any strength tend to die early." Trunks' eyes turned red, and his aura continuously intensified due to his anger. Android 18 smiled and extended 2 fingers toward Trunks, saying, "I'll give you 2 choices. First, tell us Gohan's whereabouts, and we can spare your life and won't destroy this city anymore. Second, we kill you and continue destroying here until Gohan shows up." Upon hearing this, Trunks' memories revived, and he calmed down slightly. He attempted to buy time by saying, "What do you want with Gohan? He doesn't like you two demons at all." Android 18 shrugged and said, "Funny enough, we don't like him either. We're looking for him to kill him this time. But if he's willing to bring out that child who looks just like Goku, we might spare him." A child who looks just like Goku. Trunks' mind raced as he analyzed the information he had. He had heard Gohan mention he had a younger brother and knew that the child's name was Sun Wutian. He then raised his head and asked, "You're talking about Wutian, right? He's only 5 years old. What do you want with him?" Android 18 replied, "Of course. It's because he looks exactly like Goku." Trunks was taken aback. What kind of reason was that? Android 17 glanced at Trunks, then looked at 18 and said with a laugh, "Hey, 18, can't you see this kid is just stalling for time?" Android 18 played with her golden hair and smiled back. "I can see that, but what does it matter? Aren't we waiting for someone?" Android 17 shook his head and said, "Seriously, still playing around at this age?" Android 18 looked at Trunks again, smiling like a neighborly sister, and asked, "Although I don't mind chatting with you for a while, you see, 17 is getting impatient, so I'll only give you 3 more seconds. 3. Ultimately unavoidable. Mom, I'm sorry. I might have to break my promise, but I don't regret it. 2. If the outcome is unavoidable, then at least I will fight with all my might to prove I was here." Trunks' aura surged to unprecedented heights, even after being killed by the androids in simulations. He felt no fear. Perhaps being born in this world had already prepared him for death. 1. Trunks raised his head, his aura exploding, and his body suddenly shot out like a cannonball, launching an attack at Android 18 with unparalleled power. Android 18 was somewhat surprised. "Oh, are you in such a hurry to die?" Boom! Trunks' strike, filled with anger and despair, was easily caught by Android 18's left hand, only stirring up a cloud of dust. Then, Android 18 raised her right hand, ready to slice through Trunks' body. Swish! A brilliant golden light streaked across the sky, slicing through the layers of dark clouds and revealing a hopeful blue sky. Android 18 was slightly taken aback, while the despair in Trunks' eyes gradually turned to joy. Android 17 stood with his arms crossed, watching leisurely. The golden light spun in the sky and suddenly charged toward Android 18. Huh! Android 18's hand that was grabbing Trunks instantly opened, and a scorching beam of light shot out from her hand, engulfing Trunks' body in an instant. Boom! At that moment, the golden light in the sky had also reached Android 18, exerting immense pressure from above. Even Android 18, with her infinite energy, was momentarily surprised. Then, Android 18 extended both hands, trying to catch the golden light. However, the golden light stopped just as it approached Android 18, and with a bright white energy wave burst forth. Android 18 hurriedly tried to defend, but was directly blasted away by the energy wave, sent flying several miles away. Then, the golden light moved further away, digging out the injured Trunks from the rubble. Android 17 looked at the golden figure and suddenly laughed. "Oh, it's Sun Wutian. Has he gotten this strong in just one day?" Sun Wutian ignored him, gently touching Trunks' neck area, then let out a long sigh and said, "Fortunately, I'm not late." Whoosh! Golden energy transmitted from Sun Wutian's hands to Trunks, and then Sun Wutian placed Trunks on the ground and slowly walked up to Android 17. Boom! The distant ruins exploded, and Android 18's figure rushed over, launching an attack at Sun Wutian. "Am I afraid?" Sun Wutian felt his body trembling a bit, and his heart was also feeling somewhat unsteady, but there was no time to hesitate. Boom! A golden aura blazed, and a small fist unleashed an earth-shattering momentum. When Android 18 collided with Sun Wutian's fist, she did not gain even the slightest advantage. Swish! Android 18 took a step back, her hands opening towards Sun Wutian in a petal shape, and then countless small energy blasts were fired out. Sun Wukong was already somewhat afraid of Android 18, and his vigilance reached its peak. When he saw Android 18 unleashing a series of energy blasts, he also spread his hands, unleashing countless Kamehameha waves to collide with her energy blasts. The Kamehameha waves and energy blasts continuously clashed, creating a tremendous roar. The standoff between Android 18 and Sun Wukong seemed to be evenly matched. Boom! Suddenly, countless fine Kamehameha waves gathered between Sun Wukong's hands, forming a massive Kamehameha wave that charged towards Android 18 with a crushing momentum. Android 18 reacted swiftly. She pressed her hands in the air and flipped over, hanging upside down in the sky. Sun Wutian's energy wave dissipated in his hand. His right hand clenched into a fist. In a flash, he had already reached beside Android 18. He threw a heavy punch down, but it was caught by Android 18 with one hand. Kamehameha. As Sun Wutian silently recited in his heart, a white light had already gathered in his other hand and rushed towards the beautiful face of Android 18. Android 18 was startled and instinctively released Sun Wutian's hand, her body being pulled upwards as if by some unseen force. Sun Gohan also took 2 steps back, concentrating and waiting. He was summarizing the brief encounter in his mind. Although the androids were powerful and cruel, it seemed there was still a way to fight back. Right now, I can hold on until my brother arrives. On the other side, Android 18 flipped in the air and landed next to Android 17. Android 17 smiled and said, "What's going on, 18? Can't even handle a little kid?" Android 18's expression was somewhat serious as she replied, "I haven't seen him for just one day, and this kid is like a different person." Android 17 chuckled and shook his head, then walked forward, saying, "Let me see what changes this kid has." Android 17 swaggered towards Sun Goten, while Android 18 followed closely behind. Sun Wukong looked at Android 17 walking over slowly, and the pressure in his heart suddenly increased geometrically, because he knew that 17's combat power was far above that of 18. Android 17 stood in front of Sun Wukong, looking at the vigilant eyes and trembling figure opposite him. He smirked and said, "You're Sun Wukong, right? You got some guts to challenge us alone." Sweat dripped down Sun Wukong's forehead, his body tense, and the anxiety and fear in his heart reached a peak. The android looked at Sun Wukong and couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Are you so scared that you can't even speak? If that's the case, why come here to challenge us? Where's your brother, who resembles a mouse?" Sun Wukong gathered his courage and said, "I am here to defeat you." "Defeat us?" Android 17 laughed as if he had heard a funny joke, doubling over with laughter. Then, he pointed his thumb at himself and said, "You need to understand, kid. Standing in front of you is the ultimate warrior in every sense. Now is the time." Seeing that 17 had a moment of vulnerability, Sun Wukong's pupils shrank suddenly, and his tense body burst forth at an unparalleled speed toward Android 17. Bang! A fist struck 17's face with the force of thunder, and before 17 could react, layers of aftershock followed in quick succession. Although 17 claimed to be the ultimate warrior in a completely unguarded state, he had no power to resist such an attack, and was directly punched into the ruins, creating a long trench in the ground as he was dragged along. Top, 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 top. Sun Wukong made a swift move, showing no mercy as he charged forward. Between his hands, tiny starlights flickered, and in the blink of an eye, they transformed into an oval-shaped energy wave, which then densely slammed toward number 17's body. Energy sphere slash, that should be it. Knowing the prince's fighting style well, Sun Wukong noticed the smoke on the ground gradually thickening. He then retracted his right hand and raised it into the air, as the energy within him began to gather in his hand, forming a bright, white energy sphere that spun and gradually morphed into a disc. Sizzle. Sun Goten was distracted and found it particularly difficult, so he temporarily halted the Kamehameha from his left hand and threw out the energy blade with his right hand. After launching the energy blade, Sun Goten pressed his right hand against his chest, gasping for breath. Although the battle lasted only a moment, he experienced significant energy and mental exhaustion during that instant. Fortunately, he was successful. Even if number 17 wasn't dead, he would likely be injured. Crash! A sound of collapsing earth and stones rang out, and amidst the smoke, a greenish energy shield continued to expand outward. Sun Wukong forced himself to gather his spirits and thought to himself, really, was my previous attack completely blocked by the shield? Then, as the smoke gradually dissipated, Android 17 finally revealed himself within the energy shield. His clothes were tattered, and his right hand, which only had 4 fingers left, was covered in blood. The smug expression on his face had completely vanished, leaving only a sense of gloom. Sun Goten's gaze collided with that of Android 17, who extended his bloodied right hand and revealed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. You little brat, you broke one of my fingers. I'll chop off your hand and arm later, so you can feel what it's like to be a human stick. Sun Wukong felt a jolt in his heart, and he took up a combat stance, ready for battle. Android 17, on the other hand, quickly charged forward, and the energy shield around him rapidly shrank, finally consolidating on his left hand. Seeing the momentum of Android 17, Sun Wukong couldn't help but feel a bit afraid. He instinctively took a step back, then gritted his teeth and charged forward again. Boom! The golden light collided with Android 17, creating ripples. The golden light seemed unable to withstand such great force, and was sent flying several meters back with the impact. Zila. After experiencing the impact just now, Sun Goten felt his internal energy surging, almost losing control of his Super Saiyan aura. However, Android 17 didn't care about that. He took the opportunity to strike, pressing his left hand against Sun Goten's body. A sound like an electric current surged forth, and Sun Goten felt his whole body stiffen. The smile at the corner of Android 17's mouth grew even more cruel as he took 2 steps back and suddenly squeezed with his left hand. Sun Wukong suddenly felt a strange energy rushing into his body, rampaging around and about to explode in the next second. Boom! Sun Wukong finally suffered a loss due to his inexperience. When faced with such a situation, he was at a loss and allowed the energy within him to run rampant. In just a breath's time, he reached the conditions for an explosion. Sun Goten first felt the energy inside him explode, as if a raging fire was burning in his chest. Then, he seemed to hear a crisp explosion in his ears. Next, his entire body swelled up, tearing small openings. And bright red blood was everywhere. Is this what true battle feels like? As Sun Goten experienced the almost overwhelming pain coursing through him, he seemed to understand what battle really was. Boom! The sound of explosions around Sun Wukong continued endlessly. His blood gushed out like blooming flowers, and his body fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Bang! Sun Goten's body heavily collapsed amidst the ruins, struggling to get up. However, the injuries within him were too severe, and he couldn't stand up at all. Sun Wutian's whole body was covered in blood, and he was in excruciating pain, to the point where tears streamed down his face. He couldn't help but feel a bit sorrowful as he thought, is this what fighting feels like? Is this how my dad has fought his way through in this world? Don't they feel pain? Hiss! Sun Wutian saw Android 17 in the sky and Android 18 in the distance walking toward him. He forced himself to stand up, but blood gushed from the wounds all over his body again. His body swayed, and he was about to fall forward, but fortunately he reacted quickly, bending his left leg and half squatting on the ground. It really hurts. This must be what it feels like to die. I really can't be a hero after all. Sun Goten was having an inner monologue while channeling his energy. If there is a next time, no, there shouldn't be a next time. I never want to fight with anyone again. Splash! Sun Wukong used the energy within his body to cover the wounds on his body to stop the blood loss. Then stood up again. The golden aura instantly ignited, and Super Saiyan Sun Wukong reappeared. Android 17 remained on the ground, a mocking smile on his lips. What's this? Even in such a bad state, you still want to continue fighting? Do you really think you have even the slightest chance of winning? Sun Wutian wiped the blood off his face and suddenly burst into laughter. The ultimate warrior is indeed the ultimate warrior. Even after having a finger knocked off by a 5-year-old, you can still come over to Tommy. Impressive, impressive. I bet when Dr. Gero created you, he must have used a lot of materials on your face. Upon hearing this, Android 17's face turned ashen, and without saying a word, he launched an attack on Sun Wutian. Sun Goten dodged to the side, having already experienced the power of Android 17. He knew that fighting head-on would only lead to a dead end. Regardless of what happened next, since he was here now, he had to finish this fight. At that moment, Sun Goten felt a strange absence of fear in his heart, focusing intently on Android 17's movements while continuously dodging and looking for an opportunity to counterattack. However, Sun Goten was ultimately severely injured, and his movements and awareness were certainly affected. In just a few breaths, he was hit 3 times. It seemed he really couldn't hold on any longer, Sun Goten felt like his whole body was falling apart, with pain and fatigue intertwining, making him want to give up the fight. Yet deep down, another voice urged him to hang on a little longer, just a little longer, and it would be okay. With a flash of golden light, he narrowly avoided Android 17's punch and jumped towards the top of a nearby building. However, he lost his balance and fell directly down. Sun Goten felt a bit sentimental. I won't be the first Scion to be thrown to death, right? Whoosh! In midair, a bright white light flashed, catching Sun Goten, who was enveloped in golden light, and then gently brought him back to the ground. Time rewound to when Sun Goten jumped down from the temple, and Sun Gohan slowly walked out of the room of spirit and time, then came to the edge of the temple, staring intently at the golden figure that pierced through the clouds. Until that golden figure completely disappeared, Sun Gohan finally sighed and said, "Mr. Popo, I'm not a qualified brother, nor am I a qualified warrior, am I?" Mr. Popo shook his head, opened his mouth, and didn't say much more. Although he had been at the temple for these years, he had always been aware of the situation in the lower realm. He knew everything that Sun Gohan had gone through and understood the intertwining feelings of guilt, remorse, and helplessness. But it was precisely because he understood that he knew such feelings could not be easily comforted, as he felt the same way himself. Sun Gohan's eyes were filled with sorrow as he said, "As an older brother, I clearly have the strength to defeat the androids. Yet I still let my younger brother take the risk first. I am sorry to Dad, sorry to Mom, and even more sorry to Goten. As a warrior defending Earth, I cannot defeat the androids, allowing humanity to continuously suffer from their slaughter." Mr. Popo then asked, "Goten is still immature in many aspects. It's too difficult for him to fight the androids. Yet you clearly have the ability to defeat them. Why do you still insist on letting him fight?" Sun Gohan looked into the distance and said, "Goten's talent is actually better than mine. His current strength is already on par with mine when I entered the hyperbolic time chamber. What he lacks is just battle experience and courage. And these are things I can't teach him. He needs to fight on his own." Mr. Popo then asked, "Wouldn't it be better if you went with him?" Sun Wukong seemed to have some memories in his eyes, and he continued, "In the end, people have to rely on themselves. In the past, whenever I was in danger, someone would always come to save me. Even when facing the Scion Nappa and the Universe Emperor Frisia, my dad and Uncle Piccolo would always protect me. I always thought this situation would continue, but then my dad died from a heart disease and the androids appeared. Without my dad, Uncle Piccolo and Uncle Krillin also died in battle, leaving only me to fight. In despair and pain, I surpassed myself and became a Super Saiyan. But even so, I couldn't defeat the androids. For years, I've been pondering the reasons, not only why I couldn't defeat the androids, but also why Uncle Piccolo and the others fell apart so quickly after my dad's death. Gradually, I came to understand that it was because I had gotten used to relying on my dad and Uncle Piccolo. So after losing them, I couldn't find a way to defeat the androids, even needing Goten to guide me. Although Uncle Piccolo and the others could fight alone, they had also become accustomed to having my dad back them up every time. Therefore, after losing my dad, they were completely unprepared and were all killed. Goten is very much like I was as a child, but he actually lacks even more confidence and courage than I did. He has strength and talent, but lacks the courage to engage in battle, and that courage needs to be built through combat. So I hope Goten can stop relying on me, because I don't want there to be a day when I die and Goten doesn't even have the courage to resist." Mr. Popo nodded and said, "But you can already defeat the androids, right?" Sun Gohan shook his head and said, "Yes, I could defeat the androids now. But who knows if new androids will appear tomorrow, or even more terrifying monsters than the androids. At that time, I might also perish in battle. The spark of hope cannot be completely extinguished." Mr. Popo nodded in agreement. Sun Wukong turned to Mr. Popo and said, "Mr. Popo, thank you for being willing to listen to my nonsense. I should be on my way. Otherwise, Goten's battle is about to begin." Whoosh! A bright white aura rushed down from the temple, heading towards West City. In West City, Sun Wukong caught Goten and landed steadily on the ground. He smiled with some satisfaction and said, "Goten, you really did great. I never expected you to fight against the androids to such an extent. You know, even I have never caused any substantial damage to the androids." Boom! At that moment, Android 17 charged over again. Sun Wukong held Goten with one arm and clenched his other hand into a fist, striking out suddenly. A golden aura ignited, illuminating the starry sky and the earth. The self-proclaimed ultimate warrior, Android 17, didn't even see Sun Wukong's attack clearly before being sent flying by a punch, crashing into the ruins. Then, Sun Wukong placed Goten on the ground and first took out a bag from his pocket, then pulled out a light green bean from the bag. He pried open Goten's mouth, crushed the bean, and threw it inside. Sun Wutian was still conscious and could probably guess that what was in his mouth was the legendary senzu bean. He made an effort to swallow it. The next second, a pure life energy washed over his entire body, and Sun Wutian felt a surge of spirit. His physical condition was unprecedentedly good. "You've angered me today." A roar echoed as Android 17 soared into the air, his face twisted in rage, and with swollen eyes, he resembled a demon. At the same time, Android 18 stood in front of Sun Gohan, her expression stern as she said, "You seem to have changed as well. It seems I can't let you go anymore." Sun Wukong did not pay attention to Android 18. He looked at the wary Sun Goten and took a senzu bean from his bag, then handed it to Sun Goten, saying, "Goten, feed this senzu bean to Trunks and leave the androids to me." Sun Goten nodded, took the senzu bean, while Sun Gohan directly threw away the empty bag and then looked at Android 18. Seeing Sun Goten flying to the side, Android 18 turned to block him. Bang! Sun Gohan moved like lightning. One moment he was standing still, and the next he was in front of Android 18. He slightly bent down, and with a powerful right punch, he pierced through Android 18's body, blood spraying everywhere. Sun Gohan said in a deep voice, "This punch is for Uncle Piccolo." At that moment, Sun Gohan recalled the scene of Uncle Piccolo being toyed with by Android 18, having his heart pierced in battle. Boom! Then, under Android 18's incredulous gaze, Sun Gohan withdrew his right hand and struck Android 18's head again with his left fist. With an explosion, half of Android 18's beautiful face was left, blood splattering all over Sun Gohan, but he remained unfazed, muttering, "This punch is for Uncle Krillin." At that moment, Sun Gohan thought of the scene where Krillin's head was blown apart by Android 18's punch. Finally, this strike is for Uncle Vegeta. Sun Gohan took a step back, placing his hands on his forehead, brilliant light gathering, and then a beam of light obliterated Android 18's beautiful body. At that moment, Sun Gohan's mind flashed with the image of Vegeta being overpowered by Android 18, his arms broken and legs crushed, engulfed by the beam of light. Although Uncle Vegeta wasn't really a friend, he had fought against the androids for the sake of Earth, so he counted as one. 18. After a series of attacks on Android 18 that happened in an instant, by the time Android 17 in the air reacted, Android 18 had already vanished under Sun Gohan's mystic flash. D-17, furious, unleashed countless energy blasts toward Sun Gohan. In the ruins, Sun Goten pried open Trunks' mouth and stuffed a senzu bean inside, then manually helped Trunks close his mouth and patted it hard. The senzu bean quickly took effect. Trunks regained consciousness, opened his eyes, and saw Sun Goten with a crab head. He flipped over and asked, "You must be Sun Goten, right?" Sun Wukong nodded and said, "I am Sun Wukong. Nice to meet you, Trunks." Trunks seemed to remember something and said anxiously, "Wukong, those two androids are looking for you and Gohan." Sun Wukong pointed to the distance and said with a smile, "My brother's training is over, and the androids should become a thing of the past." Trunks followed Sun Wukong's, and just in time, saw Gohan's special beam cannon engulfing Android 18's body. His eyes widened, filled with admiration. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wufan, who had effortlessly ended Android 18's life as if chopping vegetables, and felt a bit surprised. He originally thought that his brother would be able to handle two androids at the same time, but he didn't expect him to have become this strong. He had even prepared himself for another fight with Android 17, but now it seemed completely unnecessary. He just didn't know how his brother's current strength compared to Super Vegeta. While Sun Wutian was still thinking about other things, Android 17 had already unleashed an endless fury and launched an attack on Sun Wukong. Energy blasts rained down like a storm towards Sun Wukong. He turned to the side and stretched out both hands forward, releasing a concentrated barrage of energy waves in response. Boom, boom, boom. The Kamehameha wave launched by Gohan collided with the energy blast from Android 17 in midair, resulting in countless small explosions merging into a massive explosion. The intense sound instantly spread throughout West City, and between Gohan and Android 17 stood numerous dilapidated buildings that could hardly withstand the impact, turning into ruins. Perhaps recalling something, Gohan's golden aura suddenly surged several meters high, and his muscles bulged unexpectedly, causing the power of the Kamehameha wave in his hands to increase dramatically. In just a breath's time, he suppressed Android 17. Android 17 felt the intense pressure and couldn't help but become furious. However, no matter how angry he was, the countless Kamehameha waves launched by Gohan gradually pressed down towards him. Android 17 abandoned the idea of firing energy blasts, Instead, he spread his arms to the sides, and a green circular energy shield appeared to block Gohan's Kamehameha waves. This is Tien's Kikaho. Seeing that Android 17 had activated his shield, Gohan also gave up on launching Kamehameha waves. He brought his hands together, then separated them, connecting his thumbs while touching the pinky of his right hand to the index finger of his left hand, forming a square aimed directly at the shielded Android 17. Boom! Sun Gohan formed a box-shaped energy wall with both hands, and in an instant, the energy wall grew to several dozen meters long. The golden energy wall slammed into Android 17's energy shield, immediately covering it with a web of cracks. Boom! Just as one energy blast hit Android 17's energy shield, another one was already fired. This time, Android 17's energy shield shattered like glass under a heavy blow, falling to the ground in countless fragments. The android's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured, "But I'm the ultimate warrior." While Android 17 struggled to comprehend the situation, Sun Gohan had already transformed into a golden flash and rushed forward. Bang! At the point where the golden flash converged, a fist carrying the hope of shattering darkness struck down heavily, creating a fist-sized dent in Android 17's abdomen. Damn it! I'm the ultimate warrior. Blood trickled from the corner of Android 17's mouth as he took 2 steps back, his eyes filled with incredulity. Gohan raised his right hand, and dazzling white light gathered at his fingertips. In the next second, a stark white beam pierced through Android 17's body. Gohan silently muttered, "This is Uncle D NGD Ing's D NGD Ing wave." At this moment, Gohan thought of Tien and Kaiatsu. The two of them had exerted all their strength, but to no avail, leading to being mocked and humiliated by Android 17, and they died with their eyes still open. "You beast! I will slaughter you." The android looked at his injured body and recalled the already dead Android 18. He completely lost his composure, roaring and screaming as he launched an attack on Gohan. Sun Gohan's golden aura burned like a raging fire, and he showed no fear as he engaged in combat with Android 17. The golden aura clashed continuously with Android 17, tearing the sky apart and shaking the ground, making the entire West City seem to be on the brink of collapse. Wukong Fist. Ultimately, 17 found it difficult to withstand Sun Gohan's power, being pushed back relentlessly and crashing into countless abandoned buildings. Then, Sun Gohan suddenly changed his punch stance, attacking with the ferocity of a hungry wolf. The golden aura transforming into a ravenous wolf that roared as it charged at Android 17. Crack! The crisp sound echoed repeatedly, and the android's bones broke countless times before Sun Gohan finally embedded him into the stone wall with a punch. At that moment, Sun Gohan recalled Yamcha, who had been crushed by Android 17 and thrown into the explosion pit. Sun Gohan took a few steps back, his hands first stretching out in a petal shape towards the front, then placing them at his waist. A brilliant light ignited between his hands as he shouted, "Finally! This is the Kamehameha wave." The dazzling white light instantly illuminated the entire West City, and the vast Kamehameha surged forward with a crushing momentum towards Android 17. Boom! The sound of a violent explosion echoed continuously, drowning out the noise for miles around. The ground shook incessantly, and the intense white flames engulfed 17 without relenting, dispersing the dark clouds that obscured the sky, revealing a deep blue, starry night. Wow, so powerful! The strong wind pressure swirled around, and Son Goten, transformed into a Super Saiyan, stood in front of Trunks, feeling the scorching airflow that passed by, and he was a bit surprised. The intense white light lasted for an unknown time before finally fading away. Son Gohan looked at the stone wall that had turned to ashes and let out a long sigh of relief. He raised his head to the sky, and as the golden aura dissipated, a relieved smile appeared on Son Gohan's face. "Dad? Uncle Piccolo, did you see that? We won." As if sensing Son Gohan's heartfelt words, the clear night sky suddenly began to rain. Trunks looked around and found that the androids had finally disappeared. Overjoyed, he rushed toward Son Gohan and leaped in his arms, tears filling his eyes as he said, "Gohan, we finally won." Son Gohan lowered his head, gently stroking Trunks' head with his right hand, and said with a smile, "Yes, we finally won, and the world has finally restored peace." Unlike Son Gohan and Trunks, although Son Goten was also excited, he couldn't fully understand the feelings of Trunks and Son Gohan. After all, he had only fought against the androids twice. Son Goten also came to Son Gohan and Trunks' side, smiling as he said, "Yeah, the demon has been defeated, and now we should step into a new era." Sun Gohan tilted his head slightly, looking at Sun Goten, and for the first time, a relaxed smile appeared on his lips. Sun Wutian gave his brother a thumbs up, and Sun Wufan was taken aback, returning the gesture with a thumbs up as well. At that moment, a person in military uniform came running over, having jumped over several stone slabs. She looked at Sun Wufan and the others and asked curiously, "Who are you? Don't you know that the androids are in West City? How dare you come out and run around at this time?" Sun Wutian and the others looked at the person in gray military uniform. She had a slender figure, about 1.6 meters tall. She wore a blue helmet from which 2 black ponytails extended. Her face seemed to be smeared with dust, slightly dark, and she had a pair of delicate eyebrows. Beneath her eyebrows, her eyes were extremely lively. When Sun Wukong saw the female soldier, his eyes lit up, and he thought, "Isn't this Biddy Lee? What a coincidence." Trunks then spoke up, "The androids have already been defeated by Gohan, and this world is at peace." Huh. Biddy Lee seemed a bit skeptical. She looked at Gohan again and suddenly remembered something, pointing at Gohan, and said, "You are the legendary Golden Warrior who has been fighting against the androids all along?" Sun Wukong did not answer, but just smiled and said, "You are one of the rebels, right? Please inform them that the androids have been eliminated and this world is at peace." Biddy Lee nodded and looked at Sun Wukong, saying, "I understand now. You are the Gohan brother he mentioned. Thank you for saving us so many times in the past." Sun Gohan shook his head and said gently, "I'm sorry, it's my fault. You have all suffered these years." Biddy Lee shook her head and said, "No, it's precisely because you have been fighting on the front lines that our defense force has been able to muster the courage to confront the androids. Moreover, if it weren't for you, our army would have surely been wiped out by humans long ago." Gohan said, "All right, that's it. Please inform everyone. I still have some things to take care of, so I'll leave first." "Wait." Biddy Lee suddenly called out to Gohan, saying, "Since you defeated those 2 demons, you are the hero who saved humanity. No matter what, the people you saved should meet their hero." Sun Wukong shook his head and smiled, saying, "There's no need for that. I've never considered myself a hero. I'm just an ordinary warrior fighting against the androids. Goodbye." As he spoke, Sun Wukong cast a glance at Goten and Trunks, then soared into the sky. Trunks followed closely behind, while Goten took a glance at Biddy Lee before following suit. Watching the 3 figures ascend into the sky, Biddy Lee's eyes lit up and her final doubts dissipated. She thought to herself, "It really is him, the Golden Warrior who has saved us many times before. Wukong, right? I will always remember you." With that thought, Biddy Lee carefully observed her surroundings and then turned to run back to her team's hiding place. The tall soldier hiding behind a building was the first to spot Biddy Lee. He lowered his voice and shouted, "Captain, what's going on over there? Wasn't it the androids causing destruction in the city again, just now?" Biddy Lee strode up to them, took a deep breath, and said loudly, "Everyone, there's no need to be afraid. The 2 androids that were destroying the city have been defeated, and we no longer have to live in fear." "What? Huh? Impossible." The team members were stunned by Biddy Lee's words, knowing full well they had fought the androids directly before. They were aware of how terrifying the androids were. Although they were still in battle, they secretly believed that the androids were invincible. Seeing the disbelief on everyone's faces, Biddy Lee added, "You heard me right. The androids have indeed been defeated. The one who defeated them is the Golden Warrior who has saved us multiple times." The Golden Warrior. If it was the Golden Warrior, then it must be true. However, upon hearing that the Golden Warrior was the one who defeated the androids, the soldiers began to believe it a little. They had seen the Golden Warrior battle the androids many times and knew he could soar through the skies and shake the heavens. It seemed only a person like him could defeat the androids. Unlike the team members' disbelief, the vice captain pondered for a moment and said, "So, Captain, did you see the Golden Warrior with your own eyes?" Biddy Lee nodded and replied, "Yes, he was the one who told me the androids had been defeated." The vice captain rubbed his chin and asked, "So you didn't actually see the androids being destroyed?" Biddy Lee glanced at him and said, "No, but the Golden Warrior's words should be reliable. I saw the surrounding scene, and it definitely looked like there had been a fierce battle." "Bruce, you heard the commotion just now, didn't you?" The vice captain's expression turned serious as he said, "I'm not saying I don't believe you, but the destruction of the androids is no small matter. We can't just announce it to all of humanity without proper investigation." Biddy Lee understood this logic. If the military announced that the androids had been eliminated and they reappeared the next day, it would cause immeasurable losses. However, Biddy Lee had no way to prove it. She hadn't had time to inquire about the remnants of the androids or found any effective evidence in the ruins, making it difficult to make a direct announcement. The vice captain then asked, "Captain, do you know the identity of that Golden Warrior? Perhaps we can find him to inquire." Biddy shook her head and said, I only heard others call him Wukong. I didn't ask him anything else before he flew away. The vice captain repeated Wukong twice, feeling it sounded somewhat familiar. Suddenly, one soldier exclaimed, Could it be Sun Wukong? The vice captain paused, and his eyes brightened as he said, It must be Sun Wukong. If it's him, then it's truly possible. Biddy was taken aback and asked, Who is this old man's Sun Wukong? The vice captain replied, Captain, you're still young. You might not have heard the stories of Sun Wukong, but we grew up hearing tales of the old master. He studied under the martial arts god, Master Wu Tian, and is proficient in various martial arts. It's said that he surpassed the limits of the human body over 80 years ago, reaching an unimaginable level. If he were alive today, defeating the androids wouldn't be impossible. Biddy shook her head and said, That can't be the same person. The Wukong I saw looked like a young man in his 20s, wearing an orange martial arts uniform. The vice captain was taken aback and said, An orange martial arts uniform? That must be the uniform of the turtle school. But how could a young man be involved? If the old master Wukong were alive today, he'd be over 100 years old. Biddy said, Since we can't clarify this for now, let's report back and wait for an investigation. I'm sure if this Wukong is still on Earth, we will find him eventually. The team members responded with a yes, without discussing how Biddy and the others would report back or search for the Golden Warrior. Wukong and the others turned in the sky and then headed to the hidden chamber below the Capsule Corporation. As soon as Sun Wutian and the others entered, they saw Bulma waiting at the door. Bulma first glanced at Trunks and, seeing that he wasn't injured, then turned to Wutian and Gohan, saying, Gohan has come too. So this is Wutian. He really looks a lot like him. For a moment, Bulma's gaze became somewhat dazed, as if she was transported back to the days when she searched for the Dragon Balls with the young boy. Son Goten bowed respectfully and said, Hello, Aunt Bulma. My name is Son Goten. Bulma came to her senses, smiled, and said, How polite. Seeing you's like seeing Goku from back in the day. Son Goten scratched his head, revealing a hint of an awkward smile. Bulma invited them to sit down again and then asked Gohan, By the looks of you, have the androids been defeated? Son Gohan nodded and said, The androids have been defeated, so we don't have to live in fear anymore. Bulma asked, But how exactly were they defeated? I remember that the last time you fought the androids, you were still no match for them. Sun Wukong looked at Goten and said, It was Dad who told Goten in a dream that there was a way to defeat the androids at the temple. So I went to the temple to train with Goten. Bulma seemed to have some doubts in her eyes. Is that really how it is? Sun Wukong nodded and said, There's a place in the temple where one day on Earth is equivalent to a year there. Bulma immediately understood, although she didn't know much about martial arts. She knew that Sun Wukong had great talent. The reason he couldn't defeat the androids was simply that he was too gentle. He would rather fight to the death than let many people die because of prolonged training. Bulma sighed and said, Old Sun, since you can communicate through dreams, why not come in person? Sun Wutian said, Maybe Dad has his own thoughts. Maybe, Bulma replied, and then said, In that case, it's fine. There's no need to keep making time machines. Next, we just need to figure out a way to revive Goku and the others. Hearing this, Sun Wutian immediately became a bit flustered. What do you mean you can't build a time machine? Don't you know how big an impact not building a time machine will have? The main world of Dragon Ball would disappear, and if Black Goku and Baby came over, we might all get wiped out. Just as Sun Wutian was thinking about how to persuade Bulma, Sun Gohan suddenly said, If possible, I still hope Aunt Bulma can create a time machine. Although everything is for the best, I really don't want the people in another world to suffer that kind of hellish pain. Bulma nodded and said, Since Gohan said so, then let's continue to try. Anyway, the androids have been eliminated, so I don't have to research alone anymore. Son Gohan nodded and said, Then I'll trouble you, Bulma auntie. Bulma then asked, By the way, Gohan, now that the world has returned to peace, do you have any plans? Son Gohan said, I want to find the location of the new Namek and then resurrect the people who died because of the androids. Bulma replied, Sorry, I don't know the location of the new Namek either. Son Gohan said, There's nothing I can do about it. I'll go to the temple later, mister. Popo might know something. If we still can't find it, then we'll just have to give up. Bulma continued to ask, And then, do you have any other plans? Sun Wukong said, I want to open a martial arts school. Trunks' eyes lit up. Bulma nodded and said, Opening your own martial arts school is also a good choice. But I remember you said before that you wanted to be a scholar, right? Son Gohan shook his head and said, I did think that if I won, I would go back and continue to strive as a scholar. But through these years of battles, I gradually realized one thing. A person's strength is ultimately limited, and the world that one person protects is also unstable. Even someone as powerful as Dad will eventually die, so I can't help but consider the future. I hope to open a martial arts school to guide everyone in practicing martial arts, so that everyone on Earth can become like dragons. After Gohan finished speaking, Bulma had not reacted much, but Trunks had already jumped up from his seat, excitedly saying, as expected of Brother Gohan, "This idea is fantastic. I am willing to work hard with Brother Gohan." Bulma glanced at Trunks, then looked at Gohan, and after a while, she said, "It's also hard for you. You really look like a true savior, unlike your unfocused dad." When Bulma mentioned Son Goku, there seemed to be a hint of sadness in her eyes. After a moment, she added, "If you really want to open a martial arts school, I can have Capsule Corporation provide you with financial and technical support." Sun Wukong nodded and said, "Then thank you." Bulma smiled and said, "Don't be so quick to say thank you. I have a request. You should bring Trunks along too." Trunks looked at his mother in surprise. He always knew that his mother did not support him training in martial arts or fighting against androids. So why was she being so open-minded this time? Sun Gohan also felt some confusion, because although he had been teaching Trunks martial arts, it was done privately. Bulma was unwilling to let Trunks engage in combat. It seemed that Bulma sensed the doubts in both of their hearts. She smiled and said, "The reason I didn't want Trunks to fight before was that the androids were too dangerous and Trunks was still young, making the risk too high. Now that the androids have been eliminated and you have the idea of opening a martial arts school, it will be better to let him train with you. After all, no matter how much I wish he wouldn't have to fight as a scion, he will eventually have to, and besides, Trunks has been training with you for a while now." Trunks felt a little touched and looked at Bulma, saying, "Mom?" Sun Wukong nodded and said, "Trunks has great talent and an extremely strong will. If he trains, he will definitely become an outstanding martial artist." Trunks then looked at Goten and said, "My talent is actually quite average. I still can't transform into a Super Saiyan, and Goten is a year younger than me. Yet he can already become a Super Saiyan." "Huh?" Bulma seemed a bit surprised. Son Goten smiled and said, "That's probably because my dad was already a Super Saiyan when I was born. I benefited from his glory. My talent might not necessarily be stronger than Trunks. Besides, I'm still far from being as strong as Trunks." Trunks also scratched his head and said, "No way. I can't even get past one move against an android. But it seems like you, Goten, have fought against the androids for a long time." Bulma looked at the two of them being modest with each other and couldn't help but smile. "You too, stop being modest. Although the androids have been eliminated, the city still needs to be rebuilt, the company needs to be restored, and many deceased humans need to be revived. We should get busy." "Okay." Gohan stood up and said, "Then I'll go to the temple to find the coordinates of the new Namek." Sun Wutian also stood up and said, "Then I will go with my brother." Trunks stood up and said, "I will go with Gohan brother too." But Bulma smiled and said, "For finding the coordinates of Namek, those two brothers are enough. You stay here and help Mom with some things." Trunks helplessly nodded. Sun Wukong gently patted Trunks on the head and smiled, saying, "Trunks, even if we find the coordinates, we'll need to borrow a spaceship from Capsule Corporation later, so you should wait here for a bit." Then, Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian left Bulma's house. Suddenly, Bulma said, "There is something about this Sun Wutian that doesn't quite match his age, and he seems to know a lot of things we don't." Trunks was taken aback, somewhat puzzled. Bulma shook her head and continued, "But I can tell that this child will also be a kind-hearted person." Trunks asked, "Can you really tell so much in such a short time, Mom?" Bulma didn't reply, just stood up and said, "We need to get busy, whether it's going to new Namek, reorganizing Capsule Corporation, or helping Gohan open a martial arts school. We need to prepare." As Trunks followed his mother's footsteps, a line of large text suddenly appeared in his mind. Year 731 of the Age of the Gods, May 13th, you escape death and gain 2 fate points. Fate points can be used to simulate life. Each point can extend simulation time by 1 year. Current fate points, 2. Trunks was filled with confusion and quickly took a few steps to ask his mom, "Mom, have you heard of something called a life simulator?" Bulma shook her head and casually asked, "What is that?" Trunks thought for a moment and said, "It seems to be something that can read the data of yourself and the world, simulating a person's future life." Bulma laughed. "How could there be such a thing?" Trunks insisted, "But it really seems like I have something like that in my head." Bulma paused, turning around in surprise. Above in the sky, 2 bright, white streaks of light were heading toward the peak of the sky, which was Gohan and Wu Qian heading to the temple. Sun Wukong thought for a long time and finally spoke. "I'm sorry, Goten. I actually came out when the androids attacked West City. But I still chose to let you fight alone. I'm not a qualified brother, and if you want to blame me, I have no words to say." Son Goten leaned over, looking at Gohan with some shock, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect you, Gohan, this thick-browed, big-eyed guy, to have such thoughts. You're so outrageous. Does Uncle Piccolo know?" At first, Son Goten did feel a bit resentful. However, after thinking it over, he realized that he hadn't lost much in this battle. On the contrary, he gained a lot. At least he had initially acquired the courage to fight. As for Sun Goten's safety issue while fighting the androids, it must have been safe from beginning to end, since Gohan might have been watching all along. Seeing that Sun Goten was somewhat silent, Sun Gohan felt a bit gloomy in his heart. Finally, Sun Goten spoke up. Is there a problem? It was originally my decision to go fight, but I have never had the courage to fight, and I still need my brother to use this method to make me fight. I should actually be apologizing to my brother. After all, I know that my brother is not someone who likes to lie, yet he is willing to lie for me. Hearing Goten's words, Gohan felt a warmth in his heart. He looked at Goten with gentle eyes. Sun Wukong felt a chill all over his body as he was looked at by Sun Wufan. He sighed and said, actually, I know it. I'm not worthy of being a warrior at all. Not to mention compared to my brother, even Trunks is far beyond me. I lack determination during training and always think about slacking off. Before battles, I hesitate and worry about others. I can imagine how much of a headache it must be for a brother like me. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Goten, suddenly smiling happily and said, Goten, you shouldn't belittle yourself. You say you lack perseverance during training, but no matter how hard or difficult it is, you've always persisted. You say you feel fear when facing strong enemies, but you were still able to overcome yourself when facing the androids, bravely striking back and using your intelligence to gain the upper hand at times. All of this shows that you are quite excellent. Moreover, humans are born with flaws. It's not that we should fear having flaws, but rather fear knowing our flaws and not trying to overcome them. Goten, your brother believes you will definitely become an outstanding martial artist. Martial artist, Sun Goten murmured, but in his heart, he was pondering, if I can't even be a warrior, can I really become an excellent martial artist? We've arrived. As Sun Wutian was thinking, he had already seen the temple above. Then, Sun Wufan transformed into a streak of light and rushed up first, with Sun Wutian closely following behind. As the two landed in the temple, they saw Mr. Popo with an excited expression on his face. He deeply bowed to Sun Wufan and Sun Wutian and said, thank you so much for saving humanity and saving this planet. Sun Wukong shook his head and said, Mr. Popo, you're too modest. We're just doing what we can do as Earthlings. Mr. Popo nodded, his eyes filled with tranquility, and he asked, did you come here for something this time? Sun Gohan said, although the androids have been dealt with, many people lost their lives because of them, so I would like to use the Dragon Balls of the Namekians. Mr. Popo, do you know the location of the new Namek? Mr. Popo shook his head and said, the Namekians did not leave any coordinates when they left. Sun Wukong frowned and said, this could be troublesome. Sun Wutian thought for a moment and then asked, is there such a person who controls a quarter of the universe and can use their authority to find that Namek? Mr. Popo pondered for a while and said, if it's Lord Kai, then he should have the ability to find a new Namek. Sun Gohan glanced at Sun Goten and asked, so, how can we reach Lord Kai? Mr. Popo replied, only the God of Earth has a way to contact Lord Kai, and I have no means to reach him here. Sun Gohan, undeterred, asked, so, Mr. Bobo, is there a way to find King Kai's location? Bobo shook his head again and said, King Kai is located at the crossroads of life and death, at the edge of the universe, at the end of the Yellow Springs. The simplest way to find him is to go to the underworld and pass the test of the Snake Way. Sun Wukong felt a bit of a headache, but living people can't enter the underworld, right? Mr. Popo said, the gods of the past had this ability. Sun Wukong felt a bit of a headache, while Sun Wutian continued to guide him patiently. Is there such a person? She is skilled in witchcraft and divination, often dealing with life and death, and in the human world, she can lead people into the underworld. Mr. Bobo looked at Sun Wutian with some curiosity and said, are you talking about the fortune-telling grandma? Sun Gohan looked at Sun Goten with surprise, while Sun Goten spoke somewhat sheepishly. I don't know if it's the fortune-teller Baba, I just feel that the earth is very big, and there must be some people with special abilities. Mr. Popo said, fortune-teller Baba might be the kind of person you're talking about. She has the power to travel between the realms of the living and the dead. So she often deals with the deceased and has the ability to bring them to the living world. Sun Goten said, that must be her, but how can we contact her? Mr. Bobo looked down at the lower realm and after a while said, she used to live in an oasis in the desert. But ever since the androids appeared, she left. I'm sorry, Bobo doesn't know where the fortune-telling old lady went. Sun Wukong felt a bit disappointed and said, this is going to be a bit difficult. Mr. Popo replied, but you can ask Master Rashi. I remember, he seems to be the brother of the fortune-telling granny, so he should have her contact information. Sun Wukong was a bit surprised. The turtle hermit is actually the brother of the fortune-telling grandma. Mr. Popo just nodded and said, I hope you can succeed and resurrect those who died because of the androids. Sun Wukong solemnly nodded. Then, the two brothers bid farewell to Mr. Popo once again and leaped down from the temple. Two streaks of light flew across the sky, heading towards the southeastern islands. Along the way, Sun Wukong widened his eyes, continuously looking at Wu Tian. After an unknown amount of time, he finally said, Wu Tian, it seems like you knew about Lord Kai and the fortune teller from the very beginning, right? Sun Goten said, Brother, how did you figure out? Sun Gohan said, Your statement just now has a very clear target, right? But I have some doubts. You probably don't know about the fortune teller and Lord Kai, do you? Sun Goten felt a bit regretful about the suggestion he just made. However, upon further reflection, he realized that such things couldn't be hidden forever, so it was better to be straightforward. After all, he had been Sun Goten since the moment he was born. It wasn't like he had taken over someone else's body. Moreover, his brother and mother were his true family, and he didn't want to hide anything from them. He believed that his brother would trust him as well. After pondering for a moment, Sun Goten finally said, Speaking of which, brother, you might not believe me, but it seems like I have some other memories since the moment I was born. Sun Wukong was a bit stunned. Are there some other memories? Sun Wukong nodded and said while flying towards the haunted house in the southeastern islands, I seem to understand many things about this world from the very beginning. I know about my dad and brother's past, and I even know how this world will develop in the future, but at first, I found it hard to believe. Sun Wukong nodded and said, I remember when you were 1 or 2 years old, your mother said you didn't look like a child of that age at all. If you had those memories since you were born, then it wouldn't be strange. Sun Wukong was a bit surprised. He thought to himself, I've hidden it so deeply, yet my mom still saw through it. Isn't it said that in Dragon Ball, everyone thinks with their muscles? Sun Gohan asked again, You said you can predict the future of this world, so was I originally supposed to die? Sun Goten didn't bring up those matters, but simply said, It's nothing that will die or won't die. Memory is dead, while reality is constantly changing. As long as we are alive, we should do things that the living do. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wutian's little adult demeanor and suddenly laughed, saying, I've been taught a lesson by you. All right, Wu Tian, let us walk into the future together as brothers. Sun Wukong nodded, but he was also glad that his brother could trust him. Sun Wukong was also very happy in his heart, although he found it strange to be born with other memories. The fact that his younger brother was willing to share them at least indicated that within just a few minutes, Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian had already arrived above the Kame house. However, without even landing, they could see that the Kame house was desolate, as if no one had lived there for a long time. Sun Wukong sighed and said, It seems that Master Rashi has also hidden away. This is really troublesome now. Sun Goten said, Brother, why don't you try to sense Master Wu Tian's ki? Sun Wukong gazed into the distance and said, I've been searching, but it seems Grandpa has hidden his presence. No matter how hard I try, it's really difficult to find him. Sun Wukong also felt a bit of a headache, and at this moment, he didn't know what to do. Sun Wukong landed next to Kame house and said, If we really can't find him, then we'll just have to let him come over. Sun Goten was a bit confused. Let him come over? Drink. Sun Wukong's body trembled, and a strong aura erupted, directly altering the flow of the surrounding atmosphere. Layer upon layer of ripples spread wildly around him, centered on Sun Wukong. After about a minute, Sun Wukong finally stopped and sat down on the stone bench outside the turtle house. Sun Goten also sat beside him and asked, Brother, will Teacher Wu Tian and the others come over like this? Sun Wukong nodded and said, Grandpa knows my energy, so he should be able to guess the meaning of the energy I just released. If he were alive, he would definitely come over. Then, the two brothers continued to wait. About an hour later, the waves parted on the other side of the sea, and an old man stood on the waves, moving towards Kame house. Sun Wukong stood up, a look of joy on his face, and waved vigorously at the old man over there. Sun Wukong also stood up and carefully observed the legendary martial arts god. What caught his eye was a small, slender figure with a familiar bald head, a large tuft of white beard by his mouth, and wearing a pair of iconic sunglasses, exuding the demeanor of a martial arts master. Looking at his attire, he wore a pink shirt on top, grayish-white shorts on the bottom, and a pair of slippers. Well, I take back the previous statement. Master Rashi truly is Master Rashi, flamboyant as ever. Sun Wukong arrived at the shore and shouted to Master Rashi, Old man. Master Rashi jumped out of the waves and landed beside Wukong. He glanced at Wukong and asked, Wukong, I heard you've been fighting against the androids. How come you have time to come here? Have you defeated the androids already? Gohan nodded and said, the androids have become a thing of the past, and the Earth is temporarily safe. Master Roshi looked deeply at Gohan, was about to speak, but then noticed Goten behind him and was instantly taken aback. This child. Sun Wutian respectfully bowed to Master Roshi and said, hello, Master Roshi. My name is Sun Wutian. Sun Wukong explained. This is my younger brother, and it's the first time I've brought him to meet Grandpa. Master Roshi stared at Goten for a while before saying, he really looks like your dad. If it weren't for those eyes, I might have mistaken him. Master Roshi seemed to be lost in memories, while the large turtle from the sea slowly made its way ashore, saying, Gohan, you really are impressive. Being able to defeat such a powerful opponent. After a while, Master Roshi finally said, Gohan's talent has always been high. If someone had guided him, he might have already defeated the androids. By the way, Gohan, you didn't come just to bring Goten to see me, or to inform me that the androids have been defeated, did you? Sun Wukong then told Master Roshi about his desire to use the Dragon Balls and his conversation with Mr. Popo at the temple. After listening, Master Roshi said, you want to ask my sister for help, right? No problem, I do have a way to contact her. Just wait a moment. Then, Master Roshi leaned on his familiar cane and went rummaging through the cane house. The turtle glanced at Sun Wukong and then at Sun Wutian, saying, who came up with your names? One is Wufan, named after your father's grandfather, and the other, Wutian. Isn't that the same name as Master Wutian? Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian felt a bit awkward after hearing this. The two looked at each other in silence for a while, and after a moment, Master Roshi walked out of the house holding a large white crystal ball, saying, this is the crystal ball, no matter where my sister is, I can contact her. Sun Wukong said, then I'll leave it to you, Grandpa. Master Roshi then placed the crystal ball on the ground, circled around it twice, and chanted some incantations, looking just like a charlatan. If someone had been nearby at that moment, they might have heard him mumbling about his sister, business is coming, fortune-telling grandma. Someone is looking for you. After an unknown amount of time, the crystal ball finally lit up and began to float in the air, revealing the image of a witch dressed in black. Oh, Wutian, you're still alive? The witch, or fortune-telling grandma, greeted Master Roshi warmly as soon as she saw him. Master Roshi responded, elders come first, I've been waiting for you all along. Sun Wutian and Sun Wufan were dumbfounded. Is this how you siblings greet each other? The fortune teller said, my foolish brother, what do you want from me? Just to be clear, it's impossible to take Sun Wukong back to Earth to eliminate the androids. Otherwise, your sister will have to ascend to heaven early. Master Roshi said, I already know that. It's fine for the deceased to come for a visit, but making world-changing decisions comes with serious consequences. This time, I'm not here looking for you. Mainly it's Sun Wukong's two sons who are looking for you. The fortune teller glanced at Sun Wufan and Sun Wutian beside her and asked, what do you two want? Sun Wukong said, hello, Grandma. I am Sun Wukong. I would like to ask if it is possible to bring a living person to the underworld. The fortune-telling grandma looked at Sun Wukong with some confusion and said, isn't it very simple for a living person to go to the underworld? Just find someone to fight, and I guarantee they will be in the underworld by tonight. Sun Wukong felt a bit awkward. The fortune-telling old lady was quite chatty. Sun Gohan remained calm and said, the androids have already been defeated by me. Now I want to use the power of the Dragon Balls to resurrect some people. Huh? The fortune teller seemed surprised by Sun Gohan's words. She stared at him and said, the androids were defeated by you? Young man, you aren't just boasting, are you? Sun Gohan said, it's true, Granny. If you don't believe it, you can go to the underworld to confirm. Also, we would like to meet Lord King Kai. I wonder if you can take us to the underworld? The fortune-telling Granny said, the androids were actually defeated. This is really big news. We'll go to see King Yin for the trial in a moment. By the way, you said you wanted to visit Lord King Kai, right? Sun Wukong nodded and said, it seems that only Lord Kai can help us. Master Roshi suddenly interjected, actually, her greatest strength is divination. Perhaps you can rely on her abilities to locate the new Namek. Sun Gohan and Sun Goten looked at the fortune teller, who said, the location of a new Namek is too far away. My abilities are not sufficient to locate it. Sun Wukong said, is that so? Then can we ask the old lady to take us to the underworld? The fortune-telling old lady replied, sure, but it's illegal to take living beings from the world of the living to the underworld, so it will cost extra. Master Roshi shook his head, muttering, she's really a troublesome old lady. The fortune-telling old lady shot him a glare and scolded, you're the shameless old turtle, always bringing shame to our family. If you dare to talk back again, I'll have King Yama throw you into hell in a couple of days. Master Roshi chuckled and fell silent. Sun Gohan felt a bit troubled and said, There shouldn't be too much Sony left in our family. How much do you charge, Grandma? The fortune-telling grandma extended a finger and said, 100 million Sony will be fine. I'll take a little loss. Sun Wukong was immediately filled with frustration. His family had been living off their savings, and it was hard to come up with even 1 million, let alone 100 million. The turtle sage seemed to see the fortune-teller's dilemma and said, Old lady, don't make it difficult for the two kids. By the way, don't you have a way to help people for free? The fortune-teller glared at him and replied, They defeated the androids. So where can I find 5 martial arts masters who could defeat androids? The turtle sage smiled and said, You should know them. The fortune-teller suddenly slapped her forehead and said, Good idea. Being able to watch 5 high-level martial arts competitions is not bad at all. Sun Wukong looked at the two siblings who smiled at each other, feeling a bit confused about what they were thinking. The fortune-telling grandmother then said, You two wait there for a while. I'll be back soon. If you can defeat the 5 skilled fighters I find, then I'll take you to the underworld. Sun Wukong nodded and said, Then I'll leave it to you, Grandma. Buzz. The image on the crystal ball disappeared, and it seemed to have lost its spirit, crashing directly to the ground. Master Roshi looked at Sun Wukong and then at Sun Goten, saying, You two better get yourselves in the best shape possible. This time, the opponent is not ordinary. Sun Wukong nodded, then sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes to rest. Sun Wutian floated in the air according to Master Roshi's teachings, trying to achieve mental unity. Master Roshi nodded at the two and then threw the crystal ball onto the turtle's back, saying, You put the crystal ball back in the house, and then go tell Lan Chi and the others about the androids. The turtle replied, You lazy immortal. However, Master Roshi ignored him and went into the turtle house by himself. The North Kaishin's fortune-telling grandmother arrived at Kaishin's place while sitting on the crystal ball, and at a glance, she saw the Kaishin lord sitting in a rocking chair, next to him a lazy gorilla and a grasshopper. Not far from the North Kaishin, a man in a white shirt was carefully taking care of flowers. Further away was a small bald man without a nose, radiating a crimson glow as if he were practicing. Even further away were a green-skinned monster and a 3-eyed monster, floating in midair with fiery auras surrounding them. The fortune-telling grandmother approached the Kaishin, bowed, and said, Kaishin Lord, it's a pleasure to see you again. The Kaishin Lord opened his eyes, looked at the fortune-telling grandmother, and said, What brings you here, fortune-telling grandmother? Suddenly, he leaned closer to her and jokingly said, You don't have another special cold joke, do you? The fortune-telling grandmother felt a bit embarrassed and replied, Is it really appropriate for you, a great Kaishin, to say such things? At that moment, the man taking care of the flowers also came over and greeted the fortune-telling grandmother. Hey, grandmother. Long time no see. The fortune-telling grandmother ignored him and simply nodded. Then she turned to the Kaishin Lord and said, Kaishin Lord, I have a matter in the human world that requires borrowing a few experts from you. The Kaishin Lord felt a bit regretful upon hearing this and said, It's a pity that you didn't come to tell me cold jokes. I thought you had great talent last time. The fortune-telling grandmother said, Yes, may I borrow a few experts from you? The Kaishin Lord replied, If it's to eliminate androids or something, then don't mention it. You know that the people of the underworld have no right to interfere in the affairs of the living world. Otherwise, the consequences would be very serious. The fortune-telling grandmother smiled and said, That's not the case. The androids have already been eliminated. It's just that Sun Wukong's 2 children want me to help with something, and they don't have money to pay. So, according to my requirement, they need to defeat the 5 experts I asked for. The Kaishin nodded and said, If the androids have been eliminated, then it's fine. Suddenly, the Kaishin reacted, gasping in shock. The androids have been eliminated? This roar startled the 3 people who were training nearby. The man taking care of flowers also looked shocked and stammered. Are you joking? How could such things be eliminated? The green-skinned monster said, Who eliminated the androids? It can't be that Wukong went to Earth, right? The fortune-telling grandmother shook her head and said, No, it was Sun Wukong's son, the one called Sun Gohan. Upon hearing this name, the green-skinned monster showed a look of elderly satisfaction. Gohan, that kid has grown up. The 3-eyed monster said, Even Wukong's next generation has surpassed me? The bald man without a nose said, That child Gohan. At that moment, something resembling an antenna on the Kaishin's forehead seemed to spark with electric arcs, and then he said, The androids have indeed been eliminated. That's quite rare. I thought I would have to wait until Wukong got the order to freely enter and exit the underworld. The fortune-telling grandmother asked again, So, Kaishin Lord, can I borrow a few experts from you now? The Kaishin Lord said, It's not impossible, but as a god, I have principles. You need to make me laugh first. The fortune-telling grandmother seemed to have anticipated this and confidently said, I advise everyone not to stay up late. Really? I know a turtle hermit who stayed up all night. The Kaioshin fell silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter, holding his stomach, and said, "That is too funny. Fortune-telling grandmother, you truly have talent. Ha ha ha." The others exchanged glances, acknowledging the Kaioshin Lord's reputation. The fortune-telling grandmother then asked, "Kaioshin Lord, can I take 5 experts with me?" The Kaioshin was still laughing, and upon hearing her words, he simply waved his hand, indicating his agreement. The fortune-telling grandmother asked, "Are there any of you willing to accompany me back to Earth? Just to be clear, it's to spar with Sun Gohan and the others." Piccolo said, "I'll go. I really want to see how much Gohan has improved." Krillin also said, "Count me in." Tien said, "As a martial artist, I must always strive forward. Although Sun Gohan is strong, I will never lose the courage to advance. I'll go too." Yamcha also said, "Though my strength may not count for much, I would like to go, as I still have some concerns about Pure." The fortune-telling grandmother counted the number of people and said, "That is only 4. Where's Sun Wukong?" The green-skinned monster replied, "The southern galaxy seems to have suffered severe damage, and the Kaioshin Lord asked Wukong to investigate there, so he probably won't be back for a while." The fortune-telling grandmother was taken aback. Wasn't it said that people from the underworld cannot participate in the affairs of the living world? Seemingly seeing through the fortune-telling grandmother's thoughts, Piccolo said, "The rule that people from the underworld do not interfere in the living world is relative. When it comes to threats to the galaxy or universe, the Kaioshin Lord has the authority to mobilize any forces." The fortune-telling grandmother nodded and said, "If Sun Wukong isn't around, then I'll have to find others." 1 hour later, crack, the space rippled like the surface of water. Suddenly, 6 figures emerged from the ripples. Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian opened their eyes at the same time and looked at the 6 figures. In the front was the fortune teller, floating on a crystal ball. Behind the fortune teller stood 5 figures. The one on the far left was a bald man with 3 eyes, his muscular body looking powerful and strong. The one on the far right was a man with a scar on his face, wearing an orange martial arts uniform similar to Sun Wukong's, with curly black long hair and a confident demeanor. The second figure on the left was a short bald man, also wearing an orange martial arts uniform. But unlike ordinary people, he had no nose. The second figure on the right was a green-skinned creature, wearing a purple martial arts uniform underneath and a white cloak on the outside, with a white stripe on his forehead. For some reason, he looked very arrogant, but also appeared to be green with anger. The figure in the middle was about the same height as Wukong, wearing a headscarf similar to that of an Indian, with a blue long-sleeve martial arts uniform on top and orange pants below. Sun Wukong saw those 5 people and couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness!" Sun Gohan was so excited that he couldn't contain himself. He shouted, "Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Tien, Uncle Yamcha." Noticing Gohan's calls, the others turned their heads and smiled at him. The green-skinned creature, who was Gohan's Uncle Piccolo, rarely showed a smile on his green face as he saw Gohan and said, "Gohan, I heard you defeated the androids. Well done." Krillin also smiled brightly upon seeing Gohan, saying, "I can hardly believe it. Gohan, you've grown to this extent." Tien managed to smile as well and said, "Gohan, you really did well. Thank you for saving this world." Yamcha gave Gohan a thumbs up and said, "You truly are Goku's son." The fortune teller then said, "You can catch up slowly, since you all have a day to spend in the living world, but now you need to fight for me." Tien nodded and said, "That's exactly why I'm here. To be honest, I really want to see Gohan's current strength." Son Gohan smiled and patted Goten on the shoulder, then pushed Goten forward, saying, "My strength isn't that impressive, but if possible, I hope Uncle Tien can teach my little brother well." Only then did Tien and the others notice Goten hiding behind Son Gohan, and their faces were filled with surprise. "This kid is also Goku's son?" Krillin laughed and said, "He looks just like Goku, so it must be true." Piccolo looked at Gohan and said, "I remember when I first saw him, he had just been born, and now he has grown so much." Yamcha scratched his head and smiled, saying, "It's true. Seeing this kid reminds me of those years adventuring with Goku. It's really." Sun Wutian was pushed to the front by Sun Wufan and felt a bit nervous inside. However, he still put his hands together and bowed in the manner his mother taught him, saying, "Hello, uncles, my name is Sun Wutian." Tianjin Fan smiled and said, "Hello, I'm Tianjin Fan, your father's friend." Piccolo had a cold expression and said, "I am Piccolo, your father's former rival." Krillin said, "Hello, my name is Krillin, a battle partner who fought alongside your father." Yamcha also had a gentle smile. "Hello, my name is Yamcha, and I am also your father's partner." Speaking of which, I guess I can be considered a senior in front of you. Sun Goten looked at the person dressed in a blue long-sleeve robe. Although he couldn't see the other person's face clearly and couldn't sense their aura, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this person. So he asked, "Is this uncle also a partner who fought alongside my dad?" Krillin glanced at the mysterious figure and replied with a strange expression, "I guess so. But he's not good with words, so just ignore him." The fortune teller urged from the side, all right, you've met. Now hurry up and complete your tasks." Yamcha. At that moment, a sharp voice suddenly came from the other side of the turtle house. The group turned around to see a small, floating creature. It was petite, with a blue fur back and white on its face, chest, abdomen, inner ears, and the tip of its tail. It had 2 whiskers on each cheek and looked quite adorable. Yamcha saw the little creature, and his face was filled with joy. So he ran a couple of steps and called out, "Poor." Yamcha then embraced Poor passionately, and Poor couldn't contain their emotions and even started to cry. Krillin and Tien Shinhan both smiled at the scene. At that moment, a frail girl with blue hair suddenly jumped into Tien Shinhan's arms, saying, "Tien, I thought I would never see you again. Launch." Tien Shinhan silently repeated the name in his heart, then pushed her away and said in the past, "I was focused solely on martial arts and couldn't accept you. Now that we're separated by life and death, I can't accept you even more. I'm sorry, Launch." Krillin sighed quietly. As a single guy, what right did he have to comfort others? Krillin looked around again. Piccolo had Gohan, Yamcha had Poir, Tien Shinhan had Launch, and it seemed he was all alone. For a moment, he felt the breeze on Kame Island was particularly noisy. Just as Krillin was feeling a bit down, a small pig ran up to him and said, "Krillin, is that really you? I missed you so much." Krillin glanced at the little pig, feeling slightly better, and replied, "Yeah, it's been a long time, Oolong." At that moment, Master Roshi also walked out of the turtle house, smiling and saying, "You all came? This is truly a long-awaited reunion." Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan almost simultaneously shouted, "Long time no see, Master Roshi." Master Roshi nodded, looking at this group of disciples with halos above their heads, and couldn't help but feel emotional. He then looked at the fortune teller and said, "Thank you, sister." The fortune teller scoffed and said, "I didn't bring them here for you, so hurry up and start fighting. Do I have to take you all back to the underworld?" Tien Shinhan moved away from Launch and came to Sun Goten, saying, "Fighting with a child, I still feel." Sun Wukong walked over from Piccolo and said with a smile, "Uncle Tianjin, don't underestimate Goten just because he's a kid. He has made the android suffer a lot." Upon hearing this, Tianjin was somewhat surprised. To make the android suffer, he really is worthy of being Goku's son. "So Goten, let's get started." Sun Wukong put his hands together in a gesture of respect and said, "Then I will rely on Uncle Tianjin Fan for more guidance." Just as the two were ready to start their battle, Master Roshi suddenly spoke up, "Stop. You guys shouldn't disturb my turtle island. The sea and the sky are so vast. Can't you compete elsewhere?" Sun Wukong and Tien Shinhan felt a bit awkward, and then the two of them used the instant transmission technique to stand on the surface of the sea. Tien Shinhan struck a pose from the crane school and said, "You're Goten, right? Let's begin. Let me see your martial arts." Sun Goten was also fully focused. Although he knew that Tien wasn't a formidable opponent during the Super Saiyan era, he didn't dare to underestimate him. After all, if he lost, it would be hard for him to accept. Boom! A white aura ignited around Sun Wukong, transforming into a streak of light that dashed forward. Sun Goten's speed is naturally at its peak. However, Tien Shinhan has 3 eyes, making it easier for him to catch high-speed movements than an average person. Therefore, he clearly sees Sun Goten's actions. Tien crosses his arms in front of him, and in the next second, Sun Goten unleashes a powerful punch that strikes the point where Tien's arms cross. The tremendous force erupts in an instant, even compressing the air and causing an explosion. Although Tien is prepared and not completely caught off guard by the punch, he is still knocked back about 10 meters. He is surprised in his heart. What kind of monsters are Saiyans? It seems that he cannot hold back any longer. Sun Wutien landed a hit and, driven by momentum, rushed forward again. However, Tien Shinhan had already halted his movement. Seeing Sun Wutien throw the same punch again, he felt a bit curious. Is this kid only using one move? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Sun Wutien had already charged in front of Tien Shinhan. Tien Shinhan's bright, white aura flickered as he shifted his footwork and tilted his body. He then pushed forward with both hands, perfectly sidestepping the arm that Sun Wutien had thrown. Following that, Tien Shinhan's aura surged, and he transformed his hands into palms, continuously striking Sun Wutien's arm. In just a moment of brushing past each other, Tien Shinhan managed to unleash 6 strikes, effectively dissipating a large portion of Sun Wutien's strength. Then, as he completely moved past Sun Wutian, he took a step forward, suddenly grabbing Sun Wutian by the shoulders and lifting him up. Is this the power of martial arts? The thought flashed through Sun Wutian's mind as he was lifted into the air. He then exploded with energy, trying to break free from Tian Shinan's grip. However, at that moment, Tian Shinan's strength was not inferior to his, and he firmly held him in place. Tian Shinhan said, "This doesn't seem like a situation where someone could easily suffer a loss." Kamehameha. Sun Wutian silently murmured to himself, and in an instant, the energy within him gathered in his hands. Then he suddenly struck towards the surface of the sea. Tianjin Fan was a bit confused, and the next second, he felt a great force coming from his hands, and he quickly let go. Sun Wutian then took advantage of the recoil from the Kamehameha to fly high into the air. After that, Sun Wutian looked at Tianjin Fan, knowing in his heart that he couldn't win in this state at all. So, he shook his whole body, and the next moment, a bright white aura mixed with gold transformed into a golden whirlwind that surged into the sky, scattering the clouds everywhere. Immediately afterward, Sun Wutian's black hair stood up, turning into a dazzling gold, and his entire momentum increased dramatically, causing the sea to ripple and Kame House to shake. At this moment, not only Tianjin Fan, but even below, Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha were also wide-eyed, all with expressions of astonishment. Sun Gohan, being able to transform into a Super Saiyan, was something they had guessed. After all, in their understanding, without transforming into a Super Saiyan, one wouldn't even be able to fight against the androids. However, the fact that 5-year-old Goten could also transform into a Super Saiyan, was that reasonable? Tin gradually recovered from his surprise. As he had come to fight against the Super Saiyan Gohan, so fighting against Super Saiyan Goten was also not bad. Kaioken times 10. Tien stood still, his aura gradually surging, the blood in his body flowing faster, and the air around him rushing wildly. Finally, the white aura turned a deep red, completely overshadowing the color of the sky. In an instant, waves surged and crashed like a tsunami. Boom! The golden light shot out first, while the red light descended from above, both imposing. The two surging energies collided, and the golden and red brilliance spread out, triggering a series of explosions. For a moment, the entire ocean seemed to boil. The red light was pushed back several dozen meters, landing on the surface of the sea, creating waves several meters high. However, his fighting spirit remained undiminished as he charged up again. Boom! Tien's entire body was enveloped in red flames, burning fiercely, his muscles bulging as if they were about to burst through his white shirt. Seeing Goten diving towards him again, he remained calm. Placing his hands in a scissor shape in front of his face, intense light began to gather, and he shouted loudly, "Solar flare." In the next second, an extreme golden light flickered above Tien's head, comparable to the brightness of the sun, instantly blinding Goten and forcing him to close his eyes. Sun Wukong's eyes stung, and he closed them, causing his punches to lose their accuracy and land askew. At that moment, Tian Shinhan seized the opportunity to strike, his fists raining down on Sun Wukong like raindrops. Sun Goten was still immersed in the panic of losing his sight, and his small body had already endured countless impacts in an instant. Damn it, it can't go on like this. Sun Goten gradually calmed down, and with a low shout, a golden aura erupted again, causing the air to surge and actually pushing Tian Shinhan away a short distance. Tian Shinhan was secretly surprised. This kid's strength after becoming a Super Saiyan is far above mine, but it seems he doesn't quite understand how to fight. Hiya! Sun Goten released a golden aura, forming a circular energy shield around him. Tien's fist struck the energy shield but was completely ineffective, and he was even forced to retreat continuously by the pressure of the shield. Tien stepped back a distance, looked at the expanding energy shield, and said, "You want to overwhelm me with energy? Huh? Kaioken times 20. A flash of crimson light flickered in all three of Tien's eyes. Immediately, a red glow erupted from his entire body, like a volcanic eruption, with an overwhelming momentum that nearly threatened to topple Kame House. Krillin was somewhat surprised, saying, "Little Goten is impressive too. He can actually make Tien go all out." Sun Gohan shook his head and said, "It's still not quite right. There are too many unnecessary movements during battle, and his fighting style is quite rough. Up until now, he only knows how to crush his enemies with stronger power." Yamcha chuckled and said, "That's okay, right? In many cases, he doesn't really need that much technique with such power." Piccolo then remarked, "His fighting style is too poor. However, he can occasionally use some clever techniques. He has talent, but he lacks experience and training." Boom! In midair, Tien Shinhan stood at a distance, first putting his hands together in a prayer position, then separating them, connecting his thumbs, and bringing his right pinky to touch his left index finger, forming square. The square was aimed directly at Goten, who had activated his energy shield. A square wall of energy was unleashed, crashing directly into the energy shield, creating a powerful energy collision. Although it was not enough to destroy the energy shield, it still caused a tremor. Although Sun Goten was in the energy shield, he was still affected by the energy shock, causing his body to sway inside the shield. For a moment, the brilliance of the energy shield dimmed. Fortunately, at that moment, Sun Goten's vision returned, and he clearly saw Tien's position. He immediately withdrew the energy shield and transformed into a golden streak of light, rushing towards Tien. Tien also exited the cacophony state, transforming into a crimson streak of light, charging towards Sun Goten. In the next moment, the two collided. Sun Goten gathered his strength. His fists launched with unparalleled speed and power, while Tien, undaunted, also unleashed his fists like a machine gun. The four fists continuously collided, creating explosive sounds in the sky, and the sea was churning with huge waves. However, Tien's speed and power were far inferior to Sun Goten's. He could only rely on some martial arts techniques to barely hold on. Within a few breaths, he could no longer withstand it and was directly punched into the sea by Sun Goten, causing huge waves to rise, as if a dragon had entered the ocean. Boom! Four loud bangs echoed through the heavens and the earth, and four figures burst forth from the sea, each standing at one of Sun Goten's four directions. Sun Goten stood in the middle, tilting his head slightly and moving his feet to get a clear view of the surroundings. He saw four Tien Shinhan preparing to strike. Sun Goten knew in his heart that it was Tien Shinhan's four-way fusion technique. However, he was not the least bit nervous, as he was also aware of the weaknesses of the technique. In the next moment, the four Tien Shinhan launched their attacks simultaneously. Sun Goten's entire body surged with energy, and in an instant, his fists transformed into arcs of light, directly striking the faces of the four Tien Shinhan. The four Tien Shinhan were sent flying at the same time, reverting back into a single figure. Swish! Sun Wutian was eager to seize victory, but the crimson glow surrounding Tianjin Fan slowly faded away, and his bulging muscles returned to normal. He said, somewhat fatigued, I can't continue. In the 20-fold Kaioken state, I've only reached this level, but there's still a significant gap between my strength and your full power. I really didn't expect someone your age to possess this kind of strength. With a sigh, Tianjin Fan seemed to reflect on something before continuing. However, your martial arts skills are not that impressive. If you could calm down and diligently train in martial arts, you might become a martial artist on par with your father in the future. With a thud, Tianjin Fan landed on Kame Island as he spoke, stating, I lost. The power of a Super Saiyan is indeed not something an ordinary person can contend with. Baba the fortune teller scanned the others and asked, who's next? Yamucha replied, I really want to say I'll go, but if I can't even defeat Tianjin Fan, there's no hope for me to win, so I concede. Krillin stood up and stretched his muscles, saying then I'll go. Although I know it's going to be difficult to win, I have to give it a try. At that moment, Piccolo also stopped talking and looked at Gohan, saying, it seems you've been through a lot these past few years. Let me see how much you've improved. Gohan. Sun Wukong nodded, then soared into the sky. In an instant, golden light burst forth, illuminating the starry sea. Sun Wukong transformed into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan, and his aura was even stronger than that of Sun Goten. Piccolo removed his cloak and casually threw it to the ground, then took off the white cloth band from his forehead and tossed it down with the cloak. He then flew into the sky to the same height as Wukong. Looking at Wukong's form, he felt a bit happy and said, I can sense your aura is incredibly strong. Come on, Wukong. Give it your all, and let's have a fight. Sun Wukong nodded, and the golden aura surged wildly around him as he charged forward. Piccolo, undaunted, suddenly extended his arms, and his hands naturally reached in front of Gohan. This move had caused Gohan quite a bit of trouble in the past, but after years of life-and-death battles, he was no longer the same Gohan from before. Like lightning, he slipped through the gap between Piccolo's arms, and in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Piccolo. Sun Wukong clenched his fist and threw a punch at Piccolo's abdomen. However, at that moment, Piccolo's arms unexpectedly grew in the opposite direction, pushing his body back several meters, causing Sun Wukong's punch to miss. Swish, swish, swish. As Sun Wukong was about to charge forward again, that long arm suddenly wrapped around him, making it impossible for him to escape. In the next moment, several figures of Piccolo appeared in the sky, each extending 2 fingers from their right hand to their forehead. Huh! Sun Wukong's golden aura erupted once more, his muscles bulging violently, energy surging, tearing through the clouds and shaking the ocean. Although Piccolo's arm was also filled with energy, it ultimately couldn't withstand the overwhelming power of Sun Wukong, which was directly shattered into countless pieces and scattered into the sea. Splash! Sun Gohan saw countless Piccolos, his body slightly curled. Then he crossed his arms and suddenly spread them apart. A tremendous aura erupted, tearing apart the numerous Piccolo figures, leaving only the last one. Masenko. Gohan found Piccolo's true form and placed his hands on his forehead, gathering an incredibly powerful energy. Then Gohan suddenly pushed his hands forward, and a Kamehameha transformed into a meteor, crashing towards Piccolo. Piccolo's special beam cannon couldn't complete its charge in time and shot directly at Gohan's Kamehameha. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as Piccolo's special beam cannon ultimately lacked sufficient charge and was quickly overwhelmed by Gohan's Kamehameha. In the next moment, the Kamehameha engulfed Piccolo's figure, causing a violent explosion in the air, and waves of heat spread wildly in all directions with the sea breeze. Even those on Kame Island felt a strong rush of heat. Immediately afterward, Gohan dashed into the explosion, raising one hand. Gradually, through the smoke, Piccolo's figure emerged, standing in front of Gohan, smiling as he said, "No matter the battle, always give it your all. Never let your guard down, Gohan. You've really grown up, and there's nothing more I can teach you. I lost, and I accept my defeat wholeheartedly." Sun Wukong retracted his palm, and the golden aura disappeared along with it. He said a bit awkwardly, "Don't say that, Uncle Piccolo. I wouldn't have come this far without you." Piccolo's aura surged, and the surrounding smoke cleared away. He said, "All right, the next challenge is yours. That person is the big gift prepared for you by the fortune teller." Sun Wukong listened and looked at the mysterious person with some curiosity, saying, "Who exactly is that person? I've been paying attention to him for a long time, but I can't see his face at all. His aura is also very strange, as if I've never encountered that kind of aura before." Piccolo showed a peculiar smile on his face and said, "That person is one of the few powerful beings in the universe. If you can really defeat him, then there shouldn't be any more challenges ahead." Suddenly, something flashed through Sun Wukong's mind, and he said in surprise, "Could that person be?" Piccolo looked at Sun Wukong and nodded slightly, thinking to himself, "That old lady who brings people to the living world and still messes things up. This isn't what I'm saying. It's Wukong who guessed it himself. Uncle Vegeta, right?" After Sun Wukong finished speaking, Piccolo had a look of disbelief on his face, thinking to himself that they truly are father and son with similar thought processes. Then, with a green face, he said, "Your Uncle Vegeta has been sent to the underworld and still doesn't know where he is." Sun Wukong touched his head and stopped asking questions. In fact, he had his own suspicions, but he didn't understand why the other party wanted to keep their identity secret. However, since it was kept hidden, there must be a reason for it, and he didn't want to recklessly break that secrecy. The battle between Sun Wukong and Piccolo was as quick as lightning, ending in just a few breaths. On the other side, Son Goten and Krillin were still in the initial stages. Noticing that the battle on the other side had concluded, Krillin said, "Goten, let's get started too. Let me see the power of a Super Saiyan. Kaioken times 20. Krillin shouted, his blood surging, his muscles bulging, and the aura around him wildly expanding, eventually turning into a red flame. Son Goten did not unleash his aura. He simply said, "Well then, here I come, Uncle Krillin." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Son Goten transformed into a beam of golden light and charged forward. Is it the same move again? Krillin thought to himself, extending his hands forward, and then brilliant light gathered, followed by countless Kamehameha waves shooting out. Sun Wukong's expression remained unchanged, his gaze sharp as he accurately anticipated the approach of the Kamehameha wave, dodging it one by one. The golden light continuously gathered in his tightly clenched right fist. Seeing Sun Wukong getting closer, Krillin remained calm, simply pulling his hands back as the Kamehameha waves that Sun Wukong had evaded began to converge back towards him. Sun Wukong felt several gusts of energy rushing from behind, but he remained undeterred, seemingly determined to fight Krillin to the death. Solar Flare. Seeing that Sun Wukong did not dodge or evade, Krillin extended both hands forward, and a strong beam of light gathered, engulfing Sun Wukong in a blinding white radiance. The moment Sun Wukong made a gesture towards Krillin, he closed his eyes and focused on Krillin's energy. That punch was unstoppable and was thrown out directly. Seeing that Sun Wukong's momentum was not diminished, Krillin quickly crossed his hands and layered his energy to block in front. Boom! Sun Goten's punch first struck Krillin's energy barrier, and golden energy erupted, instantly shattering several barriers forged by Krillin, then colliding at the intersection of Krillin's crossed arms. The air was compressed to the extreme, resulting in a violent explosion, with the golden scion energy fully impacting Krillin. Despite Krillin using the 20 times Kaioken, he found it difficult to withstand and was directly punched into the sea. Sun Wutian was about to press the attack when he felt energy waves coming from all directions. He opened his eyes and looked around, only to see several energy waves rushing towards him. Swish! Sun Goten's entire body was engulfed in golden flames. Just as the energy waves were about to collide with him, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and shot up into the sky. He was about to use the Kamehameha to clean up the chaotic energy waves when he suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching from above. Instinctively, he looked up and saw a bright column of energy. Boom! The light beam in the sky collided with Sun Goten, and in an instant, a blazing white light illuminated the sky, with the sound of an explosion echoing throughout the heavens. Following that, several energy waves from below surged upward, joining the explosion in Sun Goten's grand spectacle. The sound of the explosion was relentless, and the scorching energy waves rolled as if they were about to ignite the entire sky. Krillin, draped in a crimson glow, flew out of the water. He shook his arms and said, "Are kids nowadays really this strong? It seems we older folks are truly falling behind." Whoosh! The golden flames in midair ignited again, dispersing the thick smoke and revealing Sun Goten, whose upper clothing was slightly tattered. Phew! Krillin let out a long sigh as the crimson flames completely vanished. He said, "I give up, I admit defeat." Sun Wutian found it a bit hard to accept. "I just suffered a small loss, and you're giving up already?" Krillin looked at Sun Wutian, who seemed hesitant, and said directly, "I already gave it my all just now, but even my full strength couldn't have any impact on you. Continuing to fight would be meaningless." Sun Goten felt a bit regretful and said, "Really, I was just about to ask Uncle Krillin for some more advanced martial arts." Krillin smiled and replied, "You're already much stronger than I am. No matter how powerful my martial arts are, they can't make up for that gap. But if you really want to learn, the battle later will definitely benefit you greatly." Hearing this, Sun Wutian tilted his head to look at the mysterious person, feeling somewhat suspicious that the person might be his father. However, the reasoning was insufficient, because if it really were his father, what was the point of hiding his identity? All right, Krillin came to Sun Wutian's side, patted his shoulder, and said, "Get ready. Your real opponents are coming up next." Sun Wutian nodded. The golden aura slowly dissipated, and his hairstyle fell flat again, returning to the crab head. The two of them descended onto Kame Island together. The mysterious person stepped out, glanced at Sun Wufan and then at Sun Wutian, and said, "Both of you can go at it together. I'm in a hurry." His voice was hoarse, as if it had been deliberately suppressed. Sun Wutian looked at Sun Wufan. To be honest, he wanted to challenge this mysterious person one-on-one. After all, he felt that the opponent was a bit arrogant and lacked lessons. However, it is well known that mysterious people are always incredibly strong. So he shifted his focus back to Sun Wufan. Sun Wukong nodded at Sun Wutian and then said to the mysterious person, "Since you want to challenge both of us, we brothers won't hold back." The mysterious person nodded and took a step forward. Everyone felt a blur in front of their eyes, and the mysterious person had already appeared in the sky directly above Turtle Island, as if he had teleported. Sun Wutian felt a bit anxious in his heart. He looked at his brother, Sun Wukong, who smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, Wutian. Just give it your all." Sun Wutian nodded, then flew into the sky with Sun Wukong, surrounding the mysterious person from front to back. The mysterious person turned to the side, first looking at Sun Wukong, then at Sun Wutian, and then his aura exploded, forming a fiery state on the surface of his body. Both Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian felt the terrifying power contained within that aura. Sun Wutian became slightly distracted and thought, "This kind of aura, even if my brother turned into a Super Saiyan, wouldn't be much stronger. Could this guy be a rib rice?" As Sun Wutian was slightly distracted, the mysterious person accurately seized this moment, their figure flickering. In the next instant, they appeared in front of Sun Wutian and fiercely threw a punch. Sun Wukong felt the fierce punch wind in front of him, and he was greatly shocked. The golden aura ignited, and he almost instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, in the rush, he couldn't defend against that kind of power, and with just one punch, he was sent flying at an angle. So strong, Sun Wukong felt a surge of energy rush into his body after taking a single punch, causing him to feel sore all over and unable to stabilize himself. He staggered back through the seawater for hundreds of meters before finally regaining his composure. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure was about to charge at Sun Wukong in the sea. But Sun Gohan had already rushed toward him, his golden aura blazing. The Super Saiyan Sun Gohan, who had defeated the androids, made his appearance once again. Sun Wukong threw a punch at the mysterious person, with golden light emanating from his fist, creating a continuous sound of sonic booms as it passed. The mysterious person glanced at Sun Wukong and simply twisted his body slightly, effortlessly dodging the punch. Then, the mysterious person clenched his fist and threw a punch back at Sun Wukong. Sun Gohan, battle-hardened and quick to react, opened his other hand and unleashed a Kamehameha wave, using the recoil to dodge to the side. Then, he retracted his right fist's momentum, flipping backward twice, and unleashed countless Kamehameha waves. The mysterious figure's energy surged, and he did not attempt to defend himself, casually walking towards Sun Gohan as if strolling in a park, without any apparent effort to evade. However, none of Sun Gohan's Kamehameha waves hit him. Consequently, Sun Gohan decided to abandon his energy blasts, took 2 steps forward, leaped into the air, and kicked towards the mysterious figure's head. The mysterious figure leaned back slightly and then turned 90 degrees to the left, easily dodging Sun Gohan's attack. Immediately after, the mysterious figure threw a punch at Sun Gohan. Meanwhile, Sun Gohan kicked into thin air, quickly placing his right hand on the energy wall created in the air. Then, using his hand as an axis, he spun his body more than halfway around and delivered a fierce kick with his right leg. Boom! Sun Gohan's right leg collided with the mysterious person's arm, and the powerful force seemed to ignite the air, which quickly transformed into ripples that spread outwards. Boom! In the next moment, Sun Gohan and the mysterious person separated, and then their fists collided again, unleashing a fierce power that seemed to create a vacuum around the two of them. Then, the two quickly launched their attacks, their 4 fists continuously clashing, sending waves rippling outward. Meanwhile, Sun Goten flew in the air, still feeling apprehensive. He was just beginning to adapt to the force contained in that punch. However, watching his brother fight back and forth with the mysterious person left him somewhat confused, as he felt he couldn't join in at all. Sun Wukong and the mysterious person didn't know how long they had been fighting, but the two finally separated again. Sun Wutian seized the opportunity and threw the energy sphere he had gathered in his right hand directly at the mysterious person. The mysterious person didn't even turn around. He simply leaned slightly to the side, and the energy sphere flew towards Sun Wufan. Sun Wukong glanced at the energy ball and guessed his brother's thoughts. He stepped forward, grasped the energy ball with his right hand, and threw it back at the mysterious person. The mysterious person seemed a bit surprised but still sidestepped to avoid it, causing the energy ball to fly towards Sun Wutian. Sun Goten combined the energy ball that formed in his hand again and threw it towards the mysterious person. The mysterious person remained calm and continued to dodge to the side. Gohan's energy blast from his right hand merged with the energy blast that Goten had thrown. His expression changed as his speed suddenly increased, and the energy blast shot toward the mysterious person at an unparalleled speed. The mysterious person didn't have time to dodge. He raised his right hand, and a column of energy shot out, directly hitting the energy blast. However, the energy blast seemed to have a mind of its own, swiftly dodging to the side and directly crashing into the mysterious person. Sizzle. A sound like surging electricity erupted as the moment the energy blast hit the mysterious person. It suddenly expanded, accompanied by the sound of thunder and lightning. Kamehameha. Sun Goten dashed forward in 2 steps, his palm beginning to gather energy. Wow. On the other side, the mysterious person once again erupted with energy, completely dispersing the energy of the attack, and then looked at Sun Goten. Kamehameha. Sun Gohan saw Sun Goten make his move, and in just a few steps, he reached Sun Goten's side, gathering golden energy in his hands as well. Kamehameha. The two brothers shouted in unison, each unleashing a Kamehameha wave from their hands, which then fused into a massive energy wave, crushing towards the mysterious figure. The Kamehameha wave. Surprisingly, the mysterious figure also made a similar move, unleashing the same Kamehameha wave that collided with the energy waves of Sun Gohan and Sun Goten. The two powerful energies clashed, splitting the ocean in half, and the intense energy created a wild hurricane, lifting the distant Kame house into the sky. Hiya! Sun Gohan let out a furious shout. His golden aura surged, and his muscles gradually bulged. At the same time, the Kamehameha in his hand became much thicker, completely overpowering the mysterious person's Kamehameha. Huh! At this moment, the mysterious person also shouted angrily, and then the golden aura exploded, shattering the blue coat and white headscarf, transforming into the appearance of a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan. It turned out to be a large version of Goten with a halo on his head. In the next second, the mysterious person's Kamehameha completely crushed Sun Gohan and Goten's energy waves. The moment the mysterious person transformed into a Super Saiyan, it seemed that some kind of confinement had been broken, and that familiar aura flooded in from all directions. Sun Gohan blinked twice and exclaimed, "Dad." In the next moment, a blinding light swept over Sun Gohan and the others with unparalleled power. A violent explosion erupted, releasing a sky full of fireworks. Above the fireworks, the mysterious figure held Sun Gohan in one hand and Sun Goten in the other, smiling as he said, "Gohan, Goten, you two have done very well." Sun Wukong turned his head to look at the mysterious person and immediately smiled. "Dad, it's really you." Sun Wutian turned his head and finally saw the true face of the mysterious person. He had a head of golden hair that was almost identical to his own hairstyle, and he wore an orange martial arts uniform in the same style as his. Although he had never seen him before, Sun Wutian could roughly guess that this was his father, Sun Wukong. That man, or rather Sun Wukong, let go of Sun Wufan and Sun Wutian and said with a smile, "It's me, long time no see, Wufan." Sun Goten looked at the legendary man, blinked a couple of times, and then turned to Sun Gohan. Although Sun Wukong felt a bit sentimental and had a lot to say to his father, when he saw Wutian like this, he still smiled and patted Wutian's shoulder, saying, "Don't be afraid. Wutian, this is Dad, our dad." Sun Wutian looked at Sun Wukong and then at Sun Gohan, and suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of fear. To be honest, he had always wanted to meet that man, as he seemed to represent his past youth. However, now that he had truly met him and felt that blood connection, he was overwhelmed by an inexplicable fear and a sense of absurdity. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Goten's timid eyes and suddenly picked him up, placing him on his shoulder. He said, "I'm sorry, Dad didn't accompany you as you grew up and made you fight against androids at such a young age." At that moment, Sun Goten seemed to feel a warm pull from Sun Wukong's bloodline, and he shook his head and said, "I don't blame Dad. After all, Dad isn't a god and doesn't have the ability to control everything. Besides, the fact that I was born with this power is all thanks to Dad's efforts in the past." Sun Wukong also nodded and said, "Goten is indeed a very understanding child." Sun Wukong listened, gently patted Sun Wutian's head, and then said to Sun Wufan, "You have also suffered over the years. It's all my fault. If I hadn't let Dr. Gero escape back then." Sun Gohan shook his head and said, "Things in this world are inherently unpredictable. Even Dad can't change everything. Each of us should be prepared to fight." Sun Wukong listened. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said, "Gohan, you have really grown up, my child." Sun Wukong sighed and said, "By the way, Dad, why did you pretend to be some mysterious person at the beginning?" Sun Wukong flew towards Turtle Island while saying, "It was the fortune-telling old lady who told me to do this. She used magic to conceal my aura and appearance, and told me not to reveal my identity proactively, saying it was to give you a surprise." Sun Wukong looked over at the fortune-telling grandmother and wanted to ask her what the surprise of the special code meant. Sun Wukong also found it a bit hard to understand the thought process of the fortune-telling old lady, but being able to see his father was still a good thing. Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian landed on Turtle Island, and the fortune-teller said, "All right, you haven't won against the warriors I've hired at high salaries, so the deal is off." The turtle hermit looked displeased and waved his hand, saying, "Hurry up and leave. Don't delay the reunion of friends and family here." The fortune-teller shot him a sharp glance, then looked at Sun Wukong and Piccolo, saying, "You all remember to return to Lord Kai at this time tomorrow, or I want to be responsible for what happens." Krillin waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, we have Wukong's instant transmission. We'll be back quickly." "Thank you, Grandma." The fortune-teller snorted coldly, nodded to the turtle hermit, and then her figure slowly faded away, disappearing from the area. The turtle hermit looked at the group, feeling a bit sighing. After all, it had been a long time since he had seen them at Kame House. Thinking of Kame House, the turtle hermit turned to look. Well, Kame House was no longer there, swept away by the earlier shockwave into the sky, perhaps now in the deep sea. It wasn't a big deal to ask him for things in Kame House, but the key was that there were many rare collectible magazines, which were very important. Just as the turtle hermit was about to speak, Sun Wukong already opened his mouth. "Then let us meet here at this time tomorrow. For now, let us each get on with our own business. After all, who knows when we'll be back next time? Tien, Yamcha, Krillin, and the others all responded. Well then, Grandpa, see you tomorrow. Sun Wukong waved goodbye to the turtle hermit and then shot up into the sky like a shooting star. Sun Gohan also bid farewell to Master Roshi and flew up into the sky to catch up with Goku. Next, Tien and Yamcha also said goodbye to Master Roshi, as they had things they wanted to see. Piccolo glanced at the sky and chased after Goku. Finally, only Krillin was left with nowhere to go, remaining on Kame Island, which was now sparsely populated. At this moment, Master Roshi approached Krillin and said, Krillin, don't you feel that your strength is increasingly unable to keep up with Goku and the others? Krillin nodded and replied, indeed. I thought I would make significant progress after training with King Kai, but I didn't expect to be unable to even defeat Goku's son. It seems that it's no longer our era. Hearing Krillin's words, Master Roshi immediately spoke with righteous indignation. Krillin, as a martial artist, how can you have such thoughts? It seems that over the years you haven't grasped the essence of the Kame school. It's time to retrain you. Krillin looked at Master Roshi with disbelief and said, Master Roshi, can you still teach us? Master Roshi stood with his hands behind his back, looking enigmatic, and said, in terms of power, I may not be able to teach you much, but I still want to impart to you a martial arts heart to help you understand what true martial arts are. Krillin's eyes gradually lit up. He seemed to start believing it. In the sky, Goten sat on Goku's shoulder, feeling the sharp wind in midair, and he felt somewhat unreal. At this moment, Gohan closely followed beside them, and after flying for a while, he finally smiled and said, really, today feels like a dream. First, we went to the hyperbolic time chamber, and after training, we easily dispelled the gloom over the earth, and then we successfully met Dad. Everything feels too good to be true, almost unreal. Sun Wukong sighed and said, I'm sorry, Gohan, for making you bear so much. Sun Gohan shook his head and said, the things I bear, Dad has always been bearing them, right? You've carried them for a lifetime, and I've only carried them for 5 years. Don't say that, Gohan. Piccolo, who didn't know when he had come to Sun Gohan's side, said, compared to your dad, you are the real savior. Sun Wukong glanced at Piccolo and said, Piccolo, why did you come over too? Piccolo glanced at him and replied, I have some things to teach Gohan, just passing by here. Sun Wukong asked with a smile, Piccolo, since you're here, why not come to my house for a meal? It's been a long time since I've had so many people over. Piccolo looked at Sun Wukong's slightly pleading eyes, then nodded and said, all right. At this moment, Sun Wukong asked again, by the way, Wufan, I heard you mention the hyperbolic time chamber just now. What made you suddenly think of going there? Did Mr. Popo tell you about it? Sun Wukong shook his head and said, it's Goten. Goten has had some other memories in his mind since birth. He knows many secrets of this world, and it was he who told me about the hyperbolic time chamber. Sun Gohan didn't bring up what son Goten had said about their father appearing in a dream. After all, since his dad had asked, it definitely wasn't a dream. Moreover, this kind of talk could easily create a rift between father and son. Huh? Sun Wukong was a bit surprised. He tilted his head to look at Sun Wutien and said, you actually have this kind of ability. That's really impressive. Piccolo was also somewhat surprised and said, how could this be possible? What is this being born with knowledge? At that moment, Sun Wukong closed his eyes, and as his spiritual energy connected with Sun Wutien's, he felt a sense of familiarity. Then he read some thoughts from Sun Wutien's mind and smiled as he said, this world is vast. There are always some who are different from the ordinary. The science of the past didn't become super science at 5 years old, right? And I can feel that Gohan and Wutien are not lying. Piccolo said, this might just be the world's choice. Son Goten is a bit confused. I'm a traveler. What does this have to do with the world's choices? Son Gohan directly asked, Uncle Piccolo, what does it mean to be the world's choice? Piccolo replied, the progress of the world is like the flowing of river water. The same stream may choose different riverbeds, and the same world may choose various ways to move forward. Sometimes, in order to advance, the world grants certain individuals special abilities. These individuals are the ones chosen by the world. Sun Wukong nodded and said, I kind of understand now. I'm really glad the world chose Goten. Otherwise, I might have kept fighting the androids until I died. At that moment, Goten added, brother, the past is the past. Now we should focus on the future. I believe that as long as we work hard enough, we can definitely embrace any future. Sun Wukong nodded and said, that's right, Gohan, Goten, you two are good kids. I believe you can create a beautiful future. While speaking, Sun Wukong and the others had already arrived at Baozi Mountain. Sun Wukong had excellent eyesight. Even though it was night, he could see his wife, Chi-Chi, sitting outside the small roundhouse, gazing into the distance as if searching for something. Although it was already deep into the night on Baozi Mountain, Chi-Chi was still straining to look far away, seemingly wanting to see something. She knew it was time to rest, but her mind was in turmoil, making it impossible to fall asleep. After all, her two sons were fighting against that demonic android, with their lives hanging in the balance. Chi-Chi stared blankly into the distance, thinking, they will come back. After all, they are Wukong's sons. Chi-Chi forced herself to think positively, but how could she not know that battles were fraught with peril? Her husband, Sun Wukong, was supposed to be the strongest person in the world. Yet, every time after a battle, he would return in a half-dead state, let alone their two children. Chi-Chi couldn't even imagine the consequences if both children were defeated. Just thinking about it gave her a suffocating impulse. So she preferred to wait here until she saw those two kids. Thud! A soft sound, and Sun Wukong landed on the ground. He looked at Chi-Chi, who was blankly gazing into the distance, and felt a strange pang of sadness in his heart. Son Goten looked at his mother, trembling in the wind, and suddenly felt an inexplicable heartache. He opened his mouth and finally called out, "Mom." At the door, Chi-Chi was slightly taken aback, then turned her head and was surprised to see the familiar three. She rubbed her eyes and smiled as she said, "I must be imagining things because I miss them so much. It's one thing for these two kids to come back, but how could Goku return as well? Goku is already." Sun Wukong also heard Chi-Chi talking to herself and began to blame himself. Over the years, he had only focused on dealing with the androids and had neglected his mother. He even took Goten away from her side. At this moment, Sun Wukong placed Goten on the ground and walked towards Chi-Chi. He felt a surge of emotions and, without thinking, reached out to pull Chi-Chi into his embrace, saying, "I'm sorry, Chi-Chi. You've suffered all these years." Chi-Chi was enveloped in his arms and felt that familiar warmth and presence. Her body trembled slightly, and when she looked up, she saw that familiar and gentle face. Her eyes were already filled with tears, and as if she couldn't believe it, she still asked, "Is it really you, Goku? I'm not dreaming, am I?" Sun Wukong gently patted her back and said, "It's okay, Chi-Chi, I'm back." That voice was so familiar enough to be unbelievable. Chi-Chi could no longer hold back and buried her head in Wukong's chest, crying. Sun Gohan looked at the scene before him, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, perhaps this is what happiness means for Mom, simple and pure. But there are always things in this world that want to interrupt such happiness. So, I must protect it, not just Mom's happiness, but everyone's happiness. Although Chi-Chi was held by Son Goku in the biting cold wind, she felt a warmth she hadn't experienced in a long time. She didn't even want to get up. She just wanted this moment to last forever. It was unclear how long had passed, but Chi-Chi seemed to have fallen asleep. And then Son Goku quietly carried her back to the room. Sun Wukong and Piccolo were in one room, while Sun Wutian returned to his own room to rest. And there was no conversation throughout the night. The next day, the sky became bright, and Sun Wutian finally woke up. He looked at the clock beside him and realized it was almost 10 o'clock, so he turned over, got out of bed, and got dressed. Sun Wutian stretched his body and thought to himself, fighting really consumes mental energy and physical strength. I actually slept until 10 o'clock. I need to regulate my schedule in the future. After that, Sun Wutian finished washing up and prepared to catch a dinosaur for his family to eat, only to find his dad, brother, and Piccolo sitting at the table. Sun Wutian felt a bit awkward, but still sat down next to Sun Wukong and said, "Dad, brother, and Uncle Piccolo, did you all wake up this early?" Sun Wukong said, "We are already dead. Our physical state is different from that of living people. Theoretically, we no longer need to rest." Sun Wukong said, "I'm used to it. I get up early to exercise. If there is an urgent matter, I can handle it in time." Sun Wukong nodded and said, "I want to learn from my brother in the future." Sun Wukong gently patted Sun Wutian's head and smiled, saying, "It's not necessary to do it this way. Cultivation should be balanced. If you stay tense all the time, it's easy to stagnate. Just eat well and sleep well." Sun Goten nodded seriously and said, "I remember. By the way, Dad, can you teach us how to train this time you're back?" Sun Wukong shook his head and said, "I only have one day to come back this time, so I'm afraid I can't teach you too many things. However, you could go to Lord Kai to find me and learn." Sun Goten said, "But we need to ask the fortune-telling old lady at King Kai's place, and she's not an easy person to deal with." Sun Wukong said with a smile, "Actually, it's okay. Grandma wanted to give you a surprise, so she waited for me at Lord of the Realm's place for an hour. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have been able to come to the mortal world this time." Sun Goten said, "But we all lost." Sun Wukong said, "It's okay. Dad has instant transmission, and he can take you to Lord KO. Also, you can learn this skill from Gohan. It's quite useful. Meanwhile, Piccolo's face turned green, and he said, Son, that instant transmission of yours is not an ordinary skill. It took you a whole year to master it, right? Sun Wukong nodded and said, Yes, this skill has some strict requirements for the mind and spirit. It took me a lot of effort to meet the training conditions back then. Piccolo then said, It takes you a whole year to learn. So are you planning to let these two kids stay with Lord King Kai for a year? Sun Wukong blinked and said, Does it matter? This skill is very practical, and learning in a year is quite a good deal. Sun Gohan shook his head and said, A year is quite a long time, and there are still many things on Earth that I need to do. Besides, I might not have the same talent as Dad, so I might not be able to learn well in just a year. I won't study anymore. What about you, Goten? Sun Wukong thought for a moment and said, Then I'll learn it. One of us brothers has to master it. If we acquire this skill, many things will be much easier for us. Sun Wukong nodded and said, It's settled then. You will train with your father for a year, and I will do what I can on Earth. We will meet again in a year. At that moment, Chi-Chi walked over with her hands full of food, and a long-lost smile appeared on her face. Sun Wukong smelled the rich aroma of meat and suddenly felt hungry. He watched eagerly as Chi-Chi set the food down. Chi-Chi had obviously learned a lot from Wukong. She smiled and said, Let's celebrate the defeat of the androids and our rare family reunion. Everyone, feel free to eat. Today there's plenty. Sun Wukong and his three sons were not polite at all. They directly picked up their chopsticks and devoured the food on the table at an astonishing speed. Piccolo ate a little, then put his bowl aside, watching the three of them feast. After a while, Chi-Chi finished serving the dishes and sat next to Wukong, resting her chin on her hands, watching him eat like a wolf. A hint of happiness flashed in her eyes. Finally, when Sun Wukong had eaten enough, he put down his chopsticks, patted his belly, and said, I'm so full. Chi-Chi's cooking is the most delicious. Hearing this, Chi-Chi beamed with joy and asked, Wukong, are you really full? This is nothing like your usual appetite. Sun Wukong patted his belly and said, I'm full now. Although as a dead person, I shouldn't need to eat. I just can't stop whenever I have the meals made by Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, feeling the unique sweet words from Sun Wukong, smiled and said, All right, I'll go freshen up a bit. Later, our family can go have some fun. Sun Wukong nodded and said, All right, it's been a long time since I played with Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi felt happy and then went to her room to tidy up and get ready. Meanwhile, after having dinner, Sun Wufan and Sun Wutian took the initiative to wash the dishes and then sat back next to Wukong. Piccolo said, Actually, if you want to use the Namekian Dragon Balls, you can have Wukong take you there now. He can teleport and it's very fast. Sun Wukong shook his head and said, Mom hasn't seen Dad for a long time, so let's let them have a good reunion for a while. There's no rush for the matter on Namek. It's just that Uncle Piccolo, you might be revived a bit later. Piccolo shook his head and said, I don't really mind. But have you thought about how to revive Sun? His situation is a bit complicated. Sun Gohan also knows what trouble Piccolo is referring to. His father died of a heart disease, which theoretically cannot be wished back to life by the dragon. This is indeed a problem. Sun Wukong said, My resurrection is not needed for now. After all, many of the disasters on Earth are probably because I came and Gohan has already grown up. Sun Gohan and Sun Wutian looked at Sun Wukong, and to be honest, they were a bit confused. Sun Wukong continued, Moreover, I died because of heart disease, making it difficult to resurrect me. Even if I could be forcefully revived, it would go against the principles of the universe and could lead to some bad things happening. Piccolo glanced at him and said, That's not like you, son. Sun Wutian asked, What about Mom? She's been waiting for Dad all this time. Sun Wukong sighed and said, That's something I can't help. I'm not a good husband, nor a good father. Piccolo chuckled and said, That may not be the case. Haven't you already accumulated 6 achievements in saving the world? Just one more, and you'll be able to obtain the decree to freely enter and exit the realms of Yin and Yang, right? Sun Gohan and Sun Goten were somewhat puzzled. They looked at Piccolo and asked, What is that thing? Piccolo replied, Well, this is a long story. After we were defeated, we went through Snake Way to reach King Kai. Initially, we thought about asking King Kai to let Goku deal with the androids. But King Kai said that wasn't allowed because the threat of the androids is limited to Earth. If King Kai were to mobilize the forces of the underworld, there would need to be a situation that endangers the entire galaxy. Otherwise, Goku and Earth would be rejected by the gods, and even King Kai would be dismissed. So we asked King Kai if there was any solution, and he told us that unless we obtain the Yin-Yang order, we cannot freely enter and exit the realms of Yin and Yang. However, obtaining the Yin-Yang order is quite difficult. First, we need to have 7 merits for saving the world, which then must be reviewed by King Enma, and then passed on to King Kai. After that, King Kai must approve it before it is given to the great King Kai. And finally, it must be reviewed by the legendary King God before the order can be issued. Sun Wukong thought for a moment and said, "So, Dad has already accomplished 6 feats of saving the world?" Piccolo nodded and said, "When Goku was alive, defeating my predecessor to save the Earth counts as 1 feat then. Protecting the Earth for Vegeta was the 2nd feat after that. Defeating Frieza was the 3rd feat finally. Protecting the Earth from both Frieza and Cooler was the 4th feat. Then, Goku defeated the universe-threatening Cooler in the afterlife as a dead person, which counts as the 5th feat after that. Defeating the delusional Dorias who wanted to dominate the universe was the 6th feat now. There's only 1 left. Is that so?" Sun Wukong felt his father's figure suddenly grow taller in his heart. It turned out that his father had never given up on his efforts all these years. Sun Wukong said, "So, does that mean Dad only needs 1 more achievement to get the decree?" Piccolo shook his head and said, "It's not that easy. The King of Hell and the King of the Universe are not easy to deal with." After Goku won the championship at the first martial arts conference of the Underworld, he also received a verbal promise. But the King of the Universe is a being that can't be reached at all, according to the King of the Universe. The King of the Universe hasn't shown up for millions of years. Sun Wukong rubbed his temples and said with a smile, "It's fine. Even if we can't get any orders, as long as Wu Tian learns instant transmission, he can still bring Chi-Chi to play with Lord Kai." A drop of cold sweat slid down Piccolo's forehead as he said, "Son, have you forgotten that the gravity there is 10 times that of Earth?" Sun Wukong said with a smile, "It's okay. Chi-Chi is super strong. This little thing won't be a challenge for him." Son Goten was no longer concerned about his father's resurrection, even though Sun Gohan was still contemplating it. He knew that even if the dragon couldn't bring his dad back, as long as King Kai appeared, his dad would be able to obtain the Yin-Yang order, making it easy for him to come and go from the underworld. As for whether King Kai would actually show up and approve his dad's request, it was likely that when Majin Buu was released, King Kai would grant it quickly. While Sun Goten was pondering about King Kai, Chi-Chi had already finished getting ready and walked out from the inner room. Sun Wukong raised his head and couldn't help but feel a glimmer of brightness before his eyes. He saw Chi-Chi wearing a blue chi-pao that accentuated her curvaceous figure to perfection. Her originally loose hair fell over her shoulders, and her fair face appeared slightly delicate. Beneath her slender eyebrows, her eyes were bright and clear, making her look full of charm, completely shedding any trace of her previous disheveled appearance. Although Sun Wutian had some understanding of his mother's past beauty, he didn't expect that she could still look like a goddess at her age, which made him secretly give her a thumbs up. Chi-Chi, carrying a bunch of bags, threw the keys to Wukong and said, "Wukong, you go drive. I'll wait for you by the roadside with Gohan and Wutian." Sun Wukong responded and then pushed open the door to go to the garage outside. Sun Wukong said to Chi-Chi, "Mom, I need to find Uncle Piccolo and take care of some other things, so I won't be able to stay with you and Dad." Hearing this, Sun Goten smiled and added, "Mom, Trunks and I agree to train together, so I'm going to Aunt Bulma's place. You and Dad can go by yourselves." Chi-Chi listened and could roughly guess what the 2 kids were thinking, so she smiled and said, "All right, then you 2 can do your own things. Since you can both fly, it will be easy to stay in touch." Sun Gohan and Sun Goten immediately nodded like little chicks pecking at rice. After Chi-Chi finished speaking, she picked up her things and walked out the door, and Sun Gohan and Sun Goten hurried to follow and help carry her belongings. Seeing that the Son Goku family had all gone out, Piccolo followed them out as well. Outside, Son Goku parked the car by the roadside, and Sun Gohan and Sun Goten helped by putting the things in the car, while Chi-Chi sat in the passenger seat. Sun Goten smiled and said, "Mom and Dad, have fun." Chi-Chi made an okay gesture and said, "See you in the evening." Sun Gohan nodded to Sun Wutian, then waved his hand, making a bye-bye gesture. After that, Sun Wukong drove off, heading towards the suburbs. Sun Gohan and Sun Wutian are not too worried about their mother's safety. After all, with their dad around, theoretically no one can hurt their mom. Sun Wukong looked at the flying car, getting farther and farther away, and finally turned to Piccolo and asked, "Uncle Piccolo, I want to start a martial arts school next and promote the use of ki on Earth. What do you think?" Piccolo smiled and said, "You want everyone to have the power to fight against strong enemies. Huh? That's a good idea, but actually implementing it will likely come with quite a bit of trouble." Sun Gohan said, "I also know that there will be many challenges in truly promoting ki, but let's give it a try. After all, danger exists at all times, and it might arrive in the next second. No matter how strong I become, I can't possibly protect everyone. Using the Dragon Balls every time doesn't seem like a good thing either, It would be better to give everyone the chance to protect themselves and their families. Piccolo looked at Gohan and suddenly asked, I remember your dream was to be a scholar, right? Sun Gohan did. And there seemed to be a hint of sadness in his eyes as he said, I once wanted to be a scholar, but back in the peaceful times. I didn't realize that while there may not be a shortage of scholars on Earth, there's a lack of true warriors who can stand on their own. So now, I would rather be a warrior who protects the Earth, and my dream of being a scholar can only be put aside for now. Hearing this, Piccolo felt a wave of guilt in his heart and said, I'm sorry, Gohan. It's because we are too useless. Sun Gohan said, Don't say that, Uncle Piccolo. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be where I am today. I might have already died when Uncle Vegeta and Nappa came to Earth. Son Wukong was quietly listening on the side, feeling completely out of place to interject. However, he couldn't help but reflect on Gohan's life, which was truly a bit hard to bear. As an anime viewer in the past, he felt a bit frustrated when he saw Gohan abandon martial arts for academics in the later stages. After all, Gohan's talent was exceptional. He became a Super Saiyan 2 at 10 and was once the strongest warrior after the old Kaishin unlocked his potential at 17. Yet, such great talent was squandered on what many netizens considered a useless scholar, leading to the emergence of many new memes about Gohan online, such as knowledge changes destiny, and some even gave him the nickname Nobi Gohan. However, now that Sun Wukong thinks about it, he feels that Gohan's choice is understandable. He simply chose the path he liked, and he had the protection of his father, which gave him the reason and ability to pursue what he wanted to do. In fact, if given a choice, Sun Wukong himself would also prefer not to fight anymore. After all, fighting is different from immersing oneself in anime or novels. The latter can be enjoyable without any negative consequences, while fighting is truly risking one's life. The pain is real and uncompromising during the battle with the androids. His skin was torn, his bones were broken, and he was in so much pain that he almost fainted. If Gohan hadn't come, he might have really died, not to mention the battles with the androids. Even during sparring with Krillin, Tien, and his dad, he also experienced intense pain. This pain is not comparable to being cut by a small knife or hit by a brick. It is genuine pain, the tearing force of the body when throwing punches. The recoil from the opponent's power. That kind of pain is always present and can continuously affect a person. Son Goten had only fought a few battles, yet he was already struggling to endure the pain caused by fighting. He couldn't even imagine the suffering his brother must endure during battles. It must be even more painful and tormenting. Thinking about the scars on his brother's body, he would rather his brother be like Goku. At least he could do what he wanted without having to suffer both mentally and physically. However, not only did his brother have no choice, but he himself also had no choice. Being in the future world and being a Saiyan, even if he was unwilling, the events that followed would force him to fight. Rather than passively waiting for battle to come, it was better to train actively so that he could handle powerful enemies with ease when they arrived. After considering all this, Son Goten quietly made up his mind. Since I have come to the future world, I will absolutely not let my brother suffer alone any longer. While Sun Wukong was thinking about other things, Sun Gohan and Piccolo had already discussed many matters. Sun Gohan also noticed Sun Wukong, who was deep in thought, and said, Wukong, if you have time, why don't you go to Aunt Bulma's and tell her that Dad is back? After all, we don't know when Dad will be back next time. Sun Wutian nodded and said, Okay, I'll go over there right now. With a whoosh, a bright white aura lifted Sun Wutian and shot him into the clouds, heading towards West City. Piccolo watched Sun Wutian leave and, after a moment of silence, said, Your brother is quite extraordinary. Sun Wukong deeply agreed and smiled as he said, Yes, this child knows a lot of things. And many times he doesn't seem like a 5-year-old. It's just that during training, he always seems a bit unfocused. Piccolo said, It's really quite interesting. There are indeed those who are born with knowledge in this world. I originally thought that someone had replaced Goten's soul, but it turns out your father's mental power can detect that it is indeed Goten. Sun Wukong smiled and said, Mental power testing. Dad can even do this now? Piccolo replied, Son always seems to inexplicably know some strange things, but when you ask him how to use them, he can't explain it. In West City, when Sun Wutian arrived, he saw that Bulma's house had been rebuilt. He landed in front of the door and knocked, and a man in a Capsule Corporation uniform opened the door. Sun Goten said, Hello, I am Sun Goten, and I am here to find Aunt Bulma. The man opened the door and said, Sorry, Ms. Bulma is conducting research in the basement and is not seeing anyone right now. Sun Wutian continued, Can I see Trunks? The man replied, Sorry, Master Trunks is currently conducting research with Ms. Bulma and cannot meet with anyone right now. As the man pressed a button to close the door, Sun Wutian placed a hand on it, causing it to become stuck. Sun Wutian continued, "Could you please tell Aunt Bulma? It's quite urgent." The man, feeling a bit frightened as Sun Wutian was able to stop the mechanical operation with one hand, said, "All right, I'll go inform Ms. Bulma right away. Please wait a moment inside." Sun Goten didn't hesitate and walked straight in, only to see that renovations were underway inside, with a pungent smell everywhere. He casually found a place to wait. After a while, Bulma, dressed in a white lab coat, came out and immediately spotted Goten, asking, "Goten, why are you here alone? Is there something going on?" Sun Goten nodded and said, "Aunt Bulma, it's just that my dad is back for a day, and my brother asked me to tell you." Bulma was initially surprised, but in an instant, her expression turned to immense joy as she said, "Oh, Sun Wukong is back. You guys went to Namek so quickly?" Sun Wutian shook his head and said, "I can only temporarily return to the human world for one day with the help of the fortune-telling old lady. I have to go back tonight." "Is that so?" Hearing that Sun Wukong still had to go back, Bulma's eyes showed a hint of sadness. She continued, "But still a good thing that you can come back. We haven't seen each other for a long time. By the way, where's Sun Wukong now?" Sun Goten said, "In the evening, I'll go to Master Roshi's place. Uncle Krillin, Uncle Tin, and Uncle Yamcha will all be there." Bulma smiled and said, "It looks like everyone is back." Sun Goten said, "But it seems Uncle Vegeta hasn't come." Bulma sighed and said, "Vegeta is a bad person. He should be suffering in hell. There's nothing we can do about it." Sun Goten nodded and asked, "Aunt Bulma, where's Trunks? Can I train with him?" Bulma replied, "Of course. You should be making more friends at your age. Come with me." Sun Wukong followed Bulma around and finally arrived at the basement, where he saw Trunks lying on the machine. Sun Wutian was a bit surprised and asked, "What is Trunks doing? Is he being studied?" Bulma nodded, sitting aside, and said, "Yes, Trunks has some things on his mind that he's concerned about and wants me to help take a look." Sun Goten was somewhat confused. He didn't remember anything strange in Trunks' mind, so he asked, "So what exactly is it? It can't be something weird that Dr. Gero created again, right?" Bulma shook her head and said, "Although I'm not quite sure what those things are for what I know about Dr. Gero, he doesn't have the capability to create something that involves time and space." Sun Wutian asked, "What is this thing related to time and space? Could it be a time machine? But how could a time machine be in Trunks' mind?" Bulma replied, "No, it's more like a void energy entity in his mind. Trunks said that thing is called a life simulator, which can simulate the trajectory of his life using text and provide reminders. After my research, I found that those things are indeed powerful. They not only possess some time-space abilities, but also seem to be able to simulate an entire world. My current knowledge is completely insufficient to analyze it." Sun Wutian's head was buzzing. The words life simulator echoed in his mind. Isn't this the cheat he had been thinking about? After calling 404 times without response, he ended up here with Trunks. Life is unpredictable. The Joker turned out to be me? Bulma noticed Sun Wutian's somewhat unpleasant expression and felt a bit confused, so she asked, "Wutian, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Sun Goten shook his head and asked, "But that thing won't be harmful to Trunks, right?" Bulma replied, "Oh, about that. I specifically had Trunks undergo a life simulation. At first, that thing does take away Trunks' spirit. However, when the results are calculated, it will replenish it back. So far, it seems there are no harmful effects on Trunks, but further research is still needed." Sun Wutian nodded and said, "That's good. Maybe Trunks can use this thing to become stronger continuously." Bulma still looked worried and replied, "That would be best." Then Bulma operated the computer to put away the device and went to the other side to wake Trunks, saying, "Wake up. Wutian is here to see you." Trunks rubbed his sleepy eyes, sat up, and asked, "Is there anything wrong with that thing in my head?" Bulma replied, "No, just be careful how you use it. Even if it can help you quickly increase your strength, don't rely on it too much. After all, my current knowledge can't fully analyze that thing." Trunks acknowledged and then stood on the ground, saying to Sun Wutian, "Hello, Wutian. Isn't Gohan with you?" Sun Goten shook his head and said, "Brother is with Uncle Piccolo right now, so he hasn't come over." "Uncle Piccolo." Trunks repeated the name, a bit confused, and asked, "I remember Gohan said that Uncle Piccolo died in the battle against the androids, right?" Suddenly, Trunks seemed to think of something. He leaned in a couple of steps and asked, "So, you guys have already summoned the dragon to bring everyone back to life? Then did Dad come back to life too?" Sun Goten was startled by him and said, "We haven't gone to find the dragon yet. It's just that we've asked the fortune teller to bring back someone from Lord Kai's place for a day due to some matters. Uncle Vegeta can't come because of some issues. But don't worry, as long as we can find the Dragon Balls, there's always hope." Trunks listened and showed a bit of gloom on his face. He listlessly replied, "All right." Bulma then said, "Don't think too much about it. Now that the androids have been eliminated, things will get better. You want to train, right? You could train with Goten. After I finish some things, I'll take you to Master Roshi's to see those friends. Trunks nodded and said, Goten, can you teach me how to train? Sun Goten said, I just started learning martial arts too, and I only have a vague understanding of cultivation, so I can't really teach you. Let's just train together. Trunks, feeling a bit frustrated, replied, you can already transform into a Super Saiyan. But I'm clearly a year older than you and can't do anything. I still have to rely on you to save me. Sun Goten shook his head and smiled, saying, it's not like that. You're much braver than I am for being able to take action against the androids. When I first fought against an android, I was beaten badly and didn't even dare to fight back. As for the Super Saiyan transformation, that's not really my own achievement. It's more thanks to my dad. When Trunks heard the word dad, he felt a bit downhearted. Since he was little, he had always heard Gohan and his mom talk about Gohan's dad, and the respect and longing in their words were unmistakable. It seemed that as long as that man was around, everything would be resolved easily. However, he rarely heard them mention his own dad, as if his dad were just an insignificant figure. This made Trunks miss his dad even more. Sun Goten noticed that Trunks seemed off and said, of course, Uncle Vegeta's talent is also exceptional. I believe Trunks will soon become a Super Saiyan. Trunks, feeling dejected, replied, I hope so. Then Sun Goten followed Trunks to the mountains outside West City to train. Although they called it training, both of them were only partially knowledgeable, and they simply engaged in regular sparring to increase their strength through combat. Time always flies, and before long, it was sunset. Sun Goten and Trunks took a break from their training and sat on a rock, enjoying the cool breeze. After half a day's training, Trunks started to develop some fondness for Sun Goten. He sat down and wanted to chat about the dragon, but suddenly the watch on his wrist beeped. Trunks reached out and pressed it, and Bulma's voice came through. Trunks, get ready to come over. We need to go to Master Roshi's place later. Trunks replied, okay, Mom. We'll be right back. Then Trunks said to Sun Goten, Goten, let's go to Master Roshi's place together. Sun Wutian responded, and then the two little ones transformed into streaks of light. In less than a minute, they returned to Bulma's house. On the other side, Bulma had also prepared early, sitting in the spacecraft waiting. When she saw Wutian and Trunks flying back, she opened the spacecraft's large door and waved to the two. Sun Wutian and Trunks flew into the circular spacecraft, each finding a spot to settle down. Bulma pressed a button to close the spacecraft door and said, all right, we're off. Phew. The spacecraft sped away, soaring into the sky, heading towards the distant Kame house. Trunks kept his head down in silence, lost in thought, while Sun Wutian curiously looked around, as if he were a country bumpkin visiting the city, feeling surrounded by new and exciting things. Trunks remained quiet throughout the journey, while Bulma chatted with Sun Wutian intermittently, talking about Goku and reminiscing about their adventurous days. Finally, the spacecraft landed on Kame Island, and the door opened. Sun Wutian, Trunks, and Bulma stepped out in sequence and saw a large group of familiar friends already gathered on the island. Krillin was the first to notice Bulma. He smiled and greeted her. Hey, Bulma. It's been such a long time. Master Roshi squeezed his way to the front, looking at Bulma with a lecherous grin, and said, it's been a while, Bulma, and you're looking more charming than ever. As Bulma stepped down from the spacecraft and looked at her friends, she felt a bit emotional. However, as soon as Master Roshi spoke, her temper instantly returned to what it was 7 or 8 years ago. She slapped him on the bald head and scolded, you old pervert. Master Roshi fell to the ground, while Krillin laughed, scratching his head. It felt like they were back in those carefree days. Bulma then introduced Trunks to each of her friends, and Trunks met them one by one, but he felt that Yamcha's expression was a bit unnatural when they were introduced. After the introductions, Bulma looked around and asked, haven't Goku and the others arrived yet? Sun Gohan said, Dad and Mom went out together. They might be coming back a bit later. Although Bulma felt a bit disappointed, she still nodded and said, your mom has really had a tough time these years. They should be allowed to stay out a little longer. Then they officially began. While Bulma was speaking, she took out a box of capsules from her backpack, threw them on the ground one by one, and in an instant, countless food items appeared. The golden-haired launch was trying to get Tien drunk. Krillin and Master Roshi were clinking their glasses, constantly complaining about each other, tricking them into going into the sea to fish for colored things. Yamcha ran to a place far away from Bulma and was drinking alone with Puar. On the shore, Piccolo was meditating with his eyes closed, seemingly uninterested in joining the lively scene, while Goten and Trunks sat together with Gohan, chatting about trivial matters. Suddenly, a familiar aura approached, and then a man in an orange martial arts uniform appeared in front of everyone, accompanied by a woman in a blue qipao, as beautiful as a peach blossom. It was none other than Goku and Chi-Chi. Sun Wukong looked at everyone gathered together and said with a smile, "Everyone is here. It seems we are late again." As soon as Sun Wukong arrived, Krillin, Tin, Yamcha, Bulma, and even Master Roshi gathered around. Bulma was very excited. She looked at Wukong for a while and finally said with some emotion, "You haven't changed at all. You're just like before." Sun Wukong carefully looked at Bulma, then reached out to touch her forehead hair and said, "I'm already dead, so I definitely won't change. But Bulma, you've aged a lot over the years." Bulma shot a glance at Wukong and gritted her teeth as she said, "I don't know how to tell you to shut up." Sun Wukong just smiled and scratched his head, then looked at the tables around him, his eyes immediately lighting up as he said, "Everyone has prepared so much delicious food. This is amazing." While speaking, Sun Wukong had already started eating, and everyone gathered around him to sit down and began chatting about past events. Trunks sat at a distance, watching Sun Wukong being surrounded in the middle, slowly burying his head in his knees, thinking to himself, "Uncle Wukong is indeed as charming as Mom said. But where are you, Dad?" Although Turtle Island was bustling with activity, there is never a feast that does not come to an end, and joyful times are always so fleeting. It was finally time to say goodbye. Sun Wukong stood in the center, while the others formed a large circle around him, creating a somewhat somber atmosphere. Sun Wukong then said with a smile, "Everyone, don't be so unhappy. As long as we ask Lord Kai to find a new Namek, we'll be able to meet again after a while." Hearing this, Chi-Chi felt an inexplicable sadness. She looked at Wukong and said, "But Wukong, you died because you had a heart disease, right? In that case, the dragon won't be able to revive you." Sun Wukong looked at Chi-Chi gently and said, "It's okay. Even if I can't be resurrected, as long as Wu Tian can learn instant transmission, we will still have the chance to meet." Bulma stared blankly at Sun Wukong. Being perceptive, she could naturally guess that he had already given up on resurrection. Since Bulma could guess it, Chi-Chi, who had been with Sun Wukong day and night, naturally figured it out as well. With her eyes red, she took 2 steps forward and rushed into Sun Wukong's embrace. Sun Wukong gently stroked Chi-Chi's hair and said, "I am sorry, Kiki. I should be very hard to revive." Fortunately, the 2 children have grown up. Once Wu Tian learns instant transmission, he can take you to Lord Kai. By then, everyone will be able to meet again. Chi-Chi did not respond, only unable to stop crying. Sun Wukong gently pushed her away, and Sun Gohan quickly supported his mother, while Sun Wu Tian took his mother's hand and said, "Mom, don't worry. I will learn instant transmission very soon. It won't be difficult for you to see Dad then." Chi-Chi's eyes were red, and with tears streaming down, she nodded. Then, Sun Wu Tian also came to Sun Wukong's side and placed his hand on him. Sun Wukong looked around at his old acquaintances and then stopped at Trunks. He smiled and said, "Trunks, right? I heard from Goten that you really miss your dad. Don't worry, I saw him not long ago. And that guy is still in good spirits. After all, he's a proud and powerful guy." Trunks interrupted Sun Wukong, his eyes almost shining with excitement. Sun Wukong placed Wu Tian on his shoulder, then put 2 fingers on his forehead and said to everyone, "Well then, goodbye everyone. Let's meet again in the underworld." Tianjin Fan, Krillin, Yamcha, and others also waved goodbye to the crowd. Swish! All the energy converged to a single point in an instant, and the next second, a large group of figures disappeared from Turtle Island. The lively Turtle Island fell silent in an instant. Sun Gohan continued to comfort his sorrowful mother, while Bulma held Trunks, her eyes glistening, lost in thought. Launch watched Tianjin Fan leave, her palm crushing a cup. In the place where the North Galaxy meets the Yin and Yang, in a vague and ethereal space, there's a tiny planet where the supreme being who governs the North Galaxy resides. He is the legendary King Kai. The legendary deity, King Kai, was lounging in a rocking chair, appearing quite relaxed. Suddenly, several auras emerged from King Kai's planet, and then the auras fluctuated as 6 figures appeared out of thin air, standing right in front of King Kai. Without even looking, King Kai knew it was Sun Wukong and the others returning. He lazily said, "Oh, Wukong, you finally returned. So, did you encounter anything interesting this time?" Sun Wukong put Sun Wutian on the ground and said, "Lord Kai, this is my son Sun Wutian. He wants to learn martial arts here for a while. Is that okay?" Lord Kai sat up, looked at Sun Wutian, and said, "Wukong-san looks exactly like you, exactly the same." "Ha, exactly the same, ha, so funny." Sun Wutian, who was about to greet him, was stunned. He always knew that Lord Kai had a low sense of humor, but he didn't expect it to be this low. Lord Kai laughed heartily, holding his belly, while Sun Wukong and the others were already used to it. Tianjin. At this moment, A little figure resembling a zombie floated over from a distance. Tianjin nodded at him and said, "Sorry, Jiaozi. This time it was a bit rushed to go back, and you weren't here with Lord Kai, so I didn't bring you." Jiaozi shook his head and softly said, "It's okay, as long as I could be with Tianjin." Sun Wukong observed the two individuals and felt that something was off about them. At that moment, the king of the world seemed to snap out of his laughter. Sun Wukong quickly stepped forward and bowed to the king of the world, saying, "Hello, your excellency." The king of the world. "My name is Sun Wukong, and I am very pleased to meet you." The king of the world nodded at Sun Wukong and said, "Do you also wish to train here with me?" Sun Wukong nodded and said, "Yes, I hope Lord Kai can allow me to cultivate here." Upon hearing this, Lord Kai immediately smiled and said, "It's truly rare. It seems my ability to tell bad jokes has reached Earth. Very good. I can guide you to become an excellent master of bad jokes." Sun Goten thought to himself, "You better not when Majin Buu comes. Will your cold jokes freeze him to death?" Of course, he couldn't say that directly, and he had to be very polite. "Lord King Kai, not only have I admired your ability to tell cold jokes for a long time, but I also greatly respect your martial arts skills. Can we learn together this time?" Sun Wukong and the others looked at Sun Wutian in shock, while the King Kai had a face full of delight and said, "Finally, someone is willing to learn my cold jokes. You, kid, are quite talented, unlike your old man and the others who have no vision. Coming to my place to learn martial arts, but not learning cold jokes is like entering a treasure mountain and leaving empty-handed." Sun Goten said, "So Lord Kai, have you agreed?" The Kai replied, "Of course, it can't be that simple. Learning my martial arts is one thing, but if you want to learn my cold jokes, that's not an easy task. You can tell me a cold joke first to see if you have any talent." Sun Wukong thought for a moment and said, "Lord Kai, we can lend money to uncle and we can lend money to grandma, but we shouldn't lend money to uncle, because those who owe money and don't pay it back are all uncles." The atmosphere became calm for a few seconds, and then Lord Kai finally couldn't help but laughed out loud. Sun Wukong and the others couldn't help but facepalm. Piccolo and Tien Shinhan seemed unable to tolerate such a boring joke and directly went to the other side of the planet to enter a meditative state. King Kai laughed for a while, then finally stopped and said, "Not bad, not bad. You kid have quite the talent. Next, I will pass on my unique secret to you." While speaking, King Kai ran back into his house, rummaged through boxes, and finally took out a few books. He then carefully handed them to Goten, saying, "This is my secret transmission. Study it well and understand it before returning it to me, and make sure not to show it to anyone else." Sun Wukong was a bit confused. He reached out to take the book, and then he was completely stunned. 100 Cold Jokes from Lord KO. North KO teaches you how to tell good cold jokes, from beginner to master. Sun Wukong was completely flustered. He carefully placed the book behind him and asked King Kai, "I will study these books diligently. By the way, King Kai, could you help me find the coordinates of the new Namek?" King Kai glanced at Sun Wukong and then at Krillin and the others, looking as if he suddenly understood. "You want to borrow the Dragon Balls from Namek, right?" "Of course, you can. After all, you're my only true disciple." Sun Wukong clasped his hands together and said, "Then I'll leave it to you, Lord King Kai." King Kai turned his head, and then a wave of spiritual energy radiated from his body. The two antenna-like protrusions on his forehead began to search the universe for the traces of the Namekians. The surroundings were silent, and after a while, North Kai pointed in a direction and said, "On the 1362nd planet in that direction." Sun Wutian looked in the direction pointed by King Kai and felt completely lost. "On the 1362nd planet. Who knows where you're talking about?" So Sun Wutian asked again, "Is there a more specific location? We're traveling by spaceship, and if we only know the general direction, it might still be hard to find." King Kai was taken aback and said, "Aren't you supposed to go to New Namek from Earth, instead of having Goku use instant transmission to take you there?" Sun Goten looked puzzled and asked, "But Dad is already dead, so theoretically he can't go back to the living world, right? Moreover, how could he go to Namek to wish for his own resurrection?" King Kai smiled and said, "It's fine. As long as I issue an order for Goku to handle some major crises in the universe, he can temporarily return to the living world. At that time, he can take you to the new Namek so you can make your wish." Sun Goten looked at King Kai with some surprise, pondering, "Is it possible to do it this way? According to what you said, couldn't he have used the excuse of dealing with the galactic crisis to conveniently eliminate the androids?" As if seeing through Sun Goten's thoughts, King Kai said, "It is not allowed to interfere with the development of planets under the pretext of dealing with the galactic crisis. Moreover, Earth is also the place where your father passed away. If he had really gone to Earth to take action against the androids, the consequences would have been dire. King Kai didn't elaborate, but Sun Goten could roughly guess that it was something along the lines of being abandoned by the gods. At this moment, Son Goku said, King Kai, if possible, please hand over the specific coordinates to Bulma and the others. Hearing Sun Wukong say this, Sun Wutian, Krillin, Yamcha, and the others looked at him with some confusion. Sun Wukong continued, even if I can be resurrected this time, I think the young warriors should grow up. Gohan has been to the universe, which is good, but Goten and Trunks haven't experienced much yet. It's time for them to see the universe. Sun Wukong looked at himself and said, so I should go back too? Sun Wukong shook his head and said with a smile, if there are any tasks from Lord of the King of the World in the future, you can just go with your father. For now, focus on your training. Sun Goten nodded, and after confirming with King Kai, he directly contacted Bulma telepathically. After a conversation, he imprinted the location of the new Namek in her mind. On Earth, Bulma was saying goodbye to everyone when she received King Kai's message in her mind, and through their chat, she got the coordinates of the new Namek. Although Bulma knew the coordinates of Namek, she still felt a bit of a headache. She genuinely felt that there weren't enough hands. The Capsule Corporation was in need of revitalization, and she needed to oversee it personally. But going to find the new Namek wasn't a simple task, and leaving it to Gohan and Trunks made her equally uneasy. Moreover, Gohan had his own more important things to do. After thinking it over, Bulma could only entrust the company's reconstruction to her parents. After all, reviving everyone was more important than rebuilding the company. She then said to Gohan, Gohan, do you have time to accompany me to the new Namek later? Son Gohan asked, does Aunt Bulma know the location of the new Namek? Bulma nodded and said, that Kai just contacted me and gave me the location of the new Namek, but if only Trunks and I go to space, we might run into a lot of trouble, so I wanted to ask you to come with us. Trunks looked puzzled and asked, Mom talked to the Kai? When did that happen? Son Gohan said, there should be time, as Earth is temporarily peaceful now. However, it will take some time to restore the previous state. And the martial arts school is not in a hurry. Bulma let out a sigh of relief and said, it would be best if you could come along. Then I'll go back to prepare the house for our journey to the universe. I estimate it will take about a month, and I'll let you know the exact time later. Sun Wukong nodded and said, then I'll leave the spaceship issue to Aunt Bulma. I'll take this time to spend some quality time with Mom. Bulma responded with an then said goodbye to Master Roshi, Launch, and others before taking Trunks and boarding the flying vehicle back to Capsule Corporation. Son Gohan also said goodbye to everyone and then took Chi-Chi back to Mount Pazu. Life returned to tranquility. Son Gohan, Son Goten, and Trunks each began their training in different places, while Bulma entrusted the reconstruction of the company to her parents and worked hard to develop new types of spaceships. Most people continued to live hidden away, seemingly unaware that the androids had been eliminated, still living in fear, afraid of not seeing the sun rise the next day. Days flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The androids, who used to make headlines every day, suddenly disappeared, and people seemed to gradually realize something. The king naturally received the news that the androids had been destroyed. However, as king, he had to be responsible for the safety of his citizens. Although he believed some of it in his heart, he still decided to send people to investigate. As time went by, he gradually believed it, now only waiting for the final news. The blue-skinned king sat on his throne, feeling a bit hopeful. According to his secretary, the investigation results should come out today. After a while, the palace doors opened, and a tall blonde beauty wrapped in a pile of documents came before the king, saying, Your Majesty, I apologize. We have been gathering information from the citizens for a long time, but the information on the two Gohans is still not comprehensive. Interestingly, these two Gohans have some familial relations. The king said, it seems our citizens' information management is still not perfect. Bring me the data to take a look. The blonde beauty handed the documents to the king, who then asked, how is the situation with the androids? The blonde beauty replied, it is still being confirmed. But we have found people connected to the androids, as reported by Dilly. They are probably already being interrogated. The king sighed and said, what a vast world, full of wonders. There are still people in contact with the androids. It seems they are not dying fast enough. The blonde beauty smiled and said, Your Majesty, you might not know, but those two androids still have many supporters among humans. In fact, many even claim they would betray the whole world for them. The king rubbed his forehead and chuckled. The young people nowadays really are becoming harder to understand. All right, you go ahead and get busy. I will review the documents carefully. After the blonde beauty bowed to the king, she exited the palace. The king then opened the documents. The first page featured an elderly man wearing an old-style martial arts uniform, with a kind face and a mouth full of white beard. Further down was his information. Sun Wukong. Born on August 12, 658 in Baozi Mountain. Father unknown, mother unknown. In 676, Sun Wukong became a disciple of Master Wu Tian, known as the god of martial arts, and began practicing martial arts, viewing it as his lifelong goal, never marrying throughout his life. In 680 AE, Sun Wukong achieved significant progress in his studies, began traveling the world, and during his journey, sparred with several martial arts schools. That year, Sun Wukong participated in the 7th World Martial Arts Tournament, narrowly losing to Master Wu Tian in the finals. In 681 to 690 AE, Sun Wukong continued his travels around the world, mastering numerous martial arts and finally integrating various martial arts into one, achieving great mastery, and won the championship in the 9th World Martial Arts Tournament. In 691 to 737 AE, Sun Wukong secluded himself in Baozi Mountain, no longer in contact with the outside world. In 738 AE, Sun Wukong adopted a child and registered his household in the local area, listing the relationship as grandfather and grandson, with the child's name being Sun Wukong. In 739 to 771 AE, Sun Wukong continued to live in seclusion in Baozi Mountain, but no one has seen him since, suspected to have died without reporting. Evaluation. Although he was once a world-renowned martial arts master, he is now old and has not been seen for a long time, making the possibility of him being the Golden Warrior a 1. The king had naturally heard of this Wukong's reputation, which was indeed legendary, and there was a possibility of saving the world. However, this Wukong looked completely different from the Golden Warrior they had captured. The king thought as he turned the page and saw a crab-headed man in an orange martial arts uniform. The king's pupils suddenly constricted because he recognized this man, who was the one who had once defeated Demon King Piccolo, but unfortunately, he didn't even know the man's name. The king looked at the name section and saw the 3 characters Sun Wukong written prominently, and he continued to flip through the next document. What caught his eye was a child dressed in Eastern style, and the king immediately noticed that the child bore a striking resemblance to Sun Wukong, and he continued to look down. Sun Gohan, born on May 7th, age 757, at Baozi Mountain. Father, Son Goku, born May 8th, age 737. Mother, Chi-Chi, born November 5th, age 737. Introduction. Both parents are renowned martial artists, but Sun Gohan chose the path of a scholar and has been praised by many teachers for his intelligence. Age 760 to 761. He disappeared for a year, and no one knew where he went or what he did. Age 761 to 766. The family of 3 lived a peaceful life until the appearance of the androids. Age 767 to 771. Sun Gohan and his father Son Goku both left Baozi Mountain, suspected to have participated in battles against the androids, leaving Chi-Chi and son Goten to live at Baozi Mountain. Evaluation. There's a possibility he is a Super Saiyan, but considering he is only 14 years old and has not undergone martial arts training, he should not possess overwhelming power. It is speculated that his father might be the true Super Saiyan. The king nodded in agreement, as he already knew that Son Goku was the child who defeated Demon King Piccolo, making it reasonable for him to defeat the androids over the years. Demon King Piccolo turned to the last page of Son Gohan's profile, which depicted his family relations, and he immediately saw the tall man in the orange martial arts uniform. Then, the king pulled out a photo of the Super Saiyan from his drawer. Although the entire photo was glowing gold, the figure could still be vaguely discerned. The king looked left and right, and finally confirmed that the mysterious Super Saiyan was indeed Son Goku. Just as the king was about to look further into the supplementary materials, the phone suddenly rang. He knew it was a call transferred from the outside, so he answered directly. A voice on the other end said, "Your Majesty, hello, this is Bidalai. The investigation has yielded results." The king asked, "What is the outcome? Were the androids really eliminated?" Bidalai replied, "We have tracked down the reactionary organization that was previously communicating with the androids. After interrogation, they said they haven't been in contact with the androids for a month. We also asked Capsule Corporation to help check the information wristbands of the reactionary organization, and we located that the last appearance of the android's wristband was in West City." The king felt somewhat relieved and said, "It seems the android should indeed have been eliminated. Let's prepare to report this good news to the citizens." Bidalai acknowledged and then asked, "What should we do with these reactionary organizations and individuals?" The king replied, "Investigate them. Those who have clear connections with the androids should be executed at the press conference the day after tomorrow. The rest can be handled by the legal department." After finishing, the king hung up the phone and lost interest in reviewing Son Goku's profile, hastily calling the council members to prepare for a meeting. After receiving a message from Bulma, Sun Gohan quickly arrived at Capsule Corporation. Upon entering the company's backyard, he saw a massive spaceship. Bulma and Trunks were underneath the spaceship, and when they saw Sun Gohan, they waved at him. Sun Wukong approached them and said, "Aunt Bulma is indeed amazing. This spaceship is much more advanced than the one we took to Namek." Bulma replied, "Technology has to improve over the years. Let's not talk too much. If there's nothing else, let's set off directly. It will take about a month for a round trip." Sun Wukong said, "Mama's already settled down. I'm all set. We can leave now." Bulma nodded, pressed a button on her wristwatch, and the spaceship door opened. Bulma entered first, followed closely by Sun Wukong and Trunks. After a flurry of operations at the control panel, Bulma said, "The route is set. All right, we're off." With a whoosh, the circular spaceship expelled a fierce white vapor and shot up into the sky, heading towards space. The spaceship flew out of Earth, smoothly ascending into the universe. As Bulma left the control panel and joined Sun Wukong and Trunks, Sun Gohan was fine. After all, he had experience on a spaceship, while Trunks looked at the observation screen with a face full of envy, as if he had seen something incredible. Bulma began to introduce the various facilities inside the spaceship to Sun Gohan. Outside the control room, to the left was a lounge for 3 people, and to the right, the first room was the kitchen, the second room was the storage room, and the third room was Bulma's research room. Continuing down the hallway, there was a fork. Going straight led to Bulma's personal maintenance room, while turning right and continuing would ultimately lead to the gravity room, and turning left would lead to a recreation room. Bulma introduced all the locations on the spaceship and then said, "The journey to the new Namek is a bit far. I roughly estimated that it will take about 20 days to arrive. This period can be quite dull, so you can choose some activities to pass the time." Trunks said, "Gohan, can we use this time to train together? I also want to become a Super Saiyan." Sun Gohan smiled and said, "Of course, I believe Trunks can do it." Trunks felt cheerful and came to the gravity room with Sun Gohan. In front of the gravity room, there was a large array of buttons. Sun Gohan studied them for a moment and said, "Let's start with 10 times gravity, Trunks." Trunks nodded and said, "It's my first time in the gravity room, so I'll just follow Gohan's lead." Sun Gohan adjusted the gravity to 10 times and entered the training room. Trunks followed him in, and as soon as they entered the gravity chamber, he felt a heavy weight on his body, making even walking a difficult task. Trunks took a deep breath and worked hard to adapt to the 10-fold gravity. Sun Wukong looked at Trunks struggling and said with a smile, "No rush, take your time. 20 days is enough for us to adapt here and then take it a step further." Trunks, finding it difficult to move, gritted his teeth and replied, "But I want to become a Super Saiyan before Dad comes back." Sun Gohan stared at the gritting Trunks for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, "All right, let's work hard together and surpass that barrier." Trunks nodded in agreement, and then his whole body ignited with a white aura. Trunks worked hard on the spaceship, eager to push himself beyond his limits and reach the level of a Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, on North Kai's planet, Goten fell into a continuous state of self-isolation. Over the course of a month, Goten indeed gained a lot. He had to admit that his dad was a true genius. His understanding of martial arts was extraordinary, and his application of techniques was exquisite. The same technique in Goten's hands was just an ordinary move, but in his dad's hands, it could be performed in a dazzling way. In less than a month of training with his father, son Goten could already feel a profound change within himself. He even felt that he could easily take on the Android 17 from back then. Of course, son Goten was not just following his dad to practice martial arts on King Kai's planet. What he truly desired was to master instant transmission. However, his father, Son Goku, told him that his current state was not the best time to train in instant transmission. So, he advised Goten to first adjust his mental state. Although Goten did not understand, he continued to train in martial arts with his father, hoping to change his condition. In his spare time, he also learned King Kai's King Kai Fist and Spirit Bomb. The King Kai Fist was not difficult to learn, using a method similar to that of a Super Saiyan. However, it placed a heavier burden on him than the Super Saiyan transformation due to the intense bloodline pressure. For Goten at this stage, it was impossible to combine it with the Super Saiyan form. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to return to Earth. As for the Spirit Bomb, it truly lived up to its reputation as King Kai's signature move, proving to be quite challenging to learn, even causing Goten to consider giving up at one point. Ordinary techniques, like the air cannon and energy slice, Goten could grasp with just a glance. However, he struggled for the first 7 days just to get a grasp on the Spirit Bomb, leading him to doubt his own talent. Fortunately, a cold joke from King Kai revealed to him that the secret of the spirit bomb lies in having a pure heart. In truth, Goten did not fully understand the true meaning of a pure heart. He thought it meant being free of malicious thoughts, being undistracted, and having a simple mind focused on a single goal. Sun Wutian believes that he is not naive and is not someone who doesn't understand the ways of the world. However, when he successfully feels the vitality of all things and is able to communicate with the world around him a day later, he falls silent. Being able to communicate with all things makes it natural for him to condense the energy blast and lock onto it. Thus, Sun Wutian, filled with excitement and confusion, successfully practices the energy blast. After mastering the energy blast, he is happy for a period and no longer worries about whether he is a naive fool. Instead, he thinks that having conquered the energy blast, there are no more obstacles ahead. It is not until 10 days later, when he officially begins to learn instant teleportation, that he realizes how ridiculous his thoughts were. On King Kai's planet, Sun Wukong looks at Wutian and asks, "Wutian, do you understand what I just explained?" Sun Wukong nodded and then shook his head, saying, "Dad, I understand the principles you're talking about. But how can I fully integrate my body into the energy and then achieve the leap of energy?" Sun Wukong smiled and said, "This requires adjusting one's spirit and breath, achieving a perfect unity of body, spirit, and breath. Then, gradually learn how to integrate the body into the flow of energy. And the final step is the leap of energy." Sun Wukong probably understands it, but it still feels very fantastical. How can such a big person merge into the air and achieve precise teleportation? It just sounds impossible no matter how you think about it. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wutian's expression of despair and smiled, saying, "In the previous training, your spirit and body have already achieved perfect unity. Now you just need to unify your breath with your body and spirit, and then you can proceed to the second step." Sun Goten asked, "Can I ask how long it took Dad to achieve perfect unity of these three?" Sun Wukong said with a smile, 150 days. There's no need to be impatient with this kind of thing. The more impatient you are, the more likely it is to backfire. Sun Goten nodded. He naturally understood the reasoning. However, cultivation is not something that can be completed just because you understand it. It's like the college entrance examination or graduate school entrance examination. Knowing that you should take the exam doesn't mean you will succeed in passing it. Sun Wukong went to the other side to find the King of the Worlds, and it is unknown what was said, but the King of the Worlds suddenly burst into laughter. Sun Goten was puzzled as the Kaioshin placed his hand on the ground. The next second, there was a tremor on the Kaioshin planet, and a sharp earthen pillar shot up from the planet, piercing the yellow clouds in an instant. Sun Wukong leaped up, then his legs fully extended, with each knee facing outward and his feet resting on the ends of the spikes while he crouched down, maintaining a slight distance from the tips. Then he brought his index fingers together, and a layer of hazy energy emanated from his body. After that, Sun Wukong jumped down and said to Wutian, "Wutian, you go up now just like I did earlier. Whenever you can adjust your state to the best, we will start learning the second phase of instant teleportation." Sun Wukong nodded. He glanced at the straight, sharp spike and felt a bit anxious. However, thinking about being able to learn instant transmission, he gathered his courage, jumped up, and squatted on the tip like his dad to practice. Sun Wutian's training posture was perfect, with the tip of the needle only 0.1 centimeters away from his little brother. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat and thought to himself, "Dad, aren't you afraid of the Sun family dying out? This damn training method is something only you could come up with." However, Sun Wutian also understood that the more dangerous it was, the more effective the training would be, because a person's potential often bursts forth under pressure. Sun Wukong adjusted his mind, stirred his breath, and worked hard to achieve a relative balance between his spirit, body, and breath. Sun Wukong watched as Sun Wutian quickly entered his training and nodded to himself. He then prepared to start his own training. When he turned around, he saw Krillin looking at him in surprise. Sun Wukong asked, "What's wrong, Krillin?" Krillin glanced over at Goten and said, "Wukong, this training method is quite strange. Did you come up with it?" Sun Wukong shook his head and said, "This is the training method of the Yatatran people. I tried it back then, and it really has great benefits for cultivation." Krillin then looked at Goten and said, "You can endure it, but are you sure Goten at this age can also withstand that kind of loneliness and torment?" Sun Wukong looked at Wutian, then at Krillin, and said with a smile, "Don't underestimate Wutian. This kid may seem a bit timid and tends to slack off during training, but he has a tenacity. No matter what difficulties he faces, he always thinks about holding on for a little longer, and by persevering, he eventually succeeds." Krillin, a bit puzzled, replied, "Wukong, how do you know that?" You've only been with Wu Tian for a month, right? Sun Wukong smiled, but didn't answer Krillin's question. He just said, keep practicing well. After you're revived, there might be new challenges waiting for you, and you'll have to rely on yourself then. Krillin became even more confused and looked at Wukong, asking, Wukong, do you know something? Sun Wukong shook his head and then began his training. Time always passes, and in the blink of an eye, Bulma and the others have been away from Earth for 18 days. In the gravity chamber, Gohan and Trunks had increased the gravity to 100 times. However, Trunks still couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan, always feeling just a bit short. After failing to transform into a Super Saiyan once again, Trunks looked a bit dejected and said, Gohan, do you think I have particularly poor talent? It's been so long, and I still haven't become a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong looked at Trunks' dejected expression and smiled, saying, No, Trunks is already very strong. I wasn't nearly as powerful as you are at your age. Trunks shook his head and said, But Mom and Uncle Goku both said that my dad is proud and strong. If he sees Goten can become a Super Saiyan after being revived, but I can't, he will definitely be disappointed, right? Sun Wukong was taken aback and said, No way. Trunks is already very strong. If you're still not satisfied, then let's put in some more effort. I believe Trunks can definitely surpass his current self. Trunks nodded seriously and was about to increase the gravity when suddenly the gravity in the training room returned to normal and the door opened, revealing Bulma in a white coat. Bulma said, Training isn't just about the moment. We're about to arrive at Namek, so everyone get ready. Sun Gohan and Trunks responded in unison and then walked out of the gravity chamber. The entire Namek planet was covered in green vegetation, with a number of scattered villages across the vast planet, all with similar architecture. From a bird's-eye view of the starry sky, one could see all the villages surrounding a high mountain, on which was painted the sacred symbol of the Namekians. If someone knowledgeable about Namekian culture were to see this, they would know that it was the sacred place of Namek, where the esteemed Grand Elder resides. Boom! A loud noise erupted from somewhere on Namek, instantly echoing across the entire continent, stirring up clouds of dust in the distance. The Namekian guards of the Grand Elder opened their eyes, preparing to investigate, when suddenly the voice of the Grand Elder resonated in their minds. Sis, do not panic. The ones coming are the heroes who once saved our people. The Namekian warrior paused and began to respond to the Grand Elder. So, do we need to go welcome them, Grand Elder? The Grand Elder's voice came again. I have already informed the leaders of the villages to bring the Dragon Balls. Let us welcome the heroes here. On a high mountain of Namek, Sun Gohan and Trunks, supporting Bulma, slowly ascended into the air. Trunks looked around in amazement and said, Is this the place where aliens live? Sun Gohan nodded, looked around, and said with a smile, This seems no different from the previous Namek. Bulma looked around and said, It really is exactly the same. I guess this is because this planet was found by the dragon for the Namekians. Trunks looked around and said, But this planet is so big. How are we going to find the legendary Dragon Balls? Sun Wukong closed his eyes, feeling the familiar aura of Namek. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Long time no see, little hero who saved our people. Sun Wukong knew in his heart that it was the new Grand Elder of Namek, so he replied in his mind, Hello, Grand Elder of Namek. I apologize for disturbing your life. To be honest, we have come from Earth to seek your Dragon Balls to fulfill some wishes. The Grand Elder then responded, Of course. But I remember that there are also Dragon Balls on your Earth, right? Sun Gohan thought to himself. Indeed, there were some, but then some events occurred, and our god was killed by 2 demons, so the Dragon Balls no longer exist. The Grand Elder said, It seems to be another great disaster. You should come over to me first. Saz is the most powerful warrior on our Namek, and you should be able to sense his energy. Sun Wukong tried to sense it and then said, Okay, I will go over now, Elder. The Elder on the other side also replied, Then we will wait here for our benefactors to arrive. After that, the mental connection was temporarily interrupted, and Sun Wukong opened his eyes, looking into the distance, and said, Aunt Bulma, we are setting off. Trunks, come with me. Huh. Gohan's energy spread out, forming a shield around him and Bulma. Then he grabbed Bulma's shoulders with both hands and flew off into the distance. Trunks also accelerated with all his might, closely following behind. The 2 streams of energy crossed the sky, and after about 20 minutes, they arrived at the sacred place on Namek. From a distance, Gohan saw some familiar faces, the new Elder Muri of Namek and his former battle partner Dent. Sun Gohan first placed Bulma on the ground, then stood with both feet on the ground, greeting the Grand Elder and Dandy. Long time no see, my friends from Namek. Dandy, slightly older, had joy almost overflowing from his eyes, while the Grand Elder smiled and said, Long time no see, the hero who once saved us. Sun Gohan smiled and said, I don't have the ability to save you. It was my father who saved you back then. By the way, Elder, can we use the Patera earrings? The elder nodded and said, of course, but what exactly happened over there? Sun Wukong sighed and told the elder about a series of events that had happened on Earth. The elder sighed as well, then stepped aside to reveal 7 Dragon Balls, saying, you really have faced many disasters over there. The Dragon Balls are here, so feel free to use them. Sun Wukong took a deep breath upon seeing the 7 Dragon Balls and thanked the Grand Elder. Thank you so much, Grand Elder. And all the friends from Namek. If there's anything I can do to help in the future, please don't hesitate to reach out. The Grand Elder smiled and said, the existence of the Dragon Balls is meant to change certain regrets. You are all people who yearn for peace, so it's only right that you use them. At this moment, Bulma suddenly asked, Grand Elder, I remember that our Earth-S dragon cannot resurrect people who have been dead for more than a year, nor can it resurrect those who died of natural causes. Can your dragon resurrect these 2 types of people? The Grand Elder replied, Paranga's power has indeed been enhanced. He can resurrect countless lives at once, and can also bring back those who have been dead for over a year by creating suitable bodies for them. However, he is powerless against those who died of natural causes. Although Bulma had already suspected this, she still felt a bit disappointed and could only say, this is going to be a bit difficult. Sun Wukong said, it's okay, Aunt Bulma. Dad always finds a way. As long as we keep making progress and moving forward, we'll definitely find a solution. Bulma smiled and didn't say anything. Trunks was squatting there, looking curiously at the 7 Dragon Balls. At that moment, Sun Wukong spoke again, what about the language of Namek that we don't understand? Can the elder find someone to help? The elder smiled, looked at Dandy and said, Dandy, why don't you help these heroes save the world? Dandy quickly stepped forward, first bowing to the elder, then turning to Sun Wukong and said, long time no see, go on. Sun Wukong nodded and said, it's been a long time. I have to trouble you again this time, Dandy. Dandy replied, no problem. By the way, how has Mr. Krillin been lately? Sun Gohan's eyes were somewhat dim as he said, Uncle Krillin also sacrificed himself in the battle against the androids. Dandy was a bit stunned, but then quickly came to his senses and said, Mr. Krillin was killed again. Huh? But it's okay. We can use the power of Parunga to bring him back to life. Sun Gohan took 2 steps back and said, then I'll leave it to you, Dandy. Dandy nodded, then ran in front of the Dragon Balls, stretched out his hands towards the front, and shouted, Dakara Puto, Papria, Puberito, Burlo. In the next moment, the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a brilliant light, and a mysterious power surged forth. The sky was obscured, and Namek became instantly dark. Then, a beam of light shot up into the sky, converging from the 7 Dragon Balls. Within the beam, it seemed that a sacred being was gradually being born, with green scales, a yellow belly, and finally a head adorned with 2 horns, looking both divine and marvelous. That was the dragon god Parunga, revered by the Namekians. Parunga's crimson eyes scanned below, and he said, those who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wishes. Trunks looked shocked, gazing at the dragon hovering in the sky. Deeply shaken, Sun Gohan looked at Dandy and said, Dandy, please, the first wish is to bring back all the people who died because of the androids. Dandy nodded and then conveyed this to Parunga in the Namekian language. Parunga's red eyes flickered as he said, I'm sorry, some souls have already been reincarnated, and this wish can no longer be fulfilled. Sun Wukong had long anticipated this. After all, the android incident lasted for 5 years, and many of those who died 5 years ago must have already been reincarnated. He shook his head and said, then please ask Parunga to revive all those who can be revived. Dandy nodded, once again putting his hands together and relaying the message to Parunga. Parunga's eyes flashed red again, and this time he made an okay gesture with his right hand, saying, this wish can be granted, but there are many people, and crossing time will take a while, so you will need to wait for some time. Sun Wukong nodded and quietly waited nearby. Bulma and Trunks also stayed quietly to the side, waiting for the results from Shenron. On North KO's planet, Son Goten was still training on the spike. Although he was improving these days, he still had a ways to go before fully mastering his skills. Below, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien Chaos, and Yamcha were also training when suddenly an extremely mysterious power surged through them, causing heat to rise from their bodies, their hearts to revive, and the blood within them to continue boiling, after which the halos on their foreheads disappeared. Piccolo sensed the change in his body immediately. He opened his eyes and tried to feel his body again, finally confirming that he was alive. He looked towards the position of New Namek and thought to himself, is it you, Gohan? Whoosh. A man in an orange martial arts uniform suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It was Sun Wukong. He glanced at Piccolo, then at the others, and said with a smile, "Looks like everyone is back to life." Tien also said, "We should be back to life. The blood in my body has started to flow again." Krillin looked at Wukong and said, "But Wukong, you." Sun Wukong said with a smile, "It's okay. After all, I died a normal death, and there's nothing we can do if we can't be revived." Krillin felt a bit sad, but didn't know what to say. Yamcha suddenly said, "But why do we revive here?" Piccolo thought for a moment and replied, "It's probably because we have physical bodies, and Lord Kai's place is both the underworld and the living world. The dragon only received the information to revive us, so we can't just revive on Earth like those without bodies." Chaozu asked, "Then how do we get back?" Sun Wukong smiled and said, "The heavenly god has already contacted me. Soon, I will take you to Lord Yin Wang, and you can follow him back to Earth. Somewhere on Earth." A man with a fiery appearance and a bare body suddenly appeared. He looked around, his face filled with confusion. Wasn't I just in hell looking at those boring things? How'd I end up back here? Could it be those guys' boring tricks again? Whoosh! The man sensed the aura and then soared into the sky, seemingly heading towards the West City. Many naked people crawled out from the ruins on Earth, looking around in confusion, seemingly unaware of their situation. The mech star Barunga finally said, "Your first wish has been granted, so please state your second wish." Trunks, having never seen the dragon, noticed that the dragon was still and said that all the Earthlings had been revived, and couldn't help but feel amazed. Sun Gohan nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "For my second wish, let my father's son Wukong be revived." Dandy translated this using the Namekian language, and the red light in Purunga's eyes flickered again. After a while, Purunga finally said, "Son Wukong died of natural causes. This wish cannot be fulfilled. Please choose another wish." Sun Gohan felt somewhat downcast. Although he had already guessed that the outcome would be like this, he still felt sad when Purunga actually said that the wish could not be fulfilled. Dandy then said, "I am sorry, Gohan. Natural death is different from accidental death. It has long been recorded by Lord Enma. Even Purunga cannot alter Lord Enma's records." Sun Wukong shook his head and said, "It's okay. After all, Dad died from heart disease, which is indeed difficult to revive. Could you ask Purunga if there's a way to bring Dad back to life?" Dandy nodded and then relayed the message to Purunga. Purunga's crimson eyes flickered with a red light again, as if searching for some information from the world. After a while, he said, "There's indeed a method for resurrection. It requires a deity with a higher status than Lord Yama to willingly share their life with Sun Wukong, and then help him eliminate the heart disease, which would make resurrection possible." Sun Gohan nodded and said, "Although this method is difficult, thank you anyway, Purunga." Purunga then continued, "Do you have any other wishes?" Sun Wukong thought for a moment and realized he didn't have any other wishes for now. So he asked Bulma, "Aunt Bulma, do you have any other wishes?" Bulma thought for a while and said, "How about restoring the Earth to the way it was before the androids appeared?" Sun Wukong shook his head and said, "Those things we can accomplish on our own. I think we shouldn't rely too much on the dragon. After all, things that humans can do should be completed by themselves." Bulma smiled and said, "That's fine. Then I don't have any other wishes for now." Sun Wukong thought for a moment and then said to Dandy, "Dandy, can you help me inquire about the Yin-Yang approval order and the Kaishin?" Dandy nodded and once again used Namekian to relay the message to Purunga. Purunga's eyes continued to flicker with red light, and then said, "The Yin-Yang approval order is a regulation established by the first generation of Kaishin at the beginning of the world's creation. Any life that has made a significant contribution to the universe can apply for the Yin-Yang approval order after death. The order is nominated by Lord Enma of the underworld of each planet, then submitted to the Kaishin, and finally reviewed and issued by the Great Kaishin. Those who receive the Yin-Yang approval order will no longer be rejected by the living world and can freely enter and exit both the Yin and Yang realms." Sun Gohan nodded, and Bulma also showed some surprise on her face. Brolin continued, "The Kaishin is a deity that nurtures the universe and is one of the highest deities in the cosmos. They possess powers far beyond those of mortals. Even the cosmic Emperor Frisia would find it difficult to contend with even a single finger of theirs. However, they rarely appear in the mortal realm and spend most of their time residing in the sacred world of the Kaishin, a place that ordinary beings cannot reach. Even esteemed deities like the Kai and Grand Kai need to be summoned to go there." Sun Wukong felt a bit of headache. The King Kai seemed to be in existence they could not reach, which completely surprised him. Bulma analyzed the situation and asked in Namekian, "So how can we meet the King Kai?" Purunga no longer responded, but said, "Your wishes have all been granted, so farewell." Huh. The golden light flickered again, The dragon gradually shrank and finally merged into the 7 Dragon Balls. The sky cleared up, and the 7 Dragon Balls turned to stone and fell to the ground. Trunks was a bit puzzled and asked, "So, is asking a question also considered a wish?" Din replied, "Sorry, for Purunga, answering questions is also considered a wish." Sun Wukong said, "It's okay, at least we know how to revive Dad. As for other issues, I believe the Dragon of Earth should have been revived as well." At this moment, the Grand Elder said, "If you want to freely move between the 2 realms of Yin and Yang, there may be methods other than going through the King of Worlds." Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "What method is it?" The Elder hesitated for a moment and said, "I only saw it while reviewing the Namekian records. It mentioned that God can ignore the Yin and Yang and traverse between different realms." "God?" Sun Wukong immediately thought of the Supreme Kai on Earth and asked, "But it seems that our Supreme Kai doesn't have that ability after death." The Elder shook his head and said, "The deities on your Earth have a low status and are managed by the King of Hell. When the records mention God, they cited the examples of the Kaioshin and the Destroyer God. I think to freely traverse between the realms of Yin and Yang, one must have a status similar to that of the Kaioshin and the Destroyer God." Hearing this, Sun Wukong couldn't help but smile wryly. "This is even harder, isn't it? We don't even know what the Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction truly are. So how can we reach that level?" The Elder continued, "Perhaps you will have to seek the answers yourself. After all, my knowledge is still far inferior to that of the previous Elder." Sun Wukong nodded and said, "Anyway, I am very grateful to you all, Elder, Dandy, and all the friend from Namek." The Elder then said, "Now that the matter is over, I invite our friends from afar to come and sit with me for a while." Sun Wukong shook his head and smiled, saying, "The current Earth is in a state of disrepair, and we have many things to do, so we won't disturb you any longer." Then, Bulma and Trunks also bid farewell to the Elder. The Elder, feeling helpless, clasped his hands together and said, "Then I wish you all peace and prosperity in the future." After bidding farewell, Sun Wukong and the others returned to the spaceship. Bulma asked, "Gohan, have you thought about how to revive Goku?" Sun Wukong shook his head and said, "Although the dragon said the method, it's quite difficult to think about having a higher-ranked deity transfer their life to my dad." Bulma nodded and said, "That's right. It is indeed difficult. I think we might be able to help Sun Jun obtain the Yin-Yang decree. As long as we can freely enter and exit the Yin and Yang realms, it wouldn't be much different from being alive." Sun Wukong sighed and said, "We can only see if the King Kai has any good solutions. There's really nothing we can do here." Trunks suddenly said, "Why can't we ask the dragon to send us to the King Kai?" Bulma's eyes lit up and she slapped Trunks on the back, laughing as she said, "Yes, the dragon might have that power. As long as it can send us to the King Kai, I'm sure there must be a way to obtain the Yin-Yang order." Sun Wukong also said with a smile, "That's a good idea, but will our sudden visit annoy the Kaioshin?" Bulma replied with a smile, "We just need to make some preparations before we go." After some chatting, Bulma started the spaceship and set off toward Earth. Gohan and Trunks continued their training. Trunks was determined to transform into a Super Saiyan by the time they reached Earth, and Gohan was naturally happy to help, doing his best to teach him. On King Kai's planet, Goku looked at everyone and said with a smile, "All right, we have to part ways eventually. Everyone, place your hands on me. I'll send you off one last time." Krillin looked at Goten, who was still training, and said, "Shouldn't we say something to Goten?" Sun Wukong shook his head and said, "Wu Tian has just started his training, so don't disturb him. Besides, you will all be alive in the future. It's not difficult to meet again." Krillin scratched his head and smiled, saying, "That's true, but it just feels a bit inappropriate to leave without saying anything." Sun Wukong did not speak, only called out to King Kai, "Lord King Kai, I will take Krillin and the others to Lord Yama." King Kai walked over and said, Go ahead, go ahead. Anyway, these few people have no sense of humor and don't understand any cold jokes." Tianjin Han, Krillin, and the others felt a bit awkward, but still bowed to King Kai and said, "Thank you for your care all these years. Goodbye, Lord King Kai." King Kai nodded and said, "Next time, don't come so quickly." Whoosh! Sun Wukong used instant transmission, taking Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Chaozu with him as they disappeared from King Kai's planet. The once bustling King Kai's planet suddenly felt a bit desolate. King Kai seemed somewhat lonely as he looked around and called out, "Bubbles, the weather is nice today. Let's take a stroll." Meanwhile, in the King Yama's office, King Yama was working and the Earth-S deity was waiting nearby when suddenly, with a whoosh, 6 figures appeared out of thin air. The deity squinted his eyes open, looked at the familiar faces, and said, "Thank you, Wukong." Sun Wukong smiled and said, "Long time no see, Lord Celestial. I have brought the people you requested, so please take them back to Earth. The Celestial nodded and said, Then I ask you to place your hands on me. Krillin looked at Sun Wukong, his eyes a bit red, and said, Wukong, I'm sorry, but this time I have to leave you alone in the underworld again. Sun Wukong also had an indifferent expression on his face. He took 2 steps back, placed 2 fingers on his forehead, and said, It's okay. Maybe after some time, I will be able to see you all again. But if you come back to life, remember to help take care of Gohan and the others for me. Tears had already welled up in Krillin and the others' eyes, and then they nodded heavily. Sun Wukong glanced over them and finally stopped on Piccolo, saying, Well then everyone, head back to Earth. This time, don't come looking for me so soon. Lord Enma, Lord Ko, and also Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha didn't see you. Swish. Sun Wukong once again used instant transmission, disappearing from the Yama Palace. Clinton couldn't help but chuckle. This kid always likes to ruin the atmosphere like this. Then everyone placed their hands on the god. Only Piccolo hesitated for a long time, finally placing his hand on the god with a face full of disgust. The god looked deeply at Piccolo, and in the next second, a strange feeling arose, with their thoughts colliding hundreds of times in an instant. In West City, the naked Vegeta was too preoccupied with his own situation to care about his surroundings. He had traveled through several cities and finally arrived at Capsule Corporation in West City. Standing high in the sky, Vegeta looked down at the scene below, seeing many naked people emerging from the ruins, looking around in confusion. Vegeta crossed his arms, thinking to himself, Is this really Earth? And not some boring trick played by those people? So I was resurrected? Vegeta felt his body again. It was indeed different from the soul state he had in Hell. Then he frowned. So how exactly was I resurrected? I remember that Namekian was also killed. The Dragon Balls should have disappeared. Vegeta looked down at the ground, seeing various ruins destroyed by the androids, continuing to think. This destruction must have been caused by those 2 androids. So those 2 things are still alive. And resurrecting us is to defeat them? On the ground, some naked people had gathered into groups, approaching passers-by, seemingly planning to rob them. Vegeta merely glanced at them, his lips curling into a disdainful smile. What a pathetic race. Then, Vegeta rushed into Capsule Corporation, ignoring the strange looks from the surrounding employees, and shouted, Bulma, Bulma, come out. The employees who were renovating were stunned. It was one thing for someone to drop from the sky, but he was completely naked and shouting the name of the company's boss. Vegeta casually grabbed a nearby employee, glaring fiercely and asking, Hey, where did that woman Bulma go? The fierce aura emanating from Vegeta must have destroyed countless planets, and the ordinary employee couldn't withstand it, fainting on the spot. Vegeta snorted, carelessly tossing the employee aside, cursing, truly a lowly race, what a useless guy. Just as Vegeta was about to grab another person to ask, a man in a white coat walked out from the inner room. He wore old-fashioned glasses, had white hair and beard, and appeared somewhat frail. Upon seeing Vegeta, he was surprisingly astonished. Oh, it's Vegeta. I thought you were dead. Bulma had stayed at Capsule Corporation for a while, so she naturally recognized him as Bulma's father, Dr. Brief. Vegeta snorted and replied, How would I know? I was doing just fine in Hell, and suddenly came back to life out of nowhere. Dr. Brief looked at Vegeta and suddenly said, It seems Bulma and the others succeeded. Vegeta turned sharply, asking, Old man, what do you mean? What did Bulma and the others do? Dr. Brief looked at Bulma with a strange gaze and smiled. Bulma and the others went to Namek. I'm saying, Lil Vegeta, you're going to be arrested by the police soon looking like this. Vegeta felt uncomfortable under Dr. Brief's gaze, snorted, turned his head away, and asked again. So they had no other choice but to resurrect Kakarot to defeat the androids? Dr. Brief opened the inner room door for Vegeta and said, The androids have already been defeated, so you don't need to worry about the past. Just as Vegeta was about to step into the room, he paused, his pupils suddenly shrinking, and he turned his head to ask, How is that possible? Is there anyone besides Kakarot who could defeat the androids? Dr. Brief replied, I remember it was that kid from Goku's family. Vegeta clenched his fists, saying, Damn it, even that kid has become a Super Saiyan. He is just the son of a low-class warrior. Dr. Brief didn't understand what Vegeta was talking about, and simply said, You've been resurrected now. Bulma and the others will probably be back soon, so you can ask them any questions then. Vegeta suddenly sneered, saying, It's fine if that kid can turn into a Super Saiyan. At least it lets me know that Super Saiyans aren't the only ones, so as the Prince of Saiyans, I have no reason to be inferior to those low-class warriors. Vegeta walked into the room, then skillfully arrived at the place where he had previously stayed. 6 figures appeared out of thin air in the temple. and Mr. Popo, standing at the edge of the temple, suddenly turned around, his eyes filled with joy. The aging god smiled and greeted Mr. Popo. "Long time no see, Mr. Popo. You've worked hard." Mr. Popo was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes, saying, "It is Popo's duty to guard the temple. Lord God, I'm so glad you're finally back." Krillin, Tien, and the others also greeted Mr. Popo in turn, while Piccolo stood aside, crossing his arms with a proud expression. Mr. Popo's gaze also swept over Krillin and the others, finally saying, "I'm glad you all are back." Piccolo couldn't stand the atmosphere of the temple, snorting, "I'll leave first. Staying here for even a minute makes me sick." But the god suddenly called out to Piccolo, saying, "Piccolo, I just read your memories. Have you considered that if we become whole again, this crisis might not exist at all?" Piccolo, who had already walked to the edge of the temple, paused slightly, then turned around with a cold smile. "You want to fuse with me again, huh? Sure. Fusing with me would indeed grant you powerful strength. Possibly not inferior to a Super Saiyan, but I refuse. You old fool, you casually discarded me back then. How could I possibly fuse with someone like you again? Huh?" Piccolo's voice gradually grew passionate, and finally, he leaped down from the temple, flying towards a certain place on Earth. The god watched Piccolo fly away, sighing. As a god, he now felt a hint of confusion. Krillin found it strange and looked at the god, saying, "Now is not the time for warriors, as a god. You can better lead humanity, right?" The god shook his head, saying, "I always have a bad premonition. I believe that when the time comes, Piccolo will naturally be willing to fuse again." Krillin didn't quite understand the god's meaning, so he didn't say anything further, just bidding farewell to the god and Mr. Popo. Time flew by in an instant. It seemed like only a moment had passed, but 18 days had gone by. In the gravity chamber of the spaceship, under 200 times gravity, Trunks was desperately trying to increase his energy, eager to become a Super Saiyan, using up both of his fate points. However, even with 2 extra years of training, he still hadn't transformed into a Super Saiyan. A bright white aura surged, gradually mixed with some gold, and Trunks' eyes turned white, seemingly losing his rationality. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, and he knew that Trunks was very close to becoming a Super Saiyan. He hurriedly said, "That's right, Trunks. Anger. You need more anger." However, as soon as Sun Wukong said this, Trunks not only did not advance any further, but the faint golden aura that had been mixed and also disappeared. Sun Gohan sighed at his heart. "Uncle Vegeta, I'm sorry." Then he shouted loudly, "Trunks, Uncle Vegeta was just resurrected and was killed by the newly appeared androids." Huh. Upon hearing this, Trunks let out an angry roar, and his bright white aura surged violently, instantly transforming into gold. Trunks' eyes also glowed white, and his purple hair stood up, turning golden. "Androids." Trunks' voice was filled with boundless rage, and the golden aura wildly impacted the gravity chamber, even affecting the entire spaceship. Sun Gohan glanced at Trunks and immediately knew he was completely unable to control his state. Then, Gohan's expression sharpened in an instant, and a golden aura erupted as he transformed into a Super Saiyan as well. Boom! Trunks roared and threw a punch, but Gohan stepped forward and directly grabbed his fist. Trunks' right fist was caught, and his left fist instinctively swung out, but Gohan easily caught it with his other hand. Gohan coldly shouted, "Trunks, wake up. Don't let the violent consciousness cloud your mind." Trunks did not respond and only angrily attacked Gohan. Sun Wukong frowned, and then, while holding Trunks' hands, a golden energy formed a barrier that enveloped Trunks. As a result, Trunks could no longer cause destruction around him. After a while, the golden glow on Trunks began to fade, and greenish-blue pupils gradually appeared in his eyes. Sun Wukong also breathed a sigh of relief and removed the barrier that surrounded Trunks, saying, "How do you feel now, Trunks?" Trunks had just regained his composure. He slowly landed on the ground, looked at his hands, and finally smiled with joy. "Gohan, I did it. I finally succeeded." Sun Gohan also smiled and said, "Very good. Trunks, next, just feel this state well, and strive to transform into a Super Saiyan at will in the future." Trunks nodded heavily and then began to comprehend the feeling of being a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong also dispelled his Super Saiyan transformation and went to a nearby resting place. He noticed there were unread messages on his watch. He randomly opened one and, after reading it, smiled and said, "Trunks, the spaceship will land on Earth in 3 hours. Let's get ready." Trunks replied, "I'll continue to feel this state for a while longer. I must give Dad a surprise when we get off the spaceship." Sun Gohan nodded and did not try to persuade further. Instead, He approached Trunks and began to share some experiences about transforming into a Super Saiyan. In the gravity chamber on Earth, Vegeta was enveloped in a golden aura, yet his flame-like hair remained black as it was at the beginning. After a while, the golden aura dissipated, and Vegeta, filled with confidence, muttered to himself, "Finally, I can see the barrier of a Super Saiyan. It seems those boring tricks from hell are not completely useless." Then, Vegeta calculated the time and realized that today was about when Bulma and the others would return. He casually tore off the tattered shoulder armor he was wearing and walked outside, thinking, although that lowly woman has invaded my noble Saiyan blood, she has at least revived me. I might as well go see them. And Trunks, that little brat may be born from that woman, but he still carries the bloodline of a Saiyan prince. If he asks me, I might reluctantly teach him. After all, I will soon be the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta continued walking towards the bathhouse, thinking, Kakarot and Kakarot's little brat, I will soon become a Super Saiyan, and a Super Saiyan far beyond you. 3 hours later, the spaceship piloted by Bulma successfully landed at Capsule Corporation. Vegeta stood atop Capsule Corporation, arms crossed, watching the spaceship descend from above. Finally, a smile crept onto Vegeta's lips as he sensed Trunks' energy, which surprisingly felt strong. He couldn't help but exclaim, although he was born from an Earth woman, he still has my blood. He should far exceed the son of a lower-class warrior. The only downside is that this energy feels so similar to Kakarot's little brat. It seems he has spent too much time with that little boy. Then, Vegeta leaped down, landing steadily on the ground, and looked at the spaceship with pride and indifference. Inside the spaceship, Trunks, dressed in tatters but sporting a head of golden hair, exuded a fierce aura, and his green eyes were filled with joy. Son Wukong looked at Trunks and couldn't help but smile as he said, Trunks, you can actually see Uncle Vegeta transform again. For you right now, maintaining Super Saiyan form is still too exhausting. Trunks shook his head, and in his eyes, there was not only no fatigue, but also a hint of anticipation. He said, I can hold on. I want Dad to see his son become a Super Saiyan. Trunks insisted on pushing through, and Son Wukong didn't persuade him further, only letting out a silent sigh. As Son Wukong and Trunks arrived at the cabin door, they saw Bulma waiting beside them. Bulma looked Trunks up and down and said, Is this the Super Saiyan you often talk about? Trunks nodded and replied, Yes, this is the Super Saiyan. I finally managed to train successfully, so this will definitely surprise Dad. Bulma watched Trunks, who was beaming with excitement, and held back from discouraging him, thinking to herself, seeing you like this might not be a surprise for him, but a shock. Then, Bulma, Son Wukong, and Trunks opened the cabin door and stepped outside, only to see a proud man with crossed arms waiting outside. Vegeta felt a twinge of nervousness when the spaceship door opened, but he maintained his proud posture. After all, that little brat was just a product of his bloodline. He, Prince Vegeta, wouldn't care about any trivial familial ties. Dad, the moment Trunks saw the fiery-haired man, he knew it was his father. That proud stance and that lonely, defiant gaze matched exactly with the image of his father he had in his mind. The only flaw was that his father seemed a bit shorter in reality. However, these minor imperfections were no issue, as Trunks could feel a connection of blood with that man. Vegeta still maintained his proud demeanor, while Bulma was the first to greet him. Hi, Prince of the Saiyans. Congratulations on being revived. Vegeta snorted coldly, his gaze briefly scanning Bulma. Noticing she looked quite haggard, he lingered for a moment before his gaze moved past her, looking at the man in the orange martial arts uniform and the blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy behind her. The long-awaited father finally looked over, and Trunks could hardly hold back from rushing forward. However, just as he was about to leap, a twinge of fear emerged in his heart. When Vegeta saw Trunks, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he turned to Bulma, asking, Hey, Bulma, who is that little brat? I remember Trunks should have purple hair. Trunks was momentarily stunned, while Bulma shot Vegeta an exasperated look, saying, Isn't that what you always talk about, the Super Saiyan? Seriously, the Prince of the Saiyans can't even recognize his own son? Vegeta felt as if he had taken a massive blow to his pride. He stared blankly at the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Trunks, feeling utterly disoriented, and finally couldn't help but roar. What kind of joke is this? The Super Saiyan is the strongest warrior in the universe, and I, the Prince of the Saiyans, haven't succeeded yet. How could these little brats become the strongest warriors in the universe so easily? Gohan sighed. He knew that Vegeta had lost his composure again. However, he wasn't surprised at all, as he had encountered Vegeta on Namek and had a rough understanding of his personality. Vegeta was a proud and sensitive man. He was arrogantly proud, looking down on everyone in the universe. Yet he was also sensitive and fragile, capable of breaking down under repeated blows. However, even after a breakdown, he could still see hope and rise again. Bulma looked at Vegeta's grim expression, feeling somewhat helpless. She understood Vegeta better than Gohan did and naturally knew that this man was very sensitive. She could also guess Vegeta's thoughts. He was the only Saiyan prince who could not transform into Super Saiyan. In fact, as Bulma thought, Vegeta was indeed thinking this at the moment. He glanced at Trunks, then at Gohan, and finally recalled Kakarot from Namek, feeling a bit incredulous. Now, in the universe, the only ones who could be considered Saiyans were me and Kakarot. Even if you add the two half-breeds, there are only 4 of us. Yet the 3 of them have all become Super Saiyans, which means I, the proud Saiyan prince, am not a Super Saiyan. What a joke. Trunks looked at his father's grim face and felt a bit scared. But he still mustered his courage and took a couple of steps toward Vegeta, calling out Dad. Vegeta's thoughts broke free from their chaos. He glanced at Trunks, his anger hard to contain, and coldly shouted, "Get away from me, you little brat. Don't think just because you inherited my blood and became a Super Saiyan that you can act cocky in front of me. I, the great Prince Vegeta, will not be outdone by you inferior Saiyans." Vegeta's anger could no longer be suppressed. He let out a furious shout, his entire aura erupting, and a powerful energy surged into the sky, whipping up a wild current of air. What a joke, all of you! I am the proud prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta's anger was fully unleashed, along with the suffering he endured in hell, transforming into energy that wildly shook Capsule Corporation. Bulma, after all, was just an ordinary human and could not withstand such a powerful energy shock. She was about to have her skeleton shattered. Fortunately, Gohan noticed in time, spreading his aura to create a barrier that enveloped Bulma and Trunks. However, Capsule Corporation was not so lucky. It was swaying dangerously and nearly falling apart under Vegeta's powerful energy impact. Trunks looked at Gohan and said, "Gohan, why is Dad like this? Did I do something wrong?" Sun Gohan shook his head and smiled, saying, "Your dad's pride is still too strong. But it will be fine soon because he is going to become a Super Saiyan too." Bulma then commented from the side, "Seriously, what kind of Saiyan prince is this? He can't even train himself and gets turned into a Super Saiyan by someone else's anger." In the next moment, Vegeta's aura became even more intense, the white flames gradually transforming into gold, and his fiery hair fluctuated between black and gold. Vegeta's pupils disappeared, leaving only white in his eyes. Sun Gohan took a step forward and said, "Trunks, take Aunt Bulma and move far away. Uncle Vegeta's aura is too strong. If this continues, the entire West City might collapse." Trunks nodded and grabbed his mother, flying off into the distance. Sun Gohan turned his head and looked at the cracks around Vegeta, letting out a sigh. He then transformed into a Super Saiyan, with golden energy flames surging and expanding outward, ultimately forming a circular energy shield that enveloped both him and Vegeta. At this moment, Vegeta's power was still increasing. On the North Kai's planet, Son Goten, who had made some progress in his training, was able to sense Vegeta's powerful energy due to his stable mental and energy cultivation. He opened his eyes and said, "That must be Vegeta's energy. It feels surprisingly strong." Fida. Sun Wutian was momentarily distracted, causing his balance to break, and he was about to fall. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and pushed hard with both feet, avoiding being pierced by the sharp part. Below, Sun Wukong opened his eyes, looked up at Sun Wutian, and said with a smile, "Wutian, you broke your balance again just now. This is already the 3rd time today. At this rate, you won't be able to complete your training in 150 days. Sun Wukong felt a bit helpless and said, "But it's really boring, Dad. Trunks and Uncle Vegeta can already become Super Saiyans. When can I start training?" Sun Wukong smiled and said, "If you can feel the energy from the earth, it means you have made progress. Don't panic, take your time. Cultivation is not something that can be achieved in one go. If you really can't do it, you can simulate battles in your mind." Sun Wutian shook his head and said with a, "No way. I can't even master this right now. If I go for some mental simulation, I'm afraid the Sun family will be extinct." Sun Wukong looked at him again and sighed. It's the 4th time. The energy of Vegeta from Earth reached its peak, and for a moment, the climate seemed to change. There was a faint hint of thunder and lightning in the air. Vegeta's hair finally turned completely golden at one moment, but his eyes still did not have pupils. Seeing Vegeta like this, Sun Wukong has already taken a stance and is ready for a fight. However, unexpectedly, Vegeta suddenly retracts his golden aura, and endless light covers the surface of his body. Finally, his pupils reappear and turn into a deep green. Sun Gohan saw that Vegeta had regained his composure and let out a sigh of relief, withdrawing his energy shield and then exiting his Super Saiyan state. Over there, Vegeta sensed the changes in his body and once again revealed a confident and proud smile. He glanced at Sun Gohan and said, "Hey, Goku's kid, are you interested in witnessing the power of Super Vegeta?" Sun Wukong was taken aback and repeated, "Super Vegeta?" Vegeta's smile grew even more pronounced as he extended his right hand, with his thumb pointing at himself, and said, "That's right, it's Super Vegeta. Unlike you inferior bloodlines who transform into Super Saiyans, as the Prince of Saiyans, my transformation into a Super Saiyan is the strongest. So now I shall be called Super Vegeta." Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta without saying any discouraging words, and simply said lightly, "Congratulations, Uncle Vegeta. However, it's getting late, so I will head back first." But Vegeta stepped in front of Wukong and said, "I heard you defeated those two robots. They were lucky. So come and fight me. Kakarot's brat." Sun Wukong looked up at Vegeta and said, "What is the meaning of fighting you?" Vegeta scoffed and replied, "Of course, it's to prove that I'm stronger than you, to prove that I'm the strongest Super Saiyan in the universe." Sun Gohan stepped around Vegeta and said, "That kind of thing is meaningless. If you really just want to prove that point, then there's no need to fight at all. I concede." Upon hearing this, Vegeta's face showed no joy. Instead, he was filled with anger. He suddenly turned around and threw a punch at Sun Gohan. A strong gust of wind rushed toward Sun Gohan, accompanied by Vegeta's fist. Sun Gohan has been fighting against the androids for a long time, and his reflexes are naturally quick. As he turned to the side, he had already transformed into a Super Saiyan, and he grabbed Vegeta's fist with his right hand. Before Sun Wukong could speak, Vegeta was already roaring in anger. "Surrender? What a joke. You two, father and son. I'm the proud prince of the Saiyans. Do I need your favor?" As Vegeta spoke, another fist came swinging in, and Sun Wukong once again grasped his fist, saying, "I don't intend to offer you any favor, and you don't need to dwell on such trivial matters." Trivial matters? Vegeta's anger surged, and although his hands were caught by Wukong, he jumped up and delivered a knee strike that sent Wukong flying. Boom! The figure of Sun Wukong broke through the Capsule Corporation building, and Vegeta walked over step by step, shouting, "You little brat, what do you know? You and your father have made me come back to lifetime, and again, just to survive. Ha! It's a joke that I, the mighty Prince Vegeta, have to rely on others to live. Now I will definitely defeat both of you one by one." Boom! Vegeta opened his right hand, and a strong gust of energy rushed forward, blowing away large chunks of debris, revealing Sun Wukong's figure. Sun Wukong stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and then with sharp eyes looked at Vegeta and said, "If you really want to defeat me, then let's fight again in a year. Right now, you are far from my opponent, and I will not allow the peace that has just been restored to be destroyed again." Swish! As he spoke, Sun Wukong's figure vanished, and Vegeta was taken aback, getting into a defensive stance. However, in the next second, the boy in the orange martial arts uniform appeared in front of him. A single punch instantly shattered his defense and sank into his abdomen. The powerful energy surged, and Vegeta felt his whole body tremble. His eyes rolled back, and he lost his Super Saiyan state, then painfully collapsed to the ground. Sun Gohan also returned to his usual state. He turned around, facing away from the fallen Vegeta, and said, "Although I don't understand your pride, as a person, especially as a father, you shouldn't only have this." At that moment, Trunks had settled Bulma and returned to Sun Gohan's side. He looked at the scene before him, his eyes filled with shock. Vegeta, clutching his stomach in pain, gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, you bastard." Sun Wukong looked at Trunks' confused expression, walked over and patted his head, smiling as he said, "It's okay, Trunks. I'll head back now. Your mom must be feeling very lonely at home." Trunks timidly glanced at Vegeta, then at Gohan, and said, "How could this be? It shouldn't be like this." Sun Gohan sighed in his heart. He understood Trunks' feelings. However, there was nothing that could be done about it. After all, Vegeta was just that kind of person. Nevertheless, Sun Gohan felt that Vegeta was much stronger than he used to be. After all, the Vegeta back then not only wouldn't do things to welcome his family, but he could even casually kill his long-term battle companions. Swish! Sun Wukong glanced at Vegeta again and then soared into the sky, heading towards Baozi Mountain. Trunks stood in place, wanting to help Vegeta, but feeling too timid to actually do so. After a while, Vegeta struggled to stand up and looked in the direction Sun Wukong had left, saying, Son Wukong, is it? I'll remember you. Trunks felt very conflicted, unsure of how to approach his father, whom he had been longing for. Vegeta turned around, intending to say something teasing to Trunks, but saw that Trunks' eyes were red and filled with tears, which made him feel a bit uncomfortable. After a moment, he finally spoke. Trunks, right? You're not bad. Worthy of my scion prince bloodline. Bulma had returned at some point and happened to hear Vegeta's praise for Trunks. She smiled and approached Vegeta, nudging him with her shoulder, and said with a laugh, Vegeta, when you praise the kid, you should say it outright. Who can understand such subtlety? Mind your own business. Vegeta abruptly turned his head away, a hint of red on his face. He walked a few steps, then suddenly stopped and said, By the way, Bulma, you look quite worn out. Then he went back to the gravity room on his own. Although Bulma and Trunks were both great, he, as the prince of the Scions, would not give up on becoming stronger over such trivial matters. Bulma was slightly taken aback by his words and watched Vegeta's figure disappear, her eyes gradually brightening. She indeed felt that Vegeta had become more human than before. At that moment, Trunks suddenly appeared in front of Bulma, tears welling up in his eyes as he said, Why is this happening? Dad shouldn't be like this. Bulma smiled and patted Trunks' head, saying it's okay. Vegeta is just that kind of person. Since he said you're worthy of the Scion bloodline, it means he really cares about you. Trunks still looked unchanged and continued to ask, But why does Dad have to fight Brother Wukong? Brother Wukong is such a good person. Bulma chuckled and replied, I don't know either. Maybe that's just how Scions are. When Sun Wukong lightly landed on the ground at Baozi Mountain, he saw many soldier-like figures outside his home. Curious, he first sensed his mother's energy and, finding everything normal, landed. As soon as those soldiers saw him, they raised their guns and shouted, Who goes there? Don't come any closer. Sun Gohan looked at his home and said, I'm just going home, and I don't want to have any conflict with you. Seeing Sun Gohan continue walking forward, one of the soldiers directly opened fire. Sun Gohan casually caught the bullet and tossed it aside, then pointed at the house ahead and said, I don't intend to conflict with you, but that house is my home. I just want to go home. The soldiers, seeing Sun Gohan easily catch the bullet, felt a surge of fear in their hearts. They disregarded everything about Sun Gohan and continuously fired bullets at him, which he effortlessly caught. Only when they ran out of bullets did Sun Gohan drop the bullets to the ground and say, I don't want to fight you. The soldiers exchanged glances, even coming to terms with the possibility of death. At that moment, Sun Gohan's figure suddenly disappeared from before them and then abruptly appeared at the door. Just as he was about to knock, the door suddenly opened, revealing a stunning purple-haired beauty. Her expression was serious, and upon seeing Sun Gohan, she swiftly pointed a knife at his neck with her right hand. Gohan's aura trembled all over, and that woman's dagger could no longer advance an inch. Then Gohan pushed the woman away and walked straight into the room. Gohan. As soon as Sun Wukong entered the room, he hadn't had a chance to observe the situation inside when he heard his mother's joyful voice. He turned his head and saw his mother talking to a dog-headed man sitting next to the table. Sun Wukong also recognized that it was the king. He passed by the king's bodyguards and came to the table, first saying to his mother, Mom, I'm back. Then, Sun Wukong turned to the king and said, You must be your majesty. I am Sun Wukong. Nice to meet you. The king looked Sun Wukong over, first gestured to the blonde secretary beside him, and then said to Sun Wukong, That's right, I am indeed the king now, and you must be Sun Wukong. Truly, heroes emerge from the young. I heard from your mother that you went to outer space to revive everyone. Sun Wukong nodded and said, Yes, everyone has been revived now. I don't know what the king is doing here. We're just ordinary people from Baozi Mountain. The king was initially surprised and said, People can come back to life after dying? There are actually such things in the world? Seeing Sun Wukong nod, the king was no longer surprised and instead smiled, saying, I just wanted to confirm whether it was you or your father Sun Wukong who defeated the androids. Sun Gohan said, It's me. The king nodded, without any suspicion, and said, Your father once saved the world from Demon King Piccolo, and you defeated the androids, bringing peace back to everyone. Your family is truly the hero of this world. The king snapped his fingers, and the bodyguards beside him began to bring over one box after another. The king then picked up the box in the middle and said, This is the World Peace Medal and 100 million zenny. Although it's not much, it is our token of appreciation for saving the world. Sun Wukong wanted to decline, but thinking of his dreams, he took it and said, Although I really want to say no, I really need this money right now, so thank you, your majesty. The king then sat down again and said, Well then, let's talk about some other matters. Sun Wukong put the medal aside and sat down, wanting to listen to something. Time flows like water, and the years sing like a song. A year seems long, but when counted carefully, it is only a little over 300 days. It has been a year since Sun Wukong had a conversation with the king. In this year, the earth has undergone tremendous changes. The king and Sun Wukong reached a consensus on certain aspects. Therefore, as soon as the king left Baozi Mountain, he began to create momentum for Sun Wukong. And the overwhelming publicity made the citizens remember the young hero Sun Wukong who defeated the androids. Although Sun Wukong prefers the feeling of being unknown, he has long had the awareness of spreading martial arts to the whole world. Therefore, he invested all of his 100 million Sony into the construction of a martial arts school at this time. With the dual assistance of the country and the Capsule Corporation, the establishment of Sun Wukong's martial arts school went quite smoothly, and as soon as it opened, many people who wanted to become heroes came to sign up. Of course, not everyone who came to the school was dreaming of becoming a hero. Many martial artists who doubted Sun Wukong also came to challenge him. Unfortunately, although they were also martial artists, there was simply no comparison to the current Sun Wukong. After being easily defeated by him, they became obedient. It is worth mentioning that on the day that his Sun Family Martial Arts School opened, many individuals connected to the androids came to carry out terrorist attacks. But unfortunately, none of this could escape Piccolo's ears. When Sun Wukong opened the martial arts school, his seniors, including Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and Master Roshi, also made appearances. Among them, Yamcha and Krillin announced on the spot that they were joining the Sun Family Martial Arts School. Tien and Kaiatsu opened a new martial arts school as well, and they used the buzz from Wukong's school opening to promote theirs. Tien, being a direct disciple of the martial arts master and a former champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, had a reputation that was even comparable to Wukong's. So their recruitment was also quite successful. After Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan opened a martial arts school, other martial arts masters followed suit and established their own schools, such as Satan Martial Arts School, Champion Martial Arts School, and Eight-Handed Divine Fist School. For a time, the trend of martial arts flourished. With the development of information technology, Sun Wukong's identity information became increasingly clear online. Many people learned that he had a father, Sun Wukong, who was once the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, and that his grandfather was a disciple of the martial arts god and had also won the World Martial Arts Tournament. As a result, many people wanted to learn more about the World Martial Arts Tournament. Due to the overwhelming interest, a consortium negotiated with the government to hold the World Martial Arts Tournament again, which was scheduled for May 7th, 772 of the Ike era, marking the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament. During this period, disciples from various martial arts schools and styles began to train hard, hoping to make a name for themselves in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Although Vegeta was focused on training at Capsule Corporation and ignored outside matters, the news of the World Martial Arts Tournament was too popular for him to miss, and he had a slight understanding of it, initially mocking the boring activities of Earthlings. However, when he learned that Sun Wukong would also participate, he immediately decided to join. After 200 days of Piccolo's revival, Sun Wukong on King Kai's planet finally achieved perfect balance. At that moment of balance, he felt an incredible sense of comfort, with all the energy in his body flowing freely. Sun Wukong once thought that there would be no more difficulties ahead, and he was confident even in mastering the legendary instant transmission. However, after just 3 days of learning it, he became honest once again. From that time until now, over 100 days have passed, and Sun Wukong has faced countless failures. He once instantaneously transported to an alien planet, encountered strange races, even instantaneously moved into hell, where he beat up his Uncle Raditz, only to be brought back by his father. In these 100 days, Sun Wukong has instantaneously traveled through the afterlife. After so many failures, Sun Wukong felt a bit helpless. Lying on the ground with Sun Wukong, he asked, "Dad, where exactly is my instant transmission going wrong? I can clearly merge my body with my energy and understand how to leap with energy, so why can't I achieve the kind of instant transmission I want?" Sun Wukong said with a smile, "I don't quite understand either. When I learned it, I didn't do it like you. Maybe your thoughts were scattered while you were using the instant transmission, which caused the direction to go wrong." Sun Gohan had a bit of a headache. He had asked countless times, and his dad had answered just as many, but when it came to using instant transmission, it all depended on luck. At that moment, King Kai sneaked up to the two and shouted, startling both father and son. Sun Goten erupted in anger, and the turbulent air surged like a raging current, blowing King Kai aside. When Sun Goten turned around, he saw King Kai hanging from a branch, and he felt a bit embarrassed, realizing he had been too tense. He quickly flew up the tree to help King Kai down and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, King Kai. I didn't know it was you. I've been teleporting to all sorts of strange places lately, and I've been too nervous." King Kai, covered in dirt and looking disgruntled, replied, "Even though you are my true disciple, you can't treat me like this." "Humph, I'm angry." Sun Wukong's eyes shifted, and he stretched out 2 fingers, saying, "No way. Lord Kai, I've always regarded you as my mentor guiding my life goals. How about this, as compensation? Can I tell you 2 cold jokes?" Lord Kai scoffed, glanced at Sun Wukong, and said, "What do you take me for, kid? I'm the most esteemed deity of the North Galaxy. You think 2 cold jokes are enough to get rid of me?" Then Lord Kai stretched out 3 fingers and said, "I want 3. Sun Wutian nodded in surprise, thinking to himself, "As expected of you, Lord King Kai." After calming Lord King Kai, Sun Wutian, as always, placed 2 fingers on his forehead, feeling the energy of his brother Gohan on Earth. Then he perfectly merged his body with his energy, attempting to use instant transmission once again. At that moment, Sun Wukong patted Sun Wutian's shoulder and said with a smile, "Wait a moment and come with me to the South Galaxy. If we can resolve the matter, I'll take you to planet Adetlan as well." Sun Wutian put down 2 fingers, looked at Sun Wukong, and said, "I remember Dad has been to the Southern Galaxy several times already. Why is there still no news at all?" Sun Wukong shook his head and said, "Every time I can only sense an energy similar to that of a scion. By the time I arrive, the planet is already shattered, and there is nothing else left on it. It's really frustrating." Sun Goten nodded and said, "Then let's go take a look together. By the way, Dad, there should be many special skills on planet Yardrat." Sun Wukong nodded, then placed 2 fingers on his forehead and said with a smile, "Although the Yadatran people are of average strength, their research on Qi is quite extraordinary. They can grow larger or smaller, and even use Qi to create countless clones. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time back then to continue studying in depth." Hearing about those interesting skills, Sun Wutian immediately became very interested and quickly asked, "Isn't Dad interested in learning some more?" Sun Wukong smiled and said, "Those skills are indeed good, but I think I have my own way that suits me. There's no need to pursue those things excessively. All right, I can feel the energy of the scions." Swish! The figures of Sun Wukong and Sun Goten disappeared from North Kai's planet, and in the next moment, their aura leaped. Not knowing how many light years they had crossed, arriving on a planet in the Southern Galaxy. The King Kai, who was laughing maniacally on North Kai's planet, suddenly stopped. He adjusted his glasses and looked towards the place where Sun Wukong and the others had left, sighed, and said, "What on earth is there? Wukong has been there so many times without any discovery, and I can't feel anything there either. It can't be another time-space vortex, right?" The North Kai shook his head, still remembering the last time a time-space vortex appeared, which was indeed during the last incident, and they had almost lost their lives then. On a planet in the Southern Galaxy, the figures of Sun Gohan and Sun Goten suddenly appeared. They looked around, and Sun Goten first said, "The air currents here are extremely chaotic. Breathing is a problem. What on earth is this?" At that moment, a purple vortex appeared, with an extremely violent aura emanating from it. In the next second, a green wave of light was thrown out from within. The moment the green wave of light appeared, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, and then gathered dazzling light in his right hand, throwing it directly at the green wave of light. Boom! The 2 waves of light collided, bursting into brilliant fireworks, enveloping the entire planet in white light. Immediately after, a massive rumbling sound came, and the entire planet began to tremble. In an instant, Sun Wutian transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, he could sense that his father had the complete upper hand. He had transformed, but seemed to have no opportunity to strike. Bloodstep, a fragmented voice seemed to come from the vortex. Sun Wukong shouted coldly, and the energy in his right hand erupted, directly pulling the green wave back into the purple vortex. Zila. In the vortex, it seemed like electric sparks were flickering, and a muscular figure with green hair was faintly visible, staring at Sun Wukong with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. Sun Wukong looked up at the vortex, took his stance, and said, "You finally showed up?" Boom! The figure continued to solidify, and the green flame surged across the vortex, crazily crashing into this planet. Sun Wukong glanced at Wutian and said, "Go ahead, Wutian, it's time to show the results of your training these past days." Broly. Wutian naturally recognized that shadow. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly, synonymous with bloodshed and slaughter, who could automatically increase his power without lifting a finger. However, this time he wasn't scared. Instead, he charged forward. Boom! The two fists collided, and it seemed like thunder and lightning erupted between them. Wu Qian felt a violent force surge into his body, and he quickly wrapped it with his own energy, stepping back a few paces before countering with a Kamehameha wave. Zila, a purple vortex, seemed to crackle with lightning, then vanished with a legendary Super Saiyan, while the Kamehameha wave shot out into space, ready to randomly select a lucky planet. Sun Wukong's figure moved and was already in front of the Kamehameha wave. He pressed one hand on Sun Goten's Kamehameha wave and directly crushed the light wave. Sun Wutian looked at his father crushing the Kamehameha and then released the remaining energy, saying, "Dad, that vortex seems to have disappeared." Sun Wukong landed on the ground, first nodding his head, then placing two fingers on his forehead, trying to sense the Scion's energy, but he found nothing. Seeing his father like that, Sun Goten made the same gesture. He also wanted to see where this Broly came from, but he found nothing as well. After a while, both father and son lowered their fingers at the same time. Sun Goten first asked, "Dad, did you sense that Scion's energy?" Sun Wukong shook his head and said, "Within my perception range, there are indeed other Scions. However, there is no longer any presence with such a brutal and bloody aura. It's really troublesome. What exactly is this guy's background?" Sun Goten asked. "That vortex just now was quite strange. Dad, did you find anything similar during your investigation before?" Sun Wukong shook his head and said, "The Scion who came before has already left, and all that can be seen is a broken planet." Sun Goten also started to have a headache. He knew that this Scion was Broly, but knowing that was of no use since they couldn't find him at all. After a while, Goku suddenly smiled and said, "All right, let's stop looking. This guy will surely show up again one day, and next time, we won't let him get away." Sun Wutian was also helpless. Although he wanted to help his father complete the task sooner, he didn't have any good solutions. After all, he only remembered the plot of Broly. However, finding someone is not something that can be accomplished just by knowing the plot. The only method he could think of was to seek the dragon. "Goku, Wuqian, have you found out anything?" At that moment, a voice echoed in both of their ears. It was King Kai of the North communicating with them telepathically. Sun Wutian was still a bit curious, while Sun Wukong was already very familiar with the situation. He said, "Sorry, Lord KO, we only saw a Scion, but unfortunately, after just one exchange, that Scion left." On the other side, Lord KO said, "Indeed is a Scion. However, I have asked several other KO, and they're constantly monitoring the Scions in their jurisdictions. Where did that Scion come from? By the way, you should remember his energy, right? Have you tried using instant transmission to find him?" Sun Wukong said, "I've looked, but I can't find any aura similar to that Scion at all." Sun Goten added, "That Scion is a bit strange. His aura is very powerful and bloody, and when he appeared, he was even shouting his father's name. But when he disappeared, it was also very bizarre. He just vanished in a thin air along with a purple vortex." The King Kai slightly ignored Sun Goten's earlier information and directly analyzed this point. It seems it really is that kind of thing. This could be a bit troublesome. Sun Wukong was a bit curious. He asked, "Lord Kai, what is that purple vortex? Is it something very powerful?" Lord Kai replied, "That is called a time-space vortex. Due to its complete unpredictability, it is quite a troublesome thing. In any case, you should come back first. I need to write a report for the great Lord Kai." Then, Lord Kai cut off the call. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wutian and said, "Wuqian, let's go to planet Adderland. I think you might learn a lot of things there." Sun Goten asked, "But what about that Scion and the time-space vortex?" Sun Wukong shook his head and said, "You don't need to worry about these things for now, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just do your best. After all, cultivation cannot be rushed. When you become too obsessive, it may be very difficult to learn no matter what. However, when you relax your mind, you might learn it naturally." Sun Wutian was somewhat confused, thinking, "Aren't I relaxed enough since I'm already unified in body and mind?" Then Sun Wukong didn't say anything else and just said, "All right, Wutian, place your hand on Dad, and let's go to the Adderland star." Sun Wukong nodded, then placed his hand on Sun Wutian. In the next moment, the scene before them changed, and Sun Wutian and Sun Wukong had arrived on another planet. The towering steel buildings around them reached the clouds, representing the technological level of this planet. As Sun Wutian looked around, countless figures appeared, using instant transmission to surround Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian in the middle. When Sun Wukong turned around, he saw two different types of humanoid figures. One had a big round head and simple features, while the other had an elongated head and sharp, thin ears with many spots on their foreheads. Sun Wukong raised his right hand and greeted the Atalantians, saying, "Hi, Dabia. Long time no see." A group of Atalantians saw Sun Wukong and also extended their hands, saying, "It's Wukong. It's really been a long time." Another Atalantian looked at Wu Tian, then at Wukong, and said to Wu Tian, "Congratulations, Wukong. You've also learned the technique of energy slicing, and now you can differentiate different size bodies." Son Goten replied awkwardly, "Sorry. I'm his son named Sun Goten, not a split-off." The Atlantean quickly apologized, saying, I'm sorry. You both look alike, and even your spirito has many similarities." Sun Wukong smiled and said, "It's okay. By the way, Dabia, how have you been lately?" The Adrenaline alien named Dabia replied, "Thanks to you defeating the Jinyu force back then and later rescuing us from Frisia's hands, everything is peaceful here." Sun Wukong nodded and said, "That's good. By the way, Dabia, my son encountered some problems while practicing teleportation. Can he train with Lord Pabala for a while?" Dabia nodded and said, "Of course, Wukong. You are a great benefactor of our planet. We naturally welcome your son to train here." Sun Wukong said, "Then I'll leave my son in your care, Dabia." Dabia glanced at Wukong and asked, "Wukong, aren't you going to continue your training here? I remember you mentioned that you would come back to continue your training if you had the chance." Sun Wukong shook his head and said, "I'm already a dead man. Even if I come back to the mortal realm, because of the survival of the universe, I cannot stay for too long. Moreover, although your techniques are all very good, I have my own cultivation." Dabia nodded, somewhat understanding, but being naturally averse to fighting, he didn't quite grasp Wukong's thoughts. Nevertheless, he said, "All right, I'll take care of your son." Sun Wukong nodded, then leaned down to touch Wu Tian's head and said, "Wu Tian, why don't you practice here for a while? Maybe it won't be long before you can use instant transmission freely, and then whether you continue to practice here will depend on your own wishes." Sun Goten felt an inexplicable sadness in his heart as he listened to his father give some instructions. Although his father had not shown him any obvious affection over the past year, he could still sense that care and warmth for his father's every action. Sun Wukong stretched out his hand, but ultimately let it drop. He knew that one day he would have to bear everything alone. All the words he wanted to say finally condensed into one sentence. "Dad, goodbye. Please take care over there." Sun Wukong nodded, then patted Sun Wutian's head and said with a smile, "All right, Dad will be waiting for the three of you over there. You need to learn instant transmission as soon as possible." Sun Wutian originally felt a bit sad, almost breaking down in front of his father. "Why can't you just speak properly? What do you mean by waiting for the three of us, hoping we die early?" Then, Sun Wukong took 2 steps back and said to Dabia, "Goodbye, Dabia." Swish! The figure of Sun Wukong vanished, and in a moment returned to the northern boundary star, the junction of the northern galaxy and the underworld. Sun Wutian stared blankly at the spot where his father had left, feeling a mix of emotions. He wanted to learn instant transmission soon, but he also didn't want to be separated from his father. During the time they spent together, he realized that his father was not as foolish as depicted in Dragon Ball Super. In fact, he was quite perceptive in many ways. Sun Wutian really enjoyed being with his father. Seeing Wu Tian staring in that direction, Dabia spoke up. "Wu Tian, right? I'll take you to meet our elder now." Sun Wutian nodded, then followed Dabia into a building. After going around in circles, he finally saw a 3 to 5 meter tall Adrenaline alien in a modern hall. He looked similar to Dabia, both having round heads. The difference was that he had 2 pointed protrusions on his head, and it seemed that there were 2 sharp, fleshy tendrils at his chin. The Adrenaline aliens gathered around Dabia suddenly disappeared. He then leaned down and said, "Great Elder, this is Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wutian. Mr. Sun Wukong has entrusted you to teach him for a while." The tall Adrenaline alien leaned down to look at Sun Wutian and said, "Sun Wutian, right? Hello. I am the great elder of this planet, Pabala." Sun Wukong clasped his hands together, bowed, and said, "Hello, Lord Pabala, I am Sun Wukong, and I hope to receive your guidance." Pabala nodded and said, "Of course, I am also very happy to teach you. But since your body and mind have already become one, there may not be much I can teach you." Sun Wutian looked at Dabia and said, "My instant transmission is not perfected yet, and I need your guidance. Also, can I learn Mr. Dabia's clone technique?" Pabala nodded and said, "Of course you can. Those are just applications of Spirito. It's not too difficult for you to learn in your current state." Besides this, while speaking, Pabala's body suddenly enlarged, nearly touching the ceiling, then shrank back down, followed by his body spinning and transforming into countless Pabalas, each with different appearances. Then they merged back into one. Pabala continued, "Growing larger or smaller is just a matter of controlling Spirito. As long as you achieve complete unity between your body and Spirito, all of this can be realized. Sun Wukong was taken aback. He had heard about Spirito just now, but he didn't know what it was. Although he guessed it was Qi, he decided to ask since it was related to cultivation. Lord Pibera, what exactly is that Spirito you mentioned? Lord Pibera replied, your father, Mr. Sun Wukong, refers to that thing as Qi. Sun Wutian nodded and said, I see. I roughly understand now. Pabala continued. Our planet has passed down many techniques related to Spirito over generations, such as instant movement and transformation. However, if you really want to complete the training of Spirito, my suggestion is that you create your own techniques while learning. Sun Wutian was puzzled and asked, my own technique? Pabala nodded and said, that's right, it's your own technique. On our Adralant star, learning existing techniques is something every Adralant person can do. But only those who can create techniques can become the elders of the planet. Sun Wukong felt a bit of a headache and said, so, creating techniques is not a simple matter. For now, I should continue to learn from the elder. Perhaps I can gradually comprehend my own techniques through study. Pabala nodded and said, all right, then let's start our training. We'll begin with the instant teleportation that you still can't master. Sun Wutian nodded. To be honest, he also wanted to quickly learn this skill and then return to Earth to see his mother and brother. On Earth, Sun Gohan hurriedly finished his lunch and prepared to continue guiding his disciples at the martial arts dojo. Chi then said, Gohan, do you know the situation of Wutian and Wukong? It has been a year already. Sun Wukong felt heavy-hearted. It was precisely because he always remembered these things that he dared not mention his brother and father too much to his mother, fearing it would make her sad. But now that his mother brought it up, he had no choice but to say, I talked to Dad the day before yesterday. He said that Goten's training in instant transmission has already shown results, and he should be back in about 1 or 2 months. 1 or 2 months, Chi repeated, saying, I wonder how Goten is doing there. Goku is someone who doesn't know how to take care of others, and Goten must be having a hard time without his mom these days. Sun Wukong hesitated for a moment and finally said, Mom, Goten is different from ordinary children. He is strong and intelligent, and he is definitely working hard to reunite with you. All we need to do is wait quietly. Chi was on the verge of tears. She felt some sorrow, but couldn't express it, because she understood that the children were all considering her. Sun Wukong sat beside Chi and said, all right, Mom, you're also a coach of the martial arts tournament. The World Martial Arts Tournament is coming up again. So let's teach everyone martial arts first. Chi nodded, then stood up and said, yes, no matter what, our family is in this situation now. We have to move forward. Sun Wukong nodded, and then he went to the martial arts hall with his mother. After that, it was time to teach martial arts. Of course, even though Sun Wukong spent the whole day at the martial arts hall, he didn't use all his time to teach disciples. He only taught them the basic martial arts concepts and routines. Then he practiced on his own, as he knew that he was the tall one on Earth, and he would have to bear more risks in the future. A day passed just like that, and Sun Wukong came out of the practice room. He was about to go home with his mother when he saw a female student walking towards him. Teacher Wukong, may I ask you some questions about Qi? The beautiful girl in a purple martial arts uniform first bowed to Sun Wukong, then inquired. Sun Wukong recognized that the girl was Biddy Lee, the former leader of the resistance against the androids. After the androids were defeated, she gave up her identity in the military and chose to follow Sun Wukong. In just a year, she had already achieved good results in martial arts. Sun Wukong smiled and said, of course, I could be considered your teacher. Feel free to ask me any questions you have. Bai Dilly said, I have listened to the teacher's explanations about Qi before, and now I can also feel the presence of Qi. So can the teacher teach me how to fly now? Sun Wukong glanced at her in surprise and then smiled, saying, of course I can. My purpose in opening a martial arts school is to spread martial arts throughout the entire Earth. Then Bidalai asked, so can we do it now? Sun Wukong glanced at his watch on his right wrist and said, it's possible, but it's already getting late. If you don't mind, why don't you come to my place for a meal, and then I can teach you. Bidley was a bit surprised and asked, oh, can we go to Teacher Wukong's house? Sun Wukong nodded and said, of course, my home is not a special place. Bidley said, but I remember there was a report at the time that the teacher sent some people who sneaked into Baozi Mountain to prison. Sun Wukong smiled and said, that wasn't me. It was Uncle Piccolo. Those people kept coming to Baozi Mountain trying to dig something up. My mom and I were a bit troubled, but we could still endure it. However, those people angered Uncle Piccolo, who was training nearby. He gave them a good beating and ordered everyone not to step on a Baozi Mountain without permission. Uncle Piccolo? Biddy was taken aback, then remembered the green-skinned weirdo from when the martial arts school first opened. She smiled and said, no wonder. I thought someone as good as Teacher Wufan wouldn't do such things. Sun Wukong shook his head and smiled. saying, there are always people who talk. I just want to do my own thing. By the way, Bidalai, I remember you're also going to participate in this world's martial arts tournament, right? Bidalai nodded and said, I feel that I have made a lot of progress over the past year, and I want to take this opportunity to test myself. Sun Gohan said, that's a good idea. I also have some other things I want to teach you. Let's all work hard together for this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. Videl nodded seriously, clenching her fists. She really wanted to shine in this World Martial Arts Tournament, and then strike back at those who were slandering Gohan online. All right, let's go. Sun Gohan accompanied Videl to the parking lot, and then stood aside waiting. Videl got into the flying car and asked again, aren't you coming up, Mr. Gohan? Sun Wukong shook his head and then ascended into the air, saying, I can use the sky dance technique. This is also a form of training. Videli then praised him, saying, I didn't expect that teacher Wukong has become so strong and can still persist in training every day. Gohan smiled and said, let's get going. You need to hurry, or else Uncle Piccolo will throw you out if he sees you. Then, Gohan took off into the air, and Videli followed closely in her flying car. In just a short time, Gohan and Videli arrived at the home on Bun Mountain. Sun Wukong saw the smoke rising from his home in the distance. He sighed but didn't say anything, then landed on the ground. Bidalai also parked her flying car nearby. She got out and looked at the dilapidated house with some surprise, saying, it seems that the teacher's house is even more rundown than what was reported online. As a teacher, there's really no need to live in a place like this. Sun Wukong said, I want my mom to move to a bigger house. But she says there are traces of Dad here, and she is afraid that when Dad comes back, he won't be able to find the home. Bidalai fell silent for a moment. She had investigated information about Sun Wukong and later received official confirmation. So she naturally knew that Sun Wukong's father had passed away due to heart disease. Sun Wukong pushed open the door and saw Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha already sitting inside. He smiled and said, Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Yamcha, welcome to my place. Krillin smiled and said, hey Gohan, we came here today to discuss the World Martial Arts Tournament. Is that so? Sun Wukong replied, then called out to Videl outside the door, come in, Videl. Everyone here is familiar. Videl followed Gohan into the house and saw many teachers from the martial arts school. She greeted each teacher in turn. Yamcha looked at Sun Wukong, then at Videl, and finally gave a teasing glance back at Sun Wukong, saying, it's really rare, Gohan, you finally brought a young lady home. Sun Wukong asked Bidalai to sit at the dining table and said with a smile, it's like this, Bidalai wants to learn the sky dance technique. And I thought that with the World Martial Arts Tournament coming up in a few days, it would be good to teach her a bit more. Piccolo said, but Gohan, have you considered that if you take a female student home at night, it might not lead to anything good if someone with ill intentions finds out? Sun Wukong shrugged and said, in fact, even if I teach techniques like Bidalai's air dance at the martial arts school, there will always be some people who can find fault with me. They can say whatever they want. I can only do my best. Piccolo looked deeply at Wukong and just murmured, Wukong. Bidalai, seeing Wukong act as if he didn't care, said, then I might as well go back for now. There will be opportunities to learn later. Krillin smiled and said, if you're going back, then who knows when you'll be able to learn. Wukong has to guide other students at the martial arts school while also ensuring his own training, which takes up too much of his time. Where would he find the time to teach you the air dance? Sun Wukong nodded and said, I always feel that the current teaching methods in martial arts schools are still somewhat limited. The traditional way of teaching martial arts is hard to benefit the entire world. Perhaps we should think of better ways. Suddenly, Dilly interrupted, Teacher Wukong, have you ever thought about collaborating with the government to integrate martial arts into schools? Sun Wukong nodded and said, I have indeed thought about it this way, but there are also many other issues. So I want to discuss specific reform measures with the king after this World Martial Arts Tournament. Anyway, the current way of teaching in martial arts schools is not working. Piccolo said, it's not that it's completely useless. You can't rely on just a few of us to promote martial arts. We need more manpower. Perhaps all the disciples you taught this year could become your support. Sun Gohan said, Uncle Piccolo and I are on the same wavelength, and I want to take this opportunity to select some martial artists with strong skills and good character to promote martial arts. Just as he was speaking, Chi-Chi walked in with food and said, everyone must be tired after training all day. Let's eat early. Oh, Biddy is here too. That's rare. Biddy stood up and bowed to Chi-Chi, saying, Teacher Chi-Chi, I am here to learn the instant transmission technique from Teacher Gohan. Kiki replied, sit down. Let's talk about martial arts after we finish eating. So, the group began to devour the food on the table. After eating, Krillin and Yamcha discussed the World Martial Arts Tournament with Gohan, and then they each went home. Sun Gohan took Videl to the outskirts and began teaching her how to use the instant transmission technique. Videl was quite determined, and after 2 hours, she was able to fly clumsily. Then, Sun Gohan taught her how to use the Kamehameha wave. Although Videl couldn't actually perform the Kamehameha, she at least understood how to use it. Filled with confidence, she was eager to shine at the World Martial Arts Tournament. After the lesson, Sun Gohan sat on a nearby rock, watching Videl train her ki. As the breeze blew, he felt an unusual sensation in his heart. Suddenly, as the breeze passed, the air began to tremble, and a figure gradually distorted out of the void. Sun Gohan's expression became serious in an instant, and then he saw his younger brother, Sun Goten, whom he had been thinking about. Sun Goten was the first to greet his brother. "Long time no see, brother." Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with joy as he nodded and said, "You finally came back, Goten." Sun Wutian took a few steps towards Sun Wufan, then suddenly turned around and saw a beautiful girl in a purple martial arts outfit staring at him with a wary expression. Sun Goten also recognized that it was Videl. He looked at Videl, then at Gohan, and smiled as he said, Sorry, I seem to have come at a bad time." At this moment, Videl finally saw Sun Goten's appearance clearly. He was the same child she had seen before. She let down her guard and said, "Sorry. I thought someone was trying to sneak attack Teacher Gohan." Sun Gohan walked over to Goten and said to Videl, "Don't worry. This is my younger brother, Sun Goten. He has been training with my dad, and it seems he has mastered it now." Upon hearing Sun Gohan's words, Videl was filled with confusion. She knew that Sun Gohan's father was already dead, so how could Sun Gohan's younger brother still be training with their father? Sun Wutian nodded, looked at the sky, and said, "I went to planet Adrelint and learned it with the guidance of the elders there. I originally wanted to surprise my brother and mom, but I didn't expect it to already be late at night on Earth." Sun Gohan said with a smile, "Mom is indeed asleep. It will be the same tomorrow. After all, you have already learned it." Sun Wutian said, "Although there are still some things I want to learn on planet Adrelint, I should see Mom first. After all, it has been a year since I last saw her." On the side, Biddy was a bit confused about the situation. She looked at Sun Wutian, then at Sun Wufan, and finally couldn't help but ask, "Teacher Wufan, what are you talking about? I remember your father has passed away. So how could your brother follow him in training?" Sun Wukong said, "Although my father has passed away, he is different from others because he retains his physical form and can train with Lord Kai, so he's not quite like an ordinary dead person." Biddy seemed to understand a little and nodded, then didn't ask any more questions. She thought about practicing nearby first and would ask more questions later after getting familiar with Teacher Gohan. Sun Wukong looked at Biddy and said, "This is the Biddy sister I met last time, right?" Sun Wukong said, "Not bad, but she has now joined my martial arts school, so she can be considered my disciple." Sun Wutian looked at his brother in surprise, thinking, "Wow, is this going to be a teacher-student romance? No wonder it's you." Then, Sun Wufan said to Biddy, "Let's call it a day for training. You can go rest in my room." Biddy tilted her head and looked at Sun Wufan, saying, "But I haven't finished my Kamehameha yet. Isn't it too early to rest, Teacher Wufan?" Sun Wugohan shook his head and said, "The Kamehameha wave is not something that can be mastered overnight. Your practice today has been sufficient. Continuing further will be harmful rather than beneficial for your future training." Biddy seemed a bit dazed. She didn't feel any discomfort, so why couldn't she continue her training? At that moment, Sun Wukong said, "Sister Biddy might not realize it herself, but you have actually reached your physical limit. If you don't rest now, it won't be training anymore, but rather torture." Biddy didn't believe this reasoning. She felt she could sense her own body, but she chose to trust Teacher Wugohan. Then, Biddy went to Wugohan's room to rest, while Sun Wukong stayed in the same room as Sun Wugohan. The two brothers, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, shared their experiences during that time. On May 4th, 772, in the Age of Peace, Chi-Chi got up early. As usual, she went to fetch water and cook. Just as she was walking out with a bucket, she saw her familiar little son. The bucket in Chi-Chi's hand fell to the ground, and she rubbed her eyes vigorously, finally embracing Wukong and murmuring, "Wukong, my Wukong, you finally came back." Sun Wutian saw his mother's red eyes and felt guilty in his heart. He leaned on Chi-Chi's shoulder and said, "I'm back, Mom. Don't worry, I won't leave you for so long again." After a while, after feeling enough of her youngest son's presence, Chi-Chi finally put him down on the ground and said, "By the way, Wutian, have you learned your dad's instant transmission?" Sun Wukong nodded and said, I've learned it. After we eat, I'll take Mom to see Lord Kai." Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with brilliance, but she shook her head again and said, "Let us wait a couple more days. I need to take care of myself. I've aged a lot over the years. If I go to see Wukong like this, he will definitely dislike me." Mentioning meeting Sun Wukong seemed to fluster Chi-Chi again. Sun Wukong looked at his mother and said, "You want tea, Mom? You're still very young. Besides, Dad has said that you're still as young and beautiful as you were back then." After hearing Wukong's words, Chi-Chi couldn't help but chuckle. "You said that, right? Your dad is such a straightforward person. How could he say something like that?" Sun Goten felt a bit embarrassed. His dad really hadn't said that. He had intended to bring his dad and mom closer together, but unexpectedly, his mom called him out on it. Kiki looked at Goten's somewhat awkward expression and said, "All right, you must have been working hard these days. Go wait for dinner." Sun Wutian replied, and then picked up the bucket to fetch water by the creek. Chi-Chi watched Sun Wutian's distant figure, a warm feeling passing through her heart. And she softly said, "It seems like this child is slowly growing up." At the dinner table, Sun Wutian was savoring the delicious food carefully prepared by his mother when he heard Biddy Li asking, "Wutian, right? Are you going to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament this time?" Sun Wutian nodded and said, "Of course I want to participate. Although with my brother around, there's a high chance I won't win the championship. I still want to test the results of my training over these days." Biddy Li said, "But you're still quite young, right? You might be at a disadvantage in this World Martial Arts Tournament." Sun Wukong smiled and said, "Biddy Li, don't be fooled by the fact that Goten looks like a little kid. His strength is quite formidable. In terms of power on the entire Earth, there are probably 1 TB more than 3 people who can defeat him." Biddy Li looked at Goten with some skepticism and said, "So you're saying he is on the same level as Trunks' father?" Sun Wukong felt Goten's energy again and said, "A year ago, Goten's strength was above Uncle Vegeta's. But now it's hard to say. This kid has perfected his control over energy after training with Dad, so I can't sense his true power. Although Dilly still finds it hard to believe. After all, this son Goten doesn't look very strong at all." Sun Wukong then took a mouthful of rice and said, "No, I've been practicing instant transmission for almost a year, but my strength hasn't really improved much. Maybe even Trunks has surpassed me now. Instant transmission." Vidal always thought she had a high regard for Gohan's family, but she didn't expect they could still come up with some shocking things. Sun Goten said, "It's a kind of skill. As long as you can sense the energy, theoretically, you can move to any location in the universe in an instant." This time, Biddy Li was not just somewhat shocked, but rather extremely shocked. It felt completely unreasonable. Then Biddy Li listened to their family chatting. Although she didn't understand, she tried to analyze the known information and concluded that, well, actually she didn't conclude anything because Biddy Li felt that her previously shaped worldview was shattered once again. After eating, Sun Goten greeted his mother and then used instant transmission to return to planet Audrat to train. Capsule Corporation's Trunks had breakfast and, as usual, headed to the martial arts dojo to prepare for training. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly stood beside him and said, "Hey Trunks, don't go to Gohan's place these days." Trunks looked puzzled and stared at Vegeta, calling out, "Dad?" Vegeta, with his arms crossed, snorted and said, "I've surpassed the limits of Super Saiyan. You also carry the bloodline of a Saiyan prince, so you can't lose to Kakarot's son. From today on, I'm going to train you well." Trunks' expression changed from surprise to joy. He nodded vigorously and said, "Then I'll let Gohan know that starting today, I'm training with Dad." Vegeta turned away, a slight smile unconsciously appearing on his lips, and said, "Do whatever you want. I'll be waiting for you in the gravity chamber." Trunks sent a message to Gohan through his watch, and then followed Vegeta into the gravity chamber. Whoosh! Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, and the golden aura surged, instantly filling the entire gravity chamber. Vegeta turned to look at him and asked, "I heard Kakarot's second son can also turn into a Super Saiyan?" Trunks nodded and said, "You mean Goten, right? He transformed into a Super Saiyan even earlier than I did. Damn it, is being a Super Saiyan so trivial?" Vegeta thought to himself, then asked, "So, who has stronger between you and that son Goten now?" Trunks shook his head and said, "I'm not sure, but Goten could match the female android a year ago, and I'm having a hard time beating the androids now." Vegeta snorted heavily and said, "So he's stronger than you?" Trunks felt anxious, lowering his head and not daring to speak. Seeing Trunks like this, Vegeta guessed the boy's thoughts and said coldly, "Then be prepared these days. I will train you well. You carry the blood of a Saiyan prince and should never lose to the son of a lower-class warrior." Trunks nodded, feeling determined. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the day of the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament finally arrived, much to the anticipation of many martial artists. On the day of the tournament, the king personally attended and gave high praise to Gohan and the other martial artists. Then, the tournament officially began. This time, the selection method was the same as in previous years, with 16 divisions, where 16 groups of contestants would compete in their respective venues. The last winner of each group would advance to the top 16, and then the strongest 16 contestants would face off on the main stage, with the champion being awarded the title of the world's #1 martial artist. Sun Gohan, Piccolo, Videl, Vegeta, Trunks, Krillin, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and others are all present. They will participate in this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. Sun Wukong originally wanted to participate, but unfortunately, after leaving home yesterday, he became too absorbed in practicing a new technique and couldn't make it. Sun Wukong and the others had no way to contact him, so they could only watch him miss this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. The World Martial Arts Tournament officially began, and the various divisions started to battle. Thanks to the presence of Dumpling, Sun Wukong and his friends did not encounter each other in the preliminaries and easily secured their spots in the main tournament. A day of competition passed amid the cheers of the audience, and the top 16 of the World Martial Arts Tournament were finally determined. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, Trunks, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, Dumpling, Videl, Satan, Anti, South Yuan, Android 16, Leah, Barrett, and Gappa. The moment Sun Wukong saw the list of the top 16, a sense of alertness arose in his heart. Beside him, Piccolo seemed to sense a change in Wukong's aura. He glanced at the list and saw the marked Android 16. A feeling of vigilance suddenly emerged in Piccolo's heart. However, he still comforted Wukong, saying, "Don't worry too much, Wukong. It might just be those two androids' crazy fans." Sun Gohan didn't say a word, but he had a sense of foreboding in his heart. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and abruptly turned his head, only to see a tall and burly man. The man's expression was stern, with a tuft of orange hair in the center of his head. He was wearing a black skin-tight suit, with parts of it covered by green armor. When a man noticed Sun Gohan turn his head, his eyes suddenly became grim, and in an instant, a heavy killing intent enveloped Sun Gohan. Sun Wukong's aura flowed throughout his body, having already dispelled the killing intent. His gaze was sharp as he looked at the man and asked, with no aura present, "Are you also an android?" "Oomph." The man in sunglasses snorted coldly, turned to the tall and sturdy man, and said, "Number 16, let's leave here. It's not the right time for conflict yet. Tomorrow will be when you get what you wish for." Android number 16 turned his head and followed the man in sunglasses out of the arena. Sun Gohan did not stop them. Although he could not sense the energy of the android, he felt a hint of threat from the other party. And starting a fight here was not a wise choice. When a man in sunglasses reached the door, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned to look at Sun Gohan, and smirked. "Enjoy your remaining days, our savior Sun Gohan." Then, the man in sunglasses left, leaving a room full of stunned people. However, they quickly snapped out of it and started laughing, as they were used to seeing challenges directed at Gohan like this. At this moment, Videl slowly approached Sun Gohan's side. Seeing the cold sweat dripping from his forehead, she realized that those two were unusual and asked, "Gohan, what is the deal with those two? Should we let the organizers refuse their participation?" Sun Gohan shook his head and said, "That guy named Android 16 is not simple. If we refuse him, we don't know what might happen. Even if he is here to kill me, fighting at the World Martial Arts Tournament is much better than other methods." Videl nodded in agreement, knowing that Gohan sensed a threatening enemy. The presence of others wouldn't help much, but she still felt a deep sense of unwillingness in her heart. Piccolo said, "Don't worry, that guy may be strong, but Gohan now definitely won't lose to him." Videl looked at Piccolo, then at Gohan, sighed, and said, "No matter what, it looks like this time you'll have to fight alone again, Gohan." Sun Gohan nodded and said, "I'll discuss with the organizers later to see if we can avoid setting up spectator seats for tomorrow's match." Piccolo replied, "That will probably be very difficult, as the organizers have their own objectives." Sun Gohan said, "Anyway, let's discuss it. After all, if we encounter that guy tomorrow, it won't be a small matter." On planet Adralant, Sun Goten merged his body with his energy and then controlled his body to alternate between becoming larger and smaller. "I finally mastered it." Sun Goten returned to his original form, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and felt a bit happy. Although Sun Goten himself thought that this technique wasn't very useful, he still wanted to learn it, as being able to control his body to grow bigger or smaller sounded appealing. Pibra looked at Sun Goten and exclaimed, "It's rare to see, Goten. Your control over Spirito is becoming increasingly precise. I believe the upcoming Spirito Division technique won't be difficult for you." Sun Wuqian was also full of confidence, saying, "Then let's continue. Once we finish learning the spiral split technique, we can consider our studies temporarily complete." Pabala was a bit surprised and asked, Aren't you going to learn the spiral separation technique, the spiral binding technique, and the spiral aggregation technique that come next? Sun Wutian was taken aback and said, then what is this thing? Pabala explained, it's literally what it means. The Spalito separation technique can separate Spalitos that do not belong to others and return them to their original place. The Spalito binding technique can use Spalitos to sever the cellular tissues of the enemy's various parts, putting them in a suspended state. The Spalito aggregation technique can forcibly take someone else's Spalito to strengthen oneself. Sun Wutian originally didn't think much of it, but upon hearing the method, he instantly became excited and asked, can the Spirito separation technique forcibly separate the aura that doesn't belong to that person? What about something like the assimilation of Namekians? Can it be separated? Pabala's thought for a moment and replied, the essence of the Spirito separation technique is to separate the Spirito that doesn't belong to that body. I believe it can also separate the assimilation of Namekians. Sun Wukong said immediately, all right, I want to learn this. Pabala replied, this is a bit difficult. Given your current progress, it will take some time. Sun Goten said, no problem, I came here to learn. Piba replied, all right, let's get started. Wait a minute. Sun Goten seemed to remember something. He ran to the side, picked up a watch from a rock, checked the time, and said, oh no, I forgot today is the World Martial Arts Tournament. Piba smiled and said, since you've missed it, don't think too much about it. Focusing on your training is what you should be doing now. Sun Goten scratched his head and said, I have to let my brother and the others know. Otherwise they will worry. Piba said, that's easy. Just put your hand on me and then sense your brother's aura. After that, I'll establish a connection for you. Sun Goten approached Pibra, placing his right hand on Pibra's body. He then closed his eyes and began to sense the energy of Gohan. On Earth, Gohan was staying at a hotel arranged for the World Martial Arts Tournament, and he still felt a bit worried about the Android 16. Brother, can you hear me? As Sun Wukong was deep in thought, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ear. He looked up and scanned his surroundings, but found no trace of anyone. He then replied, I can hear you. Is that you, Goten? The voice came again from the other side. It's me, brother. I'm sorry for forgetting our promise today. I've been busy learning the techniques taught by Master Pibra. Sun Gohan said, it's okay, Goten. We can participate again next time. We probably won't be able to go home today anyway, so you should focus on your training over there. Sun Goten's voice soon followed. Okay then, big brother. You have to work hard too. There will be the finals tomorrow, right? I'll definitely go to cheer for you. Sun Wukong sighed and simply said, all right. On the planet Adrant, Sun Wutian finished his call with his brother and said, thank you so much, Lord Pibra. I didn't expect you to be able to do this as well. Lord Pibra smiled and said, this is also one of the methods of using Spalito, but it requires some mental techniques as well. All right, let's start learning the Spalito splitting technique. Sun Wutian adjusts his state and begins a new training session. On May 8th, 772 of the Age of the Universe. Although it is still early morning on Earth, the venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament is already bustling with people. Sun Wukong looked at the situation with some distress. He had discussed with the organizing committee of the World Martial Arts Tournament yesterday about canceling the live audience, but was rejected. The reason for their refusal was simple. With the Savior Sun Wukong present, there should be no problems. Even if there were casualties, they could just ask the Savior to summon the dragon once again. Sun Wukong was extremely angry at that time, but he couldn't really vent his anger on ordinary people. Moreover, the head of the consortium placed the greater good on Sun Wukong, and in the end, it could only end without resolution. In Sun Wukong's heart, there is a deep-seated anger, yet he feels helpless. He is not afraid of the Cosmic Emperor and dares to battle against the fierce androids. But he has no way to deal with those stubborn humans. Therefore, the world's #1 martial arts tournament must proceed as usual. Sun Wukong can only stay vigilant, ready to quickly eliminate his opponents when the androids cause widespread damage. Then the organizers posted the matchups. The first match is Sun Wukong versus Vegeta. The second match is Satan versus Barret. The third match is Yamcha versus Piccolo. The fourth match is Gappa versus Dumpling. The fifth match is Bidily versus Krillin. The sixth match is Rya versus Tianjin Fan. The seventh match is Trunks versus Annie. And the eighth match is Android 16 versus Nan Yuan. Sun Gohan looked at the battle schedule, feeling a surge of frustration. These people couldn't even spare the effort to change the order of the matches. Could there really be something more important than everyone's lives? In that moment, Sun Gohan felt a deep sense of helplessness and was even somewhat confused about the path ahead. It seemed that Piccolo noticed the confusion in Sun Gohan's heart and spoke to comfort him. Human nature is inherently complex, especially for those corporations that exist solely for profit. When it comes to playing tricks, you won't outsmart them. However, you also have your own advantages, so think carefully, Gohan. And don't let those guys lead you around by the nose. Hearing Piccolo's words, Gohan hesitated. He naturally understood what Uncle Piccolo meant, which was to use force to subdue those people. However, Gohan also knew that force could only suppress, but never truly convince others. Therefore, he was reluctant and unwilling to use force against ordinary people. Piccolo, having watched Gohan grow up, could naturally infer his thoughts from his expression. He said coldly, "The desires in the hearts of humans are endless. When you keep giving in, you've already lost. One day, they will drain you dry and then kick you aside, so you must be prepared early." Sun Wukong raised his head, hesitated to speak, and found it easy to take action against the androids, but difficult to act against ordinary people. Is this the only resolve Kakarot's son has? Just when Sun Wukong was still in a dilemma, Vegeta, who had approached without him noticing, suddenly spoke up. Sun Wukong turned to look at Vegeta, but didn't know what to say. Seeing Sun Wukong's expression, Vegeta felt an inexplicable anger rise in his heart and shouted angrily, "It's really infuriating. If you little brat aren't prepared, then get ready to give up the throne of the first universe to me." After that, Vegeta ignored Sun Wukong and walked straight to the martial arts tournament stage. Sun Gohan clenched his fist and then relaxed it. He knew he needed to make some changes. Otherwise, those corporations might unleash some earth-shattering events. In the center of the martial arts tournament venue, the blonde host looked at the sea of people in the arena and couldn't help but feel excited. He hadn't seen such a scene in many years. He secretly wiped away the slightly moist corners of his eyes, feeling grateful that he could once again host the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Seeing that it was almost time, the blonde host began to speak. "Welcome everyone to the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament. And I also want to thank the king and all the martial artists for their trust in allowing me to return here to commentate. I sincerely express my gratitude to all of you." As the blonde host said this, he bowed to the audience below and continued. "So without further ado, let's witness the highest level of martial arts competition and jointly witness the birth of the world's #1 expert." As soon as the host finished speaking, the atmosphere below ignited, with cheers ringing out incessantly. The blonde host was very pleased. He looked at the match schedule, his eyes shining, and said, "You are very lucky. In the first match, you will witness a competition of the highest caliber. Please welcome our savior, Sun Gohan." Sun Gohan slowly walked from backstage to the front stage. He bowed to the audience and then stood on the other side of the arena. As soon as Sun Gohan appeared, the excitement in the venue continued to rise, with cheers and shouts echoing back and forth, even spreading throughout the entire island. In Sun Wukong's heart, there was a faint sense of worry. He was afraid that the android might act out of desperation and cause the audience to lose their lives. The blonde host, seeing the audience's enthusiasm so high, was also extremely excited. He continued, "And his opponent is Vegeta. Let's welcome contestant Vegeta to the stage." Vegeta, dressed in a blue tight suit, walked in from backstage, arms crossed, standing on the other side of Sun Wukong. The people outside were silent upon seeing Vegeta's appearance. Instead, they exchanged glances, as they had never heard of this name before. The blonde host then interviewed Vegeta, saying, "Contestant Vegeta, what are your thoughts on facing our savior Sun Wukong in the first match?" Vegeta scoffed and replied, "That's just perfect. My only goal is this kid." The blonde host felt a bit awkward, took a step back, and said, "It seems contestant Vegeta is very confident. Let's wait and see." The match begins. The blonde host had already run to the bottom of the stage while speaking. After all, he had witnessed high-stakes battles before and knew that being on stage wasn't very safe. Vegeta then looked at Sun Wukong and coldly said, "Kid, have you prepared yourself? If you're still holding on to that boring attitude, then hurry up and roll out of here. Don't waste time." Sun Gohan raised his head, his gaze suddenly sharp. He said, "Although I still don't know exactly what to do, it's time to make a change, Uncle Vegeta. Let's get started." "Huh?" Vegeta snorted coldly, and his aura erupted violently, creating a strong wind that blew wildly in all directions. Immediately after, a golden flame ignited, and Vegeta transformed into a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan. He looked up, but his eyes were looking down at Gohan as he said, "Good, this is the kind of opponent that I, the Prince of Saiyans, can acknowledge. So let me show you the power that surpasses Super Saiyans." Boom! As Vegeta spoke, his golden aura became even more ferocious, an incredibly strong pressure radiating outward, causing many spectators to struggle to withstand it. The banner of the World Martial Arts Tournament swayed precariously. Vegeta's veins bulged on his face, his muscles swelled, and lightning seemed to rage around him. Even Sun Gohan, standing opposite him, felt the immense pressure for Vegeta. He extended a hand to shield himself from the powerful aura rushing toward him, and said, as expected of Uncle Vegeta, I don't have much confidence in winning now. Outside the arena, people were grumbling, but when they saw Vegeta transform into a Super Saiyan, they cheered. Although they didn't know exactly what it was. They had heard the legends of the Golden Warriors. Videl, feeling Vegeta's strength nearby, began to worry for Gohan. Trunks' dad is too powerful. Can Master Gohan really win? Not to mention Videl, even Krillin, Tien, and others were extremely surprised. Yamcha said, every Saiyan is a monster. This guy seems to be as strong as Goku back then. Tien nodded and said, he really isn't from the same dimension as before, but we can't slack off. No matter how strong they are, as long as we keep training, we will eventually catch up. Kaiatsu exclaimed, as expected of Tien. Krillin, however, looked a bit downcast and said, but Super Saiyans are just too unfair. We work ourselves to the bone training, and they just need one transformation to leave us far behind. Trunks was also feeling tense. He hoped his dad could win, but he didn't want Gohan to lose. Hey, where's Piccolo? Where did that guy go? At this moment, Krillin looked around but couldn't find Piccolo. Vegeta's transformation was finally complete, and the audience below was blown away by that terrifying aura scattering in all directions. They were about to curse when they were silenced by a single glance for Vegeta. Then Vegeta looked at Sun Gohan, raised his thumb to point at himself, and said, watch closely, Gohan. This is the power that surpasses Super Saiyans. I am now the true Super Vegeta. Sun Gohan didn't make any big moves, but in an instant, he transformed into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan. He said, Super Vegeta. Huh, Uncle Vegeta is indeed impressive. All right, let's get started. Boom. Vegeta pushed off the ground with his right foot, and the arena was instantly covered in cracks. Then, a fist carrying immense power came crashing down toward Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan also rushed forward, and their fists collided, unleashing a powerful force that instantly created a vacuum centered around the two. In the next second, Vegeta's fist struck toward Sun Gohan like a pestle smashing garlic. In just a breath's time, he had already thrown dozens of punches. Sun Wukong struggled to resist. His right foot completely sunk into the rubble of the arena. Gohan, is that all the power you have? Vegeta yelled angrily. At the same time, his right fist's attack slowed down, but a golden aura continued to gather around it. Not good. Sun Wukong also realized that Vegeta's punch was not to be underestimated. He immediately radiated golden light and threw out a punch of his own. Boom! The overwhelming force collided, shattering the entire arena, with residual energy sending debris flying in all directions. Vegeta, who was initially full of confidence, was unexpectedly staggered by that punch, almost falling over. Sun Wukong took this opportunity to quickly shield the audience from the flying debris and then returned to the arena. Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Sun Wukong, who was standing in the air, saying, now this is interesting. You should use this kind of power to fight me. Sun Gohan took a deep breath and said, sorry, Uncle Vegeta, the commotion from our fight is too great. I have to defeat you quickly to prevent more harm to others. Vegeta remained in his crossed-arm pose, arrogantly replying, humph, big words. If you can do it, then go ahead and try. Boom! Two golden lights collided again in the sky, followed by intense hand-to-hand combat. The power of a Super Saiyan was overwhelmingly strong. Even in the sky, the force radiated out, impacting the entire small island. The head of Corporation X was sitting in a lounge chair watching the World Martial Arts Tournament battle, and he said to the female secretary beside him, so this is the Golden Warrior, indeed possessing powers beyond nature. It's a pity such power must be used for my benefit. In the next moment, the room's light flickered, and a green-faced man in a white cloak appeared, none other than Piccolo, who had disappeared from the tournament venue. Although the head was panicking inside, he pretended to be calm and said, who are you, and what are you doing here? Piccolo sneered and said, naturally, I'm here to show you something good. The female secretary suddenly jumped up and attacked Piccolo, but he casually knocked her out with a slap, then shot laser beams from his eyes, destroying the security system in the room, saying, you can stop with these tricks, otherwise I'll kill you. With a chilling intent, the head felt a bone-deep coldness and dared not move. He glanced at Piccolo and finally said, you are the Piccolo next to Sun Gohan, sent by him? Piccolo let out a cold laugh, grabbing the head by his collar and saying, I am Piccolo the Demon King. Who in this world can command me? But since you recognize my relationship with Gohan, I'll take you for a ride. Piccolo the Demon King. Hearing Piccolo say this, the head immediately broke into a sweat. Losing all his previous elegance, almost fainting from fear. Piccolo sneered, Is that all? But if you dare to make things difficult for Gohan, I'll make sure you see something good." Piccolo, like holding a little chick, flew the head of the corporation out of Papaya Island and dove straight into the sea. In the deep sea, various ferocious fish were searching for food. Piccolo zeroed in on a strange fish, removed the head's blindfold, and tossed him right at it. The head was overwhelmed with fear, his mouth wide open trying to scream, but salty seawater rushed into his mouth and nose, subjecting him to unprecedented torment. He couldn't stop sneezing, and more seawater kept pouring in. At that moment, he seemed to see the Grim Reaper from the other side. That strange fish also sensed the change in the surrounding water flow. It opened its huge mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and with a gulp, the surrounding seawater was suddenly sucked towards it. The head, being just a flesh and blood body, and having no martial arts training, couldn't withstand such suction and was swallowed whole by the strange fish, overwhelmed by various fishy smells. Piccolo sensed the head's mental state, and when the other was about to break down, he suddenly sliced open the big fish with a knife hand, then pinpointed the head's position and pulled him out, flying back to the surface of the sea. The head gasped for breath, never before feeling the beauty of the world as he did now. Piccolo coldly said, "Now tell me how you feel, so I can arrange your next activities." The head stammered, "Aye." Piccolo glanced at him and said, "I get it. You think I don't dare to kill you. So you're even more reckless. No worries, I'll blow up your entire corporation later. Just like I casually destroyed a city before." Upon hearing Piccolo's words, the head's eyes widened, desperately trying to speak while small fish fry kept rolling out of his mouth. Piccolo looked at the head's appearance and felt slightly better. However, thinking of the downcast Gohan, he took the head up to the sky and said, "Let us show you something good." The head struggled to say, "I promise. I will do anything." Piccolo ignored him, put the blindfold back on, and took him to the western wilderness. Then, at a high altitude, he removed the blindfold and let go of him. No. The head lost all support, screaming as he looked at the sharp rocks below. Piccolo, having already appeared on the ground, caught the head's right leg just as he was about to hit the sharp rocks. Crack! Even though Piccolo caught the head's right leg, the force of the fall remained, and the leg came off entirely. Another round of horrific screams erupted. Piccolo didn't feel sorry for the head. In fact, if it weren't for Gohan, he would have genuinely considered erasing Corporation X from the map of humanity. Piccolo looked at the head and said, "This place is pretty bad, right?" The head didn't understand Piccolo's meaning, but he dared not oppose him and simply nodded obediently. Piccolo took the head up into the sky, and the head thought Piccolo was going to use the same trick again, feeling terrified and about to say something. However, a golden energy wave flickered from Piccolo's other hand, leaving the head confused. Piccolo coldly said, "Since this place is so bad, let us just destroy it." Boom! The golden energy wave drilled into the ground, and the next second, it spread outwards, tearing the earth apart and completely enveloping it in light. A massive roar echoed across the sky, shaking the head's mind until it buzzed. Whoosh! After a while, the sound gradually faded, the intense white light slowly dissipated, and a gentle breeze blew, leaving the entire wilderness non-existent. The head's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, "It's gone." Piccolo coldly laughed and said, "If it looks unpleasant, then just erase it. Later, it will be the same for you and your corporation." Naturally, the head was terrified to the extreme, desperately begging Piccolo for mercy and willing to give anything. Piccolo disdainfully glanced at him and said, "Do you think with my strength, I can't get whatever I want?" The head was momentarily speechless. Thinking for a moment, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he said, "But even if you destroy us, human desires still exist. New corporations will arise to trouble Mr. Sun Gohan. You wouldn't want that, right?" Piccolo's fingertips glimmered with a cold light, and the head immediately felt a chill, hastily saying, "But we are different now. We are willing to follow Mr. Sun Gohan's every instruction and definitely assist him in establishing an ideal martial arts nation." Piccolo lowered his fingertip and said, "All right, I'll give you a chance. After all, I can wipe out your kind anytime." The head let out a long breath and quickly said, "I wouldn't dare. After this, I am loyal to you. Whatever you ask us to do, we will do." Piccolo took the head back to the building and then said, "By the way, my name is Piccolo. If you want to speak to Gohan or anyone else, make sure you say it clearly. If you want to make a public announcement, that's fine too. I can always become king again." The person in charge trembled and quickly said, "I dare not." Piccolo left directly, and the person in charge collapsed onto the sofa, unable to move for a long time. After exiting the building, Piccolo communicated with the deity, Thank you for simulating that scene just now. This consortium will likely investigate again, so please cover it up when the time comes. The old god in the divine hall looked down and nodded approvingly, saying, I never imagined that Piccolo would be able to do such a thing for others. This has far exceeded my expectations. At the venue of the world's No. 1 martial arts tournament, the fierce battle between Gohan and Vegeta continued. However, their speed was so fast that the audience could only feel the vibrations in the air, but could never see their figures. Who? In midair, Gohan and Vegeta stood on opposite sides, both seemingly a bit exhausted. Sun Gohan said, Uncle Vegeta, your energy is already starting to decrease. Vegeta snorted disdainfully and replied, It's enough to win against you. Immediately after, Vegeta's energy surged once again, overwhelming and pressing toward Sun Gohan. Huh! Sun Gohan also let out a light shout, and his golden aura surged wildly, clashing with Vegeta's energy in the air. Finally, Vegeta's entire body crackled with electricity, his hands outstretched in a lotus shape towards the front. At that moment, his muscles seemed even more solid, and the aura he emitted became even more powerful. Whoosh! In that instant, Sun Gohan's speed reached its peak, and he shot out like an arrow released from its bow. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Vegeta, but was blocked by Vegeta's golden aura. The golden energy wave between Vegeta's hands gradually condensed, and a fierce golden light flashed in Sun Gohan's eyes. The next second, a golden halo flowed around him, and the muscles on Sun Gohan's body also exploded. One punch tore through Vegeta's defense, landing squarely on the right side of Vegeta's face, and the immense power fully erupted at the moment of contact. Even someone as strong as Vegeta was sent flying like a meteor, crashing into the ground outside the martial arts arena. As Vegeta landed, Sun Gohan also transformed back from his Super Saiyan form, slowly exhaling a couple of breaths before descending onto the shattered arena. Suddenly, outside the martial arts tournament, dirt and rocks flew as the golden glowing Vegeta burst out from the rubble and landed in front of Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan frowned and said, Uncle Vegeta, according to the rules of the match, you have already lost. There's no need to continue fighting. Oomph. Vegeta snorted coldly, then exited his Super Saiyan state. Although his face bore bruises, his proud demeanor was not diminished in the slightest compared to before. He looked at Sun Gohan and said, In terms of the match, I did lose, but in terms of battle, I have not lost. Sun Wukong felt a sense of caution in his heart and said, So Uncle Vegeta wants to continue fighting? Vegeta scoffed and replied, Don't worry, I have no intention of continuing this fight with you, at least not for now. You're quite good, considered a worthy opponent in my eyes. So I advise you to not be too naive in the future. Then, Vegeta turned and walked back behind the ring, ignoring Krillin and the others, and directly found a quiet place to sit. At that moment, Trunks approached Vegeta cautiously and said, Dad, actually losing to Gohan. Vegeta glanced at him coldly and said, That kid Gohan is indeed impressive. He surpassed Super Saiyan before I did. And now he's taken that state even further. You saw it too, right? He can switch his state at will in the heat of battle, alternating speed and power, which allows him to conserve stamina and handle any type of fight. I have to admit, this kid is a worthy opponent, not weaker than Kakarot. And I haven't lost to him. Trunks was taken aback. It was the first time he heard his dad praise someone like this, especially someone he admired so much, which made him very happy. Due to the intense battle between Sun Wukong and Vegeta, the ring had become severely damaged, and the organizers announced a suspension of the match to repair the ring. Taking advantage of the downtime, Sun Wukong decided to discuss the audience situation with the organizers again, even planning to use some tricks if they didn't agree this time. However, to his surprise, before he could say anything, the other party readily agreed and even presented a schedule for him to review, warmly behaving as if they were not the same person as before. Sun Wufan is indeed clever. After a bit of thought, he already had a guess in his mind, but didn't reveal it. He simply discussed it with the other party and then left. On planet Adraland, Sun Wukong's body and aura merged, and then the aura spread out to cover the entire area. Immediately after, the continuous aura seemed to have been attacked and was directly torn into countless fragments. Finally, countless auras materialized, transforming into numerous Sun Wukongs, filling the entire platform. The many Sun Wukongs looked at each other and then clapped their hands, saying, It's finally done. My clone technique. Beside them, Pabala said, You can only consider this the first step. Next, you need to learn to divide your aura into different parts to create different versions of yourself. All the Sun Wukongs instantly vanished, leaving only one standing in the middle. Who said, This kind of thing has to be learned step by step. Alright, let's continue. Lord Pabala. The arena for the world's #1 martial arts competition was repaired for a whole day, during which nothing significant happened, except for Corporation X issuing an apology letter on social media. The content of the apology letter was quite simple. It first admitted that they were unprepared for this competition, resulting in the residual waves harming some spectators during the battles. The corporation expressed its willingness to bear all losses incurred by the spectators. Then, Corporation X announced a complete overhaul of the upcoming schedule for the world's #1 martial arts competition, starting with the cancellation of the audience seating in the arena, opting instead for a live broadcast to the entire world. As for the costs paid by spectators for the seats, the corporation would refund them through the original payment method. Sun Wukong and Piccolo were quite satisfied with the actions of the consortium. However, the audience was already in an uproar, especially those who hadn't bought tickets. They seemed to feel violated and vocally attacked the officials and Sun Wukong and others. In response, both the officials and Sun Wukong chose to ignore them, as it was clear that one person could never satisfy everyone online. A day later, the arena was repaired, and this time, the consortium used the highest grade alloy materials to reinforce the arena, promising that it would be indestructible. With the repairs completed, the competition for the World Martial Arts Tournament naturally continued, with the second match featuring Satan against Barrett. Given the previous experience, the blonde host quickly announced the contestants and then ducked to a safe spot to commentate. The enthusiastic audience in the distance also took precautions, using binoculars to watch from afar. However, to everyone's surprise, this match was completely different in style from the previous days. If yesterday's match was like gods fighting, today's battle was merely child's play. Satan and Barrett fought as they would in an ordinary martial arts match. They did not fly or teleport like the day before, nor did they move with such incredible speed. The distant audience felt somewhat disappointed yet relieved. They were disappointed not to see a high-level match, but relieved to realize that not all martial artists in this world were as terrifying as those from yesterday. Satan and Barrett fought in a structured manner, employing various intricate fighting techniques. While ordinary people might find it fascinating, it was unremarkable in the eyes of masters like Krillin and Tien. Krillin glanced at the nearby Biddy Lee and said, "So this is your father, Mr. Satan." "He's indeed." Krillin pondered for a moment, but couldn't think of any appropriate yet elegant adjectives. Biddy Lee felt a bit embarrassed. She had once been proud of her father when he bragged about being a fighting champion, but now it seemed he was not particularly impressive, to say the least. Eventually, the battle between Satan and Barrett concluded, with Barrett unable to withstand Satan's finishing move and being kicked off the stage. The third match featured Piccolo against Yamcha, and both entered the arena, exuding a completely different aura compared to before, making the audience start to anticipate. Piccolo stood on one side of the arena in a cloak and looked at the somewhat timid Yamcha, saying, "Give it your all, I won't hold back." Yamcha felt a bit flustered, but as a martial artist and a respected teacher, he knew he couldn't back down. He closed his eyes, feeling the changes in his inner energy and blood. Kaioken times 10. First, a bright white aura ignited, creating waves of pressure that swirled around. And then Yamcha's internal energy flowed. His muscles bulged, and the bright white aura transformed into a crimson color. Then, Yamcha opened his eyes and looked at Piccolo, coldly saying, "Let's begin, Piccolo." Piccolo smirked, unsure of what Yamcha was trying to do with his sudden cold demeanor, and chose to ignore him, simply standing coolly. Whoosh! Yamcha pushed off the ground with his right foot, leaving a footprint, and transformed into a bolt of lightning charging towards Piccolo. Piccolo, expressionless, completely saw through Yamcha's movements and casually blocked his attack. Kamehameha. Yamcha's rapid barrage of attacks proved entirely ineffective, so he performed a backflip into the air, hands slightly together, preparing to unleash the signature technique of the Turtle School. A dazzling wave of energy was released, vast like a river and beautiful like fireworks. Piccolo looked at the Kamehameha wave with some impatience, gathering his energy in his right hand. Just as the Kamehameha wave reached him, he suddenly raised his hand, sending the wave skyward. "Is this all the power you have, Yamcha?" Piccolo felt his patience wearing thin and was ready to end the match. However, Yamcha chuckled, flicking his hands downward, causing the Kamehameha wave in the sky to suddenly retract, transforming into a spherical energy blast, which then crashed back down towards Piccolo. A smile appeared at the corner of Piccolo's mouth as he said, "Now that's more like it." "Huh!" Piccolo raised his right hand, releasing a wave of energy that shot towards Yamcha's energy blast. Yamcha directed the blast with his fingers, maneuvering it around Piccolo's energy wave before it collided with Piccolo. Boom! Yamcha controlled the energy blast as it struck Piccolo. A fierce light erupted, engulfing the entire venue, and the supposedly indestructible arena cracked once again. Well done! A figure burst forth from the blinding light, slapping Yamcha across the face, then extending his arm and directly pushing Yamcha out of the arena. As the intense white light gradually dissipated, the blonde host clearly saw the situation in the arena and hurriedly ran onto the shattered stage to announce Piccolo's victory. After a 30-minute intermission, the staff quickly repaired the arena. The third match was between Dend and Gappa. When Gappa stepped on the stage, he was arrogant and said, "Shorty, I advise you to surrender early. My master, King Gappa, was once the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Now I have fully inherited his true teachings." Dend tilted his head and said, "But my brother is also a champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Why don't you surrender to me?" Gappa sneered and then made a strange attack pose with his fists, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the secret technique of our 8-handed fist school. Once unleashed, it's like having 8 fists. No matter the opponent, I will never lose." Gappa shook his fists, and several illusory fists appeared in the air, truly resembling 8 fists. Dend blinked a couple of times and said, "Aren't those still just 2 hands? Why call it the 8-handed fist? You're even worse than my brother's 4-demon fist." Gappa scoffed, "You little shorty. How can you comprehend the essence of my 8-handed fist?" Dend floated in the air, tilted his head, expressing he didn't quite understand Gappa's thoughts. But simply asked, "Can we start?" Gappa ignored him, continuing to address the camera. "Everyone can see, this is the essence of the 8-handed fist. I solemnly promise a 20 discount for joining the 8-handed fist school during the World Martial Arts Tournament. And members will have the opportunity to receive personal instruction from the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament." The blonde host looked embarrassed and said, "Can the 2 contestants start now?" Gappa nodded and charged at Dend, shouting, "Experience the power of the 8-handed fist." Dend raised a finger, and Gappa's body suddenly stopped mid-charge, unable to move. "Out!" Dend pointed again, releasing a surge of energy that directly sent Gappa flying out of the arena. The blonde host was stunned. He hadn't expected the battle to end so quickly. However, the host's excellent qualities were still evident, and he quickly announced that Baozi had won. Baozi clasped his hands together and bowed to the audience in front of the camera, then said, "I am Baozi from the Tianjin Rice Martial Arts School. I would like to recommend our martial arts school to everyone. Tiangu is a disciple of the Crane Immortal School and has surpassed his master. He once defeated Sun Wukong and won the championship of the world's first martial arts competition, possessing extremely rich martial arts experience and teaching methods. Everyone is welcome to come to the Tianjin Rice Martial Arts School to practice martial arts." Then, Baozi bowed to the camera again and exited the stage. On the other side, Vegeta initially felt quite bored, but when he heard that Tianjin Fan had defeated Sun Wukong, his eyes widened in surprise. After a moment, he let out a cold snort. In the 5th match, Bidalai faced off against Krillin. Bidalai used all her techniques, even resorting to the still unrefined Kamehameha. But she was still far inferior to Krillin and ultimately conceded defeat on the spot. The 6th match was Liao against Tianjin Fan, a contest between master and disciple. As Liao was a student of the Tianjin Rice Martial Arts School, therefore, their fight resembled more of a teaching session rather than a battle. Tianjin Fan even showcased various skills, greatly piquing the audience's interest, and the outcome was naturally predictable. Tianjin Fan emerged victorious. The 7th match was Trunks against Annie. Although Annie had a good martial arts foundation, he found it difficult to withstand Trunks, who knocked him off the stage with just a few punches and kicks. Finally, in the match between Android 16 and Nanyuan, before anyone could even see Android 16 make a move, Nanyuan had already exited the ring. Sun Wukong looked at the unharmed Nanyuan and couldn't help but wonder, this guy doesn't seem as violent as those 2 androids. He didn't even harm Nanyuan. Piccolo glanced at Wukong and said, "Wukong, don't let your guard down. Just because that guy won't attack others doesn't mean he won't come after you." Sun Wukong nodded and said, "Of course I know. So if I encounter him, I will do my utmost to defeat him." The morning battle came to a temporary end, and the contestants took a break while the organizers began to draft the afternoon matches. To show maximum goodwill to Piccolo, the organizers decided to have contestants whose numbers added up to 9 face off. Thus, the first match of the afternoon was Sun Wukong against Android 16. On May 9th, 772 in the Age of the Dragon, the afternoon was warm with a gentle breeze and clear skies, making it a rare good day. Most of the Earth's residents eagerly turned on their online televisions early to watch the highest-level martial arts competition in the world. Although they had witnessed the Savior's battle before, most people knew that they couldn't discern much at their own level. However, this did not hinder their desire to join in the excitement. In the waiting room of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Sun Wukong arrived early and closed his eyes to rest, preparing for the unknown battle in the afternoon. Other contestants arrived in succession, and Piccolo and the others did not disturb Sun Wukong as he was meditating. They just stared intently at Android 16. Android 16 seemed to sense the unfriendly gazes and looked up at Wukong's companions, saying, "Don't worry, my targets are only Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong. Once I kill them both, my control program will terminate, and I will not interfere with anyone else." Krillin asked, "But Dr. Gero is already dead, right? What is the point of doing this?" Android 16 glanced at him and replied gently, "This was not my choice, as I was created to kill Sun Wukong. Although I do not wish to kill, I cannot resist my programming." Piccolo thought for a moment and then asked, "You just said your purpose for being created was to confront Sun, but Sun is dead now, so why are you so fixated on Wukong?" Android 16 said, "That's because someone injected a new program into me when I was awakened. As long as I kill Sun Wukong, I can still achieve my purpose and attain my freedom." Piccolo thought of the mysterious man wearing black sunglasses and couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "How ridiculous. The protected humans are actually helping their murderer to deal with their benefactor. If humans are truly at this level, it would be better for me, the great demon king Piccolo, to guide them." Krillin opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but he didn't know where to start. At that moment, the bell for the World Martial Arts Tournament rang, signifying the official start of the afternoon matches. Sun Wukong opened his eyes and said to Piccolo, "This world is inherently a mix of good and evil. While there are certainly some people who are extremely bad, there are still those who have a bright heart, willing to sacrifice their lives and give up everything for others. As long as these people exist, humanity will continue to move toward a better place." Piccolo nodded. Although he still had a very cool expression, a smile of appreciation appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sun Wukong turned to Android 16 and said, "Even though you were forced to try to kill me, I won't hold back. After all, I still have many things to accomplish, and I don't want to leave my loved ones in pain because I softened my heart for a moment." Android 16 nodded, then shook his head, pointing to his own head, and said, "What a pity. If it weren't for this programming, I think we could have been friends, Sun Wukong. You are indeed a pure-hearted person. So please, you must defeat me." Sun Wukong was taken aback for a moment, then said, "I will." After that, they heard the host at the front desk announce the two contestants' entrance. Android 16 turned his head and said, "Sun Wukong, I'll be waiting for you in the arena." Android 16 stepped onto the stage, and as Sun Wukong was stretching his body and getting ready to enter, the space ahead shook for a moment, and then a child with a crab head appeared out of nowhere. Sun Wukong, who was about to enter, paused for a moment and then smiled, saying, "Why did you come over now, Goten?" Sun Wukong first greeted Piccolo and the others, and then replied, "Isn't today the final? I thought I'd come over to cheer for my brother." Sun Wukong said, "Yesterday when I fought Uncle Vegeta, I damaged the arena. It's still the quarterfinals now." Sun Goten smiled knowingly and said, "As expected of Uncle Vegeta. By the way, who is my brother's opponent in this match?" Sun Wukong didn't want to say it, but he knew that if he didn't, Sun Wutian would definitely not give up. So he said, "It's Android 16. All right, if there's nothing else, I'm going to the competition now. You just watch here." When Sun Wutian heard the name of Android 16, he was slightly taken aback. At that moment, he thought of many things and then asked, "The target of the android should be Dad, right? Even if Dad is already dead, they shouldn't just come looking for brother." Piccolo explained, "This Android 16 seems to be a purely robotic entity, and his programming has been modified. His current target is Gohan." "I see." Sun Wutian thought for a moment, then looked around and said to Sun Gohan, "Brother, come with me to a place. I think I have an idea of what's going on." Sun Wukong was taken aback and said, "But the match is about to start. Brother can't just back out at the last minute, right?" Sun Wukong took a few steps to Gohan's side, grabbed him, and then said, "Don't worry, it will be quick." Swish! The figures of Sun Wukong and Sun Goten disappeared at the same time, leaving Tien, Krillin, and the others looking puzzled. After a while, the void shook, and Sun Goten and Sun Wukong reappeared, looking exactly the same as before, as if they hadn't done anything at all. Sun Gohan glanced at Goten and said, "I'm going to fight. This kind of thing always needs to be resolved." Then, Sun Gohan walked straight toward the arena. Piccolo looked at Goten and asked, "Hey Goten, what exactly did you guys do? Why do I feel that Gohan's energy is a bit weaker?" Sun Wutian shrugged and said, I didn't do anything, Uncle Piccolo. Just you wait. I definitely won't let my brother get hurt. Piccolo was puzzled, but chose to trust Wutian. After all, he knew this kid was not like ordinary children. At that moment, Trunks also came to Sun Wutian's side, and the two began discussing some matters. Videl looked at Sun Gohan, who had walked out of the arena, and then at Sun Wutian chatting with Trunks. She frowned, feeling that Gohan's master seemed a bit off. In the arena of the World Martial Arts Tournament, after much anticipation from the blonde host, Sun Gohan finally appeared. He stood on the opposite side of the ring and looked at Android 16, saying, All right, let's get started. No matter what happens, I hope you won't hurt any innocent people. Of course, Android 16 nodded and said, My only target is you. After I kill you, I will even protect this world, because I also like this world. Sun Wukong glanced at Android 16, then at the blonde host, and said, Sir, could you please stand a bit farther away? After all, I don't know what this guy is capable of. The blonde host looked at Android 16, then recalled the opponent's name, feeling terrified to the point of widening his eyes, and said he can't really be. Seeing Sun Wukong nod, the blonde host jumped off the stage and said, Then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Wukong. You must not lose to that kind of guy. Sun Gohan did, then turned around, a golden aura swirling around him as he instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Android 16 seemed to have calculated the energy that Sun Gohan had unleashed, saying, Your energy seems to be above mine. It looks like I should prepare for the worst. Boom! Android 16 raised his arm, gathering powerful energy, and that hand detached from his body, charging towards Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan took 2 steps forward, his right fist clenched tightly, with golden energy concentrated in the center. With just one punch, he flattened that fist, and then the power within Sun Gohan continued to erupt, sending the fist flying back. Android 16 took 2 steps forward, extending his right arm, which was missing a hand, just in time to catch the fist. At that moment, Sun Gohan's fist had already reached in front of Android 16, who tried to defend, but it was futile. With just one punch, he sent Android 16 flying. Misenko. Sun Gohan stacked his hands together and placed them on his forehead, energy gathering between his hands, gradually becoming brilliant and eventually transforming into a laser that shot towards Android 16. The airborne Android 16 spun around in midair and then stopped, his right hand having been repaired without notice, and he threw a punch at the Misenko. The overwhelming power erupted, instantly creating a massive wave. Splash! The Misenko was countered by Android 16's energy, and Sun Gohan charged forward again, eager to finish off Android 16 in one go. Swish! A red light suddenly flashed in Android 16's eyes, and then he fired 2 lasers. Sun Gohan dodged to the side, his speed and momentum undiminished. And in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Android 16. Hell's energy cannon. Android 16 grasped his right forearm with his left hand and his left forearm with his right hand. Then suddenly both arms broke off. He tucked the 2 severed arms under his armpits, where a terrifying energy began to gather at the points of the break. Kamehameha. Seeing Android 16's actions, Sun Gohan slightly brought his hands together and began to gather energy, preparing to clash with Android 16. Boom! The terrifying energy of the Hell energy cannon surged out first. Sun Gohan felt the overwhelming energy and took 2 steps back, directly countering with the Kamehameha wave. The 2 terrifying energies collided in midair. Zila. As the horrific energies collided, a white light engulfed the entire martial arts arena. Piccolo, Krillin, and others quickly raised their shields to prevent the shockwave from harming anyone else. Boom! In Sun Wukong's green eyes, a golden light flashed, and the beam of energy in his hands suddenly thickened a bit. Then, the Kamehameha wave directly crashed towards Android 16. Android 16 was hit by the Kamehameha wave, leaving his body severely damaged and even exposing some mechanical parts. He fell heavily to the ground and said, It seems I've lost. But in the next moment, Sun Wukong landed in front of him and said, Although you don't sound like a bad person when you speak, you're still an android, and I can't take that risk. I'm sorry. Gohan opened his right hand, gathering brilliant energy, ready to directly defeat Android 16. I am Gohan. I really don't want this Earth to be destroyed, so let's go to hell together. A white mist erupted from behind Android 16, and his body suddenly stood up, firmly locking Gohan in place. The others watching the match, including Piccolo, were shocked. They had relaxed their guard and didn't expect such a turn of events. Piccolo, being observant, was still pondering what's going on. Gohan's energy doesn't seem as fierce as it was during his battle with Vegeta. Moreover, Android 16 could have escaped when he stood up just now. What exactly is happening? On the other side, Gohan asked, what do you mean you don't want to destroy this Earth? A blood-colored liquid dripped from one of Android 16's eyes as he said, I'm sorry. I have a bomb inside me, one that is capable of destroying the entire Earth. The person who programmed the new protocol in my brain has the method to make the bomb explode, and he is watching from aside. If I win, I will kill you. If I lose completely, he will activate the bomb, turning the entire Earth into nothing. So for the sake of this Earth, Gohan, please go to hell with me. I see. Gohan seemed to give up resistance, reverting from his Super Saiyan form, and said with a bitter smile, so, I never had a choice from the beginning. I would die regardless of winning or losing. Android 16's expression was somewhat sorrowful as he said, I feel very sorry too, but I can control the range of my self-detonation. If someone else triggers it, my program will be interrupted first, and I won't be able to control the explosion's range. At that time, the entire Earth will be destroyed. Son Wukong smiled and said, that's good. Uncle Piccolo and the others are still alive, and humanity is developing in a better direction. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad without me. Piccolo's hearing was far superior to that of ordinary people, and he naturally heard the conversation between Son Wukong and Android 16. He stepped forward and shouted, Wukong. Gohan glanced at Piccolo, and a smile appeared on his lips as he said, Uncle Piccolo, please take everyone and get far away. Piccolo stopped in his tracks, gave Gohan a deep look, then turned his head and shouted, everyone, quickly get away. With that, a white aura ignited around Piccolo, and he broke through the roof, heading off into the distance. Krillin and the others glanced at Gohan on the other side and sensed his determination. They returned to the waiting room and flew off with the others. Teacher Gohan. At that moment, however, Biddy was reluctant to leave and even charged towards Gohan. Pung. Son Wukong jumped up and knocked Biddy unconscious with a slap. Then said to Trunks, Trunks, could you please take care of Sister Biddy? Trunks took Biddy and looked at Son Wukong with some confusion, calling out, Wukong? Sun Wutian walked towards Sun Wufan and Android 16, saying, you should leave quickly. I can't guarantee what will happen here. In the distance, he sneered, destroying just a small island is enough. The man in black with sunglasses suddenly took off his glasses, revealing eyes filled with extreme madness. You killed my most beloved Android 18, and I will make this Earth accompany her to the grave. The man pulled out a black remote control, looking at the martial arts tournament venue in the distance, and said, Android 18, I will serve you in hell soon. Please watch closely. I will complete my mission. Swish. Just as the man was about to press the button, a figure flashed by, and he felt something missing from his hand. Then he saw a child with a crab head standing opposite him. The child was naturally Sun Wutian, who fiddled with the remote control and said to the man, there really are all kinds of people in this world. I want to say anything if you want to lick the original Android 18, but a bloodstained butcher who kills innocents can also lick? The man was shocked but remained calm, secretly reaching for his pocket while asking, whose child are you? And what are you talking about? Swish. Son Wukong naturally noticed the movements of the other party. He shot out 4 continuous lasers from his right fingertips, piercing through the man's shoulder and knee, causing the man to fall to the ground instantly. Son Wukong stepped forward again, stripped the man naked, threw his clothes into the sky, and then with a wave of energy, turned them into nothingness. He said, since you've done something, you must take responsibility. You should be grateful that I don't want to kill. The man had 4 bloody holes in his body and was in unbearable pain, to the point of tears streaming down his face. Although Son Wukong knocked him out, he frowned at the bloodied man and then grabbed his hair, teleporting directly back to the martial arts arena. Then, Son Wukong saw the Android 16, who was about to self-destruct. He threw the man aside, crushed the remote control, and said with a smile, I found this guy, so you don't have to self-destruct now, right? Android 16 looked at the man lying on the ground, then glanced curiously at the 2 Son Wukongs in the arena, and said, thank you. Then, Android 16 prepared to release Sun Gohan, but suddenly his pupils glowed red, as if receiving some information. Sun Wutian felt a tightness in his heart, sensing that things were not looking good. Android 16 said, I'm sorry. My bomb has been activated by someone. It will explode in 30 seconds. When the bomb was activated, I also received a message that told me I cannot let you 2 leave. Otherwise, he will take away my control and let the bomb destroy the Earth. Sun Wukong thought for a moment. Then the 2 Sun Wukongs stepped forward at the same time and merged into one. He said, it must be Dr. Gero. This is really troublesome. I'm only 6 years old, still a child. Android 16 said, the one who can directly message me should be the doctor. Sorry, Sun Gohan. Sun Goten placed a hand on Android 16 and said, then let's find a deserted place to explode. It's better for the two of us to die than for all the people on a small island. Swish. Sun Gohan, Sun Goten, and the figure of Android 16 simultaneously disappeared from the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The void of King Kai's planet shook, and Sun Goten, along with Android 16, who was holding Sun Gohan, appeared at the same time, startling King Kai, who was relaxing. King Kai quickly retreated backward, cursing, "You little brat, why did you bring him here?" Sun Wutian looked around, scratched his head, and smiled, saying, "Sorry, I teleported to the wrong place. Please continue with your work, I'll take my leave." Whoosh. 3 figures disappeared from King Kai's planet again, and this time no one knew where they had gone. On a deserted island on Earth, a boy with a crab head was sitting on a rock, looking around in boredom. Suddenly, the air in front of him trembled, and 3 figures appeared. Android 16 widened his eyes, even doubting whether his observation system had been damaged by Gohan earlier, because this was already the 3rd Sun Wutian he had seen today. Boom! Android 16 opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but it was too late. The bomb inside him activated, and a blazing flame instantly consumed the entire island, with Gohan and Sun Wutian also turning to ashes in the flames. At the martial arts arena, Piccolo, holding 2 people and flying in the sky, looked into the distance with sorrow in his eyes, because just a moment ago, he could no longer sense Gohan and Wutian's energy. Piccolo landed in the arena, placed the 2 ordinary people back down, and then went to check the distance, feeling that there was something strange about this situation. Krillin, Ten, Yamcha, and the others also landed on the ground one after another, their faces filled with grief. Not knowing what to say, Piccolo moved quickly, reaching the site of the explosion in just a few minutes. However, before him lay a scene of devastation. The island that should have existed was shattered. Thick smoke billowed everywhere, and debris, trees, and some dark objects floated in the scalding seawater. Piccolo still found it hard to believe. He dove into the smoke searching for the 2 figures. Gohan, Wutian, surely you 2 can't be really dead. Piccolo's figure weaved through the smoke, drifting in the seawater. However, he found no trace of Gohan and Wutian. Finally, he stopped above the floating clouds, clenched his fists, and then his energy fluctuated, shaking the clouds. Uncle Piccolo. Just as Piccolo's anger was about to explode, he suddenly heard Gohan's voice in his heart. Piccolo was stunned and then thought, "Gohan, you're still alive, right?" On the other side, Gohan said, "Yes, I'm still alive. After Wutian took me away, I've been with King Kai. I'm currently using King Kai's abilities to talk to you." Piccolo was a bit taken aback and asked, "So the one who just fought Android 16 wasn't you?" Sun Gohan said, "That should be Goten, right? He said he just learned a new way to use ki and that he can fight in my place." Piccolo frowned and replied, "But that ki is clearly yours. How could it be Goten?" Gohan explained, "That's because I borrowed some of my brother's ki and merged it into my clone, which allows for a certain degree of simulation of my brother." Suddenly, a voice sounded beside Piccolo. He turned to see Goten with a crab head, standing in midair. Piccolo looked Goten up and down and asked, "You seem completely unscathed. What on earth is going on?" Sun Goten said, "The only things that exploded were my 2 energy spheres. Although I have some injuries, it's not a big deal. Let's talk more about it with Lord Kai." Piccolo understood Sun Goten's meaning and placed his hand on Sun Goten's shoulder, who then used instant transmission to go to King Kai's planet. On King Kai's planet, Lord Kai was telling Barbarous and Giri about Sun Goten's crimes and decided to use his status to expel Sun Goten from the cold joke realm. Meanwhile, Gohan stood beside King Kai, looking a bit awkward. Sun Wukong leaned against a nearby tree, watching the lively scene, which had quite an artistic atmosphere. Whoosh! The void trembled, and Sun Wutian and Piccolo arrived at the North Kai's planet. As soon as North Kai saw Sun Wutian, he rushed over and exclaimed, "You ungrateful disciple, who hasn't returned for a long time, and now you come back bringing a bomb. This time I am really angry." Sun Goten stretched out 5 fingers and smiled, saying, "Lord Kai, I just didn't find the right position earlier. After all, my 2 clones were in the same direction, and it's easy to misplace them if I'm not careful. How about this, Lord Kai? I have 5 cold jokes I'd like you to appreciate." The Kai's expression softened slightly as he placed his hands behind his back, adopting a masterly demeanor, and said, "I'll let you off this time, but I won't spare you next time. By the way, were those 5 cold jokes?" In the end, Sun Goten used the 5 cold jokes to soothe the wounded heart of the Kai. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sun Gohan was also having conversation with Piccolo. Although Piccolo could roughly guess some things, there were still aspects he couldn't fully understand. So Sun Goten closed his eyes, and in the next moment, his figure vanished, transforming into 3 figures. 1 Sun Goten, 1 Sun Gohan, and 1 Trunks. Sun Goten said, This is a technique that allows me to create clones, as it can split my energy. So, combined with the giant size reduction technique, I can take on any form. I borrowed my brother's energy to transform into him and fought against Android 16, and then sent a clone to look for that man in black. Lastly, just in case, I had my clone find an uninhabited island as an alternative location, and it turned out to be useful. Piccolo looked at the 3 Sun Gotens, his astonishment beyond measure, and said, "It's truly impressive that you were able to come up with these solutions in such a short time." Sun Wukong looked at the figure of Sun Wutian and said, "You really have worked hard, Wutian, to learn these things in such a short time." Sun Goten's 3 figures merged back into one, and he shyly said, "These things were indeed dull at first, but after getting through the boredom, I found them quite interesting, though I still have a long way to go." Piccolo then said, "No matter what, this is your skill, and this crisis was resolved thanks to you." Sun Gohan looked at Sun Goten and said, "That's really impressive, Goten. I didn't expect you to grow so much in just 1 year." Sun Wutian shook his head. He knew that he benefited from the advantage of the plot and a bit of caution. He was actually quite average. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I think the crisis on Earth might still exist because Dr. Gero may still be alive." Piccolo was taken aback and asked with a puzzled expression, "Dr. Gero is still alive? How is that possible?" Those 2 androids said they personally killed Dr. Gero. Sun Goten said, "I don't know the specific reason, but after I dealt with the person accompanying Android 16, the bomb inside Android 16 was still activated. Moreover, Android 16 mentioned that he had received some messages. I think the only one capable of doing this is Dr. Gero." Sun Wukong thought for a moment and then remembered the wish he had made. So he said, "Sorry, that was my oversight. The wish I made was to bring back all those who died because of the androids. If Dr. Gero was also killed by the androids." Piccolo stroked his chin and said, "This could be a bit troublesome. If Dr. Gero were still around, who knows what new things he would come up with?" Sun Wukong felt a bit ashamed. He lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry, it's all because of me." Sun Goten said, "After all, Brother is also trying to save everyone. And even though Dr. Gero has been resurrected, Brother has saved even more people." Piccolo nodded and replied, "Goten makes a good point. What we should focus on now is how to deal with Dr. Gero." Sun Wukong suggested from the side, "If you just want to find Dr. Gallo's location, you might be able to use the abilities of the celestial beings or the fortune-telling old lady." Upon hearing about the celestial beings, Piccolo coldly snorted in displeasure. Honestly, he didn't want to deal with that guy. Sun Gohan said, "Even if we find Dr. Gero, we don't know if he has weapons like Android 16. If we push him too hard, we don't know what he might do." Piccolo nodded and said, "That's indeed a problem. That Dr. Gero does have the means to easily destroy the Earth." Sun Wukong thought for a moment and said, "At that time, we can make 2 preparations, one to deal with Dr. Gero, and the other to summon the dragon to be ready for any unexpected events." Piccolo nodded and said, "This way, we can minimize the risk. But even the dragon can't do everything." Sun Gohan said, "Then there's nothing we can do. We can only do our best with what we can do. The rest is beyond our control." Sun Wukong chimed in from the side, "Yeah, just do your best. And from my perspective, that guy Dr. Gero doesn't seem like the type to do something like that." Piccolo glanced at Sun Wukong, remaining silent. Although he didn't fully trust the lower limits of someone like Dr. Gero, Sun Wukong's instincts seemed to be consistently accurate. Sun Goten said, "All right, let's go back. There should still be some things for us to handle at the World Martial Arts Tournament." Piccolo and Gohan approached Goten and placed their hands on his shoulders. "Goodbye, Dad." Gohan and Goten waved to Goku. Piccolo also bid farewell to Goku, saying, "Until next time, son." Whoosh! The 3 figures disappeared from North Kai's planet and reappeared beside Krillin and the others in the next moment. At the tournament venue, Krillin and the others were still immersed in a somber atmosphere when suddenly 3 familiar figures flashed before them. Krillin was the first to react. He blinked a couple of times and exclaimed in surprise, "Gohan?" Sun Wukong nodded and said, "It's me." Tianjin Fan and Yamcha looked confused and asked Sun Wukong, "What's going on? We clearly saw you, Goten, and the androids explode together." Sun Wukong looked into the distance and said, "Uncle Vegeta, Trunks, and Mom are coming over. Let's explain later." In the waiting room of the martial arts tournament, young Trunks arrived with Vegeta. Vegeta glanced at Gohan, then looked at Goten with a furrowed brow, and finally turned to Trunks, saying, "Hey, Trunks, what is going on?" Gohan seems fine. Trunks looked at Gohan, then at Goten, scratched his head, and said, "I don't know either. I clearly felt Gohan and Goten's energy disappear just now." After saying that, Trunks, with a joyful expression, continued, "Anyway, it's a good thing that everyone is still alive." Vegeta snorted coldly and turned his gaze back to son Goten, complaining, What a terrible hairstyle. This kid is Kakarot's little son? Sun Goten naturally noticed Vegeta, the legendary Super Saiyan. He then bowed to Vegeta and said, "Hello, my name is Sun Goten. You must be Uncle Vegeta, right? I've heard my brother talk about the power of the Saiyan Prince, and I'm really happy to meet you." Vegeta snorted coldly, raised his head, and proudly said, "You're not too bad, kid. Although you're a bit weaker than Trunks, you're still the son of a lower-class warrior. So this level of strength is acceptable." Nearby, Piccolo sneered and turned his head away. To be honest, he didn't think much of Vegeta. Trunks felt a bit embarrassed. Although his power had increased over the past year, he still thought he was about on par with Sun Goten from a year ago. Vegeta looked around and asked, "What about that android? Has it been taken down?" As Sun Wukong was about to explain, Chi-Chi suddenly ran in from outside. The moment she saw Sun Wukong and Sun Goten, she could no longer hold back and rushed over to embrace the two children. Tears welled up in her eyes as she said, "It's good that you're both alive. Just being alive is enough." Gohan and Goten exchanged a glance, both feeling a bit ashamed. Then they wrapped their arms around their mother's shoulders, feeling her body tremble constantly from fear. Sun Gohan smiled and said, "It's all right now, Mom. Besides, there was no danger from the very beginning. I'm sorry for making you worry." Sun Goten floated in the air and said, "Sorry, Mom. I always make you worry, but it's okay now, so don't be sad anymore." Chi-Chi gradually stopped crying and asked, "What exactly happened in the live stream? I clearly saw you guys being threatened by that despicable android." Sun Gohan and Sun Goten recounted the previous events, and everyone finally understood, looking at Goten with surprised expressions. Trunks gazed at Goten with intensity and said, "So it was Goten who fought against the androids just now. Goten has truly become stronger. Even with my year of hard training, I haven't closed the gap." Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately felt displeased. He sized up Goten and said, "Just learn some trivial tricks, but that's all there is to it. Trunks, I will train you even harder from now on. You absolutely cannot lose to the son of a lower-class warrior." Krillin, Tin, Yamcha, and others also gave Goten high praise, which made him feel embarrassed. After a while, Goten asked Trunks, "By the way, Trunks, where's Sister Biddy? Did you bring her somewhere?" Trunks replied, "She's at my house, still in a coma. My mom is taking care of her, so she should be fine." Sun Goten nodded and said, "You'd better tell her that my brother is fine. After all, she respects him quite a bit." Trunks nodded, then picked up his watch and started sending messages to Biddy Lee. At this moment, some officials also approached, and Sun Gohan naturally went to explain what had happened earlier. Vegeta snorted coldly and said, "How boring, I'm going back to train. Whether it's Dr. Gero or anything else, if they come out, I'll completely crush them." Krillin then said, "Can't we find Dr. Gero in advance and eliminate him?" Vegeta paused, turned to look at Piccolo and the others, and said, "Let that kind of coward hiding in the dark do whatever he wants. No matter what, I won't lose now." Piccolo glanced at him and said, "Don't forget, you were killed once by that kind of coward you mentioned." Vegeta clenched his fist and then relaxed, saying, "That was because I hadn't become a Super Saiyan at that time, but now I've completely surpassed Super Saiyan. No matter what tricks a guy uses, I won't lose." Piccolo stopped responding to Vegeta. He knew that reasoning with such a person was futile, so it was better for them to do their own things. After that, everyone discussed and ultimately decided to search for Gero's whereabouts and kill him before he made a move. Then, due to the arena being destroyed again, the match was delayed once more, and the fighters returned to their respective places. In a mountain in the Dalej Lake area, Dr. Gero was typing on a keyboard, calculating various data, his eyes gleaming with madness. "This time, I must create the most perfect work. The world should belong to the Red Ribbon Army." After entering the data, Dr. Gero prepared to check the perfect embryo in the basement, and then noticed a new notification on his watch. He checked it and said, "Sun Gohan is still alive. But it doesn't matter. As long as my most perfect work comes into the world, all enemies are nothing." Then Dr. Gero rushed to the basement, opened layers of protection, and saw a transparent tube filled with green liquid, within which was a tiny embryo. What a perfect creation! Dr. Gero gazed at the embryo almost obsessively. Then he seemed to remember something, and his expression gradually became sinister. Unfortunately, that brat Sun Gohan actually destroyed androids 17 and 18. So my cell can't become the perfect form I envisioned. However, there is still a way. Everything still has a solution. Then, Dr. Gero's watch received another notification. He looked at it and said, "It seems I should leave here." Everything continued as usual, and the World Martial Arts Tournament was held normally. But it was no longer as intense as before. Even the final match between Sun Gohan and Piccolo was rather bland, which made many spectators feel unaccustomed. In the end, Sun Gohan became the champion of the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament, while Piccolo was the runner-up, with Trunks and Krillin being the other two in the top 4. After the match ended, everything naturally returned to normal. Sun Gohan continued to discuss with the king, preparing to promote martial arts in schools and establish the first university, with specific details still being discussed. Krillin, Tien, and others went to the other world, hoping to ask the Kai for information on Dr. Gero's whereabouts. The Kai looked at Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Din as they landed, and said, "I already know your purpose for coming. Although as a god I should protect the humans of my planet and not leak their information, Dr. Gero's attempt to use evil power to rule the world, along with the robots he created causing indelible scars on the world, I will make an exception this time." Krillin asked, "So you should know Dr. Gero's location?" The Kai nodded, walked up to Krillin, placed his withered right hand on Krillin's bald head, and said, "Dr. Gero's laboratory is near Deluge Lake. The specific location is here." Whoosh! A flash of white light flickered on the Kai's withered hand, and the location of Dr. Gero's laboratory appeared in Krillin's mind. The Kai then withdrew his hand and said, "Well then, the safety of the Earth is in your hands." Krillin took 2 steps back and said, "I understand. Thank you." Okay. Then, the group bid farewell to the Kai and transformed into beams of light heading towards the lower realm. The beams of light didn't travel far before they saw Piccolo waiting in midair. Seeing them approach, Piccolo asked, "How did it go? Did the old Kai tell you Dr. Gero's location?" Krillin and the others stopped in front of Piccolo and said, "He told us. We're preparing to head over there now. Once we deal with Dr. Gero, everything will be over." Piccolo shook his head and said, "Although I haven't dealt with Dr. Gero, it's not hard to guess that he's an extremely intelligent person. I don't believe he would be unprepared after learning about our report." Krillin thought for a moment and said, "So there might be more brutal battles waiting for us ahead?" Piccolo sneered and said, "I can't be sure what tricks he will prepare. In any case, it won't be easy ahead. So if you're feeling lucky, I suggest you turn back immediately." Tien frowned and said, "So what should we do now?" Piccolo looked into the distance and said, "Let's wait for now. Goten has gone to collect the Dragon Balls. Next, we will split into 2 teams. One team will summon the dragon and be ready for any emergencies, while the other team will deal with Dr. Gero." Yamcha felt a bit anxious at Piccolo's words, but as a warrior, he forced himself not to back down. After a while, Piccolo said again, "You better think about what you want to do. Fight Dr. Gero or wait for news from the dragon." Soon, a golden beam of light shot up into the sky and then landed in front of Piccolo and the others. It was Son Goten, transformed into a Super Saiyan, who took the package from his back and said, "Who is waiting for news here?" The others looked at each other, and finally, Yamcha stepped forward and said, "Although I really don't want to admit it, I should be the weakest among us. Even if I go, I probably won't be of much help. Rather than holding you back, I might as well stay here and guard the dragon." Son Goten handed over the Dragon Ball and said, "Then I'll leave it to you, Uncle Yamcha." Yamcha took the package and replied, "You guys can go ahead and fight with peace of mind. I'll summon the dragon and be ready to support everyone." The others nodded, but only Tien looked at Kaiatsu and said, "Kaiatsu, you should stay here." Kaiatsu shook his head and said, "I want to be with Tien." Tien then said, "You stay and help Yamcha. If Dr. Gero really has other means, your strength won't be enough to handle it, and I might have to split my focus to protect you." Kaiatsu was unwilling but knew that his strength would only cause trouble if he went, so he nodded, then floated to Yamcha's side and said, "Tien, you must be careful." Tien nodded, and the nearby Piccolo said, "All right, let's go." With a flash, several beams of light shot towards the northern Deluge Lake. After a few minutes, Son Goten and the others stood at the crack of a canyon, where they saw the hidden laboratory door among the rocks. Piccolo placed 2 fingers on his forehead, and a powerful aura began to gather. He said to the others, "Everyone get ready. We're about to start the fight." Krillin, Tien, and Son Goten all took their stances, preparing for battle. Special beam cannon. Piccolo pointed his 2 fingers at the laboratory door, and a spiraling wave of energy shot out from his fingertips, shattering the door. Boom! As the door shattered, smoke billowed out, and a thunderous sound echoed at the same time, resonating throughout the entire Deluge Lake. From the smoke, figures gradually emerged, causing Piccolo, Krillin, and Tien to tense up, their auras flaring as they prepared to confront any sudden attacks from the enemy. Son Goten used his energy to blow away the smoke in front of him, revealing a gaunt old man with long white hair and a beard. He was wearing a jacket and a black hat with a red ribbon and the letter printed on it. Son Goten thought to himself, "It looks like it's Dr. Gero, but I wonder if he has transformed himself into Android 20 after being resurrected." Dr. Gero looked at Piccolo and the others. a smug smile appearing on his face as he said, "You've finally come, but it's too late." Piccolo snorted coldly and charged forward. He had recognized Dr. Gero from the photos long ago, and now that he had seen him, he was not going to give him any chance. Whoosh! Dr. Gero looked up at Piccolo, and two beams of light shot out from his eyes, heading straight for him. Piccolo hurriedly dodged, but still got pierced in his shoulder by the two beams, causing his figure to stop in mid-air. The next second, Dr. Gero jumped over, aiming to lock onto Piccolo and absorb his vital energy. Boom! Sun Goten took the initiative and transformed into a golden flash of light, arriving in front of Piccolo just before Dr. Gero could attack him. He then threw a punch at Dr. Gero, unleashing the energy of a Super Saiyan. Dr. Gero couldn't withstand it. Half of his body was shattered by the punch, and the remaining part of his body directly crashed into the mountainside. Kamehameha. Although Sun Wukong was reluctant to kill, he knew that if he didn't act decisively at this moment, it would be his own people who would suffer. Therefore, he gathered brilliant light in his hands. Splash! The bright white Kamehameha transformed into a beam of light, shooting towards the pit where Dr. Gero had crashed. Swish! The dazzling light shone, seemingly enveloping everything around it. In a blur, it appeared that a figure was blocking in front of Dr. Gero. The next second, Sun Wukong felt the Kamehameha uncontrollably surge forward. Sun Wutian had some guesses in his heart. With a thought, he stopped the Kamehameha wave and then clenched his right hand, gathering the energy beneath him. He looked ahead and saw a fat man who was dressed similarly to Dr. Gero. The fat man completely absorbed the white energy with his right hand and then extended his hand towards Dr. Gero, saying, "You're looking quite disheveled. Number 20. Dr. Gero placed his only remaining hand on the fat man's hand and replied, "Thank you, number 19. At this moment, Piccolo had already repaired his body. His ears were sharp, and he naturally heard the conversation between the two. He tightened his heart and looked at Dr. Gero, saying, "You really are something, Dr. Gero. In just a year's time, you've created 2 more androids and even turned yourself into one." The right side of Dr. Gero's body was sparking continuously, but he was completely unaffected, even responding with a proud expression. "Of course, my intelligence is limitless. Let me tell you, my perfect warrior is about to be born. If you're smart, you should surrender quickly." Sun Goten shone with golden light, shaking the mountains in an instant. He said nothing and charged towards Dr. Gero, his speed like a flash of lightning, reaching Dr. Gero in the blink of an eye. Android 19 stood in front of Dr. Gero, wearing a smug expression, and then extended his hands towards Sun Goten. Swish! Sun Goten rushed past Android 19 and then turned around, delivering a powerful punch to Android 19's head. An incredibly strong burst of energy erupted, directly shattering the upper half of Android 19's body. "I actually don't want to kill anyone." After throwing the punch, Sun Goten turned away, no longer paying attention to the explosion behind him, but instead looking at Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero was filled with great fear. He never expected Sun Goten to possess such extraordinary power. He retreated backward, gathering energy throughout his body, and, at a certain moment, unleashed it, with a blazing white light engulfing the entire mountain range. Sun Goten let out a light shout, his body shining with golden light. Then he sidestepped to avoid the Kamehameha wave and charged towards Dr. Gero. Krillin stood, dumbfounded in the distance, rubbing his eyes as he watched Sun Goten effortlessly defeat Android 19 with a single punch. He said, "Is this really the same Sun Goten who fought me a year ago?" Tien's third eye flickered continuously before he finally spoke. His energy and fighting style are completely different from a year ago. Is this what he learned from Goku? Piccolo shook his head and said, "His energy is more tranquil. His attacks are fiercer, and his fighting style is indeed that of a Saiyan, but it's stronger and more decisive than Goku's offensive style." Krillin nodded and said, "That's true. Goku's fighting style follows the philosophy of a martial artist, while Goten's style is more like that of a warrior, efficient and quick. He doesn't strike unless he means to achieve something. What has this little guy experienced?" Tien shook his head and replied, "Look closely. Goten has only changed in his fighting method. His fighting style has always remained the same. It's just that compared to a year ago, he now understands better how to fight." Sun Goten didn't think too much. He was solely focused on learning how to fight. Just as Sun Goten's fist was about to hit Dr. Gero, a laser shot in from a distance. Although his punch could certainly smash Dr. Gero's head, he would inevitably be pierced through the heart by that laser. Sun Wukong's heart was completely devoid of thought. Instinctively, he spread his right hand, and a wave of energy directly struck Dr. Gero, while his body was pushed backward by the reaction force of the energy wave. Sun Goten floated in the air for a distance, then dispelled the energy wave in his right hand and looked at Dr. Gero. Doctor. Gero's only hand reached into the air, and when Sun Goten looked over, he was absorbing the last bit of bright white light. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the wind arose, and 3 figures landed in front of Dr. Gero, all looking towards Sun Goten. In an instant, a strong killing intent enveloped Sun Goten tightly. Sun Goten, with his blonde hair and blue eyes, stood in mid-air and could clearly see the appearances of the 3 individuals. On the left stood a burly man with a pale complexion, his black hair styled into a braid, and his upper body exposed, revealing pale yet strong muscles. On the right was a short figure wearing a large green hat with purple skin, dressed in a yellow tunic adorned with the emblem of a red ribbon core and a bow tie. In the middle stood a man wearing a baseball cap, dressed in a vest and dark green pants. New androids? Piccolo and the others had been observing, and they quickly positioned themselves beside Sun Goten as they saw the 3 newcomers. Over there, Dr. Gero was issuing commands to the newly appeared androids. Android 13, 14, 15. Eliminate all these people. The middle android, number 13, turned his head and said, of course, but rather than killing these weaklings. I'd like to know the location of Gohan. Dr. Gero stood up and began to retreat, saying, first, deal with the enemies in front of you. That's an order. Android 13 turned back to look at Sun Goten and the others, saying, since it's an order, I guess I have to deal with you first. Sun Wutian naturally recognized the 3 androids. He estimated the power comparison in his mind, then raised his right hand, unleashing a chi sword that spanned dozens of meters, slicing towards the 3 androids. The 3 androids hurriedly dodged, and the energy blade directly tore through the ground, creating a deep trench. Then, Sun Wutian said to Piccolo and the others, Uncle Piccolo, leave these 3 androids to me. You guys should go deal with Dr. Gero. Krillin looked at the 3 imposing androids, then at Wuqian, and said, but these 3 androids look very strong. Are you sure you can handle them? Sun Wutian nodded and said with a smile, just by looking at their movements, you can tell that these androids are even weaker than the previous androids 17 and 18. You guys should hurry up and deal with Dr. Gero, or who knows what kind of tricks that guy will come up with. Piccolo nodded and said, then you have to be careful, Wutian. Whoosh. A golden light shone brightly as Sun Wutian charged towards the 3 androids. His first target very clear, to take down Android 13. He remembered that Android 13 had the ability to evolve. Boom! The surging golden energy rippled, and Sun Wutian's speed reached its peak. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Android 13, then he threw a left punch. Android 13 dodged to the side, but at that moment, Sun Wutian's long-prepared right punch struck fiercely, hitting Android 13 in the abdomen. The golden energy erupted, directly penetrating Android 13's abdomen, exposing various circuits, with sparks crackling on them. Swish! Sun Goten was about to finish off Android 13 when he noticed Android 14 and Android 15 standing in front of Piccolo and the others. Although Sun Wukong knew that Piccolo could handle one of the androids, it was still too much of a waste of time. Who knows what kind of trouble Dr. Gero would come up with next? So he temporarily abandoned Android 13 and transformed into a beam of golden light, rushing towards Android 14 and Android 15. Bang! When Sun Wukong charged, he concentrated his power in his right palm and then swung it out directly, unleashing a strong gust of wind that pushed the 2 androids back a distance. Swish! Sun Wukong was about to launch a continuous attack on number 14 and no. 15 when he felt a sharp aura coming from behind. Boom! Sun Goten turned around to counterattack, launching a bright energy wave from his right palm, which just canceled out the beam behind him. Then, the 3 androids gathered around and simultaneously launched their attacks at a certain moment. Sun Wutian was naturally unafraid. His strength and speed far surpassed those of the 3 androids. Even if they combined their powers, he could still handle them with ease. Although his small and short body was much more agile, this kind of battle was indeed quite inconvenient. After a while, Sun Wutian thought to himself, and then he unleashed his energy. A powerful surge of energy erupted from within him, wildly swirling outwards, and the 3 androids also felt a strong thrust. They crossed their arms in front of them, but still kept being pushed back. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Goten's speed reached its peak once again. In an instant, he first shattered Android 14's jaw with a punch, then kicked Android 15 into the mountains, and finally kicked Android 13 away with both feet. Turtle School, Kamehameha. A glimmer of light flickered between Sun Goten's hands, and in a millisecond, it became as bright as the full moon. Then, the golden energy wave shot towards Android 13. Android 13 looked up at Sun Goten, a hint of smugness appearing on his crooked face. Then he raised both hands, sending out a strange rhythm in different directions. Boom! In the next moment, Android 14 and Android 15 were both caught in Android 13's grasp. Android 13 threw the other two androids forward while he himself retreated backward. The golden Kamehameha hit the two androids, and a violent explosion erupted, causing the entire mountain range to crack open. Sun Goten stood in midair, looking at the scene on the other side, and said, "It seems that we still haven't defeated Android 13. So we have to face an even stronger opponent." Whoosh! On the other side, the mountains continued to shake, countless stones flying everywhere, and the intense red light gradually overshadowed the bright white light, transforming into a new color for this area. Sun Goten looked at the scene over there and thought, "It seems like they're upgrading. I can't just ignore this." Fida! Sun Goten burst through layers of smoke and emerged from the mountainside opened up by Android 13, finally seeing the android glowing with a crimson light. Swish! Sun Goten raised his right hand, and a golden sword of light about 10 zhang long reappeared, slicing toward Android 13. Zila! Android 13 did not dodge or evade, standing still and taking the hit head-on. The golden energy blade clashed with the red light, and waves of electricity surged, making the surrounding space seem unstable. Hiya! Sun Goten shouted in a low voice, but the chi sword could no longer descend. Only at the point where the two auras intersected did electricity rage wildly. Sun Wutian saw that his energy blade couldn't break through the defenses of Android 13, so he simply retracted the energy blade and focused on increasing his energy once again, preparing to break through Android 13's defenses and end the battle. However, at that moment, Android 13 had completed his transformation. His entire body was extremely muscular. His hair stood up and turned orange, his face and arms turned blue, while his shoulders and chest were white. His eyebrows disappeared, his brow bone lowered, and his eyes turned yellow, with his original pupils completely gone. Seeing that Android 13 had completed his transformation, Sun Wutian no longer rushed to attack. Instead, he took a good look at Super 13 and mocked, "What is this? Learning from Super Saiyan?" At this time, Super 13 also raised his head to look at Sun Wutian, but for some reason, he did not attack directly. Instead, he patted his strong muscles on his chest, pointed at Sun Wutian, and shook his finger. Sun Wutian naturally understood the other person's meaning, so he exploded with anger once again, the golden aura swirling through the clouds, overshadowing the red light across the sky. Then Sun Wutian charged forward directly. Boom! Super 13 did not dodge or avoid it, even opening his chest. Sun Wutian naturally wouldn't be polite, directly channeling all his strength, enveloped in golden aura, crashing down like a meteor on his Super 13's chest. The incomparable energy exploded in an instant, creating a vacuum zone around them. Super 13 was also extremely powerful. He stood his ground and took the punch head-on, his body slightly leaning back before he straightened up again. Bang! Sun Wukong didn't have time to wait for the other party's reaction. He slightly tilted his body, clenched his left hand into a fist, and then delivered an uppercut directly to Super 13's chin, causing Super 13's head to tilt back. Bang, 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 bang. Sun Goten took a step back, took a deep breath, and watched as Super Android 13 was about to react. He alternated his two fists, striking like a pestle on Super Android 13's chest. Indeed, Super Android 13 was powerful. After just one punch, he could barely handle it, but after transforming, he endured hundreds of punches and only stepped back a few paces. Gradually, Super Android 13 adapted to Sun Goten's attacks, sweeping his right hand and preparing to counterattack. However, Sun Goten had been observing Super Android 13's movements, and just as the android was about to sweep his arm, he suddenly stopped his attack and leaned backward, narrowly avoiding Super Android 13's strike. Splash! When Sun Wukong tilted his body at a certain angle, his right hand suddenly unleashed the Kamehameha wave, and then his body propelled backward. His feet directly kicked Super Android 13, pushing him back a distance once again. Sun Wukong turned over and floated back into the air. He looked at Super 13 opposite him and said, "Finally stopping the act? Are you ready to fight me seriously?" On the other side, Super 13 steadied himself on the ground, pointed his right finger at Sun Wukong, and a red light flickered, quickly expanding into a red energy ball. Super 13 said, "This energy ball is enough to destroy the entire Earth. If you don't care about the Earth, feel free to dodge it." Sun Wutian raised his right hand once again, and a 3-foot-long golden energy blade appeared in his hand. He replied, "With such a small attack, there's really no need to dodge. Swish, swish, swish. Sun Goten stepped forward, swinging his golden energy blade repeatedly, directly slicing the red energy sphere into countless fragments. Then, just as the sphere was about to explode, another energy wave obliterated it. At that moment, Super 13 charged over, throwing a punch at Sun Goten's head. Sun Goten's right-hand energy sword vanished, and he dodged to the side, taking the opportunity to counterattack. Super 13, having taken a small hit earlier, was now attacking with greater ferocity, each punch and kick accompanied by a whooshing sound, making it somewhat difficult for Sun Goten to handle. Damn, facing an evenly matched opponent with such a body is really a disadvantage. Although Sun Goten could see through most of Super 13's moves, his short limbs made it particularly challenging to respond. In the heat of battle, Sun Goten once again predicted Super 13's attack. He swiftly moved, placing both hands on Super 13's kicked right leg, then jumped backward. Though he wasn't yet skilled at it, he had to give it a try. Sun Goten casually deflected two of Super 13's energy waves, then exploded with energy in midair. The golden aura erupted, and Sun Goten's figure slowly faded away. Thus, the world was left with only the golden flames. Super 13 looked at the vast sea of golden energy, seemingly hesitating. His sensors could detect Sun Goten's presence, but his eyes couldn't catch sight of him. He then placed both hands in front of him, forming a circle with his thumbs and index fingers, gathering red energy that gradually transformed into a red sphere. Boom! The spherical explosive rushed toward the golden flames. Curiously, the farther the explosive was from Super 13, the larger it became, and by the time it reached Sun Goten, it had a diameter of about 10 meters. Crash! Within the golden flames, a figure slowly emerged. In the next moment, a 40-meter energy sword cleaved the spherical explosive in half. Then, that figure passed through the explosion, and the loud sound of the blast echoed as the split explosive vanished into nothingness. The golden flames gradually dissipated, revealing the hidden figure, which was still Sun Goten with a crab head. However, while he had previously appeared as a child, he now resembled an adult, his form less like Sun Goten and more like Son Goku. The character recognition device in Super 13 flickered with red light, and a line of instructions slowly appeared in his mind. Target Son Goku found. Execute extermination plan now. Boom! Super 13 was the first to strike, launching several energy spheres from his hands before charging forward himself. Sun Wutian retracted his aura, leaving only a faint halo on the surface of his body. He took 2 steps forward, his left and right hands creating a series of waves that pushed aside the surrounding energy blasts, then punched towards Super 13. Boom! The 2 fists collided, and the point of contact compressed the air to the point of explosion, triggering a series of continuous explosions. Sun Wukong felt the continuous energy coming from the opponent's fist. He bent his arm and then charged upward at an angle, with his left hand releasing A. As he rushed past Super 13, he struck directly at Super 13's back. The white hard-shelled skin on Super 13's back was torn open, and he turned around to launch another attack at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong also turned around and engaged in close combat with Super 13. This time, his body had grown to adult size, and the energy consumption was not as great as before, though he felt somewhat unaccustomed. Each punch and kick from Super 13 contained immense power, so Sun Wukong naturally dared not take them head-on. Instead, he used various techniques to deflect the force and then looked for openings to counterattack. Of course, although Sun Wukong's fighting skills had improved, this was his first life-and-death battle since learning those techniques, and many things he learned from his father were still not fully mastered. Therefore, he often found himself unable to react in time and suffered attacks. Boom! The speed of both was at its peak, and Sun Wukong even found himself unable to use various techniques in time, suffering multiple attacks from Super 13. Fortunately, after a year of battling with strong opponents from hell, his mentality was no longer what it was a year ago. On the other hand, Super 13 was just wildly attacking. Being a robot, he completely disregarded the damage he was taking and advanced towards Sun Wukong step by step. Bang! Sun Wukong and Super Android 13's fists collided continuously. Sun Wukong's technique to absorb the impact was no longer usable. At this point, his hands were already bruised and bloodied. He used all his strength to throw another punch, colliding it once again with Super Android 13's fist. Sun Wukong's right fist was bleeding profusely, yet the power behind that punch was still immense, actually pushing Super 13 back several meters. Sun Wutian also took the opportunity to step back, then stood at the top of the rock. He stretched out his hand to tear apart his tattered upper clothes and said, "There's no other way. Continuing to drag this out gives us no chance of winning, so we can only give it a try. Before Sun Wukong could finish speaking, Super Android 13 was already in front of him, his massive fist seemingly ready to smash Sun Wukong's head. Sun Wukong shifted his body to the right, using his left hand to push against Super Android 13's right arm. Then his right fist connected directly with Super Android 13's chin. Super Android 13's head snapped back from the hit, but he remained fiercely determined, wrapping his arms around Sun Wukong and squeezing him tightly. The pressure from Super Android 13 was immense. Sun Wukong felt a sharp pain in his ribs, as if they were breaking, but the moment was too brief for him to use any escape methods. Crash! After being squeezed 3 to 5 times in a row, Sun Wutian's bones had already broken numerous times, and even his lungs suffered significant damage, making it difficult for him to breathe. His energy was hard to sustain, and he reverted to his smaller form. With this transformation, he fell out of Super 13's embrace. Sun Wutian reacted quickly, rolling on the ground and unleashing the Kamehameha wave, which pushed Super 13 away. Kaioken. After knocking Super 13 away, Sun Wutian endured excruciating pain in his body, stood up, and his blood flow accelerated, tearing through his skin and gushing out like a spring. As the golden aura surged into the sky, a crimson light emerged from within, with 2 different forces swirling and rising, shaking the entire earth. Puff! Blood continuously surged from Sun Wukong's body, and his consciousness gradually became hazy. He bit his tongue to regain a bit of clarity, and that power continued to rise, even forcing Super Android 13 back with just his aura. However, Sun Wukong's lungs were struggling, and he could not breathe temporarily. Sensing his poor condition, he directly attacked Super Android 13. Boom! With just one punch, Sun Wukong broke Super Android 13's arm. Then he smashed his head, exposing the circuitry inside. Bang! Bang! Sun Wukong's heart was beating faster and faster, and he even gradually felt intense pain feedback to his brain. He didn't know how many seconds he could hold on. He quickly chased into the deep pit and threw hundreds of punches at Super 13. In an instant, Super 13's body was full of fist holes, and there were even crackling sounds of electricity coming from various fist holes on his body. As the sound of electricity rang out, black smoke gradually began to rise. Boom! Sun Wukong didn't even have the strength to shout the Kamehameha wave. With his 5 fingers spread, a dazzling wave of light directly engulfed the remnants of Super 13. It also enlarged and deepened the pit where Super 13 was located countless times. After doing all of this, Sun Wukong could no longer hold on and exited the dual mode of Super Saiyan and Kaioken, then fell heavily to the ground. At that moment, a figure suddenly flew over from a distance, leaping several times to reach Sun Wukong's side. After helping Sun Wukong up, he took out a senzu bean from his pocket and said, "Wukong, quickly eat the senzu bean. As long as you eat it, everything will be fine." Sun Wutian opened his eyes slightly and could vaguely see his brother's figure. He tried hard to speak, but his body was too exhausted to move at all. At that moment, Piccolo flew in from a distance. He glanced at Wu Qian, who was lying in Gohan's arms, and said to Gohan, "He doesn't have the strength to chew the senzu bean anymore." Gohan quickly crushed the senzu bean and feed it to him. Sun Gohan nodded, crushed the senzu bean in his hand, and then pried open Son Goten's mouth to stuff it in. As soon as Sun Wuqian's tongue touched the fragments of the xiando, he felt a chill throughout his body. His lung capacity improved slightly, and he finally breathed in a trace of long-lost air. Sun Wuqian made an effort to swallow the remaining, and he felt the injuries within his body beginning to heal. After a while, his injuries were completely healed. He jumped up from the ground and looked at his body. Only the bloodstains remained, while all other injuries had vanished without trace. Although he already knew about the miraculous nature of, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Is truly amazing." Sun Gohan sighed in relief as he watched Son Goten recover and said, "I didn't expect you to actually defeat that android. I was ready to step in." Piccolo also generously praised Son Goten, saying, "Yes, Goten is indeed very impressive. It's also because he held off those 3 androids that we were able to completely defeat the androids." Sun Wutian felt a bit embarrassed and asked Piccolo, "So Dr. Jiro's laboratory has been completely destroyed?" Piccolo nodded and said, "Yes, it has been completely destroyed. However, to be on the safe side, Krillin and Tien are still looking for any leftover issues." Son Goten nodded and said, "Did you find anything in Dr. Jiro's basement?" Piccolo replied, "I did see a life incubator, which contained an embryo of some kind of creature, but it was all destroyed." Son Goten let out a sigh, but he felt a bit of regret in his heart. To be honest, he was happy to have eliminated the threat of Cell and Dr. Gero, but for some reason, he felt a sense of loss, as if something was missing. After a while, Krillin and Tien came over, giving a thumbs-up gesture to Piccolo and Gohan. Sun Goten said with a smile, "It looks like it's completely resolved." Sun Wukong looked at Sun Goten and then at Krillin and said, "I'm really sorry. I should have been the one to fight, but this time I haven't been able to help at all." Sun Wukong said, "Brother, how can you say that? You are our ace in the hole. If everything has to rely on you, what use do we have for learning martial arts?" Piccolo also said, "Yeah, Gohan. It's precisely because you've been secretly following us that we can fight against Dr. Gero without any worries, so you really don't need to blame yourself." Krillin, Tien, and the others all comforted Gohan, who naturally didn't dwell on it. Then, the group chatted for a while before each returned to their own tasks. Sun Goten also bid farewell to his brother and set off once again to train in the arts on planet Adralant. The matter with Dr. Gero has come to a temporary conclusion, and most humans on Earth are even unaware that there was a shocking battle at Lake Darich. Sun Wukong discussed with the king and, with the support of Capsule Corporation and the X Foundation, established the first martial arts school. However, after a year of trial teaching, the martial arts school was abandoned. Ultimately, authorized by the king, Sun Wukong led the establishment of the Martial Arts Alliance, incorporating martial arts as a subject into education. Sun Wukong served as the head of the Martial Arts Alliance, overseeing all martial arts education activities nationwide. As a result, martial arts truly became integrated into people's lives. But Sun Wukong's training time was severely compressed, leaving uncertain whether this was good or bad. With the establishment of the Martial Arts Alliance, many martial artists from various dojos joined the education sector. Each had their own factions, and for a time, martial arts flourished in this era. Krillin, Yamcha, and others naturally joined the Martial Arts Alliance at the first opportunity and took positions, receiving state salaries. Tien and Kaiatsu joined the Martial Arts Alliance, but chose not to become school teachers or hold positions within the alliance, as they still wanted to spread the Crane School's martial arts to the world through their dojo. Piccolo remained leisurely, neither joining the Martial Arts Alliance nor participating in any activities, instead focusing on intense training in the desolate forests. Sun Wukong continues to laze around and train under the great king of the worlds, occasionally taking a couple of trips around the universe. Aside from not being able to return to Earth, he is even freer than most living people. Sun Wukong finally completed his training in techniques in the last year. He even had some ideas for developing new techniques, but of course, these were just ideas, and there was still a long way to go before completion. However, after Sun Wukong truly learned these techniques, he realized that they weren't as useful as he had imagined, just like the spirit separation technique. Sun Goten originally thought that after learning the spirit separation technique, dealing with Majin Buu's absorption would be a piece of cake. However, after truly mastering the technique, he realized that its limitations were significant, making it somewhat unrealistic for dealing with Majin Buu. The spirit separation technique requires one to attack the opponent and then clarify the energy within the opponent's body to slowly separate the energy that does not belong to them. However, in actual combat, if the gap in strength is too large, there might not even be a chance to make contact with the opponent. Moreover, even if Majin Buu has absorbed someone relatively weak, one still has to endure a beating first. But the opponent isn't foolish after being hit. They would certainly notice their situation. Once the opponent realizes the effects of the spirit separation technique, they would definitely find ways to avoid the attack. At that point, the spirit separation technique would become useless. Although the limitations of these techniques are considerable, they are not entirely without merit. Ultimately, it still relies on one's own strength. Additionally, Sun Goten gained a lot while learning the techniques, and he is now far beyond what he was 3 years ago. Of course, during these 3 years, Sun Goten didn't spend all his time on planet Adralant. He would return to Earth every few days to take his mother Chi-Chi to King Kai's planet for a short stay. Initially, King Kai was reluctant, but he quickly agreed under the dual temptations of cold jokes and delicious food, turning King Kai's planet into a dating spot for Goku and Chi-Chi. Due to frequent training on King Kai's planet, Sun Goten received dual guidance from his father and King Kai, rapidly increasing his strength, though he still hadn't truly surpassed the Super Saiyan level. On April 17th, 775 of the age, Sun Goten stood in the hall on planet Adralant, with his hands clasped together, bowing to Lord Pibara, saying, "Lord Pibara, thank you very much for your guidance over the years. I will make good use of these techniques." Pibara looked at Sun Goten with some emotion, gazing at him for a moment before finally smiling and saying, "Then please make good use of these techniques." The coming era will likely be yours. Sun Wutian nodded and said, if there's anything, Lord Pabala just needs to tell me directly, then goodbye. Seeing Pabala nod, Sun Wutian no longer lingered. He brought his index and middle fingers together and placed them on his forehead, then looked at the planet again before his figure disappeared. On Earth, Sun Wufan is now the head of the Martial Arts Alliance. His family situation is not bad, but Chi-Chi still chooses to live on Mount Paozu, in that simple little house, because she feels that her most beautiful times were spent here. Sun Gohan felt somewhat helpless, but since it was his mother's wish, he had no choice but to comply. He ended up spending money to build several large houses next to the small house on Bunsen Mountain. After finishing her classes at school, Chi-Chi flew back to Bunsen Mountain on her Nimbus. She was no longer the disheveled person she used to be. Instead, she was youthful and beautiful, radiating charm, as if she were a completely different person from 4 years ago. Click! Chi-Chi unlocked the door with her key and walked in. Noticing the silence around her, she couldn't help but sigh. Although her life was quite good now, she still missed the days right after marrying Goku. Swish! Just as Chi-Chi turned on the light and prepared to cook something casual, she saw a figure appear out of nowhere. It was a little boy with a crab head. Chi-Chi seemed to be used to it by now, but she still asked, Goten, didn't you say you would be back by the end of this month? Sun Wutian said with a smile, my studies on planet Adraland have come to an end, and I won't be going there anymore. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi was filled with joy and said, that's really great. I've already told Wukong and Wufan that you should go to school and learn something. Now you finally have the time. Sun Wukong was taken aback and almost didn't react. He asked in confusion, me? Going to school? Chi-Chi nodded and said, of course. Although the current society has a strong martial atmosphere, you still need to learn some things. Otherwise, won't you just become a brute who only knows how to fight with strength in the future? Sun Wutian sat down in the chair, and although he had heard his mother and father talk about going to school before, he thought it was just a casual mention at the time. He didn't expect his mother to be serious about it. It wasn't that Sun Wutian didn't want to go to school. He just felt that learning things in the Dragon Ball world seemed quite off. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but then didn't say anything. Chi-Chi looked at Wutian and said, no matter what, you need to learn something. Look, you're already 9 years old, and you can't even write your own name. This definitely won't do. Sun Wukong thought for a moment. He realized he could write his own name, as it was exactly the same as the Chinese characters. However, he could only speak other things but couldn't write them. After thinking carefully, Sun Wukong finally nodded and said, if I'm going to school, then I might as well go. I really should learn something. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Chi-Chi was instantly filled with joy. She had originally prepared to have Wukong and Wufan come back to persuade Wukong. But unexpectedly, Wukong agreed right away. She said, all right, I'll help you get in touch tomorrow, so you can enroll as soon as possible. Son Goten was slightly taken aback and said, so soon? Kiki nodded naturally and replied, of course it has to be faster. You're already 9 years old. You can't keep going on like this. Sun Wutian looked at his mother and ultimately didn't say anything else. He felt that studying in the Dragon Ball world was quite good, but he was afraid it would delay his training. After dinner, Chi-Chi hurriedly contacted Gohan and other familiar friends, wanting to find a good school for Wutian. Wutian silently cleaned the dishes and then walked out of the house to train in the deep mountains and forests. Nowadays, Sun Wutian had to admit that training could indeed be addictive, especially when the training was going well. It felt as exhilarating as welcoming the sound of firecrackers on New Year's morning while wearing new underwear. Of course, when training wasn't going well, he would also have the impulse to give up and think things like, what's the point of learning? After a round of training, Sun Wutian calmed his mind and looked at his hands, saying, even if I minimize the consumption of Super Saiyan energy, there's still a distance to reach Super Saiyan 2. Dad said he surpassed Super Saiyan just by training. But that really has no reference value. It's such a headache. I can't really be expected to concentrate my energy on my back, right? Sun Goten's expression was somewhat strange because he recalled some things about Dragon Ball Super. He only needed to concentrate his energy on the area behind his spine to transform into a Super Saiyan, and he could even surpass the Super Saiyan level. Thinking of that method, Sun Goten remembered the feeling of transforming into a Super Saiyan. At that time, he indeed felt a tingling sensation in his back. Sun Goten touched the area behind his back with his right hand and thought, could it be possible to do it the other way around? First, gather energy at the back, causing a sharp pain, and it could trigger the evolution into a Super Saiyan. With this thought in mind, Sun Goten decided to give it a try. He first transformed into a Super Saiyan and then attempted to gather energy at his back to complete the evolution into Super Saiyan 2. Whoosh! The golden flames surged, dyeing the nearby mountains in a golden hue. Sun Goten felt a sharp pain in his back, and then his whole body swelled with veins, his energy continuously rising until purple lightning crackled around him. Sun Goten's eyes gradually turned white, and a fierce aura emanated from his body. In the next moment, Sun Goten directly exited the Super Saiyan state, took 2 deep breaths, and said, "Concentrating energy in that place can indeed trigger emotional changes. Just now, I even felt a kind of extreme anger. However, my training is still lacking." At this point, Sun Goten also roughly understood that the idea of concentrating energy behind him to transform into a Super Saiyan was inaccurate. To be precise, it should be about using that stinging sensation as a catalyst to ignite the anger in his heart and then transform into a Super Saiyan. But this method had somewhat excessive requirements for mindset, as the anger triggered by this method might be uncontrollable. Having figured out the path forward, Sun Goten returned home under the cover of night and quietly awaited the arrival of the next day. Vegeta, who was sleeping in Capsule Corp, suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the distance, his gaze containing a hint of surprise. Is that Kakarot's little son? For a moment just now, he even completely surpassed Super Saiyan. Just as Vegeta was about to go take a look, he sensed that the aura had disappeared, leaving only the ordinary Saiyan aura. He frowned and thought, could it be that even that kid is going to surpass me? What a joke. With no more desire to sleep, Vegeta put on his training outfit, carefully covered Trunks with a blanket, and then slowly walked out of the room to train in the gravity chamber. The next day, Trunks woke up from his sleep and saw that his father was no longer by his side. He could naturally guess that his father had gone to train again. So he sighed and got up to wash up, preparing for a day of study and training. After finishing his grooming, Trunks was just about to head to the gravity chamber when he saw Bulma walking over with a beaming face. Trunks, not understanding the situation, stopped and greeted his mother. "Good morning, Mom." Bulma responded with a smile. "Good morning, Trunks. By the way, where did your dad go? I need to find him for something." Trunks pointed to the distance and said, "He probably went to the gravity chamber. I didn't see him when I got up this morning." Bulma shook her head and complained, "What else with him suddenly acting strange? Wasn't everything fine before? Can you go find him for me? By the way, you should come back with him later. I have some new research that needs your help to provide data." A light flashed in Trunks' mind, and he asked, "Is it about the life simulator?" Bulma nodded and said, "That's right. I made something new using the things extracted earlier, but I need to read the data from your minds." Trunks nodded and said, as expected of Mom, "You've developed something amazing so quickly. All right, I'll go find Dad now." Bulma watched as Trunks headed for the gravity chamber, then returned to her research lab to continue her work. After all, the 2 studies she was currently working on were not simple matters and required a significant amount of mental effort and time. A short while later, Trunks and a visibly displeased Vegeta arrived at Bulma's research lab, where Bulma was calculating data in front of a large computer, with strings of unintelligible data flashing on the screen. Vegeta glanced around and called out, "Bulma, what do you want with me? I'm busy training." Training. At the mention of training, Bulma became upset, grabbing a nearby teacup and tossing it at him, saying, "All you Saiyans ever think about is training. Can't you spare a thought for your wife?" Vegeta casually caught the teacup and set it aside, then snorted and turned his head away without speaking. Bulma looked at him, then pressed a button nearby, causing a cylindrical machine to suddenly open. She pointed at the machine and said, "Vegeta, get in there." Vegeta looked at the machine, perplexed, and asked, "What is this thing?" Bulma explained, "This is a research project based on the red crystal fragments from Trunks' mind. It can read the data in your mind and simulate the opponents you fought." Vegeta snorted and said, "A pointless trick. The opponents I've fought before are no longer worthy of my attention." As Bulma pushed Vegeta toward the machine, she said, Yes, Prince Vegeta is the best. You came to Earth and lost to Goku, lost to Frieza on Namek, and later barely lost to the androids. You even lost to Gohan at the World Martial Arts Tournament." Vegeta was furious upon hearing this and was about to explode when Bulma pushed him into the chamber, closing the door behind him. Then she said, "Put that helmet on your head. Let me read the data and see if the simulation can be completed." After a while, the computer Bulma was operating began to respond, and she quickly manipulated it, starting to import the collected data into the designated location. Trunks watched from the side, feeling completely lost, scratching his head as he observed Bulma calculating. About an hour later, Bulma typed in the last line of code and clicked run. The computer screen flashed continuously, displaying various characters, maps, and data rapidly passing by. Bulma poured herself a cup of tea, took a sip, and leisurely opened the chamber door to let Vegeta out. Inside, Vegeta removed the helmet from his head as the door opened and walked out, saying, Just a bunch of boring stuff, wasting my training time. Bulma, unfazed, smiled and said, Vegeta, a lot of data in your mind has been simulated. Although it doesn't form a complete system yet, I can let you fight against your past opponents. Vegeta snorted dismissively and said, I have already surpassed Super Saiyan. Those past opponents are nothing to me now. All right, I need to continue training. Don't bother me unless it's important. Bulma approached Vegeta from behind, resting her chin on his shoulder, and said, Don't you want to give it a try? You could fight against Kakarot, whom you've been thinking about day and night. And that guy named Frieza. Are you sure you don't want him to see the might of Prince Vegeta? Upon hearing these two names, Vegeta seemed somewhat moved. He then sneered and said, Fine, since you're begging so earnestly, I'll give this so-called simulator a try. Bulma and Trunks exchanged knowing smiles. Then Bulma pointed to a more distant object resembling a cryogenic coffin and said, Later, you just need to get inside that and wear the helmet to choose the scene and characters. Now I need to adjust a few things first. After a while, Bulma completed the adjustments. Vegeta walked over, pressed a button, and lay down inside. He reached for the helmet beside him and put it on, lowering the visor to cover his eyes. At the same time, the opening lid closed. The scene in front of Vegeta shifted, and the next moment, he found himself standing in a starry sky, surrounded by various planets, all places where he had fought before. Vegeta quickly spotted Namek, the place where he had once suffered humiliation. Without hesitation, he set foot on Namek, ready to show Frieza what Super Vegeta truly meant. In the next moment, the scenery before him changed dramatically again. He found himself standing on a high mountain on planet Namek, surrounded by various opponents he had faced in the past. The first person he saw was the man in the orange martial arts uniform. He stepped forward with a cold smile and said, What a pity, Kakarot. This time you won't have the chance to become a Super Saiyan. Naturally, Kakarot did not respond, and Vegeta felt a bit bored. He finally approached Frieza, maintaining a crossed-arm posture, looking down at him as he said, Frieza, it's time for you to witness the power of Super Vegeta. Frieza similarly did not respond, which annoyed Vegeta. He punched Frieza on the head, and then a vortex appeared, swallowing him whole. Loading scene. Loading character data. Scene loading complete. Character data loading complete. Please select a battle scene. Please choose your fighter identity. A voice sounded in Vegeta's ear, followed by various scenes from planet Namek appearing before him. Vegeta naturally chose the location of the final battle with Frieza. After selecting the venue, several figures floated around him. Vegeta glanced around and saw young Gohan, Krillin, Piccolo, Kakarot, and himself. He directly chose to enter the battle as himself. Whoosh! The scene before him shattered into fragments and then reassembled. The ground beneath Vegeta's feet transformed, and he found himself standing on a blue landscape. He looked up to see a green sky and down to see that his abdominal clothing was torn, exposing his fair skin. Before Vegeta had time to reflect, he suddenly felt the air tremble as a beam of light tore through the atmosphere in the distance, shooting towards him at an astonishing speed. Vegeta's memories gradually resurfaced, reminding him of the scene on planet Namek, where Frieza, having just transformed, used the death beam to kill Dandy. Recalling this, Vegeta charged forward, transforming into a flash of lightning, and met the death beam in an instant. He kicked the beam away and looked at Frieza, saying, Next is the moment to witness the birth of a legend. How could I let you easily kill the audience? Dandy looked at Vegeta, standing before him, feeling somewhat conflicted. Not just Dandy, but even Piccolo, Krillin, and young Gohan were a bit surprised. After all, Vegeta had killed one of their comrades right in front of them. Yet now, he was saving a Namekian. Although aware of their gazes, Vegeta ignored them, still crossing his arms and looking quite arrogant. Whoosh! Frieza's figure suddenly vanished, and Vegeta turned around instantly, throwing a punch into the air behind him. Boom! The air exploded, and a white figure slowly appeared, bracing against Vegeta's punch. It was none other than the recently vanished Frieza. Frieza turned to face Vegeta while bearing the force of his punch, a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Not bad, Vegeta said. You can actually see my attack. You have indeed grown quite a bit. Boom! As Frieza spoke, a flicker of light appeared in his other hand, which he directed at Dandy. A violent explosion erupted, and Dandy was turned to dust on planet Namek. TCH. Frieza's speed was too fast. Vegeta had no time to save him. He merely snorted coldly and retreated a distance. He could feel that this body was his from planet Namek, not the one he currently possessed. But he was not worried at all, as he already knew how to become a Super Saiyan. After killing Dandy, Frieza elegantly said, Now you can't be revived, so enjoy the white terror of hell. Krillin, Piccolo and Gohan, seeing that Dandy's body was gone, immediately felt their emotions explode. They charged at Frieza. Vegeta swiftly moved to stand in front of them, waving his right hand to unleash a powerful gust of energy that tore a deep chasm in front of the three. Piccolo and the others halted, looking at Vegeta on the other side of the chasm. Vegeta sneered, turning to walk towards Frieza, saying, "You weaklings can just watch from the side. I'll take down Frieza myself. This time, Kakarot won't have a chance to enter the scene." Frieza casually stood before Vegeta, looking at him with a smile and saying, "Vegeta-san, you seem quite confident. Are you already scared to the point of madness?" Vegeta coldly stared at the laughing Frieza and suddenly said, "Just keep enjoying yourself, because soon you won't be able to smile anymore, Frieza." Frieza, seeing Vegeta's demeanor, found it even more amusing. He curled his fingers, resting his index finger on his chin, letting out a ho-ho-ho laugh, and then said, "You seem quite imposing, Vegeta-san." "Oomph." Vegeta snorted coldly, his body suddenly trembling as a powerful aura erupted from him. A bright white light spreading wildly around. The ground shook and the waters stirred. Vegeta said, "Watch closely, Frieza. This is the Super Saiyan you feared for so long." Upon hearing that name, Frieza's expression darkened slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and even laughed, saying, "Ho ho ho. Then let me witness the power of that Super Saiyan." Whoosh! Vegeta's aura continued to rise. He thought of how many times he had transformed into a Super Saiyan, anger gathering in his heart, a sharp pain spreading through his back. That aura gradually turned golden. Frieza's pupils suddenly constricted as he instinctively sensed something was wrong. However, confident in his final form's invincibility in the universe, he still crossed his arms and waited. Huh! Vegeta's forehead bulged with veins, the energy within him wildly radiating outward, causing the ground beneath him to fracture. The surrounding mountains trembled. Purple lightning raged around Vegeta's body, and his aura fully transformed into gold. His pupils gradually disappeared, leaving only the whites of his eyes, while his flame-like black hair remained unchanged. On the other side, Piccolo, Gohan, and the others gaped, feeling Vegeta's overwhelming power, an aura that was truly invincible. Piccolo looked over in astonishment. "Is that the Super Saiyan?" Krillin looked somewhat pained and said, "Although Vegeta might win against Frieza, this guy is not a good person." Oh. Frieza looked at Vegeta, still unfazed, and said, "Vegeta-san, is this the Super Saiyan you mentioned? It doesn't seem to have changed much." Meanwhile, Vegeta felt a significant boost in his strength. However, it didn't feel as exhilarating as transforming into a Super Saiyan in reality. Confused, he attributed this to being in a virtual world. Then, Vegeta clenched his fist, feeling his power, and finally smirked, revealing a proud smile. "Frieza, did you see that? This is Super Vegeta, the completed Super Saiyan. Are you ready to die?" Hearing that annoying name, Frieza's expression changed again. He coldly said, "Vegeta-san, jokes should have their limits, or they can become quite bothersome." "Oomph." Vegeta snorted coldly, then kicked a piece of rubble towards Frieza with his right foot, causing Frieza's figure to vanish in an instant. Vegeta accurately caught Frieza's position and flickered. When Frieza appeared in midair, Vegeta kicked him in the face. Boom! Frieza didn't have time to block and took the hit squarely. He turned into a streak of light that crashed into the ground of a small island, sending up a mushroom cloud of smoke. Vegeta didn't pursue but instead landed on the island, quietly waiting for Frieza to emerge from the dirt. Boom! With a loud bang, the island cracked open, and a torrent of water surged out, crashing towards Vegeta. However, at this moment, Vegeta showed no fear. He flew up, standing above the water flow, then pressed one hand down on the torrent. A powerful energy wave shot out, sending the water crashing back, and the small island was reduced to dust. Bang! Frieza's figure suddenly appeared behind Vegeta, kicking towards him. Vegeta seemed to sense the wind pressure from behind, flickered just in time to dodge the kick, then positioned himself behind Frieza, grabbing his tail with both hands and throwing him away. Vegeta watched Frieza crash into the small island again, crossing his arms and looking down at Frieza covered in dust, feeling quite pleased. He finally said, "Yo, this is the universe's emperor? You look quite pathetic." Below, Frieza glared up at Vegeta with a dark expression, glanced at his hands, and finally said, "That hurt a lot just now. And even my father has never hit me this hard." Whoosh! Frieza was enveloped in a bright white aura, turning into a streak of light, rushing towards Vegeta, moving so fast that it could match lightning. Vegeta was knocked back a few steps by Frieza's head, but then retaliated by pressing his hand on Frieza's head, unleashing a massive explosive attack that sent Frieza flying thousands of meters away. Boom! The energy blast attached to Frieza exploded in the distance, forming a golden, spherical explosion, boiling the sea and collapsing mountains as if it were the end of the world. Vegeta sneered and said, "The former Universe Emperor is only this level, truly boring. You might as well go back and train." Boom! In the distance, Frieza's aura suddenly grew stronger, causing rivers to flow backward and mountains to crumble. The golden explosion was dispersed by a purple aura, and strong wind pressure spread outwards, blowing Piccolo and the others far back. Vegeta seemed a bit surprised as he looked at Frieza in the distance and said, "Looks like you still have some strength left. But no matter how strong you become, you can't compare to the current Super Vegeta." Sizzle. The aura from afar grew even stronger, causing the entire planet to shake, the ground to fracture, and red lava to erupt. Suddenly, lightning flashed in the center of that area. Vegeta slightly closed his eyes, feeling that Frieza's aura surpassed his own. But he quickly denied it. After all, he was truly a Super Saiyan now. Boom, boom, boom. The overwhelming power darkened Namek, as Frieza, with muscles like lightning, appeared 10 meters in front of Vegeta and said, "You're really capable, Vegeta. You're the first one to make me use 100 of my power. Are you ready to enjoy a hellish torment?" Vegeta sneered and replied, "Frieza, you still don't understand. Standing in front of you is the universe's #1 warrior. No matter how much power you use, the result will be the same." Boom! Frieza and Vegeta struck simultaneously. This time, Frieza's speed and power overwhelmed Vegeta, delivering a slap to Vegeta's head, sending him crashing into the deep sea. Damn it! How could I, as a Super Saiyan, be at a disadvantage? Vegeta was shocked. His golden aura erupted, splitting the ocean. Then he charged up again to battle Frieza. However, Vegeta's speed and power were now far inferior to Frieza's. Even though his fighting skills crushed his opponent, it was still difficult to resist, and within a few breaths, he was covered in injuries. Damn it! Am I now even weaker than Kakarot on Namek? Vegeta's mindset began to crumble. He frantically raised his power, and the scene before him shattered. At a certain moment in reality, lying in the virtual chamber, Vegeta suddenly shouted, his entire body erupting with golden energy, shattering the virtual chamber, with countless fragments flying everywhere. Trunks reacted quickly, transforming into a Super Saiyan to shield his mother. As the virtual chamber collapsed, Vegeta awoke from the simulation. He looked around and saw that all of Bulma's research items had been severely damaged. Bulma looked at the shattered room, instantly furious, walked up to Vegeta, and gave him a smack on the head, saying, "You bastard, what are you going crazy about now?" Vegeta knew he was in the wrong, but as the proud Saiyan Prince, he refused to admit it, just turning his head away and saying, "It's all because of that ridiculous simulation. It required using my body back then for combat, utterly boring." Bulma blinked a couple of times, guessing Vegeta's experience, and teased, "Looks like our Saiyan Prince has suffered a defeat." Vegeta snorted coldly and said, "Boring. Trunks, come train with me. I can't let myself lose to Kakarot and his son, no matter what." Trunks agreed, said a few words to his mother, and then followed his father to the gravity chamber. Bulma watched the two of them leave, looked at the broken research items, shook her head, and said, "If we could take the crystal out of Trunks' mind, we might be able to achieve real simulation. That would likely help with Gohan's goals as well." Without mentioning Trunks training with Vegeta in the gravity chamber on Goten's side, he just woke up in the morning and heard Chi-Chi saying to eat breakfast early and go to school to meet the teacher for dinner. Son Wukong was completely astonished. He knew his mom was always decisive, but this was too fast. He just got back yesterday, and now he had to go to school? In response, Chi-Chi said, "You are already 9 years old, and it's natural to start learning early. How long are you going to wait?" Son Goten said, "But I still need to train, right? I can't let my brother fight alone when danger comes in the future." Chi-Chi replied, "All schools can teach martial arts now. You can train just the same. And don't forget, even in times of peace, it wouldn't be your turn to step in if something happens. All right, hurry up and go to school. After I drop you off, I still have to go teach martial arts at the university. After all, Mom is formidable." Even though Son Goten completed his Super Saiyan full power, he was still suppressed and had to obey orders. So he followed Mom Chi-Chi to report to the private school in West City. Son Goten is wearing a full set of blue classical clothing, flying in the sky with a backpack on his back, while his mother Chi-Chi is sitting on a flying Nimbus, and the two are heading towards West City together. Son Goten felt a bit complicated. He always thought things were a bit strange. Here he was, a perfectly fine Super Saiyan, capable of shattering a planet with a flick of his hand and shaking the galaxy with a burst of energy. Yet now he had to go to a private elementary school. West City was a city established by the king and the people to honor Gohan's achievements. It is located in the southeastern part of the continent, with developed transportation and convenient logistics, and it also hosts the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance. Sun Wutian and Chi-Chi set off from Baozi Mountain, heading westward. They traversed towering mountains and finally saw the bustling city in the distance. Along with the noise that was different from that of Baozi Mountain, Wufan City is naturally vast, covering an area of over 2,000 square kilometers. Even though Sun Wutian's eyesight far exceeds that of ordinary humans, he still couldn't see the end of the city. Sun Wutian stood at the edge of the city, looking at the tall buildings and the bustling traffic, and for a moment, he felt an incredibly absurd sense of illusion, as if he had entered a different world. Seeing Wutian's shocked expression, Chi-Chi said beside him, "It's developing very quickly, isn't it? This city was once destroyed by artificial humans, and it only took 3 years from planning and construction to become what is now." Sun Gohan nodded, marveling at the resilience of humanity. Even after suffering such a devastating blow, they were able to recover in just 3 years, and even further develop on that recovery. It was truly a remarkable feat. Sun Goten was flying slowly in the air, looking around at the scenes and feeling the city culture of the Dragon Ball world. Suddenly, a flying car sped towards him, almost crashing into Sun Goten. Sun Wutian reacted quickly, his figure flickering as he dodged the flying car and stood to the side. He looked around, somewhat confused, at the flying car whizzing by. The flying car temporarily hovered in the air, then rolled down the window and greeted Wutian, saying, "Still a little martial artist, huh? But at least pay attention to the road. This isn't a designated martial artist flight path." Sun Wukong was a bit confused, but he could roughly guess some things. He quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, it's my first time here, so I'm not familiar with this." Swish! After apologizing, Sun Wukong quickly left the city and appeared in front of his mother. The driver on the other side, seeing Sun Wukong's figure suddenly disappear, rubbed his eyes and looked around, but he couldn't find him anywhere. He muttered to himself, "Did I see things, or are martial artists nowadays just too amazing? It can't be. My little brat is ranked 3rd in their martial arts class, and I haven't seen anyone this impressive." Beep beep. The flying car driver behind seemed a bit impatient and started honking. The driver who had been parked finally reacted, hurriedly pressed the button to raise the window, and then restarted the flying car. Outside the city, Sun Wukong flashed back to Chi-Chi's side and asked, "Mom, is flying not allowed in the city now? Or are there new requirements for flying?" Chi-Chi reached out and pulled Sun Wukong onto the Nimbus cloud, then said, "There are new requirements. Due to certain events that happened before, your brother and the others discussed and established new regulations. Flying for martial artists in the city is not like it used to be. Now, flying in the city requires passing an assessment in the Martial Arts Alliance to obtain a flying license, and you also need to follow designated routes. If you violate the regulations, other Alliance martial artists will arrest you." Sun Wutian took a step forward, stepping onto the Nimbus cloud, and then said with a bit of a headache, "This is really troublesome. It seems I need to get a license, but I just flew into the city. Will anyone come and catch me?" Just as Chi-Chi was about to speak, several figures rushed over from a distance, surrounding Chi-Chi and Sun Wutian. The leader said, "Flying in the city without a flight license is punishable. Which school are you from?" Suddenly, the leader noticed Chi-Chi, and his voice abruptly stopped. After a moment's pause, he continued, "Oh, it's Teacher Chi-Chi. But teachers should have their licenses, right? And teachers shouldn't be unaware of the flight routes." Kiki replied, "I'm sorry. My son Wutian is visiting the city for the first time, and he doesn't know these rules yet. So we broke the rules, and if there's any punishment, we are willing to accept it." The leader glanced at Wutian, then shook his head while looking at Chi-Chi, and said, "Since Teacher Gohan saved the world, it's only fair that his family has some privileges. How can we talk about punishment?" Sun Goten stepped forward and said, "Although my brother saved the world, it has nothing to do with my violation of the city's rules. I should receive whatever punishment I deserve, and there is no need to show favoritism because of my brother." The enforcers were a bit troubled. They had all received guidance from Gohan and regarded him as a teacher, so they didn't want to impose any punishment on Gohan's family. However, they also knew that if they didn't punish him and someone with ulterior motives found out, there would definitely be a flood of online trolls attacking Gohan's family. Just as they were in a dilemma, a voice suddenly rang out, "Let it be as it should be." Even though Goten didn't know, since he violated the established rules, he must bear the consequences. "You should take him to the Traffic Flight Bureau for traffic safety education first. I will cover the fines later." When they turned to look, they saw Gohan floating in the sky. They quickly bowed to Gohan and said, "Gohan-sensei, actually your brother doesn't need to." Sun Gohan shook his head and said, "Goten is not only my brother, he is also himself. So please don't say everything is because of me. I think you should listen to his own opinion." The others nodded, feeling even more admiration for Teacher Gohan. They then looked at Goten and said, "Your son Goten, right? Then we would like you to accompany us to the Transportation Flight Bureau." Sun Wukong nodded and then said to Sun Wufan, "Brother, let's meet again later." Sun Gohan nodded with a smile, but there was a hint of guilt in that smile. Since Sun Goten had not yet obtained his flying license, he was not allowed to fly in the city. Therefore, the enforcement team called in a vehicle to take Sun Goten to the Traffic Flight Bureau. Sun Wukong looked at the flying car disappearing into the distance and said, "Goten must be blaming me, right? I clearly have the ability to spare him from punishment, yet I still insisted on punishing him." Chi-Chi shook her head and said, "Don't underestimate Goten. He knows what's in his heart and understands your current situation." Sun Wukong sighed and said, "That's good. I've been busy with those things all these years, and it's been a long time since I've seen Goten." Chi-Chi looked at Wukong, noticing a hint of weariness in his eyes, and a feeling of heartache arose within her. She said, "Actually, the framework is already in place now. You can step away if you want." Sun Gohan shook his head, looked down at the city, and then gazed out at the entire continent. He said, "Since we made the decision back then, we must see it through to the end. Although the journey will be very difficult, as long as everyone stays safe and sound, I don't mind a little exhaustion or hardship." Chi-Chi looked at Gohan and sighed, saying, "You, my child, are just like you used to be." Sun Wukong smiled and said, "Mom, you have class today, right? You should head out early. I'll go pay the fine for Wu Tian and then take him to get a flying license." Chi-Chi nodded and said, "Remember to take him to Golden Eagle First Martial Arts Primary School. I've already arranged with someone at the school, saying that today he will be enrolling." Sun Wukong nodded and said, "Mom, you don't have to worry about it. I'll handle these things. It's been a long time since I've talked to Goten." Chi-Chi nodded, then drove the flying Nimbus to the First Martial Arts University in Wufan City. Wufan then focused on the direction of the Transportation Flying Bureau. He first took out his phone and dialed a number. A pleasant melody played, and then he heard Bidalai's voice on the other end. "Good morning, Teacher Wufan. Is there something you need?" Sun Wukong said a bit shyly, "Sorry, Videl, for bothering you so early, but I'm a bit short on money right now. Can I borrow some from you?" Videl was silent for a moment, and then said, "Of course, is something happening at your home, Gohan?" Sun Wukong said, "It's nothing serious. It's just that my brother violated the traffic flying laws. I don't have much money at the moment, so I wanted to borrow a little from you temporarily." At that moment, Bidalai fell silent again. Just as Sun Wukong was about to ask someone else to borrow money, Bidalai said, "Of course. I'll wait for you in front of the Traffic Flying Bureau." Sun Gohan said thank you and then hung up the phone. He sighed and said to himself, "I need to save some money for household expenses. Otherwise, it's too much to keep borrowing from Videl." Then, Sun Gohan flew along the designated route for martial artists, heading towards the Traffic Control Bureau in the central area. When he arrived in front of the Traffic Control Bureau, Videl hadn't arrived yet. So he hovered in the air waiting, knowing that once he landed, he would encounter a lot of troublesome issues. After a while, Videl flew in from a distance, spotted Gohan at a glance, and said, "Mr. Gohan, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting for so long." Sun Gohan felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Sorry, Videl. I always need to borrow money from you whenever something happens." Videl shook her head and replied, "It's no problem borrowing money from me, but Mr. Gohan, you should keep some for yourself. You can't use all your money for building the future of martial arts. What will your family do then?" Sun Wukong felt a bit ashamed after being lectured by Biddy. He lowered his head and said, "After all, I made a promise. If I had kept the money, those people would probably criticize me again." Seeing Wukong's embarrassed expression, Biddy felt a bit heartbroken. She knew that Wukong had done a lot for Earth, but she was frustrated that he only cared about Earth and completely neglected himself. Sighing, Biddy said, "All right, I'm not complaining about you borrowing money. I just think you should take care of yourself sometimes." Sun Gohan smiled at Videl and said, "Thank you, Videl." Videl was touched by Gohan's gaze. She looked to the side and said, "All right, let's go see Goten. There are people from another faction in the Transportation Flight Bureau. I hope they won't make things difficult for Goten." Sun Wukong nodded. He felt helpless in his heart. Even now, there were still many politicians targeting him. These people believe that martial arts should not exist in the world, and that individuals like Sun Wukong should obediently follow their commands. The traffic flying team followed a few members of the enforcement team to the enforcement window. The enforcement team members then began to communicate with the staff inside. The leader of the enforcement team took out a card and said, although teacher Wukong said he would come to pay the fee as his disciple, I want to do something. I will cover this training fee. While speaking, the leader of the enforcement team took out his phone and opened a payment app to pay for Wukong's training expenses. Sun Wutian looked at them and felt happy for his brother. It seemed that they all respected his brother, and his brother's efforts had not been in vain. Then, Sun Wutian was taken to the traffic flight training room. Although it was called a training room, it was actually just a place for relevant experts to talk about the dangers of reckless flying. When Sun Wutian walked in, a staff member approached him and said, this time, the offender is just a child. Are kids nowadays already practicing flight techniques? The leader of the law enforcement team then said, this is no ordinary child. He is the brother of Gohan Sensei. The staff member preparing to distribute the training materials was somewhat surprised and said, the brother of Gohan Sensei? No wonder. He must have received excellent training from a young age. The law enforcement leader smiled and said, all right, this is no longer our business. Goodbye, Gohan's brother and Mr. Taurus. See you next time. After the law enforcement leader left and closed the door, the staff member placed the materials on Wu Tian's desk and said, you're Gohan's brother, Wu Tian, right? Please take a look at these materials. Sun Wukong glanced through the materials and soon realized he couldn't understand the writing of this world. The characters were strange and completely different from those he recognized in his previous life. Of course, he could still read his father's name, as Sun Wukong was exactly the same as in Chinese. As for the other writings, most of them neither belonged to Chinese characters nor to Japanese. The person saw that Sun Wukong had only flipped through the materials a couple of times and then stopped, so he reminded him, little friend Sun Wukong, there will be a quiz on this later. If you can't pass, you'll need to continue paying for lessons. Sun Wukong thought to himself, you still know I'm a child. Have you ever seen a kid who is only 9 years old being taken to learn traffic laws? This country is really not humane at all. Of course, Sun Wukong would never say that out loud. He just said, sorry, I'm supposed to go to school today, and I don't recognize most of these words. The person in charge was somewhat surprised. He paused for a moment and said, you look to be about 9 or 10 years old. Aren't you in school at this age? Son Goten felt a bit embarrassed. He suddenly felt like a wild child emerging from the deep mountains, completely illiterate. After thinking for a moment, he said, I'm sorry, I've been training martial arts in other places due to some matters, and I just returned this time. The person in charge nodded and said, that's true. After all, at your age, being able to learn the sky dance technique must have required rigorous training. It's all right. Just as the person in charge was about to mention other methods for distributing training materials, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a stern-looking man in a suit walked in. He scanned the people in the room and then fixed his gaze on Sun Goten, saying, you must be Sun Gohan's younger brother, Sun Goten. Sun Wutian glanced at the man, who was dressed in a suit and looked very formal. However, he instinctively felt that the other party was not here with good intentions. But he was not afraid. He just nodded and said, it's me. The man looked down at Wutian from a height, his gaze imposing and his expression cold, carrying a kind of arrogance typical of someone in a position of power. After a while, he said, I am the head of the investigation team from the Ministry of Transport. You need to come with me. There are some matters that need to be verified with you. The experts sitting in the distance, upon seeing this scene, seemed to understand something, and one of them spoke up, director's eyes, he is just a child. The stern-looking man shot a glare at the expert and said, in the face of a nation and the law, all are equal. Our country has no provisions that exempt investigations just because someone is a child or something like that. The expert was chilled by Director Zai's glare and dared not say anything more. Sun Wutian's mind raced like lightning, and he could roughly guess a bit of what was going on, but not completely. So he stood up and said, if there's anything that needs to be verified, I will cooperate seriously. Team leaders looked down at Sun Wutian with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, saying, that's more like it. As the brother of that so-called savior, you should be able to withstand scrutiny. Then, team leader has turned his head and walked toward the door, while Sun Wutian followed him, thinking to himself, it seems that power and conflict exist everywhere. My brother's life doesn't seem to be going well. The officer who distributed the documents handed them over and whispered in Sun Wutian's ear, be careful. Sun Wukong silently took a large stack of documents and then followed team leader his out the door, walking further away. As soon as he stepped outside, 3 to 5 strong men followed him, armed and with exceptionally serious expressions. Sun Wukong followed them through the hall, then turned left and right, eventually arriving at a rather eerie place. Team leader's eyes turned his head to look at Sun Wukong, a smug smile creeping onto his lips. Then he pushed open the door and said, come in, Sun Wukong. Sun Goten glanced at him, then strode inside. After all, He was a law-abiding good citizen. Although he felt that this captain his was acting strangely, he still chose to comply for the time being and walked in. As soon as Sun Wukong entered the room, he saw various torture instruments inside, the dust and the smell of blood mingling to create a nauseating stench. He remained unfazed and sat down at the table bearing the interrogator's plaque. Team leader, he closed the door and then took a seat at the table with the interrogator's plaque. He looked at Sun Wukong, his gaze gradually becoming sharp, then slammed the table and said, "Speak. Who instructed you to fly recklessly and break the country's rules?" Sun Wutian narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at him, and said, "No one instructed me. It's my first time in the city, and I accidentally made a flying mistake." "Nonsense." Group leader has slammed the table with a fierce expression, saying the flying regulations have already spread across the earth. Whether you're Sun Wufan's brother, or just a crow in the sky, or a rat on the ground, you should know the flying regulations, unless you're not on Earth. Sun Wutian nodded and said, "You're not wrong. I really haven't been on Earth these years. I just returned from planet Adrenaline yesterday." Upon hearing Sun Wutian's words, his was stunned for a moment, then felt that he was being treated like a fool. He immediately became furious and said, "Do you take me for a fool? Our country's space exploration agency doesn't even have the capability to go to other habitable planets. You, a little kid, think you can go to other planets just because you have a reckless brother?" Sun Goten shrugged his shoulders and said calmly, "What I'm saying is the truth. Whether you believe me or not is none of my business." His eyes widened as Heiss suddenly stood up, his facial muscles tensing. But then he quickly composed himself, sat back down, leaned against the backrest, and said, "Even if you were on another planet, you can't possibly not know. You must have been instructed by someone else. Just say it directly." Sun Wutian glanced at him and continued, "No. Why should I be directed by others?" His eyes became extremely sharp, and he lightly tapped the table with his right index finger, trying to exert some pressure on Wutian. He continued, "Do you know where this is?" Sun Wukong looked around and said, "I took a glance when I came in. This is probably the interrogation room." His voice suddenly became sharp. "So you should know, this is the place for interrogating criminals. Therefore, I can use any means on you. So, think carefully." Sun Goten shrugged and said, "To be honest, there's nothing to think clearly about. It's you who keeps wanting me to say something. I guess you want me to say it was my brother who instigated it, right? You want to deal with him, but can't find any dirt on him." "Oh." He's looked at Sun Goten in surprise, but he didn't admit it. Instead, he said, "I'm just enforcing the law impartially. I hope you can think it through and confess early." Sun Wukong said calmly, "What I wanted to say is already said. If you don't believe it, feel free to investigate." His eyes closed, then suddenly opened again, filled with killing intent. He reached out to press a button beside him and said, "It seems like you're going to suffer. Otherwise, you wouldn't know what to say." He gestured, and the two muscular men beside Sun Wukong each grabbed one of his hands and pinned him to the ground. Sun Goten was not the least bit flustered. He raised his head and said, Since you can't get anything out of me, you're resorting to torture. So you really aren't afraid of my brother finding out?" After pressing the button, his seemed to transform into a different person. He sneered and said, "That brother of yours is just a muscle-brained fool who really thinks he's something special. With his kind of strength, he should be serving our Trip family, not promoting martial arts. It's just laughable." Sun Wutian was tied to a pillar, looking at the connected wires around him. He remained calm and simply asked, "Your family? What family are you? So noble?" At this moment, his eyes appeared somewhat reckless, but he had the confidence to be so. After all, over the years, their family had already figured out Sun Wufan's bottom line, and even detected Piccolo's bottom line beside him. So they knew very well how to deal with Sun Wufan. He took 2 steps forward and directly turned on the motor, unleashing a surge of electricity that coursed through Sun Wutian's entire body. Sun Wutian is no longer the Sun Wutian he once was, so this pain is naturally nothing to him. However, he still decided to put on a show. He shouted loudly and pretended to struggle with all his might. Hiss naturally laughed wildly on the side, with a hint of madness in his smile. He could already imagine the furious expression on Sun Wufan's face when the time came. Yet, that savior could only hold back after all. Even a king has to consider the face of their family. After a while, the electric current stopped, and Sun Wutian appeared to be gasping for breath. He asked, "What is your reason for doing this?" "Reason?" Hiss sneered, grabbing Sun Wutian's hair and lifting him up. He said, "Of course, it's because of your foolish brother. He should just be a good savior, but he insists on collaborating with the king to promote some global martial arts nonsense. It's truly stupid. There are distinctions between the rich and the poor, and that is unchangeable. Just because you have a bit of power, do you think you can challenge the upper class?" Sun Goten smiled and said, Aren't you afraid I'll tell my brother? Tell him? He scoffed and said, your brother is just a useless fool, obsessed with spreading martial arts. I only used a little trick, and he ended up penniless. My leader just had to do a bit of maneuvering, and he couldn't even keep his secretary, Biddy Lee, safe. Haha, this is really interesting. Sun Wutian's expression turned cold as he asked, is there more? Slap. Seeing Sun Wutian's indifferent gaze, his directly slapped him and said, of course there is. You might not know, but your mother was forced to kneel because she offended some people. Your mother didn't want to, so I just had someone guide her a little, and your mom almost broke down. The so-called savior even personally knelt down to apologize. Isn't that interesting? His laugh maniacally, venting his feelings. He was also in need of release. He was jealous and hated Sun Wufan, yet he couldn't bring him down. The interesting things he did were known to very few. But if this kind of thing wasn't known by those close to the savior, what was the point? Indeed, it's very interesting, Sun Wutian said with a smirk, breaking the iron chain with his right hand, then grabbing his right hand and said, I'll give you a chance. Go to my brother now, admit your mistakes, and then turn yourself into prison, never to come out again. Sun Wutian broke free from the chains, and Shishi was startled. He instinctively wanted to step back, but then felt a tight grip on his hand. Hearing Sun Wutian's words, he actually found it amusing. How funny. You think you can intimidate me with just a little bit of martial power? Do you dare to touch me? The moment you do, your whole family will be attacked by public opinion and condemned by society. Crack. Sun Goten's eyes were cold as he directly tore off one of his arms. Then, a golden aura erupted from his body, completely shattering the interrogation room. His right hand extended a blade of energy that pierced through his chest, splattering bright red blood on Sun Goten's small face. Sun Goten said, I originally wanted to give you a chance, but it seems you don't know how to cherish it. So I'll send you on your way. Wait for your so-called trip family down there. His feeling intense pain throughout his body was filled with disbelief. After a while, he finally let out a painful scream. In Sun Wutian's eyes, there was a hint of reluctance, but he knew that his brother was a kind person, and kindness could often be taken advantage of by many bad people. So, even though he was unwilling, he had to play the role of a bad guy. He turned around and found a large group of warriors gathered around him. Sun Wutian sighed in his heart, brother, since you have decided to pursue martial arts and protect this world, then I will protect you and Mom. So you must defeat me. Lord Yinma of the underworld was reviewing one soul after another, and he even felt a bit bored, as this kind of day had lasted too long. After a while, when he reached a soul named Shishi, that soul immediately began to complain. Lord Yinma, I shouldn't be dead, right? I ended up here because of someone else's harm. I request Lord Yinma to deal with that harm immediately. Seeing that something was happening, Lord Yinma immediately became energized and said, you are from Earth, right? Just tell me who you want to accuse, and if the situation is true after I verify it, I will notify the celestial beings on Earth to handle it. Upon hearing this, Shishi was overjoyed and hurriedly embellished the story of Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian's evil deeds on Earth, as if the two of them were already universally condemned there. Yinma flipped through the documents, tapped his head, and was about to speak when suddenly the space beside him twisted, and a child in a crab martial arts outfit squeezed out. As soon as this child appeared, Shishi was startled and stepped back 2 steps. He was initially a bit terrified, but then smiled maliciously and said, haha, it seems that your brother ultimately couldn't save you. Sun Wukong didn't even look at him, just thinking to Yinmo, Uncle Yinmo, where is this guy going? Yinmo looked at Zai's, then at Sun Wukong, and said with a smile, I just glanced through the information and roughly figured it out. This guy is probably going to hell. Zai's eyes widened, unable to believe it, and he shouted, impossible. I have protected humanity and contributed to the world, and I have received many medals. Yinmo glanced at Zai's, too lazy to bother with him. Sun Wukong had helped him a lot in the past 2 or 3 years, and he was also the disciple of the king of the world. Out of both emotion and reason, Yinmo felt he should help Wukong. Sun Go nodded and said, well then, Uncle Yinma, can I take care of sending him to hell? Yinma was a bit taken aback and said, there's no need for that. After all, you're not from the underworld. You don't have to do these things. Sun Wukong then smiled and said, the last time I saw my uncle, I felt he wasn't doing well in hell, and I wanted to send someone to keep him company. Yinmo looked at the hysterical hiss, then at Sun Wukong, and said with a smile, that works. After all, such evil people should go to hell. I'll give you an approval shortly, and you can take him there. As for the punishment, Raditz and the others probably won't need it. Yinmo acted quickly, stamping the page for hiss with the seal of hell, and then threw it to Sun Wukong. Sun Wutian said thank you, and then dragged the screaming soul of his towards hell. His roared, "You can't do this. I'm a member of the Trip family. We have the power to control the world. If you do this, they will take revenge for me. Whatever." Sun Wutian glared at him and said, "I don't even know if my brother will revive someone like you. But even if you can be revived, feel free to sue me. Let me tell you, the God of Heaven is my uncle, Yama is my nominal senior brother, and the King of the Galaxy is my teacher. Go ahead and sue me." This was confused but greatly shocked. In an instant, Sun Wutian had already reached the depths of hell and witnessed many tortures, and as gradually became afraid to speak. Finally, Sun Wutian arrived at a desolate scene. A grayish atmosphere lingered, and it was eerily quiet yet chilling. He felt a shiver run down his spine. While Sun Wutian stood in the middle, looking around, he said, Uncle Raditz, are you there?" His voice became increasingly strange as it passed through the gray mist, seeming not to be a human voice, causing his to shudder inexplicably. After a while, two tall figures emerged from the gray mist, both bare-chested with iron hooks piercing through their chests. One was muscular, and the other had long flowing hair that fell straight to his waist. They had originally been proud and arrogant, but upon seeing Sun Wutian, they suddenly seemed a bit frightened and wanted to shrink back. Sun Wutian then said, "Don't run away. Uncle Nappa, Uncle Raditz. Otherwise, even though you don't have bodies, I have ways to make you feel pain." Raditz and Nappa paused, then turned their heads and smiled, saying, "How could that be, dear nephew? We're all family here. Uncle is happy to see you. And by the way, what brings you here this time?" Sun Wutian first corrected him. "I'm his second nephew. The first nephew is my brother." Then Sun Wutian threw his over and said, "There is nothing else. This person and his family bullied my brother. So I killed him, and I'll trouble you to take care of him for a while." Raditz, upon hearing this, instantly flew into a rage. "How dare they bully my first nephew? Don't worry, Wutian. Uncle will definitely teach him a lesson and make sure he treats our Sun family with respect in the future." Nappa glanced at him and said, "When did you become a member of the Sun family?" Raditz confidently replied, "My brother and two nephews all have the surname Sun. So what is the problem with me being a member of the Sun family?" Nappa originally wanted to retort but ultimately held back. After all, the second nephew was a bit fierce. Son Goten said he was going to leave, but Raditz stopped him and said, "Second nephew, can you do me a favor?" Son Wukong glanced at him and said, "You can go ahead and talk." Raditz said, "You know that in this desolate place of hell, aside from enduring the most severe punishments every day, we have freedom at other times. But these days, King Frisia's subordinates come to challenge us every day." Sun Wutian nodded and said, "Got it. I'll go beat them up in a couple of days when I have time." The Earth Flight Traffic Bureau was shining with intense golden light, and the entire building was swaying precariously as all the office staff began to take emergency precautions. Meanwhile, Sun Wutian stood among a group of martial artists. He looked around at the martial artists and then over at Zai's, saying, "Is this the world you are trying to protect? Interrogating ordinary people at will? Arbitrarily applying punishment to them?" The martial artists exchanged glances and then lowered their heads, unsure of how to respond. Some of them indeed knew that the darkness was still aiding them. Bang! Suddenly, the sound of gunfire erupted. Sun Wutian casually caught a bullet and crushed it into powder, tossing it to the ground. He said, "Ha, can't wait to make a move, huh? But it doesn't matter. Since I can't be the good guy, then I won't be." Sun Goten let out a light shout, and a golden aura erupted, the surging energy spreading outwards like a wave. Although those martial artists had some training, they were no match for such power and were directly blown away by the force of the wind, scattering throughout the city. As Sun Goten stepped out of the Flight Transportation Bureau, he happened to run into his hurried brother Sun Gohan and Videl. Sun Wukong looked at his brother Sun Wutian, who had blood on his face and was momentarily stunned. He incredulously asked, "Wutian, what on earth did you do?" Sun Wutian wiped the blood off his face and said, "I killed his, and now I'm going to destroy the Trip family." Bidalai looked at Sun Wutian like this and felt a shiver run through her body. She widened her eyes, staring at Sun Wutian. Sun Wukong stood in front of Sun Wutian, his expression serious as he said, "You can't go. If you really destroy that family, your entire life will be ruined." Sun Wukong took a step forward and said, "Brother, I don't want to fight you, so please don't stand in my way." Sun Gohan stood firmly in front of Sun Goten and said, "No matter what your reasons are, you shouldn't annihilate a family. I will stop you from making the wrong choice." Sun Wutian stopped 3 steps away from Sun Wufan. He looked up at his brother and said, "Brother, you really are a gentle and kind person. But sometimes, gentleness only encourages others to take advantage. So this time, I won't listen to you. By the way, Biddy's sister, please stay away." Crash! After saying this, Sun Wutian first closed his eyes. Then, the aura within him began to change. In the next moment, an incredibly strong golden aura erupted, shattering the entire building into pieces, which were then swept away by the fierce energy in all directions around the city. Fortunately, the earlier shockwave had already frightened many people, so now in the building, only Sun Wutian, Sun Wufan, and Biddy Li remained. Sun Wukong reacted quickly, extending the protective shield to shield Biddy Li, and then saw the building collapse, debris flying everywhere, creating a scene of devastation throughout the city. At this moment, Sun Wufan completely couldn't understand what Sun Wutian was doing with the cooking. His mental state was almost on the verge of collapse as he roared at Sun Wutian, "Wutian, do you even know what you're doing?" Sun Wukong didn't answer, just watched. When he saw more and more warriors gathering around, he finally said, "Brother, you never told me that the Trip family has been pressuring you all along, even threatening you with others to make you apologize to them." Sun Wukong was taken aback and said, "How did you know?" The surrounding noise was chaotic, with many people saying that that family was no good, while some others were saying that the family was not at fault. Sun Wutian was somewhat irritated by those sounds. He raised his energy again, found the direction, and slashed with an energy sword. Boom! The energy sword surged, seemingly piercing the sky, sending waves of chilling air that struck fear into the hearts of many. Countless warriors looked up and felt an overwhelming pressure in their hearts, causing them to tremble all over. When Sun Gohan saw this scene, he took the lead and flew above the group of people, then transformed into a Super Saiyan, using both hands to directly catch the descending energy blade. However, it seemed that Sun Goten did not hold back. His energy surged through, and although Sun Gohan was able to catch it, he found it difficult to withstand that powerful force. His figure crashed to the ground, creating a large hole in the road. Sun Wutian retracted his energy blade and looked at Sun Wukong, saying, "Brother, you are still as gentle as ever. It seems this battle is unavoidable, but before that..." A golden light flashed in Sun Wutian's eyes as he soared into the sky, heading into the distance. At this moment, Krillin, Piccolo, and the others arrived late. They looked at Sun Wukong, who was in a deep pit with a face full of self-reproach, somewhat confused. Krillin first asked, "Gohan, what exactly happened?" That earlier energy felt a bit like Wutian's. Sun Gohan's expression was one of pain. He didn't even want to speak, and at that moment, he wasn't sure what to do. He still told Dilly, "It's Goten." Goten was taken to the Flight Traffic Bureau for breaking the law, and after going through who knows what, he learned that the Trip family once forced Master Gohan to kneel. Then he killed Hiss, and even said he would destroy the Trip family. "You are the savior. How could your brother do this?" "Ha! Casual killing and destruction. And as the savior, you don't stop it? Is this the savior we trust? What are you doing? As the savior, shouldn't you protect us? Hurry up and deal with your brother. He's a bastard who could destroy the world. The Trip family is the most noble human family in this world. And you, as the savior, can't just do as you please." After Sun Wukong left, the noise seemed to get even louder. "Shut up." Piccolo exploded in anger. A strong wind pressing outward, gradually silencing the voices. What a great presence. Is this the friend of the savior? Impressive. I heard he was the Piccolo Daimao of the past, and Piccolo Daimao is friends with the savior. Huh. I now suspect that the artificial humans back then were just a performance. What savior? It's probably just a deception. You're so powerful. Why not go after those who killed the government instead of threatening us? The noise only paused for a moment before a few voices rose again. Piccolo clenched his fists, wanting to directly take action against the crowd. But he knew he couldn't, as he was no longer the old Demon King who could act recklessly. He had Gohan, a disciple and friend, to consider. He could disregard his own safety, but he couldn't ignore the potential impact on Gohan. After all, his actions had already caused Gohan harm once. Kaiser Lucan, known as the City of Peace, is home to the king and several prominent families. It is vast, economically developed, and well-connected, making it the most prosperous city on Earth. Even after experiencing the chaos of the artificial humans, the city is currently thriving. However, in this city that should be peaceful and stable, the military is constantly mobilizing, and the city walls are lined with various battle machines, creating a sense of foreboding. Swoosh! A golden streak shot across the sky, racing towards Kaiser Lucan at incredible speed. Along the way, shells and lasers occasionally struck, but all were easily deflected by that figure. Finally arrived, the streak stopped above the city, revealing Sun Wukong's figure. He looked ahead and saw an army like a sea and various weapons, sighed, and said, "In the end, we can't avoid confronting the state, can we?" Boom! It seemed that they had also noticed Sun Wukong, as missiles and lasers surged toward him, determined to turn him to ashes. Sun Wutian casually sliced through the laser, obliterating the missile, and then said, "It seems that a fight is inevitable." Indeed, what people remember will not be kindness, but only pain. In the next moment, Sun Wutian's gaze sharpened. With a wave of his right hand, a powerful shockwave surged forth, stirring up endless dust and quickly engulfing the entire army. Looking at the dust-filled area, Sun Wutian gathered brilliant light in both hands. However, just as the Kamehameha was about to take shape, that light gradually faded away. Sun Wutian sighed and then directly passed through the dust, charging straight towards the center of Peace City, where the king and the head of the Trip family resided. Splash! As soon as Sun Wukong dashed through the smoke, he suddenly saw robots hovering in the air ahead. As soon as they spotted Sun Wukong, they immediately launched missiles, seemingly indifferent to the lives of ordinary people below. Sun Wutian's figure transformed into a flash of lightning as he passed through a group of machines. Those robots turned into countless scattered parts, which were then enveloped by a key wave, shooting up into the sky and exploding. Then, Sun Wutian's speed reached its peak, and all the forces that hindered him didn't even have time to react before being knocked to the ground. While Sun Wutian had already arrived at the Trip family estate, it was a luxurious and vast estate covering half of the inner city, home to many of the powerful elites in the world, who could even control the change of kings and the frequency of wars. Sun Goten floated outside the manor and saw that inside the manor, tensions were high, with various robots and martial arts experts present, all looking in Sun Goten's direction. Then, King Ketherlugen walked out from the manor. He looked at Sun Goten for a long time before saying, "Just like your father, Sun Goten." Sun Goten glanced at the eager experts and then looked at the king, saying, "You shouldn't be here, your majesty. This is not your concern." The king sighed, looked back, and said, "I have no choice. The Trip family has done so much for this world, and as king, I cannot stand by and watch them perish." Sun Wukong snorted disdainfully and said, "You've done a lot, including casually provoking fights and constantly persecuting my brother?" The king's gaze was somewhat erratic as he replied, "Those are just the mistakes of one or two people. You've already killed his, so there's no need to be so aggressive." Sun Wukong stretched out his 5 fingers towards the king and said, "Some things are done once they are done. No need to say so much. My brother and mother are kind-hearted and won't hold it against them, but I can't. And I feel that there will probably be people who will continue to make things difficult for them in the future. So we have to do something to make those people remember." Seeing Sun Wukong about to take action against the king, several guards beside the king immediately rushed over, their swords drawn, staring intently at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's right hand unleashed a burst of air, sending the king and his entourage far away from the manor. In the next moment, the skilled fighters and robots inside the manor rushed out and launched a fierce attack on Sun Wukong. Sun Goten exploded with rage once again, his intense aura bursting forth like a hurricane, shattering the robots in an instant and sending numerous warriors soaring into the sky. He then flew high up, looking down at the manor below. In West City, Bulma was watching the scene on her computer. In the footage, Sun Goten was floating in midair, with the prestigious Trunks family beneath him, the most esteemed family on this planet. After a while, Bulma's phone screen lit up, and she opened it to take a look. She sighed and said, "Do you really have to go this far? You'll end up becoming a global enemy." Ultimately, Bulma felt helpless. She first sent a message in the high-level group of Capsule Corporation, then proceeded to operate her computer. The noise around Gohan City grew increasingly chaotic, with even crowds gathering in front of Gohan and his companions. Piccolo was somewhat annoyed, but didn't dare to take action, knowing that everything he did would be retaliated against Gohan in a more malicious way by these people. At that moment, drones started arriving from a distance, shooting beams of light from their tops and projecting images of the city of Kessler Gold between the tall buildings. Sun Gohan suddenly looked up and saw in the scene that Sun Goten had a cold expression, standing above a manor, his energy ball gradually gathering in his hand. "No, Goten!" Sun Gohan shouted hoarsely. But at that moment, Sun Goten was on the other side of the planet and couldn't hear his roar at all. Therefore, Sun Gohan transformed into a golden light and shot into the sky. Although he could roughly guess Goten's thoughts, he didn't want him to take that path. He didn't want his brother to ruin himself. Because of him, the golden light soared into the sky, racing thousands of miles. That speed even surpassed lightning and thunder, exceeding everything in the world. Everyone watched the scene quietly as Sun Goten gathered his energy ball in his right hand and said to those below, "Whatever reasons you love, it has nothing to do with me. And if you want to reason with me in the next life, do it early. Son Goten threw the energy blast down with a backhand, and the barrier of the mansion activated immediately. However, it was still in vain. The energy blast shattered the barrier and drilled into the mansion. In an instant, a fierce temperature and light erupted, turning the mansion's beautiful jade treasures, ancient trees, and grand houses into scorched earth. Countless fragments flew everywhere, but were all blocked within the barrier, while the intense white light engulfed everything. Sun Wutian lowered his head, with compassion and pain in his eyes, but there was no regret. He knew that once he took the first life, there would be no turning back. However, since he had made his decision, he had to see it through. After all, if he didn't act decisively, who knew what troubles might arise in the future? Majin Buu, Golden Frieza, and Black Goku were already extremely powerful enemies. If problems arose within the Earth, it was hard to predict what consequences would follow. As the smoke cleared, Sun Wutian withdrew the barrier, and the once vibrant estate had long been reduced to nothing, leaving only scorched earth and ashes. Sun Wutian looked at his own hands and murmured to himself, I can no longer be a hero, so let me give this world a deterrent, let everyone know. Wutian. A long howl echoed across the sky, and golden light followed. It was Sun Wukong, standing in front of Sun Wutian. He looked down at the devastated estate below, his eyes filled with pain. Did you do all of this? Sun Wutian nodded and said, it was me. Why? Sun Wufan stared at Sun Wutian, as if he was meeting this brother for the first time. Seeing that the other party did not respond, his aura swelled again, and he roared, I'm asking you why. The aura shook, and the entire city began to tremble. The aura erupted by Sun Wufan was like a knife scraping against Sun Wutian's face. Sun Wutian said, why? Perhaps it's because they touched my taboo, just like I'm touching my brother's taboo now. Sun Gohan was a bit taken aback, then said, even if they did some excessive things to me and my mom, you can't just kill them because of that. What do you take human life for? Sun Goten shook his head and said, I don't want to kill either. I asked that Heath, wanting to give them a chance, and give myself a chance too. But they didn't know how to cherish it. I kept thinking about how people like them should change, but no matter how I thought about it, I couldn't find an answer. So, I can only resort to violence, to counter violence. Tears overflowed from Sun Wukong's emerald green eyes as he said, what difference is there between you and them? Sun Wukong looked at his brother in tears, and his own eyes were filled with tears as well. He shook his head and said, it makes no difference. I understood when I killed Zais that I can no longer be a hero. Since that's the case, I might as well be a complete villain. Anyone in this world who dares to bully my friends, I will definitely kill them. If there's one, I'll kill one. If there are 100, I'll kill 100. Boom! Sun Gohan's aura erupted as he transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged forward, landing a punch on Sun Goten's face. Shouting, have you really lost your mind? Sun Wukong had no defenses at all, and naturally couldn't withstand that kind of power. He was directly knocked away, crashing through several buildings and flying out for several kilometers before finally stopping. Sun Wukong stopped and felt a burning pain on his right cheek. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, which contained a few teeth. Then he flew back into the sky and looked at his brother Sun Wufan, saying, if you really want to stop me, then let's fight. Otherwise, I will kill everyone in this world who has slandered and persecuted you and Mom. Sun Wutian's voice was calm, yet it sent a chill down the spine of everyone watching the live broadcast. They could feel the weight of his words. Chi-Chi from the First Martial Arts University, although indoors, also saw the forcibly broadcast video. Tears filled her eyes as she murmured, it shouldn't be like this, you two brothers. The divine being in the temple looked down at the mortal realm, his eyes shimmering with light as he contemplated. As a god, he couldn't determine what to do. Over the years, he had watched Gohan work hard step by step, and he had seen various political powers and business tycoons repeatedly test and even manipulate Gohan. He understood Gohan's beliefs, but could see that with Gohan's kindness, it was difficult to truly achieve anything when faced with those ruthless giants who would chew you up and spit you out. What is good and what is evil? At this moment, even the god felt a bit lost. He no longer understood what good and evil were. In West City, Vegeta and Trunks had already finished their training when Sun Wutian and Sun Gohan's energy erupted. They had naturally seen the footage of Sun Wutian destroying the Trip family from Bulma. Trunks clenched his fists, his eyes wide as he said, how is this possible? How could Wutian do such things? Those are lies. Vegeta replied, Humph, this kid is much harsher than Kakarot. Bulma scratched her head and said, this kid may have good intentions, but next, he might be regarded as a demon by most humans. His second half of life probably won't be easy. Trunks looked at Bulma and then at Vegeta, saying, "Dad, Mom, don't you care at all about those who have died?" Vegeta glanced at him and said, "Care about those people? Humph, they brought it upon themselves. Trunks, you must remember, I don't care if you follow Gohan and want to protect the Earth. But not everyone is worth protecting." Trunks wanted to argue with his father, but didn't know how to respond. At that moment, Vegeta said, "All right, those two brothers are about to start fighting. Let's go watch, Trunks." Trunks nodded and followed his father out the door, heading towards the capital city of Kessler. Although he didn't know Wu Tian's reasons, he wanted to subdue him first because he felt that Wu Tian wasn't a bad person. In Kessler City, Gohan's eyes gradually became sharp as he looked at Wu Tian for a long time, finally taking a stance and saying, "If you really want to continue, then defeat me." Sun Wukong's determination was unwavering, as the golden aura around him erupted, charging fiercely towards Sun Wu Tian. At that moment, Kaizelian City trembled violently once again, as if it were experiencing an earthquake. Sun Wu Tian first closed his eyes, and his golden aura remained silent for a second. The next moment, it erupted like a volcanic eruption, unstoppable. The surging energy transformed into a golden aura that filled the sky, pushing back Sun Wufan's presence. The tremors of the earth grew more intense, and that trembling gradually began to affect the entire planet. Crackling. Although Sun Wukong and Sun Goten have not yet started fighting, the place where their auras collide has already generated lightning out of thin air, and the people in the city below feel an inexplicable oppression. Boom! Tears filled Sun Wukong's eyes as he swung his fist towards Sun Wutian. This time, Sun Wutian didn't take the hit. He moved to the side and threw a right punch. However, just as Sun Wukong was defending against the right punch, Sun Wutian's left fist shot out at an extremely fast speed, targeting Sun Wukong's chest. Sun Wukong, having experienced countless battles, naturally anticipated Sun Wutian's feint. He placed his right hand in front of his chest just in time to catch Sun Wutian's fist. However, Sun Wutian's power still erupted, and the golden energy reverberated through the air, creating a loud sound. Sun Gohan tightly gripped Sun Goten's fist with his right hand, then transformed his left hand into a knife hand and struck down towards Sun Goten's body. Sun Goten's right wrist directly broke free. Then he tilted his head back to avoid Gohan's knife hand strike, and then stepped on Gohan's shoulders with both feet from below. Sun Gohan felt a powerful force on his shoulder. He loosened his right hand and saw his Sun Goten transform into a bolt of lightning, instantly leaving the city. Sun Gohan transformed into a golden light and chased after him. The two brothers moved through the air at an incredibly high speed, continuously engaging in battle. Every collision between them caused the ground to shake and the clouds to disperse. In an instant, the two brothers had crossed through the bustling city and arrived in the depths of the mountains. Thus, their attacks became even more reckless. Over the years, Sun Wutian has often followed his father in training and has learned the techniques of releasing and dividing power. However, Sun Wufan has been forged through numerous life and death battles. And in recent years, he has also restudied martial arts to promote it. His skills are now on par with Wu Tian's. The two seem evenly matched, but Wu Tian can feel that his brother is always holding back, as his speed and strength have not been pushed to the limit. Boom! Sun Gohan's fist once again struck empty, the wind from his punch swirling, and in an instant, it flattened a hill. As Sun Wutian sidestepped, his small body bumped directly into Gohan's arms. Gohan took 2 steps back, maintaining his stance, and reached out to grab Sun Wutian. Swish! At that moment, Sun Wutian's figure suddenly became illusory. The next second, Gohan felt a surge of energy erupting behind him, and he was startled. As he turned around, he saw a brilliant beam of light, and with no time to dodge, he could only cross his hands to shield himself in front. Boom! Sun Gohan was struck by a ki blast, his body continuously retreating backwards, directly shattering trees and large rocks, and crossing through several mountain peaks. Hiya! As Sun Wufan was unable to hold back any longer, he let out a soft shout and directly shattered the energy wave. Then he used his right hand to grip the ground, creating 5 deep trenches before finally stopping. Boom! The next second, Sun Wukong charged over again, delivering a flying kick at Sun Wufan. Sun Gohan pressed his right hand on the ground, and a small Kamehameha wave was unleashed in an instant, using the rebound force to fly out at an angle. The next second, Sun Goten kicked the ground, and a loud boom echoed through the heavens and the earth. The mountains shook, the ground collapsed, and Sun Goten created a huge pit directly. Sun Gohan also reacted quickly. He did a flip in the air and dove down, delivering a punch straight at Sun Goten. Before Sun Wukong arrived, the wind from the punches had already reached Gohan's side, and the ground continued to collapse further. while the area under Sun Goten's feet was filled with spiderwebs. Sun Wukong, seeing that his energy was locked, simply chose not to evade. He clenched his right hand into a fist and struck out as well. The two fists collided, and a powerful airflow surged, with terrifying energy dissipating outward. The surrounding trees were directly shattered, and the towering mountains shook continuously, with rocks falling and animals scattering. The ground beneath Sun Wukong continued to crumble, and his figure gradually sank deeper into the earth, as if he were about to see lava in the next moment. Splash! Sun Goten erupted with a golden aura once again. In that moment, both his strength and speed saw a significant increase, and he actually pushed Sun Gohan back a few steps. Taking advantage of the situation, Sun Goten pressed forward without showing any mercy. Sun Wukong naturally did not give in, and once again it became a tug of war, with the figures of the two constantly flickering. Each collision produced a tremendous sound, and every encounter was accompanied by earth-shaking tremors. In front of the scene, all the humans were trembling. After all, the previous World Martial Arts Tournament had its limitations. Although they could see that Sun Wukong was very strong, they did not know just how strong he truly was. At this moment, they realized that a martial artist like Sun Wukong could be so terrifying that one person could actually shatter a mountain. As a result, the voices calling for the defeat of Sun Wukong and Sun Wuqian gradually quieted down, and many of the instigators began to close their mouths. As for Piccolo, Krillin, Vegeta, and Trunks, they had already arrived at the center of the battlefield and were watching from the sidelines. Trunks wanted to stop the two brothers, but Vegeta shouted directly, "Trunks, stay put. Those two don't need your help." Trunks turned back, looking at Vegeta in confusion, and said, "But they are clearly good brothers. We should stop them, right? Do we really have to let one of them die?" Vegeta didn't respond, only snorted coldly and said, "Are you an idiot? Just watch their fight carefully." Trunks remained puzzled, but he trusted his father. So, with a look of doubt, he focused on feeling the battle between the two. Sun Gohan swung his fist while crying, and Sun Goten kicked with wild laughter. The two brothers clashed again and again amidst the vast mountains and rivers. The sky gradually darkened, and lightning constantly surrounded Sun Goten and Sun Gohan. The two brothers had already collapsed countless mountains and submerged many islands, yet they continued to fight. Piccolo watched for a long time and suddenly felt a sense of comfort. These two brothers had even deceived me. It seemed that Gohan was truly determined to make a change this time. Piccolo noticed some things, and Vegeta also understood, but only Trunks, Tien, and Krillin felt anxious, not knowing how to resolve the situation. In the scene, Sun Gohan and Sun Goten's speed began to slow down, and gradually they started exchanging punches and kicks, with neither side avoiding the other. Then they saw tears welling up in Sun Gohan's eyes, hot tears blown upwards by the force of his breath. On the other side, Sun Goten was drenched in blood, but was laughing maniacally. Even through the screen, people felt a chilling cold. The hero, protecting humanity, was crying, while the demon slaughtering people was laughing maniacally. What was this? Gradually, some began to ponder these questions. Then, the emotions in the scene began to infect more and more people with thoughts. In the western wilderness, Sun Gohan threw a punch. Although Sun Goten was bruised and battered, he still did not evade or block, crashing through several sand dunes before squatting down. Boom! Sun Goten laughed wildly as he swung his fist, appearing almost insane. Sun Gohan also did not dodge or avoid it. Instead, he leaned back, causing everything behind him to vanish. "Goten!" Gohan cried and roared, a myriad of emotions intertwining in his heart, reaching a peak. Then, he once again swung his fist at Goten, and an endless golden aura suddenly erupted, transforming into a jet-like force. It seemed as if the entire Earth was impacted by an immense power, causing the magnetic field to go haywire. Boom! A golden lightning bolt flashed across the sky and struck Gohan directly. His golden hair shot up even more densely, with sparks of electricity flickering through the strands, and his eyes grew even colder. Punk! Sun Wukong felt his organs shift and his body uncontrollably fall backward after receiving that punch. He flew halfway across the earth and only stopped when he reached Gohan City, not knowing how many buildings he had smashed or how much ecology he had destroyed along the way. Even after being hit to Gohan City, Sun Wukong still felt his body twitching and struggled to stand up. Every part of his skin felt intense pain, and bright red blood flowed everywhere. Was that the power beyond Super Saiyan? As Gohan's body was enveloped in lightning, Vegeta's expression became serious. He sensed a qualitative increase in Gohan's aura, completely different from his previous state. Piccolo, Krillin, and the others also tensed up, not expecting such a change in Gohan due to his anger. As if realizing something, Piccolo transformed into a streak of light and rapidly flew towards Gohan City. Everyone in Gohan City watched as Sun Wukong fell into a deep pit, gasping for breath. Their emotions complex. This guy is ruthless, directly exterminating so many of our compatriots. He is a menace, and we cannot let him live. Yes, although he was defeated by Mr. Gohan today, who knows if he will come back again? Right, Mr. Gohan definitely wouldn't want to kill him. We must kill him to prevent further harm. Humans are like this. They just started to reflect, but once one or two people take the lead, everyone becomes agitated. As if Sun Wukong truly had a great vendetta against them, while in fact, many of them might not have even heard of the Trip family. As Sun Wukong felt his consciousness fading like a wisp of smoke, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Brother, you really messed up with this sudden breakthrough to Super Saiyan 2. Gradually, someone approached Sun Wukong, seemingly intent on taking his life, wanting to eliminate this killer. Whoosh! A golden aura surged forth. It was Sun Gohan, who had surpassed Super Saiyan. He landed in front of Sun Wukong, looking at his brother, whose life hung by a thread, feeling a mix of self-blame, regret, and deep sorrow. Mr. Gohan, we know you have a kind heart. You don't need to worry about what comes next. We'll handle it. Yes, our savior has already handled things well. Just leave the rest to us. Mr. Gohan, as the savior, you wouldn't cover for your brother, would you? After all, he has killed so many people. The ugliness of human nature was laid bare. Sun Gohan's eyes were icy cold as his golden aura erupted, the energy surging like flames into the sky, causing those around him to stagger back. Sun Gohan calmly said, "Stay away from my brother, or I won't hesitate to kill you." A wave of shock swept through the crowd. They seemed taken aback that the usually kind Sun Gohan would say such things. Consequently, the crowd began to stir again, attempting to pressure Sun Gohan into submission as they had before. Sun Gohan raised his head, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. A strong wave of energy surged through him, shaking those around him and causing their blood to boil. Then Sun Gohan coldly said, "This method is really interesting. You can do whatever you want, but I absolutely will not allow anyone to touch my brother." He then fed Sun Goten a senzu bean, stood up holding him, and looked around with a cold expression. However, the voices in the crowd continued. After all, there are always some people who think they are unique, wanting to awaken the conscience of the savior in their own way. How can this be? Are such people really considered saviors? A person like that can teach us martial arts? He probably only knows how to protect his own kind. Indeed, those in high positions are all the same. In my opinion, having someone like that as the head of the Martial Arts Alliance is worse than not learning at all. You people. Sun Gohan's voice suddenly overshadowed all other sounds. He said coldly, "Whether you want to learn or not is your freedom. I've already saved you once. I'm not obligated to save you a second time. If I can't even protect my own family, then what else can I protect on this earth?" Splash! Sun Gohan's aura surged even higher, blowing away the crowd gathered around him. Then he continued, "I was wrong from the very beginning. Perhaps everyone is right. I was too naive." At this moment, Sun Wutian had already recovered. He looked at his brother, who was filled with tears, and called out, "Brother?" Sun Wukong glanced at him and said, "I roughly understand what you mean, but if it means making my brother associated with the name of a demon just so I can be some kind of savior, I would rather not do it. As for the promotion of martial arts, whether they learn it or not is ultimately their own business." Sun Goten looked at his familiar, yet unfamiliar brother, feeling somewhat surprised. He never expected his brother to have such a side when facing humans. Wukong City is a city established by the king and the people to honor Sun Gohan's achievements. It is located in the southeastern part of the continent, with developed transportation and convenient logistics, and the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance is also based here. Sun Wutian and Chi-Chi set off from Baozi Mountain, heading westward. After traversing heavy mountains, they finally saw the bustling scene in the distance and heard the noise that was different from that of Baozi Mountain. Wukong City was naturally vast, covering an area of over 2,000 square kilometers. Even though Sun Wutian's eyesight far exceeded that of ordinary humans, he still could not see the end of the city. Sun Goten stood at the edge of the city, looking at the towering buildings and the bustling traffic. For a moment, he felt an extremely absurd sense of dislocation, as if he had entered a different world. Seeing Goten's shocked expression, Chi-Chi said beside him, "It's developing very quickly, isn't it? This city was once destroyed by androids, and it only took 3 years to go from planning and construction to what it is now. Sun Wukong nodded, feeling amazed by the resilience of humanity. Even after suffering such a devastating blow, they were able to recover in just 3 years and even continue to develop on top of that recovery. It was truly a remarkable feat. Sun Wutian was flying slowly in the air, looking around at the scenes and feeling the city culture of the Dragon Ball world. Suddenly, a flying car rushed towards him, almost colliding with Sun Wutian. Sun Wukong's reaction was quick. He flickered and dodged the flying car, standing to the side. He looked around, somewhat confused at the flying vehicles around him. The flying car temporarily hovered in the air, then rolled down its window to greet Wukong, saying, "Still a little martial artist. Huh, but at least pay attention to the road. This is not a designated martial artist flight path." Sun Wukong was a bit confused, but he could roughly guess some things. He quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. It's my first time here, so I'm not familiar with this." Swish. After Sun Goten apologized, he quickly left the city and appeared in front of his mother. The driver over there, seeing Sun Goten's figure suddenly disappear, rubbed his eyes and looked around, but couldn't find him. He muttered to himself, "Am I seeing things, or a martial artist nowadays just too amazing? It can't be. My little brat is ranked 3rd in their martial arts class, and I've never seen anyone this impressive." Beep beep. The flying car driver behind seemed a bit impatient and started honking. Only then did the driver of the stopped flying car react. He hurriedly pressed the button to raise the window and then restarted the flying car. Sun Wutian flashed back to Chi-Chi's side and asked, "Mom, is flying not allowed in the city now, or are there new requirements for flying?" Chi-Chi then reached out and pulled Sun Wutian onto the Nimbus cloud, saying, "There are new requirements now. Due to certain events that happened before, your brother and the others discussed and came up with new regulations. Flying for martial artists in the city is no longer like before. Now, you need to take a flight test through the Martial Arts Alliance to obtain a flying license, and you have to follow designated routes. If you violate the rules, other Alliance martial artists will arrest you. Of course, someone like your brother, who has saved the world, is allowed to fly anywhere." Sun Wukong sat in front of his mother, looking a bit guilty as he said, "By the way, I just interrupted traffic while flying in the city. I shouldn't get caught, right?" Chi-Chi smiled and replied, "Most of those law enforcement warriors are your brother's disciples. Not only are they not strong enough to catch you, but even if they see you, it won't be a big deal." Sun Wutian felt a bit relieved. Although he wasn't afraid of being caught or anything, such things were always undesirable. He couldn't just rely on his own strength to act recklessly. If he did that, how was he any different from Raditz and the others? Moreover, this order might have been set by his brother. Causing trouble right after arriving would just be slapping his own face, wouldn't it? Regardless of how Sun Wutian thought, Chi-Chi opened her phone's navigation and then drove the flying Nimbus according to the designated route to the Golden Eagle Martial Arts Elementary School. Although she was Sun Wufan's mother and had the privilege of flying freely, the airspace above the city was crowded with planes and flying cars, making it easy to collide with something. Sun Wutian looked around like a curious baby, and he indeed experienced a culture that was completely different from his previous life, finding it particularly interesting. At that moment, a feeling suddenly arose in his heart. So this is the place that his brother and father had always wanted to protect. So I need to work even harder. Along the way, Chi-Chi began to remind Wutian about some basic knowledge. After the previous events, she probably realized that her little son had been away from Earth for too long and was unclear about many basic facts of this world. Although the speed of the flying Nimbus was not as swift as the instant transmission, it was still quite fast. In just a short while, they arrived in front of school. Then, Sun Wutian and Chi-Chi saw Sun Wufan and Biddy Li waving at them from a distance. Chi-Chi piloted the flying Nimbus to a suitable place to land. Then, the mother and son landed together, and Biddy Li greeted them first. "Good morning, Teacher Chi-Chi, Wutian." Chi-Chi smiled and replied, "Biddy Li is here too. Good morning." Sun Wutian also bowed to Biddy Li and said, "Good morning, Sister Biddy Li." Then, Sun Wufan smiled and said, "All right, let's first get Wutian settled, and then we'll have plenty of time to chat later." Biddy Li looked at Wutian with some confusion and said, "I never expected someone of Wutian's level would still need to attend elementary school. It just seems so strange." Chi-Chi then said, "No matter how powerful a force is, it cannot harm the soul. I don't want Wutian to become a martial artist who only knows how to fight in the future." Biddy Li opened her mouth to respond, but could only agree, although she felt that martial arts were also quite important. However, in front of Teacher Chi-Chi, who is Mr. Sun Wufan's mother, she found it difficult to argue. Then, the three of them took Wutian to report to the principal, and afterward, the grade director assigned Wutian to a class. After that, Sun Wufan and the others left Wutian at class 1 of grade 1. As soon as they left, Wu Tian immediately felt a sense of emptiness, as if the world had only a moment left. Then came the mundane class introduction, the plain self-introduction, and the ordinary cultural lessons. Then came the martial arts class, which was no longer ordinary. The teacher claimed to be from Tianjin Fan's martial arts school and had exceptional skills. Sun Wutian originally had high hopes, thinking he might learn some essence of the Crane School, only to find that the teacher could only teach martial arts to newly enrolled children. Then, after the teacher learned that Sun Wutian was Sun Wufan's brother, something seemed to snap in his mind, and he asked Sun Wutian to demonstrate something, leaving the teacher in an awkward position. On the first day of school, Sun Wutian had already put the teacher in a difficult spot, which made him a bit headachy. After all, he came to school to learn, not to cause trouble. Fortunately, Bulma somehow got wind of Sun Wutian going to school and called Chi-Chi to discuss letting Sun Wutian study alongside Trunks. Trunks was taught by expert scholars hired by Bulma, so Chi-Chi was more than happy to agree, and Sun Wutian transferred to Bulma's place after less than a day of classes. Time flew by, and it had been a month since Sun Wutian came to Capsule Corporation to study with Trunks. During this time, Sun Wufan couldn't help but admire Bulma's incredible intelligence, as she even managed to make some progress on an external device. A month later, Bulma launched a simulated combat system to the martial arts community, created based on a life simulator in Trunks' mind, but it was relatively more complete. The simulation system included various scenarios and strong enemies, all powerful opponents that had appeared before. Martial artists could fight them in 100 simulated conditions to refine their skills. There were two ways for martial artists to enter the game. One was to directly scan their body data, and the other was to directly select system character for combat. Both methods could enhance a martial artist's combat experience and improve their strength. Additionally, the simulated combat system featured both online and PvP modes. The online mode allowed multiple martial artists to team up against a boss, while the PvP mode was a player versus player mode that didn't need much explanation. Since all characters in the battle system were of high difficulty, Capsule Corporation even promised a large bonus for the first kill of each character, with a value not less than 1 million Sony. Son Goten and Trunks are both very interested. Son Goten is also keen on making some money, while Trunks is not at all tempted by those rewards. He simply wants to experience the big bosses who oppose his father. The moment Sun Wukong put on the helmet, the scene before him changed, and he found himself in a starry sky. Countless planets were rotating beneath his feet, and above him was the vast river of stars. Then, Sun Wukong saw various planets floating in front of him, including Earth, Namek, and many other strange planets. Welcome to the simulation battle system. Character data extraction is in progress. Data extraction successful. Your character template has been generated. Please select your game mode. Sun Wukong looked at the starry sky in front of him and complained, "What kind of virtual game is this? Your virtual game generates character templates directly without showing them to the players? The character templates are based on the current values of the characters, generated by the system scanning the character's attributes, and cannot be changed or modified. The simulation battle system is at your service." Sun Wukong is a bit curious and said, "You can really answer. That's quite intelligent. Can I take a look at my character panel?" The character panel for this stage is not available for display. Please wait for system optimization. Please choose a simulation battle game mode, real person battle mode, virtual battle mode, PvP mode, online mode. Sun Goten quickly chose the real battle mode and then went to check the various virtual battle characters. Cultivator, combat power, 1200, first kill, Super Vegeta. King Vegeta, combat power, 11300, first kill, Super Vegeta. Prince Vegeta, combat power, 8000, first kill, Super Vegeta. Sun Wukong, power level, 8000, first kill, Super Vegeta. Frieza, power level, 120 million. First kill, Super Vegeta. Android 17, power level, 300 million. First kill, Super Vegeta. Son Goten. Sun Wukong looked through the virtual characters from various planets and found that all the first kills were taken by Vegeta. He was filled with question marks. Uncle Vegeta? Is this what you call boring stuff? Aunt Bulma? Are you two just passing it from one hand to the other? Then, Sun Wukong felt it was dull, because, with his current strength, there wasn't anyone here he could practice against. Sun Wukong thought for a while, exited the real battle mode, and then chose the virtual battle mode. Scene Earth. Virtual character selection. Cultivator. Opponent selection. Yamcha. In the virtual simulation system, Sun Wukong replicated a famous scene and then experienced a world-famous painting before logging off directly, preparing for his own training. However, just as he walked out of the simulation room, he saw Bulma coming toward him from a distance. Sun Wukong noticed that Bulma seemed to be waving at him. So he took a couple of steps towards Bulma and asked, "What's up, Aunt Bulma? Is there something you need?" Bulma smiled and said, "So, have you tried the simulation battle system? With your strength, you should have gotten a first kill, right?" Sun Wutian shook his head and said, "Not at all. Uncle Vegeta is still much stronger than us. He has already secured all the first kills." Bulma, upon hearing this, had a look of surprise on her face. She glanced in the direction of the simulation room, clenched her fist, and said, "This Vegeta really is something. He took all the first kills, and now everyone thinks the rewards were manipulated by us." As if sensing Bulma's anger, the door to the simulation room opened, and Vegeta, dressed in a blue tight-fitting suit, walked out. He glanced at Bulma with a somewhat distracted expression. Then he turned to Sun Wutian and said, "I just showed a bit of strength to secure the first kills. If anyone has a problem with that, let them come find me." Sun Goten secretly gave Vegeta a thumbs up, indicating that as a Scion Prince, he could handle even living off others with confidence. Bulma shot him a glare, and Vegeta met her gaze for a moment, a bit intimidated, before turning to leave towards the gravity room. Bulma then said, "What a hassle. Vegeta has messed up the whole plan. Forget it. I'll just add a patch later and issue an announcement that those who complete the kill in the shortest time can also receive a bonus." Sun Wukong felt nothing. Although he had no money on him, he still didn't think he needed too much money. After all, he believed that if he really wanted to make money, it wouldn't be too difficult. Then Bulma pulled Sun Wukong again and asked him for his thoughts. Sun Wukong thought for a moment and said, "I think since there are real battle modes and team modes, Aunt Bulma could further develop the simulation battle system into a complete world similar to Earth. Each player could find a place to call home, and various activities could be developed around their homes." Bulma thought for a moment and said, "Similar ideas have indeed been proposed before, but this thing is still very difficult to realize. Unless we can really take out the purple crystal from Trunks' mind to study as the main entity." Sun Wutian's eyes flickered, and he thought to himself, "No wonder it's you. I've only heard of others using hacks, but I've never heard of anyone researching and analyzing hacks." After a moment, Sun Wutian said, "But that thing is rooted in Trunks' mind. If we really want to take it out, it might hurt Trunks." Bulma shook her head and said, "I've studied that thing. It contains extremely strange energy that seems to interfere with time and space. But it relies on certain special energies to perform that interference. So under normal circumstances, it doesn't possess any characteristics, just like a crystal." "Special energy?" Sun Wutian was a bit stunned. He didn't quite understand. Bulma nodded and said, "According to what Trunks said, I have some guesses. The thing might operate based on the energy of temporal and spatial changes." Hearing about the time-space energy, Sun Goten recalled something and said, "So, if the trajectory of our world changes, that thing can obtain energy to operate?" Bulma nodded and said, "Based on my speculation, that's how it seems. That thing seems to grow as it obtains energy. So I always feel that keeping that thing in Trunks is not very safe. But with the current technology, it's simply impossible to transfer it." Sun Goten thought for a moment and asked again, "Isn't the Dragon Ball supposed to have many incredible abilities? Can they transfer this thing?" Bulma shook her head again and said, "I had consulted the dragon before, but it couldn't even comprehend this kind of thing, so it naturally couldn't transfer it. However, I have made some progress in my recent research. If I can create a clone of Trunks, there might be a way to get that thing out of Trunks' body." Bulma scratched her head and said, "This period has been really frustrating. I have to research some life simulation device and also work on the time machine. It's given me a headache. And that Vegeta guy doesn't even care about how hard it is for me." Sun Goten looked in the direction of the gravity chamber and smiled, saying, "Maybe Uncle Vegeta has his own way of caring for people. All right, Aunt Bulma, I'm going to train now." Bulma waved her hand dismissively and said with a look of disdain, Go ahead, go ahead. After all, you Scions only know how to train." Sun Wukong smiled and went to the gravity chamber. Although the Earth had been very peaceful over the years, he felt quite unsettled. After all, somewhere on Earth, Majin Buu was still buried, and there were people in the universe searching everywhere for the seal of the split Demon King. As for Frisia's minions, they might come to resurrect Frisia any day now. When that time comes, what would he rely on to fight those people? The current Super Saiyan form, or those ordinary people who had only been training in martial arts for a few years? It was clear that neither option was reliable. While the Super Saiyan was certainly unworthy of facing those opponents, the humans who had trained for a few years would probably just shout 666 from 10 kilometers away instead of being of any real help. Therefore, Sun Wukong understood that he must seize the time to train. After all, the enemies wouldn't wait for him to get stronger before appearing. Although the training was tough now, Sun Wukong had long since become accustomed to it, even regarding it as a form of enjoyment. The feeling of being filled with power was simply wonderful. A purple vortex appeared out of nowhere in the South Galaxy, with lightning transforming into giant snakes and raging dragons, wreaking havoc within. On the other side of the vortex, a grass-green light flickered continuously. The next second, a wave of light burst forth from it and landed on a certain planet. Boom! A large planet instantly erupted in brilliant fireworks, illuminating the vast starry sky, and then it turned into cosmic dust. On North Kai's planet, Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi sat side by side under a tree, watching the long snake path winding through the yellow clouds, and gazing at the vast starry sky shining brightly in the universe. The two of them said nothing, but felt that this moment was so beautiful. At that moment, the antenna on the Kai's forehead suddenly twitched, and the Kai felt a panic in his heart, causing the car to crash directly into the tree. Boom! The car hit Sun Wukong and then was directly rebounded, with the Kai diving headfirst into a pile of dirt. Seeing this situation, Sun Wukong felt a bit embarrassed. He quickly got up and dug out Lord Kai, saying, "I'm really sorry, Lord Kai. My body just reacted naturally." Lord Kai glared at Sun Wukong, initially wanting to vent his frustration. However, thinking about the matter that the Grand Kai had informed him of, he decided to suppress his anger for now. He said to Sun Wukong, "Wukong, the time-space vortex that appeared 3 years ago seems to have reappeared. According to the Grand Kai's estimation, this time it might stabilize completely. So I need to ask you to go there once again." Sun Wukong looked at the serious expression of Lord Kai and said, "It seems like this is quite serious from the looks of Lord Kai." Lord Kai nodded and said, "Once a time-space vortex appears, it is very difficult to resolve, and strong beings from parallel worlds will continuously cross the barrier. Last time, Lord Beerus happened to be awake, so he took action to resolve the time-space vortex. But this time, Sun Wukong was taken aback and asked, "Lord Beerus, who is this person?" The King of Worlds glanced at him and said, "That is a legendary deity. We don't know when they will awaken next. Let's focus on finding a solution to the current situation first." Sun Wukong nodded and said, "No matter what, we need to investigate first." Then, he looked at Chi-Chi and said, "I'm sorry, Chi-Chi, but I might have to leave for a while again. I'll let Wu-Tian know in a bit. You should go back first." Although Chi-Chi felt a bit reluctant, she also knew that what Wukong was going to do couldn't be replaced by anyone else. She sighed, then nodded and said, "No matter what, be sure to be careful." Sun Wukong nodded, then placed his hand on Lord Kai's shoulder and said, "Lord Kai, could you please help me contact Goten?" On Earth, Goten had just finished his training for the day. Although he felt sore all over, there was also a unique sense of exhilaration. He clenched his fists and thought to himself, "It seems like I'm not far from becoming a Super Saiyan too." Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in Goten's mind. "Hey, Goten, can you hear me?" Sun Wu-Tian was already accustomed to it and naturally knew it was his dad, so he directly replied, "It's Dad. Is there something going on?" On the other side, Sun Wukong responded, I have some matters to attend to and need to investigate something in the South Galaxy. So come over and take Chi-Chi with you." Sun Wukong remembered the last incident and recalled encountering Broly on a certain planet. He then said, "The Southern Galaxy? Is it about the Super Saiyan we encountered last time?" After a moment of silence, Sun Wukong replied, "That's right. Lord King Kai said that the time and space vortex there might stabilize this time, and things from inside may come out." Sun Wu-Tian thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll go with you. I have a feeling there might be something bad over there." On the other side, Sun Wukong fell silent again for a moment and said, "All right, if you want to surpass the Super Saiyan, that Super Saiyan might be a good opponent." Sun Goten also responded, "All right then, let's just go over there first. Since King Kai said it's a difficult thing to handle, we should at least make some preparations." Sun Wukong responded, saying, "All right, I'll wait for you here with Lord Kai." Sun Gohan, having finished his tasks, was also preparing to check the simulation battle system. After all, this was an invention that even Aunt Bulma praised highly. Just as Sun Gohan was about to open the simulation pod, he saw a flickering illusion in front of him, and the figure of Sun Goten appeared. Sun Gohan paused for a moment, turned his head and smiled, saying, "Why are you here at this time? I remember you should still be training with Trunks at this hour." Sun Wu-Tian casually sat down beside him and said, "Dad has some things to investigate, and he wants me to accompany Mom for a while. But since it involves some time and space matters, I thought I would go with Dad and let Mom stay here with you for a while. Matters involving time and space must be significant." Sun Wufan pondered for a moment and smiled, saying, "Then you should go with Dad. I'll stay with Mom for now and won't do anything else during this time." Sun Wukong glanced at his brother and said, "Okay, by the way, I remember you said you were going to resign from your position, right? Sun Wukong nodded and said, well, the framework for promoting martial arts has been set up. Now we just need to proceed normally. There's no need for me to do anything further. Moreover, over the past few years, I've increasingly felt that I'm not suited for this. From now on, my focus will be on my own cultivation. I believe there are others who can do this better than I can. I just need to stand by and intimidate those people. Sun Wukong thought for a moment and then asked, brother, have you thought about a successor? Sun Wukong smiled and said, I've already made my choice. And you know the person, it's bit alive from before. She has a talent for management and was quite helpful to me in the past. So I've decided to let her manage from now on. Son Goten pouted and internally complained, but said, but is there really no problem with Sister Biddy? Promoting martial arts is something that needs to be aimed at the whole world. Is there any issue? Sun Gohan glanced at him and smiled. As long as I'm here, I can support Biddy Lee in moving forward. As long as my strength is strong enough, all the difficulties in front of us will be easily resolved. If anyone still wants to play tricks, won't you just take them to find rabbits? Sun Wutian smiled. Last time, a family did try to interfere with the matters of the martial artists. Sun Wufan, having learned from the previous martial arts tournament, was already enlightened and directly counterattacked. That family member was first beaten up by Wufan, and when Sun Wutian found out, he took some members of that family on a 3-day hell tour, allowing them to experience the 3-day course taught by Raditz and Nappa. After going through the teachings of those two, that family immediately became submissive to Sun Wufan. Sun Goten looked at Sun Gohan again and said, all right, I'm going to Dad's first. We'll see each other next time, brother. Sun Wukong nodded, then watched Sun Wutian use instant transmission to leave. He looked at the place where Sun Wutian had left, then glanced out the window, quietly saying nothing. In the place where yin and yang intersect, yellow clouds rolled, and a serpent path spread within them, leading to the residence of Lord North Kai at the end. Sun Wukong was telling Chi something when suddenly the air in front of him shook, and a child with the same hairstyle as Sun Wukong appeared. It was none other than Sun Wutian. Sun Wukong saw Sun Wutian coming over and said to Chi, Wutian is here. You should go back for a while. Don't worry, I'm very strong now, and we'll definitely be fine. Chi looked at Wukong and then at Wutian, saying, Wutian, you must stay with your dad and go take a look. Sun Goten nodded and said, yeah, I also want to become stronger so I can protect mom, brother, and everyone. So I have to go through more intense battles. Chi took a deep breath and suddenly smiled, saying, okay, you can go with your dad, but you must become super strong. Sun Wutian nodded, then took his mother's hand and said, let's go back to Earth first. I'll take you to your brother. Chi nodded, then turned around and waved goodbye to Sun Wukong and the King Kai. Whoosh! 2 figures vanished from King Kai's planet, and the next second, they appeared in Gohan's office. Sun Wukong still looked the same as when Sun Wutian left. He looked at the two who suddenly appeared without any panic, but instead smiled and said, you're here, Mom, and Wutian. Chi nodded, looked at Sun Wukong for a long time, and said, Wukong, you've lost some weight these days. Sun Wukong was taken aback for a moment, feeling as if he had returned to his childhood. He then said, I've been busy promoting martial arts further recently, as well as compiling martial arts textbooks and the like. It's indeed been a bit hectic, but everything is going smoothly, and everything will be fine from here on out. Chi sighed and said, if your father were still around, you wouldn't have to do any of this. Perhaps you would have become an excellent scholar. Sun Wukong looked at his mother and said, perhaps there will be such a world, but we in this world have already come to where we are now, and we must continue to move forward. So I don't have time to think about so many what-ifs. What's most important to me is to do what I can and protect the world we have. Chi sighed softly and said nothing more. She knew that Wukong's determination could not be swayed by words, and she had no other way. She could only hope that these two brothers would support each other and walk towards the future together. Sun Wukong looked at the scene and smiled, saying, don't think too much about it. The future is still far away, and we won't always be like this. As long as we keep progressing forward, the future will definitely get better and better. Who knows, Dad might even come back to life one day. Chi sighed and remained silent. She also wanted Goku to come back, but that was a wish even the dragon could not fulfill. Sun Wukong then said goodbye to his mother and brother, saying, I'm going to Dad's now, Mom, so I'm counting on you, brother. Swish. After Sun Wutian finished speaking, he used instant transmission to return to King Kai's planet. On King Kai's planet, Sun Wukong did some warm-up exercises and changed into his iconic orange martial arts uniform, waiting under the tree for Sun Wutian's arrival. After a while, a flash of light appeared in front of Sun Wukong, and the next second, Sun Wutian appeared before him and said, Mom has made all the arrangements. We can set off now, Dad. Sun Wukong nodded, then said to the King of the Worlds, Lord King, we will go over now. Sun Goten stepped closer to his father, placing his hand on his father's shoulder. King Kai nodded, and then said with a serious expression, This time, you may directly travel to a parallel world. So you must be very careful, because even I do not know who you will encounter. As for the rest, you will have to handle it yourselves. The only thing is, when you meet Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, you must never oppose him. And you should do your best to make him happy. Sun Wukong nodded and said, Although I'm not quite sure what the god of destruction Beerus is like. Since Lord King Kai has said so, I understand. Swish! The figures of Sun Wukong and Sun Goten disappeared simultaneously, and King Kai's planet returned to its former tranquility. King Kai inexplicably felt a tinge of loneliness. Countless planets in the southern galaxy exploded one after another, and debris from various planets floated in the cosmic space, as if the entire galaxy had turned into space junk. On a certain planet, a purple vortex reappeared, and grass-green flames emanated from it. A figure flickered within the vortex, its muscular form sending shivers down one's spine. Swish! Two figures suddenly appeared above the silent planet, those being Sun Wukong and Sun Goten, who had come from King Kai's planet. They watched the struggling figure at the vortex's mouth, their hearts trembling. This time, the voice coming from the vortex was exceptionally clear, and with every word spoken, a surge of power erupted forth, causing the Star River to tremble and planets to crumble. Sun Wukong frowned and looked at the figure in the purple vortex, saying, This guy seems to know my scion name, but my name now is Sun Wukong. Don't get wrong. Sun Wukong looked at the struggling figure and felt a surge of excitement. Although he knew it was the legendary Super Scion, he couldn't help but want to fight against the opponent. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wutian and said, Should we fight in the past, or wait here for him to come out? Boom! At that moment, the figure directly threw out a green energy ball. When the energy ball was thrown a distance, it suddenly grew larger, transforming into a vast green ocean that pressed down towards this planet. Sun Wukong instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, and then a brilliant light shone between his hands. The next second, a deep blue energy wave was unleashed, directly colliding with the sea of grass-green energy. As expected of a legendary Super Saiyan, truly impressive. As the two energies made contact, Sun Wukong felt an unparalleled pressure. His power was completely unable to contend with the opponents. Sun Wukong seemed to see that Sun Goten was struggling to hold on, so he transformed into his Super Saiyan form as well. Then, he unleashed the Kamehameha wave, which fused with Sun Goten's energy wave to form a beam of light, countering Broly's energy sphere. Boom! The two energies were at a stalemate, but finally exploded, and intense light engulfed the entire planet, causing everything to be obliterated in an instant. Sun Wukong seemed to notice something, grabbing Sun Wutian with one hand and then transforming into a streak of light, directly rushing into the purple vortex. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed as brilliant fireworks once again bloomed in the southern galaxy. Immediately afterward, a massive planet turned into space debris. The purple vortex suddenly vanished, and everything seemed as if it had never happened. The North Kai had been observing the situation on Sun Wukong's side and naturally saw Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian rush into the purple vortex. At the moment they entered the vortex, the North Kai's mind was highly tense. However, his mental probing was completely disrupted by the purple vortex, leaving him only with chaotic images. He then sighed and said, Their energy has completely disappeared. From now on, they can only rely on themselves. Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian rushed into the purple vortex. In the next moment, the scene before them changed, with countless purple crystals overlapping, forming a peculiar landscape around them. Zila the electric current raged, and a dragon-like flash of lightning suddenly appeared, ready to swallow Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian. Sun Wukong reacted swiftly. His right hand clenched into a fist, and he swung it out directly. The fierce wind from his punch tore through a purple crystal with a flash of lightning, and then it vanished into who knows where. Crack! Suddenly, countless purple crystals floated in the air, spinning and transforming into a vortex. Sun Wukong glanced at Wutian and said, Let's go out, Wutian. Swish! Sun Wukong's entire body was enveloped in a golden aura that transformed into a barrier, and he was the first to charge out of the purple vortex. Sun Wutian followed closely behind, also wrapped in a golden barrier, and then directly burst out of the purple vortex. In the next moment, they found themselves in an open space, the long-lost air returning once again. Sun Wutian stood in midair, looking around to see what kind of place this was, and then he saw a desolate scene. Sun Wukong frowned and looked towards the other side of the planet, where he sensed various familiar auras, and then a particularly violent and powerful presence. Boom! The entire planet suddenly shook, with sand flying and rocks soaring through the air, as if the ground were about to tear apart. After the intense tremor, an overwhelming aura pressed down that of the Scions. However, this aura was completely different from that of Sun Wukong and the others. It was fierce, bloody, and exceptionally strong. The powerful aura stirred up a violent wind, instantly sweeping across the entire planet. Sun Wukong, with a halo above his head, extended a hand to brace against the oppressive wind pressure that blotted out the sun, and said, "This aura indeed belongs to a strong enemy. It looks like we're in for a tough battle soon." Sun Wukong nodded. He could feel his body trembling, which was the Scion blood within him reacting. Along with this tremor in his body, even Sun Wukong's mood became a bit excited. Sun Wukong seemed to sense this enthusiasm as well. He glanced at Sun Wutian and said with a smile, "All right, Wutian, let's go take a look at the culprit who is constantly destroying the southern galaxy." Son Goten, his aura surging with energy. Although he could roughly guess that his opponent was Broly, he still wanted to fight to surpass his own limits in battle. Whoosh! 2 streaks of light crossed the sky, and in an instant, they traversed countless hills and arrived on the other side of the planet. "I am the Prince of the Scions, Vegeta." As Goku and Goten had just arrived in this area, they heard a roar echoing through the sky, and instinctively turned toward the source of the sound. Then they saw Vegeta flying through the ruined city, surrounded by a golden aura, heading straight for the large golden figure ahead. There was a tremor in the ruins, and a tattered Super Saiyan stepped out. He seemed to sense something, glanced back, and shouted, "Dad." Vegeta quickly rushed past the Super Saiyan, saying, "Stop dawdling. The Prince of the Scions, Vegeta, has come to be your opponent, so be prepared." As Vegeta charged toward the large figure, he shouted. Sun Wukong, the angel, stood in the sky, watching Vegeta full of fighting spirit, and said with a smile, "Vegeta is quite motivated, and there are people like us in this world too." Son Goten was the first to look at the target of Vegeta's attack, and then he saw a Scion with extremely bulging muscles, standing nearly 3 meters tall, with long, golden-green hair that looked explosive and powerful. His upper body was bare, showcasing explosive muscles, and he wore golden wristbands on his wrists. His lower body was wrapped with a red cloth around a golden belt at his waist, along with white pants and golden boots. Son Goten's pupils constricted as he recognized that it was Broly, the old Broly who only existed in the movies. Although not as ferocious as the later new Broly, he still had the absurd ability to become infinitely stronger. Just as Son Goten was pondering this, Vegeta had already launched a fierce attack on Broly. However, no matter how hard he tried, Broly remained completely unfazed. Seeing that all his attacks were completely ineffective against Broly, Vegeta took 2 steps back and threw a ki blast. Broly smirked wickedly and began to walk toward Vegeta step by step, with all of Vegeta's attacks proving futile. Broly finally reached him and simply delivered an uppercut to Vegeta's chin. In the next moment, Vegeta was sent flying into the air. As Vegeta reacted in midair, he turned around to counterattack, only to see Broly charging towards him with a speed that even he found hard to evade. Fear filled Vegeta's eyes once again. Boom! Broly pressed one hand against Vegeta's face and slammed him into a massive rock behind him, the overwhelming force shattering the surrounding stones and expanding outward, creating a peculiar landscape resembling a rocky plateau. Sun Wutian widened his eyes, watching the scene intently, and then heard Broly, rolling his eyes, say, "Is this all there is, Prince of the Scions?" Broly then rubbed Vegeta's head vigorously a couple of times, and Vegeta seemed to lose his fighting spirit. His eyes became vacant as he directly exited his Super Saiyan form. Broly let go of his right hand and mocked, "Is that it? Trash is still trash in the end." Suddenly, Broly seemed to sense something. He turned his head and looked towards Goku, Angel, and Sun Wutian. The 2 familiar hairstyles registered in his mind, and Broly's aura unconsciously became violent as he shouted angrily, "Kakarot!" Boom! Broly turned around and rushed towards Goku, Angel, at lightning speed, seemingly harboring an inexplicable grudge against him. Sun Wukong, the Angel, took a step back and said, "Wutian, this guy's a bit strong." "I know, Dad." Sun Wutian replied with a low shout, transforming directly into his Super Saiyan form and charging towards Broly. Bang! Broly did not dodge, and Sun Wutian's fist directly struck him. However, it was useless, Broly's speed did not decrease, and he continued relentlessly charging towards Sun Wukong, the angel. Sun Wutian was sent flying by Broly, and at the same time, he felt a surge of powerful and brutal energy rushing into his body through his fists. Hiya! Sun Wutian naturally knew he couldn't let Broly dictate the pace, so he directly performed the spirit separation technique, separating the energy that didn't belong to him from his body and gathering it in the other free hand, then pressing it against Broly's abdomen. Boom! An explosion sounded, and Broly's movements momentarily paused. Sun Wutian took the opportunity to step back a few paces and stared intently at Broly. Broly looked at his abdomen and then turned to Sun Wutian, saying, "Kakarot's little cub, then I'll start the blood sacrifice with you. If you can do it, then give it a try." Sun Wutian replied and focused all his attention, knowing full well the terror of Broly. Ah! Surprisingly, Broly did not launch an attack, but stood in place, unleashing his energy. Around him, an oval shield seemed to flicker into existence. Such powerful energy. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? The fierce and wild aura spread wildly in all directions, creating a strong wind pressure. Sun Wutian was the first to bear the brunt and could naturally feel the terrifying nature of that aura, and with his current strength, he found himself continuously retreating under that pressure. Sun Wukong's body was constantly pushed back by the wind, and he felt an unprecedented pressure. Along with that pressure, the energy within Sun Wukong began to awaken. At a certain moment, the energy within Sun Wukong was suppressed to the extreme, and his blood suddenly boiled, his whole body shining with golden light, and his energy began to rise. At this moment, Broly stopped increasing his energy and charged towards Sun Wukong, roaring, "I won't let you die so easily, Kakarot's son." This time, Sun Wukong dared not take it head-on. He blocked and dodged left and right, constantly evading while searching for the right opportunity to counterattack. No matter what method Sun Wukong used, Broly's attack remained singular. He simply endured Sun Wukong's attacks and then counterattacked. Although his method was simple, it was exceptionally oppressive because he completely ignored all of Sun Wukong's attacks. This is really frustrating. Sun Wukong gradually understood Broly's terror. The fact that the opponent did nothing but stand there and take hits left him at a loss. Boom! Although Broly did not strike, his energy continued to rise, constantly suppressing Sun Wukong's attacks and movements. In the distance, Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and others from this world also saw the situation and were filled with confusion. Although Vegeta had given up the fight, he also noticed the two figures approaching, his eyes wide in disbelief. Two Kakarots? What is going on? Although this world Sun Wukong was in pain all over, he still stood up and looked towards Sun Wukong fighting Broly, as well as the Sun Wukong, Angel, watching from the side. Although Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and others were also heavily injured, they stood up one after another and looked at the two people over there, filled with confusion in their hearts. Goten's attacks were completely ineffective, and Broly suddenly looked down and said, "Have you had enough? Now it's my turn." Boom! Broly's right hand came crashing down towards Goten's head with such speed that Goten couldn't dodge in time and had to merge his body and mind with his energy. Then, using instant transmission, he passed through Broly's palm and appeared at Broly's right side, delivering a kick directly to Broly's temple. However, the strike that contained all of Goten's power was completely useless against Broly. In fact, it provided Broly the opportunity to land a punch squarely on Goten's forehead. Sun Wutian was directly knocked dizzy by this punch, then turned into a meteor and crashed toward the ground. Ha ha! Broly laughed wildly and chased after Sun Wutian. His powerful aura rubbed against the air, producing intense sparks. In the next moment, Broly grabbed Sun Wutian by the neck and turned to look at Sun Wukong, Angel, saying, "Kakarot, aren't you going to come save your son?" Sun Wukong, the Angel, had not yet responded, but Sun Wutian had already reacted. He felt his breathing become constricted and had no time to worry about his buzzing head. He directly stepped on Broly's arm with both feet, using the Spirit Bomb Fusion technique to temporarily remove the defensive aura from Broly's hands. Then, he bit down on the area of Broly's thumb. This time, Broly actually felt pain in his thumb and instinctively loosened his grip. Sun Wutian took the opportunity to retreat and stood at a distance. He touched his aching teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood foam, saying, "What a hell of a physique." On the other side, Broly looked at the bite mark on his thumb and then went into a rage. The aura around him became wild, obscuring the sky, and a terrifying energy spread outward in layers, flashing bright and then dark. The entire planet trembled continuously and the already collapsing city below crumbled even further. Even a circular spaceship that had just been launched was crushed by that aura. Sun Wukong, the angel, frowned. He could feel the energy of that super scion continuously rising, as if there were no limits. He thought for a moment and then shouted to Goten, "Goten, from now on, don't think about anything extra. Completely release yourself. You can definitely achieve it." Sun Wutian was taken aback. He was under Broly's pressure, then glanced at his father, muttering, "Release myself?" Rumble, rumble. Broly's aura continued to rise, and the city had already turned to ruins. The ground began to shatter, and Sun Wutian faced Broly, feeling an endless pressure. He closed his eyes and felt the blood in his body trembling. It seemed that the scion bloodline within him was trying to tell him something. "I think I understand." His father's teachings echoed in his ears, and Sun Wutian stopped overthinking. He no longer relied on various techniques to deal with Broly's might, but instead fully confronted Broly's power with his own strength. Sun Wutian's aura surged once more, attempting to catch up to Broly's strength. After Broly's aura increased again, he charged at Sun Wutian like a tank. This time, Sun Wutian didn't use any evasive tactics, but went straight to meet him head-on. Rumble. The outcome was inevitable. Sun Wutian was mercilessly beaten by the frenzied Broly. In an instant, he had no idea how many bones he had broken. However, while being hit, Sun Wutian could also feel his blood boiling continuously, and his own aura seemed to be rising, stimulated by Broly. Boom! Broly pinned Sun Wutian to the ground again, creating a massive pit around the two of them. Broly rubbed Sun Wutian's head and said, "A lower bloodline is still a bloodline. Are you going to give up?" "I can feel a power beyond Super Saiyan." Although he was in pain and struggling to breathe, Sun Wutian seemed to sense something different. "Hiya!" Sun Wutian shouted in anger, fully releasing the fury and helplessness in his heart. A surging aura followed, crashing against Broly with the force of a landslide. Boom! The already shattered ground continued to crumble, and Broly felt an extremely powerful resistance. He completely ignored that force with his right hand and even mocked, "Trash is still trash. You're the trash. Your whole family is trash." Sun Wutian retorted directly. In the next moment, a flash of lightning flickered in his eyes, and the golden aura expanded infinitely, temporarily pushing Broly back a distance. Sun Wukong took this opportunity to break free and stood on a rock, looking over at Broly and said, "Now this is the Super Saiyan who surpasses Super Saiyans, and also Super Saiyan 2. Boom! Sun Goten's aura surged into the sky, scattering throughout the universe. The ground beneath him cracked open in all directions, and his fiery energy gradually transformed into a jet-like form. Soon after, electric sparks enveloped Sun Goten's entire body. The lightning danced around his golden hair, making his already abundant golden locks even denser, leaving only a single lock of bangs on his forehead. Sun Wukong, the angel, looked at the changes in Sun Wutian and let out a long sigh. He then relaxed his clenched fists and focused his gaze on the starry sky. Broly hovered in midair, watching Sun Wutian standing on the high ground, seemingly with a hint of different emotions. In the arena of the Earth Cell Games, a peculiar creature with green skin stood on the stage, sensing the winds around him. Suddenly, his expression showed a hint of surprise, and he looked towards the southern starry sky, saying, "The energy there is quite interesting. It seems to rival my own strength." "Is it Sun Wukong?" This person was none other than the ultimate life form that Dr. Gero had longed for, codenamed Cell. He naturally sensed the two powerful auras from the southern galaxy. After closing his eyes to feel for a moment, he said, "It doesn't seem to be Sun Wukong's energy, but it's very similar. Who could it be? Is it Sun Gohan? Or a new Scion? It can't be that Sun Wukong has another son." The thoughts that arose in Cell's mind were all denied by himself, so he stopped pondering and simply looked into the distance, saying, "Whoever it is doesn't matter. I am invincible now. It would be best if those two suddenly emerging Scions come over so that I can experience even more extreme pleasure." A light breeze stirred, swirling some dust around Cell, and his mood became somewhat subtle. Feeling the kind of aura, I'm starting to get excited too. Damn it. I shouldn't have given them 10 days back then. The southern galaxy, named New Vegeta by Broly's father Paragus, was currently suffering from unprecedented disasters. The planet was ravaged by turbulent energy like a chaotic galaxy, and a comet was quietly approaching from outside the planet. On the planet, Piccolo, Sun Gohan, Trunks, and others also sensed the powerful aura emanating from Sun Wutian. However, they still had not figured out where those two individuals came from. Vegeta was still in the midst of his breakdown after encountering the legendary Super Saiyan, while Sun Wukong's expression was clear. He had already gained some ideas on how to defeat Cell from Sun Wutian, perhaps also their plan to defeat Broly this time. Broly looked at Sun Wutian surpassing the Super Saiyan form and laughed maniacally, saying, "Trash is still trash. Even if it changes its appearance, the result won't change." At this moment, Sun Wutian, who had completed the Super Saiyan evolution, behaved unusually, becoming quite indifferent. A smile crept onto his lips as he said, "You can come and try." Boom! Broly charged at him once again, the immense pressure hitting like a mountain pressing down. This time, Sun Wutian crossed his arms in front of him. Although he was pushed back a distance by Broly, he still retained the power to counterattack. Huh! Sun Wukong was pushed hundreds of meters away by Broly. Feeling the power at that moment, Sun Wukong erupted with energy and actually pushed Broly back a distance. In the next second, Sun Wukong clenched his fist and struck Broly with a punch. Boom! The golden aura concentrated at a point and then collided with Broly's chest. In the next moment, the energy contained within it actually pushed Broly back 2 steps. Sun Wukong looked at the bruise on Broly's chest and said, "It seems that Super Saiyan 2 is already enough to deal with you. Let me end this fight." Broly instinctively glanced at the spot on his chest, where a dark blue bruise was deeply embedded. He reached out to wipe it, then held his hand in front of his nose and sniffed. Suddenly, he went berserk again, roaring as he launched an attack at Sun Wukong. Huh! Sun Goten charged forward as well, using various techniques to deal with the rampaging Broly. He knew that Broly's potential for growth was extremely terrifying, especially when facing strong enemies. Boom! Explosions echoed continuously as Sun Goten, transformed into Super Saiyan 2, experienced a significant boost in both speed and power. At this point, he was fully capable of handling Broly. In an instant, there were hundreds of exchanges, and most of Broly's attacks were seen through by Sun Goten. He skillfully countered them, while his own attacks landed solidly on Broly. At this moment, Sun Goten's power and speed were not inferior to Broly's. However, they were merely comparable. His attacks only left some bruises on Broly without causing any substantial damage. Sun Wukong tightened his fist, feeling a pain in his hand. He frowned as he looked at Broly charging at him once again and said, "What a troublesome guy. His strength is slowly surpassing mine." Sun Goten charged out once again, skillfully dodging Broly's attacks and striking at his openings. However, each of his attacks not only inflicted limited damage on Broly, but also stimulated Broly's growth at a faster rate. Swish! Sun Goten exerted all his strength once again, breaking through Broly's left arm and right fist in an instant, exposing a gap in his chest. He then stepped back, extending his right hand forward, and a blade of energy shot out from the tips of his 5 fingers, directly piercing Broly's body. However, the energy sword could only penetrate a little before it could not advance any further. Broly let out a loud roar, smashed the energy blade with a punch, and charged towards Sun Goten with a roar. Sun Wukong reacted quickly and flew directly into the air, then kicked Broly in the face. Broly did not dodge or evade and reached out to grab Sun Wukong's ankle. Sun Goten kicked Broly's face with force, spinning his body in the air twice. After dodging Broly's grab, he kicked Broly again, this time hitting him on the temple. Broly remained unfazed, quickly reaching out with both hands to grab Sun Goten. His speed increased by 3 points compared to before. Sun Wukong knew that the situation was not favorable, so he immediately used instant transmission to appear near his father, then adjusted his state once again, preparing to start the second round of battle. Suddenly, the sky turned dark and an immense pressure descended upon the planet. Sun Wukong was taken aback and instinctively looked up, only to see a dark area at the top of the sky. Kamehameha! As Sun Wutian was still pondering what was happening, Sun Wukong, the angel, had already reacted. A brilliant wave of light shot out from his hands, directly colliding with the dark mass. "Kakarot and your son, I won't let you die so easily." As Sun Wukong, the angel, unleashed the Kamehameha wave, Broly charged over in this direction. Sun Wukong has already realized that his father is pushing away the celestial body that is about to collide with this planet. He raised his hand and unleashed an energy wave that directly hit Broly, saying, "Broly, our battle isn't over yet." Sun Wukong's attack this time has completely failed. However, he successfully caught Broly's attention, and Broly charged towards Sun Wukong once again. Sun Goten charged forward, inwardly complaining, "What an idiot's attack style. Hasn't it changed in 100 years?" However, although Broly's attack was simple and crude, the force behind it was extremely terrifying. Sun Goten was directly knocked off his stance and sent flying into the air. Broly's large hand followed closely behind, ready to slap Sun Goten's face. Sun Goten once again used instant transmission to evade, turning around to unleash a Kamehameha wave. But at this moment, his attack could no longer inflict damage on Broly, who stubbornly pushed through the Kamehameha wave and charged right in front of Sun Goten. Sun Wutian's figure flickered as he arrived behind Broly. He clasped his hands together and struck Broly's back of the head with a hammer-like blow. Broly took the hit and only staggered forward a couple steps. He turned around to grab Sun Wutian again, but the latter dodged once more. After enduring consecutive attacks, Broly finally became enraged. His body floated into the air. A green light flickered, forming a shield around him. Accompanied by his roar, countless energy blasts shot out in all directions. Sun Goten casually swiped away 2 energy blasts, and then prepared to rush towards Broly once again to interrupt his attack. At that moment, a light curtain appeared in front of him, revealing the figure of his father, Son Goku, Angel. Sun Goten instinctively looked up at the sky, and the black shadow had already disappeared. Sun Wukong, Angel, casually sliced through several energy blasts and said to Goten, "You did a great job. Leave the rest to me." Son Goten no did. He knew that he was no longer capable of dealing with Broly, so he took a step back and said, "Dad, that guy keeps getting stronger, especially when he's attacked, so..." Sun Wukong, the Angel, nodded, then turned around to face Broly in the sky and said, "I know, to defeat him, I need to strike quickly when my strength far exceeds his." Whoosh! Sun Wukong, the Angel, shone with golden light, instantly transforming from a flame shape into a jet shape, with purple lightning covering his entire body, and his golden hair becoming even denser. Boom! Green energy bombs exploded all over the planet, and in just an instant, the entire planet was left with countless wounds, and countless lives vanished. After Sun Wukong, the Angel, transformed into Super Saiyan 2, he didn't hold back. His figure flickered, and he directly appeared above Broly at an angle. He then extended his hands forward in a flower-like gesture, before bringing them back to his waist as brilliant light began to gather. In the next second, a deep blue Kamehameha wave smashed through the energy blasts, striking Broly's protective shield. Feeling the attack from Sun Wukong, the Angel, Broly's aura surged even higher, and the energy blast he fired became much denser. However, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave still drove Broly and his shield deep into the ground. Sun Goten watched from the side, feeling extremely shocked. Although they were both Super Saiyan 2, it seemed that Dad's strength was completely on a different level than mine. Boom! Broly, who had been knocked deep into the ground, exerted his power, causing the earth to begin to collapse. Scorching magma flowed out, and countless stones and trees were lifted into the air as Broly's figure slowly ascended. Sun Wukong looked at Broly floating across from him with a serious expression and said, "What a troublesome guy. Just taking one hit from me, and he's grown so much. It seems I have to settle this quickly." Boom! Sun Wukong, Angel, transformed into a stream of light and charged directly at Broly, with blue-purple lightning flickering, tearing apart Broly's protective shield. Then, a heavy punch landed directly on Broly's forehead. Sun Wukong, Angel, delivered a blow that was too heavy. Even Broly, after taking the hit, slid through the air for a distance before he could stop his momentum. Just as Broly was about to counterattack, Sun Wukong, Angel, his next strike arrived in quick succession. At this moment, Sun Wukong, Angel, possesses strength greater than Broly's. Every time he strikes, he pushes his own power to the limit, just barely breaking through Broly's defenses. Kakarot. With every attack Broly endures, his energy within surges rapidly, as he quickly closes the gap to Sun Wukong, Angel, S-Realm. However, although Broly's attacks never touch Sun Wukong, Angel, at all, he himself has not been defeated by Sun Wukong, Angel, S strikes. After each hit, he can retaliate with even more ferocious attacks. Sun Wutian watched in shock from the side. Previously, he only knew that Broly had a terrifying potential for growth, but he didn't expect him to reach such a level. He even suspected that if given time, this Broly could surpass Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God. Broly's aura rapidly increased under Goku, Angel, S attacks, gradually allowing him to withstand Goku, Angel, S assaults. The situation seemed a bit dire. Sun Wutian pondered briefly. Then his figure flickered and appeared in front of Goku of this world. He extended his right hand. A unique aura emanated from him and enveloped Goku. Swish! In an instant, a white flow of energy surrounded Goku, who felt a shudder throughout his body, and then his injuries fully recovered. He stood up, somewhat surprised, and looked at Sun Wutian, saying, Is this the healing technique of the Ardent people? Sun Wukong nodded and said yes. The dads from other worlds may also need to rely on you next. Sun Wukong opened his eyes wide, looked at Sun Wutian, and said, "You call me dad. So the one fighting is me?" Sun Wukong looked over there, then looked at the other person, and said with a smile, "That is indeed you. But it should be the future you, right? All right, I will go save the others now." Sun Wukong was still a bit confused, but he knew that time was precious now. So he didn't ask much, and simply said, "Then I'll leave it to you." Sun Wukong's figure flickered as he continuously rescued Piccolo, Trunks, and Gohan. When he finally arrived in front of Vegeta, he found Vegeta lying flat in a relaxed position. Sun Wutian looked at this Vegeta and couldn't help but complain, "What kind of Scion Prince are you? With this level of awareness, you're even worse than your own son." Vegeta's injuries weren't actually that serious. It was just that he had long lost the courage to fight. He lay on the ground, looking dejected, and glanced at Sun Wutian, saying, "What do you know? That's the legendary Super Saiyan. There's no way to win." Seeing Vegeta in such a gloomy state, Sun Wutian decided to give up on using recovery techniques and prepared to conserve his energy for the final battle with Broly. The battle in the sky continued, with Broly rapidly growing stronger, gradually able to handle Sun Wukong, the angel's moves. Sun Wutian naturally saw through it, and he sighed inwardly, but there was no other way. After all, Broly's defense was simply too strong. Even knowing that a prolonged battle was not an option, it was extremely difficult to defeat him in a short time. At this moment, Sun Wukong and the others also came over and noticed the problem. They said, "It seems that the other me is also having a hard time winning against Broly. This is really a headache." Piccolo observed for a while and said, "Not only that, but because of those two father and son, Broly's strength has even seen a significant leap. Although we don't want to admit it, we currently can't even match him." Trunks clenched his fists and then relaxed them, feeling a deep sense of helplessness in his heart, just like when he watched Gohan die back then. Sun Wukong also looked at the sky and said, "So what should we do now? Charge up together?" Sun Wukong shook his head and said, "Piccolo is right. Their battle is on a different dimension than ours. We can't help at all." Then Sun Wukong looked at Sun Goten and said, "I'm sorry, my son from another world. Although you saved us, we can't be of any help." Sun Wutian looked at Sun Wukong, then at Sun Gohan, and said, "In this world, Dad and brother should have the chance to surpass Super Saiyans, right?" Sun Wukong looked at Gohan and said, "Gohan's words should have a chance. It's very difficult for me to reach this level right now." Sun Gohan was first confused by Goten calling him brother, and then he was taken aback by his father's words. He said, "Surpassing Super Saiyan me?" Just as Sun Wukong was about to say something, a blazing golden light suddenly erupted in the sky, causing the entire planet to shake violently, rocks and soil to collapse, and scorching magma to tremble and leap thousands of feet high. Sun Wutian was naturally affected. They had no time to say anything else and directly rushed into the sky, away from the intense heat below. "Dad!" At that moment, Trunks saw his father still lying in the ruins, and he immediately became anxious. He then dove down, avoiding the flying debris and dodging the scorching lava. Trunks finally reached Vegeta's side, waved his hand to create a gust of energy that pushed away the surrounding lava, and then picked up Vegeta. Sun Goten looked at the unmotivated Vegeta and couldn't help but complain again. This Vegeta has a really poor mindset. Far less resilient than Uncle Vegeta from our world. What the heck? Boom! Above, the battle between Goku, Angel, and Broly continued. At this moment, although Broly was covered in blood, his fighting spirit was even more vigorous, truly resembling a demon god. More importantly, his power was now on par with Goku, Angel. Explosions echoed throughout the planet, and at this point, Goku, Angel's attacks had little effect. Even at full strength, he could only make Broly take a few steps back or leave a minor scratch on him. Sun Wukong, the Angel, having gone through countless battles, naturally knows that continuing like this would not only fail to defeat Broly, but he could even be completely surpassed by Broly himself. Therefore, he intentionally wanted to create some distance and use the technique he had just researched. However, at this moment, Broly was almost insane. Even with blood flowing all over his body, he relentlessly charged at Sun Wukong, the Angel. Although each attack was resolved by Sun Wukong, the Angel, he didn't have a moment to spare to do anything else. Sun Wukong looked at another version of himself in the sky, constantly trying to create distance using various means, and asked Sun Wutian, "It seems that another me is anxious to widen the gap. Is there any hidden method?" Sun Wukong also noticed the change in the situation and said, "Looking at Dad like this, there must be something going on. I think I should do something." After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he immediately closed his eyes and placed 2 fingers on his forehead. Suddenly, his figure vanished from this space. Sun Wukong and the others were momentarily taken aback, unable to react to Sun Wutian's actions. Then, Sun Wukong was the first to come to his senses. He clenched his fists and said, "It looks like we need to buy some time, everyone. It's our turn to take action." Although Piccolo wasn't afraid, he still had some doubts and asked, "But can we really fight that guy right now?" Sun Wukong said, "I don't know either, but there's nothing we can do about it. After all, if we let this guy go, everything we know will be destroyed, and also..." Sun Wukong looked at Gohan as he spoke. "Gohan, you must be angry. As long as you are in a state of extreme anger, you will be invincible in battle." Sun Wukong was taken aback, and then said, "Although, Dad, you said that, I still don't know what I should do." At that moment, Sun Wutian returned and charged into the sky, unleashing thousands of energy waves from both hands, directly covering Broly's body. Smoke rose, obscuring the sky, and taking advantage of this opportunity, Sun Wutian shouted to Sun Wukong, the angel, "Dad, I've sent my clone to Earth. Do you have any techniques to use over there?" Before Sun Wutian finished speaking, Broly's figure burst out of the smoke, directly bypassing Sun Wutian and charging towards Sun Wukong angel. Sun Wukong, the angel, heard Sun Wutian's words, nodded, and didn't say much. He directly searched for Sun Wutian's aura and teleported over. The figure of Sun Wukong, angel, suddenly disappeared, and Broly missed his attack. He became furious and searched everywhere for Sun Wukong, angel. Suddenly, he changed direction and charged towards the Sun Wukong of this world. Sun Wutian's figure flickered and directly created countless clones to block in front of Sun Wukong and the others. Then he said to Broly, "Hey Broly, your opponent is me? I was the one who woke you up when you were sleeping as a child, come on." Kakarot. At this moment, Broly seemed to have lost his sense of discernment. He saw countless Sun Wutian, especially the hairstyle that left a deep impression, and once again flew into a rage, roaring as he charged forward. On a deserted island, Earth's Sun Wutian was waiting when the figure of Sun Wukong, the angel, suddenly appeared beside him. He glanced at Sun Wutian and said, "This time, it's really all up to you, Wutian." Sun Goten shook his head and said, "Next. I will do my best to hold off Broly, Dad. You have to do your best." Sun Goku nodded and said, "As long as I can surpass my current state once again, I can defeat Broly in an instant. I hope it goes as smoothly as last time." The figure of Sun Wukong slowly dissipated, while Sun Wukong tore open his orange jacket and began to gather his energy, preparing to surpass the Super Saiyan level once again. Hiya! Sun Wukong, the angel, is enveloped in golden light, forming a golden sphere with infinite energy erupting from that body and radiating in all directions. Crack! The intensity of Sun Wukong, angel, his aura reached its peak, and the sky was directly split by the blazing golden light, followed by a purple thunderbolt crashing down onto the small island. An endless golden radiance completely enveloped Sun Wukong, angel, and the surging and vast energy surged outward, generating a massive amount of lightning through friction with the air. For a moment, the deserted island was aglow with golden light and filled with thunder, as if a divine phenomenon had descended from the heavens. However, this was just the beginning. The golden energy continued to expand, causing the sea to boil and the earth to quake, until eventually the planet, and even the universe, trembled from this terrifying energy. Yet, Sun Wukong, angel, his energy was still expanding, with veins bulging all over his body and his muscles exhibiting a reddish-blue state. Suddenly, a black giant ape flashed in his eyes. The next moment, his aura rapidly expanded even further, and Sun Wukong, angel, his appearance began to change gradually. His pupils transformed from emerald green to blue, his eyebrows slowly disappeared, his brow ridge lowered, and then his golden hair grew at a visible speed until it reached his waist. Whoosh! The golden light sphere gradually disappeared, leaving only Sun Wukong, angel, cloaked in golden radiance, with his golden hair reaching his waist, his face becoming extremely fierce, and lightning swirling around his entire body. Sun Wukong, the angel, looked at his hands and said to himself, "It seems to have succeeded. Next, I need to quickly take care of that guy. Otherwise, if I expend all my energy later, I'll be rejected by the mortal realm again." Then, Sun Wukong, the angel, placed 2 fingers on his forehead, preparing to use teleportation to rush back, when he suddenly felt the air shake and a strange creature with green skin stood in front of him. Sun Wukong, the angel, frowned as he sensed various chaotic auras emanating from the other party. His own aura, Frisia's aura, and even the auras of Krillin, Piccolo, and Tin. The green-skinned creature was Cell, who had just felt Sun Wukong's aura suddenly expand dramatically from his own venue, even surpassing that of this perfect life form. So he abandoned the venue and came over to take a look, only to find Sun Wukong in a strange state. Cell said, "Sun Wukong, what is this appearance of yours? Have you really surpassed me?" Although Sun Wukong, Angel, felt that Sheru was somewhat strange, he didn't have time to pay attention to him. He knew that on the planet in the South Galaxy, Broly was rampaging and causing destruction. Seeing that Sun Wukong, Angel, remained silent, Sheru became a bit irritated and said, "Sun Wukong, although the time for the Sheru game is not yet, your attitude is really getting on my nerves." Sun Wukong, Angel, still did not respond to Sheru. He sensed Broly's energy and prepared to teleport directly over. Whoosh! Sheru, feeling uneasy about Sun Wukong's presence, was further provoked by Sun Wukong, Angel, his attitude, and he raised his hand to shoot a beam of light forward. Sun Wukong, Angel, casually waved his hand, then directly launched an attack at Cell. His figure flickered, and he was already standing in front of Cell. Before Cell could react, he landed a punch to Cell's stomach. A blazing electric light enveloped Cell, and the perfectly flawless ultimate android warrior experienced unprecedented pain. He opened his mouth and spat out two figures, then lost consciousness. Swish! Sun Wukong, the Angel, disregarded everything else and once again used instant transmission to leave Earth, heading towards Broly. Countless clones of Sun Goten, created in the South Galaxy, were directly dispersed by Broly's explosive aura. With no other choice, Sun Goten had to gather his energy again to confront Broly himself. Whoosh! Boidies Ohasyoji, causing the boiling magma to continuously leap, and New Vegeta was on the brink of destruction. Bang 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 bang! Sun Wutian quickly launched an attack on Broly. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to inflict any damage on Broly. Kakarot! Broly casually swung his hand, and Sun Wutian couldn't defend in time, getting grabbed by the face and thrown into the air. Boom! Broly clenched his right hand, gathering immense energy that transformed into a green light point, which he then hurled directly at Sun Wutian. The green light point grew larger as it left Broly's palm, and by the time it reached Sun Wutian, it was already as massive as a mountain, making it hard to breathe. Kamehameha Wave. Sun Goten faced the energy sphere head-on, and naturally, he was greatly affected. Even breathing became much more difficult, but he knew that if he dodged, the entire planet would instantly turn to cosmic dust. So he took a step back and unleashed the Kamehameha Wave. Goten's full-power Kamehameha Wave is enough to destroy a galaxy. However, it cannot stop Broly's green energy ball at all. At this moment, Gohan and Goku also used their Kamehameha waves, and the three of them combined their energy waves in the air, forming an even more powerful energy wave that barely held back Broly's energy ball. However, this only infuriated Broly even more. His energy continued to rise, and the power attached to the energy ball became even stronger. Even Goten and the others were starting to struggle. Gohan, unleash all of your heart and soul, and surpass your current limits. Goku released all of his power and shouted to Gohan beside him. Sun Wukong was taken aback for a moment, then solemnly nodded. He closed his eyes, then opened them again, and his eyes were filled with intense anger. Boom! Broly's energy blast continued to descend, increasing the pressure on Sun Goten and the others. As Sun Wukong felt the powerful aura approaching him, he pushed himself to become even angrier. Damn it, what should I do? Sun Wukong had made every effort, but his aura only slightly increased, and he was nowhere near surpassing the Super Saiyan level. Gohan, seeing the green energy blast was about to reach Sun Wukong and the others, Piccolo could no longer hold back and rushed forward, unleashing his long-prepared special beam cannon directly at Broly. Boom! The special beam cannon struck Broly's wound. However, it failed to penetrate any further. Broly glanced to the side, waved his other hand, and a powerful gust of energy ripped Piccolo in half. Uncle e Piccolo. Seeing Piccolo's tragic state, Sun Wukong could no longer endure it. It felt like something exploded in his heart, and his aura surged out like a floodgate bursting open, with faint lightning flickering across his body. Whoosh! The golden flame surged. Sun Wukong's golden hair shot up, leaving only a single strand of bangs at the front, his gaze becoming colder and a stronger energy infused into the Kamehameha Wave, pushing the green energy blast back. In midair, Piccolo's lower body fell into the lava, vaporizing in an instant, leaving only his upper body with a lingering aura, which then regrew his lower half. Huff, huff. The recovering Piccolo took a few breaths and then distanced himself from Broly, knowing that staying here would only be a hindrance. The next moment, Piccolo felt a tremor in the universe, and he looked incredulously in the direction of Earth. This energy is old Sun's energy. The reclusive Vegeta was also awakened by this aura. He looked at the sky and said, "It's impossible. This energy, Kakarot." Similarly, Broly in midair also sensed the powerful aura from Sun Wukong, Angel, and entered a frenzy once again. Boom! The green energy blast suddenly exploded, and a vast amount of energy instantly engulfed the entire planet, sending Sun Goten and the others flying, unable to control their bodies. Boom! The entire planet was on the verge of collapse, with no life forms left on the surface, only bubbling hot lava. Even so, the green energy continued to accelerate the planet's collapse. Swipe! The figure of Sun Wukong, Angel, suddenly appeared, his form like lightning, and in an instant, he saved Sun Goten. Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, Vegeta, Trunks, Krillin, Piccolo, and Master Roshi together. Then, Sun Wukong, Angel, turned to Broly and said, "Goten, there's another me. Please go back to Earth first. I'll take care of the rest." Sun Wukong blinked at the other version of himself bathed in golden light and said, "This is..." Sun Wukong, the Angel, said, "There is no time to explain. This planet is about to explode, and before that, I have to completely take down Broly. I'm counting on you." Sun Wukong nodded and said, "Everyone, quickly put your hands on me." Sun Wukong looked at his father and said, "If this planet collapses, Dad won't be able to survive either." Sun Wukong, the Angel, shook his head, still blocking the chaotic aura for Sun Wutian and the others. He said, "I'm already dead, and it won't have much impact, even in outer space. Don't worry, I will definitely return before the planet explodes." "Understand." Sun Wutian placed 2 fingers on his forehead, and then, along with the Sun Wukong of this world, he performed instant transmission. Whoosh! The last few people on new planet Vegeta disappeared, leaving only an endlessly growing madman and a dead person. Sun Wukong, the Angel, looked up at the sky and said, "You are really strong, a foe I have never encountered before. If possible, I would truly like to have a good fight with you. But now I don't have much time left." Whoosh! As soon as Sun Wukong, Angel, finished speaking, he charged out directly, bathed in golden light, tearing through the pressure released by Broly and rushing in front of him. Boom! Broly opened his mouth and unleashed a wave of explosive energy. But Sun Wukong, Angel, chose not to take it head-on. He sidestepped the edge of the explosive energy, performing a spinning jump to reach Broly's front, and then delivered a powerful punch to Broly's temple. The immensely strong punch temporarily incapacitated Broly's ability to defend, sending him flying into the air. Sun Wukong, Angel, followed up once again, then unleashed a fierce beating, injecting his energy into Broly's body. After stepping back, he directly detonated Broly's energy. Boom! The energy belonging to Sun Wukong, Angel, exploded within Broly, forming a golden barrier that immobilized Broly. Dragon Fist. In Sun Wukong, Angel's eyes, it seemed as if a giant dragon appeared. He swung his fist towards Broly, and the sound of dragon roars echoed out of nowhere. In the next moment, the golden energy surrounding Sun Wukong transformed into a giant dragon that spiraled out from his fist, piercing straight through Broly's body. Boom! The golden dragon continued to penetrate Broly's body without stopping. It turned around and completely wrapped around Broly's body. A blazing golden light erupted, and Broly, in his final roar, was turned into a shower of light along with the golden dragon. Thus, Broly perished, and Sun Wukong, Angel, quickly exited the Super Saiyan 3 state. After all, this form was extremely exhausting, and if he continued, he would have to return to the underworld. At that moment, the new Vegeta star finally reached its breaking point, with explosions continuously ringing out and crimson flames engulfing the planet. In the next moment, it was about to burst forth into the universe in a dazzling display. Sun Wukong, the Angel, sighed, then placed 2 fingers on his forehead and instantly teleported away. Boom! The sound of explosions continued endlessly, and the entire planet suddenly burst into beautiful fireworks, only to become dust in the universe. After the explosions faded, a purple vortex reappeared, and then some magical waves emerged in the universe, as if something was passing through the purple vortex to other worlds. On Earth, Sun Wukong and the others suddenly appeared next to Yamcha, startling him while he was chatting with a young lady. Soon after, Sun Goten arrived. He looked up at the distant starry sky, still feeling some worry. Not only because of Broly, but also because he did not remember Broly having the ability to create time-space vortices. However, Sun Goten's worries did not last long. Over there, Yamcha had just asked what was happening, and over here, Goku, Angel, suddenly appeared, leaving Yamcha completely bewildered. Sun Goten took a deep breath and said, "It seems to be resolved. That guy is really a tough opponent." Sun Wukong, the Angel, nodded thoughtfully and said, "Even if I use all my strength, he still has the power to resist. If given time, I'm afraid even Super Saiyan 3 won't be able to handle him." Before anyone else could respond, Vegeta quickly reacted and questioned Sun Wukong, the Angel Super Saiyan 3. "What kind of boring transformation is that?" Sun Wukong, the Angel, looked at his own self in this world and said to Vegeta, "You will know in the future." "All right, Goten, let's leave here." Sun Goten was taken aback and said, "But that purple vortex has disappeared. How are we supposed to get back now?" Sun Wukong, the Angel, said, "Let's go to Lord King Kai first. As a god, he should know some things. Otherwise, we'll have to seek help from the dragon." Sun Wutian was a bit panicked. He suddenly felt that he might not be able to go back. After all, the time vortex was too unreliable. At this moment, Piccolo seemed to think of something. He looked at the halo above Sun Wukong, the Angel, and said, "Son, what exactly is going on with you two? From what you said, it seems like you're not from this world." Sun Wukong, the Angel, nodded and said, "That's right. I came with Goten at the request of Lord King Kai to investigate some matters. I didn't expect to encounter a different world." "A different world?" Trunks, who also came from the future, reacted first and said, "So, Mr. Wukong also came from another world." Sun Wukong, the Angel, glanced at Trunks, seemingly feeling a sense of familiarity. He asked, "I feel like I've seen you somewhere before." Sun Goten reminded, he should be Uncle Vegeta's son, just grown up now. Sun Wukong, the Angel, finally understood and said with a smile, "So it's Vegeta's son. I didn't expect you to have grown up so much." Trunks was taken aback, first looking at Sun Goten, then turning to Sun Wukong, the Angel, and said, "So this Mr. Wukong still?" Sun Goten replied, "My name is Sun Goten, and I am my dad's second son." Trunks nodded and then said, "And Sun Goten, do you both know me?" Sun Wukong, the Angel, nodded and said, "I do know you, but in our world, you are about the same age as Goten." Trunks was somewhat surprised and said, "Mr. Sun Wukong actually has a second son? We don't have such a thing in our world. Also, Mr. Wukong, what's up with the halo above your head?" Sun Wukong, the Angel, pointed to his head and said with a smile, This is a symbol of the dead. In my world, I died of heart disease, and the only reason I could come to the mortal realm this time is that some things threaten the safety of the universe." Trunks widened his eyes, just about to say something, when Sun Wukong, the Angel, said again, "Although this is not the earth of our world, I am, after all, a dead person, so it's still not appropriate for me to stay here." "Well then, goodbye everyone." Swish. Sun Wukong, the Angel, even gasped for breath while speaking. Then he directly used teleportation to leave the earth. Sun Goten naturally noticed some fatigue in his father's expression. He recalled some things he had heard from King Kai before. Some people who had made contributions to the world before their deaths could indeed retain their physical forms, and, due to their deceased status, could enjoy eternal youth, never needing to sleep and possessing infinite stamina. However, there were many corresponding limitations, the biggest being that the deceased needed to rely on the energy of the underworld to sustain themselves. Once they left the underworld, their stamina and energy would no longer be infinite, and they could not replenish it through non-underworld methods. Sun Wukong thought of this and felt a bit worried in his heart. So he brought his index and middle fingers together, straightened them, and placed them on his forehead. Greeting the group, "Everyone, I will take my leave now. Let's meet again if we are fated to." Although Sun Wukong, Trunks, and others still had some questions, they did not stop him. After all, they knew that the other party was not an enemy, so they bid farewell to Sun Goten. Swish! The figure of Sun Goten disappeared, and Trunks looked at the spot where Sun Goten had vanished, saying, "What world are they really from?" "Mr. Goku died from heart disease, just like in our world, but there is no one named Sun Goten in our world." Piccolo pondered for a moment and said, "The world is inherently complex and diverse. Everyone's choices can lead to changes in the world. This is what we call parallel worlds. And there's not just one parallel world." Trunks thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Indeed, even my world is very different from yours. Now that I think about it, it may not be my fault, but rather the choices of the world itself." Sun Wukong scratched his head and said with a smile, "Although I don't quite understand what you're saying, it seems like things are heading in a good direction. All right, everyone, Let's look forward to the Cell games. Krillin then looked at Gohan and said, Goku, you and Gohan should have a way to defeat Cell now, right? Sun Wukong looked at Gohan and then smiled as he responded to Krillin, you won't know until you fight, but Gohan should be strong enough to face any opponent now. Piccolo seemed a bit hesitant in his gaze. He looked at Wukong and said, Gohan indeed has that kind of ability now, but at that moment, Vegeta seemed to awaken from his fear, snorted coldly, and said, what's surpassing Super Saiyan? What's Super Saiyan 3? In Cell, I'll take them all down. Just watch. After saying that, Vegeta charged straight into the sky, seemingly aiming for the temple above the clouds. Sun Wukong looked at his hands, then clenched his fists, feeling the extraordinary power within him. He said, I am indeed very strong now. If my opponent is Cell, I shouldn't lose. Sun Wukong was taken aback. He could sense that at this moment. Sun Gohan was somewhat proud and indifferent, completely unlike his usual humble and cautious self. He understood that it was the Saiyan bloodline affecting Gohan. He then said, Gohan, although your strength is strong enough now, Cell is still not an opponent to be underestimated. Sun Gohan nodded and said, I know, Dad. On the deserted island, Cell awakened from pain, but he could no longer feel the invincible combat power he had before. He looked incredulously at his regressed first-stage body and then howled to the sky. Damn it, I am the perfect ultimate warrior. Cell's aura surged, a fierce momentum blowing around him, causing the sea to churn. Clearly, Cell was now furious to the extreme, yet he felt helpless. After experiencing the previous scene, he understood that there was a significant gap between him and that Son Goku, a gap that left him in despair. Thinking of the terror of that Son Goku, Cell restrained his aura and looked around, wanted to find those two androids to revert to his perfect form and rethink his strategy. However, he was disappointed to find that the two androids were no longer on the deserted island. Cell's mind raced as he contemplated his next course of action. That Son Goku had a halo above his head, and he seemed not to recognize me. Could it be? Cell had experience with time machines and quickly thought that this Son Goku did not come from this world. Thus, he suddenly had other thoughts. So that Son Goku came from the future. The halo on his head should represent that he is already dead. So, did he come from the future where I defeated him? Then, Cell shook his head and continued to think, it shouldn't be. This Son Goku doesn't recognize me and hasn't killed me, which means he comes from another world, and he probably isn't here for me. But even so, it's quite troubling that someone is stronger than me. Cell's brain was working at high speed as he thought about how to defeat that Son Goku. As the ultimate life form, he would absolutely not allow anyone stronger than himself to exist. Cell assessed himself and said, I still possess the wisdom I had before, which means my cells have retained the previous sensations. So perhaps I have a way to surpass my perfect self. Meanwhile, the appearance of Son Goku and Son Goten startled King Kai. So Son Goku explained to King Kai about the investigation into the time vortex, which left King Kai bewildered. After a moment of contemplation, North Kai said, I'm sorry. Even though you came to ask, I don't really understand the matter of the time vortex either. That's probably something only the Supreme Kai would know. Son Goten was taken aback and said, So does that mean we can't go back for now? The North Kai felt a bit awkward, as it was him from another world who had asked these two for help. But now he had no way to send them back. Suddenly, the Kaioshin's eyes lit up, and he said, Perhaps you can ask Shinron. Hearing this, Sun Wukong had some doubts in his heart, so he asked, The dragon does have many incredible abilities, but does it really have the ability to affect parallel worlds? The North Kai wiped a drop of cold sweat from his forehead, shook his head, and said, Although no one has tried this yet, I think the dragon should have that kind of ability. Sun Wukong, the angel, said, Such matters could be inquired from the heavenly god or the elder of Namek. However, if even Lord Kaioshin cannot do anything about it, then it is likely that the dragon will also find it difficult to accomplish this. Sun Wutian said, Actually, if the dragon Shinron can't do it, there are other ways. Perhaps we can ask Trunks. When Trunks was mentioned, King Kai looked enlightened and said, Yes. That Trunks came over using the time machine. If all else fails, you can ask him for help. Sun Wukong, the angel, glanced at Sun Wutian and said with a smile, The knowledge in your head is sometimes quite useful. So I'll leave the task of finding Trunks to you. Sun Goten asked, Is it just me? Isn't Dad coming along? Sun Wukong, the angel, shook his head and said, Although this is not our world, I am already dead after all, and staying on Earth indefinitely is not permitted. Besides, your words should be able to resolve this. Sun Wukong nodded and said, All right, then I'll go to Earth to investigate a bit later. For now, I still have some questions I want to ask you. Sun Wukong skillfully sat down under the tree and said with a smile, Actually, there's not much I can teach you about cultivation anymore. The rest is for you to comprehend on your own. Sun Wutian scratched his head and said, even though that's true, Dad, you have gone ahead and have a lot of experience. Sun Wukong shook his head and said, indeed. There are lessons to be learned from practice, but if you want to become a martial artist, you still need to find your own path. Wutian, you did very well before, and now I hope you can continue to move forward and then surpass me. Hearing this, Sun Goten was initially surprised, but then he clenched his fists and said, although it feels very difficult to surpass Dad, I still have to give it a try. Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wutian with a calm gaze and said, whether it was following me in training or practicing techniques on Adderlant Star, you have done very well. What you lack now is the ability and courage to explore on your own. However, these are things I cannot teach you, so from now on, whether it's Super Saiyan 3 or the subsequent Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God, you will need to accomplish them by yourself. Sun Goten widened his eyes, looking incredulous. Dad, you actually know about Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God? Sun Wukong, the angel, smiled and said, you told me all of this. Sun Wutian was a bit confused. He really didn't remember discussing Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God with his father. After all, he didn't even know that his father could transform into Super Saiyan 3. Seeing Sun Wutian's puzzled expression, Sun Wukong said, that time I touched your head. I felt not only your soul and body, but also some fragmented memories. And it seems there was something about Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong nodded and said, so Dad already has a rough idea of how to reach that level, right? Sun Wukong shook his head and said, some things can't be understood just by looking at them. Moreover, I have only seen fragmented images and know that those two realms might exist. But how to reach them still requires gradual exploration. All right, Sun Wutian nodded. He also realized after his training that many things can't be accomplished just by knowing them. Just like he knows the Ultra Instinct and Super Saiyan Blue, yet he still needs to continuously explore during the Super Saiyan 2 stage. Then, Sun Wutian followed his father to discuss some questions about Super Saiyans, and this conversation lasted almost an entire day. On Earth, the waves rolled in, layer after layer, crashing onto the beach, quietly bringing two figures to the shore. Number 17, are you okay? The blonde beauty struggled to get up but seemed to lack strength and fell back onto the sand. The man who also fell to the ground was struggling to stand but was unsteady. He cursed, damn monster, our power should be limitless. Yet now we can't even stand properly. These two were the androids 17 and 18, expelled by Cell. They had awakened before Cell and initially intended to kill him. However, for some unknown reason, they awoke in an extremely weakened state, which prevented them from eliminating Cell. So the two androids could only dive into the water to avoid Cell for the time being. But up until now, their energy had not recovered. Android 18 said, it seems like we've lost our previous energy, but Cell shouldn't let us go. What should we do next, number 17? Android 17 rolled over and lay on the beach, saying, don't worry, our eternal energy core is still intact. The reason we haven't recovered our energy should be because it was absorbed by Cell earlier. We should be able to recover after a while. As for Cell, I think he might have more troublesome matters to deal with. Android 18 sat on the beach and said, are you talking about the person who defeated Cell and separated us? But that person didn't kill Cell. Android 17 nodded and said, that's enough. It at least shows that there are beings on this planet capable of suppressing Cell. Next, we just need to recover slowly and then look for opportunities to take revenge. There was a hidden rage in Android 17's words. He had always considered himself the ultimate invincible warrior, but he didn't expect to suffer such a great loss at the hands of Cell, which he couldn't let go of. Clap. A light sound rang out beside the two androids, followed by voice. Looks like I'm lucky. I found you two before those others again. Android 17 and Android 18 suddenly turned their heads and saw a green monster, the ultimate warrior created by Dr. Gero, codenamed Cell. The moment Android 17 and Android 18 saw Cell, they became alert, struggling to defend themselves, but ultimately lacked the strength. Cell laughed maniacally and released his aura, then slowly walked towards the two androids, putting immense pressure on them. In a less than 10 steps distance, Cell took a full 3 minutes to approach, seemingly in no hurry to absorb the two androids, but wanting to play with them. Whoosh! Just then, several auras quickly approached from the sky in the distance, and a glint of determination flashed in Cell's eyes. His tail swiftly extended towards the two androids, its tip transforming into a horn-like shape. It seemed he was about to completely absorb them. Swish! A circular energy blade sliced through Cell's tail at an incredible speed. Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan. and others arrived shortly after, quickly standing in front of the two androids, looking at Cell. Cell appeared flustered, stepping back 2 paces, and said, "Impossible. You guys should be on another planet." Sun Wukong said, "I was indeed on another planet before, but I just happened to return. By the way, Cell, you really look disgusting like this." "Damn it." Cell seemed a bit broken down. He shouted with all his might, "How could this happen? I was destined to become a perfect being. I should be the strongest. You guys." As Cell spoke, he charged forward directly. Sun Wukong instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan and slapped Cell down into the sea, saying, "Although I'm looking forward to fighting your complete form, I can't just let you absorb others." Cell soared up from the water, looking at Sun Wukong with furious eyes. He roared, "Sun Wukong, don't you have any pride as a Saiyan? Are you really going to kill me while I'm weak? Don't you feel any regret?" Sun Wukong smiled and said, "There will indeed be regrets. I really want to have a good fight with your complete form. But I can't just stand by and watch you absorb innocent people. And I never said I wanted to kill you. After all, we are supposed to have a decisive battle the day after tomorrow." Cell, driven mad by Sun Wukong's words, replied, "What is this? False kindness? If I'm not in my complete form, then what is the meaning of the fight? Besides, how can these two androids be considered innocent? In our world, they have no idea how many lives they have destroyed." Sun Wukong said, "That is in their world. But as far as I know, in our world, they haven't killed anyone yet." Cell's anger seemed to reach its peak, his aura skyrocketing as he roared at Sun Wukong. "Since you won't give me the chance to revert to my perfect form, then let's go to hell together." With a whoosh, Cell's body inflated like a balloon in an instant, and a massive aura spiraled out like a tornado, sweeping in all directions. Piccolo was the first to react, shouting, "Old Sun, quickly stop that guy, he wants to self-destruct." Before Piccolo could make sound, Sun Wukong had already dashed out. The Kamehameha wave between his hands was fully charged, and in the next moment, the Azure energy wave engulfed Cell's body. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, and a scorching shockwave spread outward in ripples. Sun Wukong was at the forefront, naturally being pushed back by the intense heat wave. He quickly transformed the Kamehameha wave into a barrier to counter the explosion in front of him, shielding himself and the 2 people behind him. The terrifying explosion echoed for miles around. The ground cracked inch by inch amidst the roar, seawater evaporated in the chaos, and endless smoke rose, forming a mushroom cloud at the top of the sky. Cough, cough. Although Sun Wukong barely protected himself using the Turtle School's Kamehameha barrier, he was still heavily injured. He coughed up a couple of mouthfuls of blood and looked at Gohan and Piccolo, saying, "Are you guys okay?" Sun Wukong removed the protective shield and said, "It's nothing. But I always feel that something is off with Cell." Piccolo also agreed. "It seems like Cell is doing it on purpose. We can't afford to be careless." Sun Wukong nodded and said, "Yeah, I also feel the guy has some other plans, but he's not in his perfect form anymore, right?" Piccolo turned to look at Android 17 and Android 18 and said, "Even though he's no longer in his perfect form, we can't be sure he doesn't have other means." As Piccolo spoke, the energy blast in his hand began to gather. Although he couldn't figure out Cell's plan, as long as he killed these 2 androids, Cell wouldn't be able to become an android anymore. Swish! Sun Wukong's figure flickered as he stood in front of the 2 androids. He shook his head at Piccolo and said, "They haven't done anything wrong. It's too much to kill them just because of Cell." Piccolo looked at Sun Wukong and said, "What are you talking about, son? These 2 were created specifically to kill you. Moreover, they can pose a threat like the perfect Cell." Sun Wukong said, "Even so, they haven't done anything after all, and they let you go before, right?" Piccolo replied, "What about Cell? I don't believe that such a cunning guy like Cell would easily seek death. He's definitely lurking in the shadows. Once he absorbs those 2 androids again, it will be trouble." Sun Wukong said, "Piccolo, have you noticed that since we felt Cell's aura, he hasn't moved at all?" Piccolo was taken aback. After thinking carefully, he felt a chill. "Are you saying Cell had the chance to absorb them completely, but he still chose to lure us here?" Sun Wukong nodded and said, "It should be like this. Although it's hard to believe, it seems that Cell deliberately let us kill him." Piccolo thought for a moment and said, "Son, I remember that Cell has your cells in him, which means he also possesses the Scion ability to increase his power when near death." Sun Wukong said, "There might be some, but after I became a Super Saiyan, this ability has almost become useless. Could it be that Cell can still use this ability to enhance himself? And that attack I just launched should have been enough to destroy him." Piccolo pointed to his own head and said, "Don't forget, there are still my cells inside Cell. That means as long as he protects his core during that explosion, he can grow back again." Sun Wukong scratched his head and said, "This is a bit of a headache, but there's nothing we can do about it." "Well, if Cell really has any other tricks, then we can just wait and see." Piccolo looked at the two severely injured and unconscious androids and asked, "What about these two? Are we just going to leave them like this?" Sun Wukong said, "Let's leave it to Bulma and Krillin. They will surely have a proper way to handle it." Piccolo seemed to have thought of something and said, "What a pity. If the other Sun were still around, we wouldn't have to worry about any of Cell's tactics at all. Now, dealing with Cell is still a bit difficult for us." Sun Wukong was taken aback. On the other side, Sun Gohan had a telepathic connection with Piccolo and quickly understood Piccolo's intention. He responded, "Yes, after all, the perfect form of Cell is already very strong. If he were to improve once more, we really wouldn't know how to deal with him." Sun Wukong smiled and said, "All right, let's go back first. These two androids can be sent to Bulma. She always knows how to handle things." Whoosh! Then Sun Wukong, along with the two androids, Gohan and Piccolo, instantly teleported away. In the ocean, the waves were still rolling and a vague mass was rapidly growing. In a moment, it formed into a green monster, which was the perfect form of Cell. Cell clenched his fist, and a surge of electricity flickered all over his body. He said, "It seems to be a success. The protective shield just now perfectly protected my core, and my cells not only recorded the appearance of the perfect life form, but also received a gift from Sun Wukong, making me even more perfect. It's truly unbelievable." Just by clenching his fist, Cell emitted an extremely powerful force, creating a vacuum zone in the ocean. He was overjoyed. "This power is fantastic. I didn't expect that there was still room for improvement in my strength. Dr. Gero, you are indeed a genius." Suddenly, Cell seemed to realize something. He reined in his aura and said, "Even with this power, it should still be insufficient to deal with that Sun Wukong. Fortunately, he has already left. How infuriating. I am the ultimate life form, yet I feel lucky just because a human has left." In that moment, Cell felt an extreme humiliation. He gritted his teeth and said, "As for the Sun Wukong from other worlds, I will remember you. In this game, I will surpass myself once again, and then I will go to your world." At Capsule Corporation in West City, Trunks, Krillin, and others also sensed the violent explosions in the distance. They were surprised and hurried to feel the changes in the aura over there. After a while, Krillin said, "Did you feel it, Trunks? Cell's aura seems to have disappeared." Trunks replied, "Yes, Mr. Wukong and the others' auras have weakened, but it seems there is no major issue. It looks like Cell's matter has been resolved." Krillin let out a long sigh. During this time, they had truly felt overwhelmed. But now, Cell's aura had really disappeared. While feeling relieved, Krillin remembered Android 18 and unconsciously touched his cheek, recalling that teasing kiss from her. Whoosh! After a while, Sun Wukong and the others appeared out of nowhere at Capsule Corporation, along with the two androids that Cell had spit out. Krillin first saw that Wukong and the others were safe, and then his gaze shifted to the two androids, Android 17 and Android 18, more specifically to Android 18. Trunks asked, "Aren't those two supposed to be absorbed by Cell? How did they appear here?" Sun Wukong said, "It seems that Cell has encountered a powerful opponent. These two androids were forcibly separated." Trunks replied, "A powerful opponent? Could it be another Mr. Goku?" Piccolo responded, "Probably. The only one on this earth who could beat Cell to this extent is him." Krillin, seeing that Android 18 was unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief, but felt a bit blocked in his heart, seeing how well she matched with Android 18. He turned to Sun Wukong and said, "So, Goku, did you guys directly deal with Cell?" Sun Wukong shook his head and said, "I only stopped him from absorbing these two androids. He was the one who wanted to explode himself, and that guy Cell might not be dead for sure." "What?" Trunks was a bit surprised and said, "But we clearly felt Cell's energy disappear." Sun Wukong said, "The disappearance of his energy doesn't mean that Cell is completely dead. He could be deliberately hiding his presence." Krillin then said, "Even if Cell is alive, it's not a problem. These two androids are here, and without his perfect form, Cell isn't that scary." Trunks seemed to be reminded and said, "That's right. As long as we eliminate these two androids, Cell can never become a perfect life form again." Trunks, who was someone who acted on impulse, turned around to directly eliminate the two androids to completely prevent Cell from becoming a perfect life form. Krillin quickly stepped in front of the two androids and said, "Trunks, don't be so impulsive. Maybe we have other ways to stop Cell." Suddenly, a familiar energy surged, and Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, Trunks, Piccolo, and Krillin all turned their heads to the side as they felt Cell's energy, even if only for an instant. Sun Wukong clenched his fist and said, "It seems that Cell indeed has some strategy. Now, he has not only returned to his perfect form, but is even stronger than before. This is a bit troublesome. Trunks also gave up on killing the two androids. After all, Cell has returned to his perfect state, and killing the two androids now has no meaning. He said, "So perhaps we can ask that Mr. Goku to take action. As long as he is willing to step in, Cell will be no problem." Sun Wukong shook his head and said, "It's not that simple. Although the other me is powerful, he is neither from our world nor a being of the Yang realm. We can't rely too much on this kind of power. After all, this is our world." Trunks was taken aback and replied, "But isn't there a problem? Regardless, we are all trying to restore peace to the world, right?" Sun Wukong continued, "Yes, so let us prepare well. The day after tomorrow is the Cell Games. I think instead of relying on another version of me, we should focus on how to defeat Cell by ourselves. After all, he is just a passerby. We cannot always depend on the power of others. Trunks, this is a lesson you should understand as well. We can teach you how to train and how to fight, but we cannot always fight in your world for you." Whoosh! Just as Trunks was contemplating what Sun Wukong had said, Sun Goten's figure suddenly appeared before everyone. He looked around at the people and said, "Everyone is here. Did something happen?" Sun Wukong said, "Some things have happened. Wu Tian, right? Did you come here for something this time?" Sun Goten said, "It seems that I can't go back with Dad, so I want to ask Shinran to send us back, or to borrow Trunks' time machine." Piccolo replied, "Although Shinran can do many incredible things, to my knowledge, he does not have the ability to interfere with time and space. And it is even more impossible for him to help you return to your original world." Although Sun Wukong had long suspected it, he still felt a bit disappointed. He looked at Trunks and asked, "What about you, Trunks? Can we borrow your time machine for a bit?" Trunks shook his head and said, "I wouldn't mind lending you my time machine. However, I'm sorry, the energy in my time machine is only enough for me to return. Also, the time and location set in my time machine are all for our world, and I don't know how to set the time and location to your world." Sun Wukong felt a bit of headache. He looked at Piccolo and said, "If the dragon can't send us back, can it at least tell us how to get back?" Piccolo thought for a moment and replied, "I don't know about that either. After all, the knowledge contained in the dragon is far beyond mine. Maybe you could ask the dragon." Sun Wukong nodded and said, "I understand. Then I'll go search for it now." Without hesitation, Sun Wukong thought about borrowing the dragon radar from Bulma and set off on his journey to find the Dragon Balls. At that moment, Sun Wukong reached out to stop him and said, "I've already gathered the Dragon Balls, but let's wait until after the Cell Games to use them, because we don't know how many people will die next." Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Sun Wutian also paused for a moment and asked, "When will the Cell Games be held?" Sun Wukong first gazed into the distance, then looked at Sun Wutian and said, "The day after tomorrow, for you, Cell might be a good opponent. Do you want to come and watch?" "Of course, I am also looking forward to battling a strong opponent." Sun Wutian naturally wouldn't be polite. He had already made an agreement with his father to climb the peak of martial arts together, and at this moment, he naturally wanted to gain more experience. And Cell was a decent opponent. Hearing Sun Wutian's affirmative response, Krillin and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. They had seen Sun Wutian's strength on the new planet Vegeta and knew that although he looked young, he was quite powerful and had a variety of techniques. All right, then it's decided. Let's look forward to the battle the day after tomorrow. Sun Wukong looked at everyone and then smiled at Gohan, saying, "Gohan, let's head back first." Sun Wukong looked at Sun Wutian, then at his father, and finally said, "Dad, you go back first. I want to get to know Wutian better." Sun Wukong nodded and said, "I'll head back first. Remember to come back early and don't make Chi-Chi worry." "Don't worry, Dad." Sun Gohan waved his hand at his father. With a whoosh, the golden aura enveloped him as Sun Wukong shot up into the sky, heading towards the direction of Baozi Mountain. The golden light gradually faded until it was barely visible. Trunks finally turned away from that direction and looked at the two androids, saying, "What are you going to do with these two androids? If we leave them alone, they might cause some harm to the world again." Before Piccolo and Sun Gohan could respond, Krillin replied, "They aren't much of a threat anymore, right? Both Goku and Vegeta are far beyond these two androids. They can't stir up any trouble. Plus, I don't really think these two androids are bad people. Maybe they were just ordinary people harmed by Dr. Gero." Sun Goten smiled at Krillin's effort to defend the androids and said, "The world can't be generalized. Perhaps in this world, the androids aren't completely bad, but I think they still need some guidance. It's unrealistic to expect the androids to become good on their own." Hearing Sun Goten say this, Krillin's eyes flashed with joy, while Trunks asked, "But who would guide them?" "That's a problem too. They're androids, a presence that destroyed everything in our world." Piccolo glanced at Krillin and said, "Since Krillin thinks the androids are just ordinary people who have been harmed, I think it's best to let Krillin guide them. Piccolo's remark left Krillin a bit flustered and even a little embarrassed. Sun Gohan stared at Krillin for a moment, then suddenly laughed and said, looking at Uncle Krillin, "Could it be that you like Android 18? What?" Upon hearing Sun Gohan's words, Krillin became a bit flustered, instinctively taking 2 steps back. Then, feeling embarrassed and angry, he slapped Gohan on the head and said, "Don't exaggerate like that. You little brat. I just want to be friends with her." As he noticed the increasingly strange expressions on his companions' faces, Krillin's voice grew smaller. "I just want to be friends. How can wanting to be friends be called liking someone?" Krillin continued to explain his actions, mostly about being a pitiful person wanting to be friends, while his companions suddenly burst into laughter at Krillin's slightly shy demeanor. For a moment, the air was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. "Hey, you guys, where's this place?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind as Krillin was feeling embarrassed and angry. Sun Wutian was originally laughing along with everyone when he noticed the awakened Android 17 and Android 18 nearby, and his expression became slightly tense. He then remembered that these were not the androids from his world. Before anyone else spoke, Piccolo reacted first. He stood in front of the 2 androids and said, "This is Capsule Corporation, and you should thank Krillin. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't have survived under Cell so easily." Krillin was taken aback. While the 2 androids glanced at him before helping each other to stand up, their eyes warily scanning the surroundings. Piccolo glanced at them and, with a cold smile, said, "You 2 don't need to be so wary. We don't have any hostility towards you right now. In fact, some of us even want to be friends with you." The 2 androids looked surprised and turned their attention back to Krillin. Android 18 snorted coldly, "Idiot, we won't be friends with you people. And don't expect me to thank you." Android 17 then looked at Piccolo and asked, "What about Cell? Was that guy killed by you?" Piccolo shook his head and said, "I'm sorry to inform you that Cell is still alive. Not only that, but he has surpassed his previous form and become something beyond a perfect being." Android 17's face twisted with rage as he said, "That bastard Cell, I will definitely kill him." Krillin chuckled and said, "Actually, it's not all bad news. At least for now, you're not in any danger." Android 18 shot a cold glance at Krillin, but didn't speak. Android 17 was indignant. He had always prided himself as the ultimate invincible warrior, yet he had suffered such a huge loss at the hands of Cell. Moreover, he had merely been used by Cell to become a perfect being, which he found completely unacceptable. At that moment, Sun Wutian stepped forward and looked at Trunks, saying, "Trunks, can we let them stay here for a while?" Hearing Sun Wutian's words, Trunks looked a bit confused. He glanced at his mother, who was walking over, and after receiving her affirmative nod, he nodded and said, "Of course." Then, Sun Wutian turned to the 2 androids and said, "The day after tomorrow is likely Cell's game, but your condition doesn't seem good. I suggest you stay here for a while to recover before thinking about revenge. Besides, having you here will make us feel more at ease." Android 18 shot a hostile look at Sun Wutian and coldly said, "Who are you to make decisions for us?" Sun Wutian, not willing to back down, replied coldly, "I come from the future world and am the second son of Son Goku, named Sun Wutian. Our world once suffered from your slaughter. However, because of Uncle Krillin, I am willing to trust you once. But I hope you won't leave this place in the next few days." Trunks looked at Sun Wutian, hearing something surprising in his words. Android 18 snorted and said, "That's something that happened in your world. What does it have to do with me?" Android 17 then said, "All right, we agree. After all, we need to recover slowly. And I'm very interested in this game against Cell the day after tomorrow." Just then, Bulma finally walked over. She looked at Sun Wutian in surprise and said, "You must be the Wutian that Trunks mentioned." Sun Wukong nodded and responded with a beaming smile. "Nice to meet you, Aunt Bulma of this world." Bulma seemed to have a good impression of Sun Wukong. She smiled and said, "You're very polite, and you look just like your dad did when he was your age. Seeing you reminds me of those times back then." Sun Goten just smiled and didn't say anything. Those times were indeed beautiful. But after all, he wasn't a first-hand experience, sir, so it was hard for him to speak. At that moment, a tall figure walked over from behind Bulma, greeting Android 17 and Android 18. "Long time no see." Android 17 and Android 18. Android 16. The moment they saw the tall figure, both Android 17 and Android 18's eyes flashed with joy. Android 16, seeing that these 2 were mostly fine, also expressed his happiness, saying, "It's really great that you 2 are okay." Android 17 replied, "Well, it's not like we're completely fine. After all, we were really absorbed by that guy Cell. I won't let that bastard go." Android 16 didn't say anything. Although he knew that Android 17 was no match for Cell, he naturally couldn't voice that thought. The atmosphere fell into a moment of silence. At this point, Krillin suddenly remembered something and said, Bulma, I remember you helped remove the bomb from Android 16 before. Could you also help Android 17 and Android 18 remove their bombs? The three androids turned to look at Krillin. Their expressions varied. Android 16 looked somewhat confused, while Android 17 and Android 18 were both stunned. Bulma looked at the two androids and said, although they were modified based on humans, I think just removing the bombs from their bodies shouldn't be too difficult. But how did you come up with the idea to help them? Krillin said, I just feel that they were originally ordinary humans, and being captured and modified isn't enough. Having bombs implanted in their bodies is just too pitiful. Oomph. Both androids made a sound that was somewhat mocking at the same time. Android 18 said, we're not weak enough to need human sympathy, you idiot. Android 17 shot Krillin a glare and said, Krillin, right? Thank you for thinking of helping us. In return, I want to remind you that if you really want to pursue Android 18, you can't just remain silent like this. Everyone's gaze once again focused on Krillin, who instinctively took 2 steps back and lowered his head, saying, you two are actually the most suitable for each other, right? I just want to be friends with you. You idiot. Hearing Krillin's words, Android 18 could no longer hold back. She trembled all over and finally roared, 17 is just my twin brother. For a moment, a different light sparkled in Krillin's eyes, but Android 18 turned to the side and continued, even so, don't think it will go your way. I won't like a man weaker than me. Android 18's voice still echoed in the air, leaving Krillin bewildered and at a loss. Sun Wutian looked at Android 18, who was turned sideways to look at Krillin and sighed inwardly. He knew that 18 had already developed feelings for Krillin, and having a child with him was just a matter of time. Seeing Krillin in this situation, Sun Wutian felt both blessings and a bit of envy in his heart. But it was only a little bit. He had once admired 18's beauty and even aspired to find a girl like her to have children with when he first arrived in this world. However, that thought completely vanished after he was beaten up by 18 last time. After some unproductive small talk, the two androids finally agreed to remove their bombs, and Bulma took this opportunity to conduct some research on the androids. After that, nothing much happened. Trunks finally spoke up and asked, Wuqian, from what you just said, it seems like you and Mr. Goku come from a future world similar to mine? After considering it for a moment, Sun Wutian replied, it should only be similar. From the looks of you, your world at least doesn't have me. Trunks nodded, seemingly recalling something, his eyes filled with sadness. That's right, in our world, the only ones who can fight the androids are me and Gohan, and even Gohan fell in battle 4 years ago. Sun Wutian sighed and said, perhaps this is the fate of different worlds. However, because of you, this world seems to be heading in a positive direction. Trunks nodded and said, this is exactly what my mom and I hope for. Although we can't change our world, we both wish there won't be such a desperate world anymore. Looking at Trunks' pained yet determined expression, Sun Wutian finally couldn't help but speak up. Maybe there are still ways for your world to change. After all, Namek exists in your world. Trunks shook his head and said, I knew that already. But I remember my mom said that the dragon cannot revive someone who has been dead for more than a year. In our world, everyone has been dead for over 15 years now. 15 years. Sun Wukong thought for a moment and said, 15 years is indeed a long time. But we have to try. After all, some things can only be hoped for through attempts. My brother and I worked very hard to bring our world out of despair. Trunks, hearing Sun Wukong's words, seemed to ponder for a while before saying, although it's quite impolite, could you please tell me about your world situation? Wukong? Sun Goten smiled and said, of course, it's nothing to be ashamed of. Then he recounted the events that took place in his world in detail. Trunks gained some other insights from it and felt overjoyed. Sun Goten's experiences made him realize that he might really be able to revive those former warriors. Hearing about Sun Goten and their experiences, Trunks felt a bit emotional. He looked at Sun Goten for a long time and said, how great it would be if our world had you too. Everyone wouldn't have to die. Sun Goten said, although your world doesn't have me, it is still very lucky. At least you have been fighting all along, not only protecting many people in the future, but even traveling through time to save a past that was supposed to head towards despair. At this moment, Gohan also walked over to comfort Trunks. Yeah, Trunks, you have done great. If it weren't for you, we would have probably been defeated by the androids long ago. Trunks nodded and said, no matter what, I will keep moving forward at least to completely eliminate the androids in our world and bring peace back to everyone. Go for it, Trunks. You must also protect your world well in the future. Sun Gohan and Sun Goten felt a connection and simultaneously extended their fists. The two brothers, crossing worlds, exchanged smiles, while Trunks was momentarily taken aback. He then also extended his fist, connecting with theirs, and said, you guys too. Make sure to protect your own world. Yeah, although the voices came from two individuals, they were perfectly in sync at that moment. The three fists collided, and the little warriors who crossed three worlds each made their own decisions in their hearts. In the following time, the three of them made their own plans. Sun Gohan continued to maintain his Super Saiyan form while accompanying Dandy in the temple. Trunks trained with his father either in the temple or at home. And Son Goten returned to King Kai's planet to conduct further research on Super Saiyan 2. Then he saw his dad tinkering with his tail. At that moment, Sun Wutian was completely stunned. He even thought that this father of his was not very scientific. How could he be aiming for the Super Saiyan 4 stage without even having encountered Majin Buu yet? After asking, he found out that his dad was not researching how to become a Super Saiyan 4, but rather how to perfect Super Saiyan 3. Although Sun Wutian breathed a sigh of relief, he still felt that his father was truly terrifying. Perfecting Super Saiyan 3 was something that the original Sun Wukong had not accomplished. Of course, later on, he learned the transformations of red, blue, and white, and Super Saiyan 3 was basically abandoned. After being slightly discouraged by his father, Sun Wutian spent the next few days not only training, but also researching Super Saiyan 2. Since he had made a promise to his father, he would do his utmost to catch up and even surpass him. Time always flies during training, and in the blink of an eye, it was already time for the Cell Games. Sun Wukong, the angel, remained on King Kai's planet, where he could still watch the live broadcast. Sun Goten went straight there. Although he did not plan to participate in the battle, it was always beneficial to witness some high-level fights. After all, cultivation is not just about training. It also requires practical experience. Only by seeing more and gaining experience can one achieve twice the result with half the effort. On May 26th, 767 of the Age of the Universe. The sky was clear and there were no clouds, making it a rare good day. Everyone knew that today was the day that would determine the fate of humanity, as the Cell Games would be held today. Outside the 5th district of Central City, the perfect form of Cell was still standing on the stage, waiting for everyone to arrive. But at this moment, his mindset was completely different from before. Previously, Cell only had a playful attitude. He wanted to toy with humanity and ultimately let everyone die in fear. But now he only wanted to engage in a death match with strong opponents, surpass his own limits, kill everyone, and then go to the future to find that humiliating Son Goku. Before Sun Wukong and the others arrived, the human hero Mr. Satan made his entrance first. He immediately began various provocative actions, which made Cell extremely impatient. However, Cell had already decided to destroy the world, so he merely regarded the other party as a clown for amusement. Soon, Vegeta arrived. He just stared at Cell and chose not to attack directly. Then, 3 androids flew over from West City. They were aware of their own limitations and did not choose to engage. Finally, he has come. Sensing Sun Wukong's energy, Cell's mouth curled into a slight smile. He glanced at the others on the field, waved his right hand, and created a massive wave of wind that blew Mr. Satan and the host away. Then he shouted at the approaching Sun Wukong in midair. "Come on, Sun Wukong, let me surpass my perfect form once again." Swish! Sun Wukong, Trunks, Sun Gohan, Piccolo, and others landed at the same time and looked towards Cell, all feeling Cell's intense fighting spirit. Cell looked at Sun Wukong and said, "Sun Wukong, you finally came. I can hardly wait any longer." Sun Wukong and Cell locked eyes, and the air seemed to explode with intense battle intent. He said, "Cell, you really haven't died, and you've even become stronger." "Huh." Cell sneered and replied, "Of course, I am the ultimate life form, unparalleled in both intelligence and strength. Now, who will fight me first? Of course, it will be the world's #1, Mr. Satan." The host, being professional, rushed over immediately, even after being blown away by Cell, trying to prevent these ordinary people from getting killed. Cell's eyes showed a hint of impatience. He snorted coldly and pointed his finger at the host, a flash of red light suddenly appearing. Bang! Sun Wukong and the others had no idea that Cell would suddenly strike. It was too late to stop him. Suddenly, a figure flickered in the void and blocked the host's path. With a single slap, he sent the laser into the sky. Then, wearing an orange martial arts uniform, Sun Goten stood in front of the host. He looked at Cell and said, "Attacking ordinary people is not something an ultimate life form should do. Anyway, they'll die sooner or later." Cell scoffed and then looked seriously at Sun Goten, asking, "Who are you? It seems I have no information on you here." Sun Goten said, "I also came from the future. I am the second son of my dad, Son Goku." Cell stared at Sun Goten for a while and said, "In our world, there is no existence of you. What a coincidence." Sun Goten shrugged and replied, "In our world, there is no existence of you either." Cell's pupils constricted. He had already guessed that Sun Goten had come with that Son Goku, so he tentatively asked, "What about your world, Son Goku? Why didn't he come with you?" Sun Wutian said, "In my world, my father has already passed away due to heart disease, so he naturally won't come here." Upon hearing this, Cell felt a bit more at ease. Just a moment ago, he even had the thought of going to space to train for a while. However, upon hearing that Sun Wukong was not present, he coldly turned his head and said, "Then come on. Who will go first? I want to make it clear that whoever comes to fight must be prepared to die." Sun Wukong looked at Sun Gohan and Sun Goten, then jumped onto the stage and said, "Cell, I'm here to be your opponent. It should be like this." Cell lowered his crossed arms, his whole body filled with fighting spirit, eagerly wanting to fight Sun Wukong and surpass his own limits in the process. Boom! Sun Wukong and Cell launched their attacks simultaneously, and two beams of light suddenly collided, creating an even more intense brilliance that momentarily overshadowed the sun. At the moment of collision between Sun Wukong and Cell, he felt Cell's immense power. He bent his arm to diffuse the force and took the opportunity to soar into the sky. Cell did not yield in the slightest. He also charged toward the sky, his speed far surpassing that of Sun Wukong. In the next moment, Cell's fists came raining down like raindrops. Sun Wukong, caught in midair, had no way to evade and could only forcefully meet the attack head-on. Four fists created countless afterimages in the air, generating a few sparks from the friction. Cell's assault grew increasingly fierce, and in just a breath's time, he had struck Sun Wukong 5 times. Fortunately, Sun Wukong's martial skills were exceptional. Each time, he managed to deflect a large portion of Cell's attacks. Otherwise, he would have likely collapsed by now. "Is this your full power, Sun Wukong?" Cell's fighting spirit soared even higher, and at the same time, he completely suppressed Sun Wukong. Endless fist marks coalesced, ultimately transforming into a devastating punch. Boom! Cell's fist arrived in an instant. Knowing he could hardly dodge, Sun Wukong crossed his arms in front of him. The sound of air exploding echoed as that punch struck Sun Wukong without reservation, sending him hurtling toward the ground like a shooting star. Damn it! This guy's power has far surpassed mine. Perhaps only Gohan can defeat him. Sun Wukong felt a massive pain in his arms and a soreness throughout his body, marveling at Cell's tremendous growth. At that moment, Cell dove down once more, enveloped in blazing white energy, seemingly intent on completely smashing Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong naturally felt the unmatched momentum coming his way. However, he was unable to act at this moment, yet his thoughts remained clear. Although danger loomed, he felt no panic, simply closing his eyes. Boom! Cell charged straight past Sun Wukong's figure, creating a massive deep pit in the ground. The earth shook continuously, as if it would shatter the distant mountains. Endless sand and dust filled the sky, obscuring everyone's vision. Cell flew out from the smoke again, looking into the distance, and said, "What a disappointment, Sun Wukong. I had such high expectations, but you are simply not worthy of being my opponent." Swish! As Cell's voice echoed in everyone's ears, Sun Wukong appeared beside Gohan and the others. He took a couple of deep breaths, then his entire body shimmered with golden aura, shaking off his discomfort, and looked at Cell, saying, "You really are strong, Cell, so strong that I can't even fight back, strong enough that I can't execute my original plan." Cell scoffed, grabbing at the arena below with his right hand, causing it to float into the air as if drawn by some force. Then with a squeeze of his hand, the floating arena exploded, sending endless dust into the air once more. Looking at the puzzled expressions below, Cell said again, "From now on, all rules are null and void. You can all join forces and fight me. If you lose, I will destroy this planet. If you win, well, there is nothing more to say. I will naturally head towards my end." Crash! Cell unleashed his aura once more, a powerful energy altering the heavens and earth. In an instant, dark clouds filled the sky, and lightning flickered through the layers of clouds. How powerful! The others below, including Krillin, felt a chill just from Cell's aura, and under that powerful pressure, they couldn't even stand normally. Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, saying, "Let's fight together. This guy is not something one person can handle." Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, and Yamcha all prepared for battle, as they realized that Sun Wukong was no match for Cell at all. However, Vegeta remained unmoved, glaring at Trunks and saying, "Hey Trunks, don't you have any pride as a Saiyan?" Trunks was taken aback and replied in confusion, "But Mr. Wukong can't win at all. And even Cell said we could team up." "Oomph, Vegeta shot him a glance and said, "Firstly, this level of opponent cannot be defeated by mere numbers. Besides, Kakarot and his two brats haven't shown a hint of fear, which indicates that Cell's strength is within expectations." Trunks looked at Sun Wukong, then at Gohan and Goten. Indeed, he did not see any fear or surprise on the faces of those three. Facing Cell's immense aura, Sun Wukong slowly rose into the air, smiling as he said, "You really are incredibly strong, Cell. It seems that with my current self, I can't win against you at all." Cell, with an expression of indifference, said, "Since you already feel the gap, why don't you plan a team up? I have no intention of going easy. I will really kill you. Encountering an opponent like you, I still want to see your true abilities." Sun Wukong adjusted his internal energy to reach a relatively balanced state, and then said, "I know very well that I have already reached my current limit. There is no other way to break through this bottleneck except to continue my long training. If I fight you with my current state, I am completely no match for you." Cell looked at Sun Wukong with interest, even curling the corner of his mouth into a slight smile, and said, "So, what do you plan to do?" Sun Wukong did not respond, but continuously adjusted himself, achieving a perfect balance of mind and body, with his vital energy stabilizing to the extreme. Suddenly, a flash of blood red appeared in his green pupils. King Kai Fist, a crimson flame, like blood energy, erupted fiercely, and Sun Wukong's muscles rapidly swelled, with veins bulging on his arms, exuding a powerful aura that surged into the sky. The crimson blood energy entwined with the golden flame, and with a furious shout from Sun Wukong, the two colors intertwined and spiraled, transforming into a giant dragon with a golden body and a red back, dancing wildly and roaring in the air, causing the ground to tremble and the sky to tear apart. What a powerful aura! Sun Wukong's energy rapidly expanded to the extent that Trunks below felt a bit breathless. His eyes filled with joy as he said, "I really didn't expect Mr. Wukong to have such a powerful move hidden. This time, we are sure to win." Not only Trunks, but even Vegeta was moved by the aura that Sun Wukong unleashed this time, bringing back some unpleasant memories. Krillin and Tien Shinhan, however, frowned tightly because they had both trained in the King Kai Fist and understood its advantages and disadvantages. Although the King Kai Fist could grant a person power far beyond their usual capabilities in a short time, it also caused significant harm to the body. A moment of carelessness could lead to turbulent vital energy and even body collapse. In fact, Krillin and the others knew that, for Sun Wukong's body, while he could not avoid the damage caused by the King Kai Fist, he could fully bear the high multiples of the King Kai Fist. However, that was under the condition of not using Super Saiyan. The Super Saiyan form itself forcibly enhances one's power by activating the bloodline within. While it does not cause as much damage to the body as the King Kai Fist, it still imposes a high load on the body. If these two factors were combined, Krillin and the others could hardly imagine what kind of state the body would be in. Sun Wutian was also surprised. He had once used the Kaioken combined with the Super Saiyan transformation mode. However, the last time he entered that state, he started bleeding all over and his body completely collapsed just a few seconds later. Even after eating a senza bean, it took him a long time to regulate his vital energy to the point where he no longer wanted to use the Kaioken at full power. Although his father in this world had not yet reached the level of a Super Saiyan, his mastery of the Super Saiyan form was indeed extraordinary. Seeing his father in this world stabilize the two forms into a relatively balanced state, Sun Wutian couldn't help but admire him. The golden-red giant dragon rose into the sky, spiraled in midair, and then dove into Sun Wukong. Golden light rain fell, and crimson light shone brightly. Sun Wukong also returned to his normal state, but now he had an additional layer of crimson hue outside the golden aura surrounding him. Cell was not in a hurry. He watched Sun Wukong from the side and said, "Kaioken, so this is your hidden full power, Sun Wukong. Although my body is a bit in pain, this is the only move I can use to fight you now." Sun Wukong stood across from Cell, his gaze sharper than before. "I can't wait any longer." Cell's pupils constricted sharply, and in an instant, he struck. His figure moved faster than lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he was right beside Sun Wukong. Boom! Sun Wukong reacted swiftly, countering the moment Cell struck. Two powerful energies collided in midair, blue lightning flashing with sparks. The next moment, the two engaged in a high-frequency battle, their figures invisible in the sky. However, the ground was riddled with craters, created solely by the energy dissipated from their collisions. "Sun Wukong, is this all your power, even with the Kaioken? I'm already bored, Cell shouted, his aura rising again, and he once more overwhelmed Sun Wukong with fierce moves, seemingly intent on bringing him to his demise. Although Sun Wukong's martial arts are profound, his speed and strength are completely crushed by Cell, making it impossible for him to exert himself. Fortunately, he has a tight defense and various techniques to dissipate force, allowing him to barely hold on. His body must endure. Sun Wukong suddenly spread his arms, and a powerful airflow surged outward in all directions. Then he gathered his energy and shouted once more, Kaioken times 2. Whoosh! The blood flow in Sun Wukong's body quickened, his muscles swelled again, and his fair skin turned a deep crimson, with every pore seemingly stretching wide, as if about to burst. This time, Cell had no intention of waiting for Sun Wukong to complete his transformation. He swept his right arm and then executed a horizontal kick with his left leg, directly dispersing the energy flow released by Sun Wukong, charging straight forward. He aimed to push Sun Wukong into a corner, then force all of them to unite and push him into a desperate situation, ultimately transcending his own limits from despair. When Sun Wukong saw Cell charging at him, he was surprised but not flustered. He calmly adjusted his own aura, the crimson blood energy covering the sky. Just a second before Cell's fist struck him, Sun Wukong finally completed the evolution of the Kaioken times 2. Boom! Cell's punch sent Sun Wukong flying back hundreds of meters, his body creating intense friction with the air, leaving a trail of sparks in midair. This punch is for you. Sun Wukong paused in the air and then charged back with even greater speed, delivering a punch to Cell's head. Boom! Sun Wukong's speed reached its peak in an instant. Even Cell couldn't react in time and was hit by a punch, crashing through several mountain ranges before finally coming to a stop. Sun Wukong glanced at Gohan, then closely followed him. He also knew that his current state could not last long, and all he could do now was to try to force Cell to use his full power. Over there, Cell's aura trembled, his fighting spirit soaring. He said, Sun Wukong, I've been waiting for this moment. Go ahead and push me to the brink. I will rise again and take you down. Boom! The golden red light and the blazing white light collided once more, and they continued to clash in the air, the energy they released constantly impacting the sky and the earth, as if it were the end of the world. Cell's offensive was fierce, with various martial arts styles from the Turtle School, Crane School, and others emerging one after another, occasionally interspersed with techniques from Vegeta, Frieza, and others. Sun Wukong, however, was completely unafraid and received it all with his own martial arts. No matter if Cell used his killing techniques or the four-body fist, solar fist, Kamehameha, and various other moves, he could easily counter them and even launch a counterattack. Demon Blast. Cell once again distanced himself from Sun Wukong and unleashed the Demon Blast. You guy, just using someone else's techniques won't lead you to victory. Sun Wukong's gaze was sharp as he easily dodged the penetration point of the Demon Blast. Then with a stream of energy shooting from his right hand, he directly shattered the Demon Blast. Boom! Sun Wukong approached Cell with an angry shout, then quickly circled behind him, locking his fingers together and bringing down a powerful blow to the back of Cell's head. Cell's figure shattered into fragments and slowly disappeared, then reappeared behind Sun Wukong. He sneered and said, You're no different. You've been using others' techniques all along. Swish! Cell's right leg swept across, only to strike at empty air, and then Sun Wukong's figure slowly faded away. Kamehameha! Cell thought to himself that it was bad news. He hurriedly turned around, but did not see Sun Wukong's figure. Then he felt an incredibly strong energy gathering above him. He suddenly looked up and saw a blazing golden red light, followed by a familiar voice. For a moment, Cell was stunned, unable to believe what he saw in the sky. He said, You're going to launch the Kamehameha from that spot? I can't believe you would disregard the safety of the Earth. This could even become your weakness. Energy wave. The golden red light on Sun Wukong's body gradually faded, leaving only a faint halo, while the aura between his hands surged with overwhelming force, as if it could destroy heaven and earth at any moment. Below, Krillin, Tien, and the others were also shocked. Because Sun Wukong was above Cell, if he launched the Kamehameha from that position, it wouldn't just hit Cell, but also this planet. Impossible. Cell felt a bit confused, and just as he was pondering, the figure in the sky suddenly vanished. In the next moment, Sun Wukong's figure appeared before Cell. Huh! The moment Sun Wukong appeared, his hands, which were placed on his waist, suddenly stretched forward, and a brilliant burst of energy erupted, instantly engulfing Cell's body. The dazzling light obscured the sky, and the powerful aura directly blew away the surrounding mountains and trees. The Kamehameha wave not only shattered Cell, but also struck half of the distant mountain, before finally being directed by Sun Wukong to soar into the sky. As the Kamehameha wave dissipated, Sun Wukong first exited the Kaioken state, then suddenly crashed to the ground, unable to maintain even his Super Saiyan form. He looked at Cell, who was left with only 2 legs, and said, "What a headache. It seems that even with all my strength, it's still useless." Sun Wukong's voice was extremely soft, and Krillin and the others on the other side didn't hear him at all, to the point where Yamcha jumped up in joy and said, "Awesome, Wukong won, we won." Then, Yamcha noticed the serious expressions on everyone's faces and looked at them in confusion, asking what's wrong. "Wukong has already won." Piccolo glanced at him and said, "Take a good look. Cell's energy is still there, and it hasn't weakened at all." Yamcha carefully sensed it and finally realized that Cell's energy still existed and was as immense as before. He instinctively took 2 steps back and said, "How is this possible? Could it be that even Wukong, Zila?" It seemed that lightning was raging on Cell's 2 legs, and in the next moment, a thick fog surrounded him as flesh and blood rapidly grew from his legs. In just an instant, Cell returned to his original form. Looking at Sun Wukong lying on the ground, he felt his own body again, shook his head, and said, "Although I successfully restored myself once more, this time there hasn't been much of a power increase. It seems that, Sun Wukong, you're no longer enough for me to gain strength." Sun Wukong also felt his body weaken, his muscles twitching. He struggled to lift his head and said, "Yes, you are still too strong now. You are simply not an opponent I can handle." Cell chuckled softly and said, "Since you can no longer help me improve, this game will end here. What follows will be a slaughter. After I kill you, I will destroy the earth, as I mentioned before." As Cell spoke, he raised his right hand, truly intending to kill this Sun Wukong. Although this Sun Wukong was not particularly strong, his existence made Cell feel extremely challenged. Sun Wutian and Sun Wufan simultaneously sensed Cell's murderous intent. Sun Wutian flickered and arrived in front of Sun Wukong first. He looked at Cell and said, "The battle isn't over yet, so don't celebrate too early, Cell." Cell's expression remained unchanged as a blade of light appeared in his hand, and he swung his right arm down directly. It seemed he intended to cut the father and son in half. Splash! Sun Wukong felt the intense killing intent from Cell. Lightning flashed in his eyes, his golden hair stood on end, and his body was surrounded by a dense array of lightning. Then, Sun Wukong extended his arm to block Cell's attack and said, "I'm not your opponent, but if you really want to fight, I'm up for it." Swish! Sun Wutian forcefully pushed away Cell with one arm, then placed his other hand on Sun Wukong and instantly teleported to Piccolo and the others. The pushed-away Cell lunged again, but missed. He then turned to look at Piccolo and the others and said, "It seems you're planning to team up, but unfortunately, I'm no longer interested in playing." Sun Wutian placed his right hand on Sun Wukong, feeling the severity of his injuries at its peak. It was fortunate that he was Sun Wukong, allowing him to fight until now. Sun Wutian closed his eyes, a layer of white light flickering on his right hand, then covering Sun Wukong. Splash! Pure energy circulated around Sun Wukong, slightly restoring his body. He struggled to stand up, nodded at Sun Wutian, and said, "Thank you, Wutian." At this moment, Cell had already stood back in front of everyone. He looked at the revived Sun Wukong and said, "It's useless. No matter how many times you come back, it won't change anything. I am far above all of you now." "Not necessarily." Sun Wukong smiled at Cell and replied, "I've seen enough of your power. The next person to come out will completely defeat you." Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Cell felt a sense of panic. He instinctively thought of the haloed Sun Wukong, even feeling a desire to escape. Immediately after, a profound humiliation arose in Cell's heart. He extended a finger, pointing at Sun Wukong, and said, "Enough of your boring jokes." Whoosh! A death beam shot from Cell's fingertip, tearing through the air and heading straight for Sun Wukong. In his anger, the power of the death beam had increased a level compared to their previous battle, reaching an unimaginable speed and strength. Even Sun Wukong could only see it, but found it hard to dodge. Huh! Sun Wutian was right beside Sun Wukong, and he naturally felt the power of the death ray. He stepped forward, and with his right hand, he unleashed a ki blast that collided directly with the death ray. Boom! The two energies condensed at a single point, and then suddenly exploded, sending vast waves of energy radiating outward. After the dazzling light dissipated, Cell charged over, attacking Sun Wutian mercilessly. Sun Goten naturally did not hold back and charged forward to deliver a powerful blow to Cell. However, to Sun Goten's surprise, Cell actually bypassed him and targeted Goku and the others instead. Although Sun Wukong accepted the treatment from Sun Wutian, the side effects of the combination of the Kaioken and Super Saiyan were immense, and he simply did not have the ability to fight against Cell at this moment. Piccolo and the others clearly understood this, and they quickly gathered around to block Cell's attack for Sun Wukong. Each of them had the power to destroy planets, but facing Cell was still too difficult. With just a burst of energy, Cell sent them all flying in different directions. Then, without hesitation, Cell aimed to kill Sun Wukong directly to relieve some of his humiliation. However, at that moment, Sun Gohan charged over, transforming into Super Saiyan 2, and landed a punch on Cell's face. Boom! Sun Gohan's powerful punch completely tore through Cell's aura, directly smashing him into the ground. Sun Gohan stood at the front, looking at a point of light in the deep pit, and shouted, "Cell, I'll be your opponent from now on." Boom! A blue beam of light shot up from the ground, and Sun Gohan quickly dodged it. In the next moment, Cell broke through the earth and charged out, saying, "It seems you still don't understand. I said the game is over." Crash! Cell let out a low growl and directly activated a protective shield, unleashing countless energy waves in all directions. Gohan. Sun Wukong looked at Cell, who was inside the protective shield. Just as he was about to rush forward, he heard his father's voice. He turned to meet his father's gaze. At that moment, Sun Wukong seemed to understand something. He said, "I saw everything in Dad's battle just now. I'll handle Cell." Swish! Sun Gohan, cloaked in lightning, transformed into a golden beam that tore through Cell's protective shield and appeared before him. Without saying much, he raised his hand and threw a punch. Huh! Cell did not dodge or evade, taking Sun Gohan's punch directly, and his body flew hundreds of meters through the air. He then said, "It looks like you're going to be the first one to die." Sun Wukong glanced at the crowd below, then clenched his fist again and said, "I can't allow you to hurt my friends, so I will defeat you." Cell scoffed disdainfully, then launched an attack towards Sun Wukong, his fists turning into a shadow that rushed towards him in an instant. At this moment, Sun Wukong's state was no longer in the previous dimension, and he clearly saw all of Cell's attacks without fear. With the same two fists, he unleashed a flurry of punch shadows. In midair, the two figures collided continuously, and colorful lightning surged through the sky. Sometimes they transformed into a roaring dragon, and at other times into a dancing serpent. The two figures clashed numerous times in just a breath. The sky trembled as if it were about to, and Cell's aura continuously surged, clearly unleashing all his power, causing the entire planet to shake under that force. However, Sun Wukong remained unfazed, his body bathed in golden light, effortlessly blocking all of Cell's attacks. Not only that, but Sun Wukong even managed to inflict damage on Cell multiple times. Sun Wukong looked at the two fighting in the sky, feeling a sense of confusion. "Gohan, what are you doing? If you push Cell into a corner, who knows what this guy will do?" Sun Wukong also felt a bit confused and said, "No way. Is this world's brother still unwilling to kill until now?" Piccolo sighed and said, "Gohan is ultimately different from Goku and the others. Even to protect everyone, he is still unwilling to hurt others, even if it's a villain like Cell." Sun Wutian's eyes suddenly widened, and he instinctively felt that something was wrong. He vaguely remembered that the original Gohan had once had thoughts of not wanting to fight during the battle with Cell. It wasn't until his friends were attacked and number 16 was killed that Gohan fully awakened and then proceeded to beat up Cell. However, what Sun Wutian didn't expect was that Cell in this world had already started attacking their father, Sun Wukong, and Gohan was still hesitating. Did he really have to wait for number 16 to die? Sun Wukong's eyes showed some hesitation as he looked at Piccolo. Piccolo stared at Sun Wukong and said, "You still don't understand Gohan, do you? You only know that he can defeat Cell, but you have never cared about his thoughts from the beginning to the end." Sun Wukong remained confused as he looked at Gohan in the sky and then at Piccolo, ultimately not knowing what to say. Piccolo continued to look at Wukong and said, "Indeed, Gohan has become the strongest among us now, but he is still just a child at heart. He will fight against Cell for us. However, with his nature, it will be too difficult for him to go all out." Sun Wukong looked up at the sky, sweat dripping from his forehead. He finally realized his mistake, but now he was no match for the levels of Cell and Gohan. Of course, he was also powerless to correct the errors he had made. In the sky, the fierce battle between Cell and Gohan continued. Although Gohan was somewhat stronger than Cell, that strength was extremely limited. As Cell's fighting desire grew stronger, Gohan gradually became more passive. Gradually, Cell became somewhat annoyed because he could sense that Gohan's attacks lacked any killing intent, consisting solely of offense and defense. He shouted loudly, "Hey Gohan, what kind of attitude is that? Since we've started the fight, then fight properly. Otherwise, I'll kill those people on the ground." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's expression changed in an instant. He caught Cell's punch with his left hand and quickly clenched his right hand into a fist. Then in a split second, he broke through Cell's aura and directly embedded his fist into Cell's abdomen. Cell felt a sharp pain and stumbled back a couple of steps, purple blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. However, there was no anger on his face. Instead, there was a hint of joy. He wiped the corner of his mouth and threw another punch, saying, "This is how it should be." What was that just now? Sun Gohan charged forward as well, and the two engaged in another intense clash. Their speed and strength reached their peak, to the point where most people couldn't even catch a glimpse of their movements. The battle went on for an unknown amount of time, and finally, Cell began to show signs of fatigue. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Gohan delivered a dragon fist that directly shattered Cell's jaw. Cell staggered back 2 steps, gasping for breath. Sun Gohan did not pursue. He just looked at his fists, then turned to Cell and said, "You can't win against me anymore, Cell, but I really don't want to kill, even when facing someone as evil as you." Sun Wukong, Sun Wutian, Piccolo, and the others simultaneously sensed something was amiss. They all knew that Cell was the type to thrive in favorable conditions, but falter in adversity. Moreover, Cell had been in a twisted psychological state ever since he was hammered earlier. Cell was a bit confused by Gohan's words. Although his energy had decreased, his expression became even more frenzied as he almost screamed, "You think you can kill me? That's hilarious. Who do you think I am? I'm the ultimate life form. In any universe, in any dimension, there should be no opponents for the ultimate life form." Sun Wukong stared intently at Cell, as if he realized something. His whole body was engulfed in a golden aura, and with a punch infused with golden energy, he struck out violently. In an instant, the space trembled, seemingly showing signs of cracking. Sun Wukong's iron fist suddenly appeared in front of Cell, and Cell's figure actually shattered directly. Sun Wukong's punch missed completely, and he sensed something, abruptly looking up at the sky. At the top of the sky, Cell took a couple of breaths, then began to gather brilliant light between his hands. He shouted down at Sun Wukong, "You say you don't want to kill? Since that's the case, then let's destroy this earth together." Whoosh! An incredibly powerful energy gathered in midair, ultimately forming a spherical, blazing white light with flickering lightning. The gathered energy was unpredictably strong. This is my full power Kamehameha wave. If I want, the entire solar system will cease to exist. You all will disappear at this moment. Cell's expression was grim, and his gaze was especially focused on the 3 of Goku and his sons. These 3 were truly detestable and had directly broken Cell's defenses. Sun Wukong, although not the same Sun Wukong, indeed felt an unparalleled despair and an unprecedented humiliation, which was something he, as the ultimate being, could not tolerate. When facing the ultimate life form of himself, Sun Gohan not only didn't use his full power, but also said boring things like he didn't want to kill, even though he had just lost a move. This made it completely unbearable for him. In the end, Sun Goten looked just like Sun Wukong, and that was enough. One after another, this caused Cell's already poor mentality to completely explode. After the recent battle with Sun Wukong, Cell realized that he couldn't rely on near-death revivals to improve in a short time. After fighting Sun Gohan, he even felt a hint of threat, which drove him to madness, leading him to the idea of blowing up the earth directly. Boom! A thick energy wave descended from the sky, accompanied by massive energy and flashes of lightning, tearing apart the boundaries of heaven and earth, creating a suffocating pressure that Sun Goten and the others felt from a distance. Piccolo and Sun Wukong were also shocked, and Vegeta even stopped crossing his arms. The power of Cell's full-force Kamehameha was truly astonishing, leaving them feeling uncertain. While Vegeta, Sun Wukong, and others felt the intense pressure, the weaker Yamcha was already forced to the ground by that power, convulsing all over. Gohan felt the unparalleled pressure as he turned to look at his fighting companions and the planet he loved dearly. He then closed his eyes, and scenes flashed through his mind. Uncle Piccolo standing in front of him, his father transforming into a Super Saiyan in despair, his mother guarding his ailing father, and the moments he promised Trunks and Goten. Suddenly, Gohan felt a realization. Perhaps sometimes fighting and killing don't need a forced reason. It's enough to protect the things you cherish. Kamehameha. Seeing Gohan in a state of stillness, Goten sighed. He flew under the light beam, and a terrifying aura gathered between his hands, blue-purple lightning spreading across his body in an instant. Cell, I'm going to kill you. Gohan approached Goten, feeling the world-destroying energy in the sky, his entire body enveloped in blue-purple electric light, transforming into a giant dragon. Kamehameha. In an instant, Gohan's energy was fully condensed, and the terrifying power erupted. It first caught up with Goten's Kamehameha, and then directly collided with Cell's energy wave. It seems a decision has been made. Goten glanced at Gohan, and, seeing him nod, he infused his Kamehameha into Gohan's energy wave, then retracted the remaining energy. Boom! The two powerful energies collided in midair, creating a tremendous sound that echoed across the planet. The heavens trembled, the starry sky swayed, and it seemed that only those two Kamehameha waves remained in the world. The two powerful energies were at a standstill, and this land was suffering. The ground beneath Gohan's feet continued to crack, forming a large circular pit around him in the blink of an eye. The sky where Cell was located was filled with thunder, and the entire area resembled a scene of apocalypse. Cell exerted all his strength, determined to erase everything and achieve a new self to seek revenge in the future. Sun Gohan is also resolute. He no longer thinks about the right or wrong of killing, but is solely focused on protecting the people behind him and the beloved Earth. The two of them are all in, going all out, constantly in a stalemate, until the Earth gradually cannot bear it anymore, and collapses occur everywhere. Sun Wukong saw the two locked in a stalemate and gradually felt a sense of panic. He knew that even the Earth would struggle to withstand the intertwining of these two forces, and it might be completely destroyed in the next moment. Gohan, don't have any more concerns in your heart. Fully unleash your own power. If it really harms the Earth, we can use the Dragon Balls to restore it. Right now, we must defeat Cell. Sun Wukong seemed to have thought of something and shouted towards Gohan. Sun Gohan was taken aback. He said with effort, "But I have already given it my all. Even so, I still can't defeat Cell in a short amount of time." Sun Wukong slowly walked to Gohan's side, looked up at the sky, and said, "No, your full power is far from this. Don't hold back anymore, whether it's for us or for the Earth. If you really can't handle your excess power, we can just use the dragon to restore everything afterward. Now, unleash your full strength to defeat Cell and bring peace to this world." Whoosh! Just as Sun Wukong was about to say something, the pressure above increased once again. Two forces, pushed to their limits, collided, causing waves of disturbance. Gradually, a purple vortex appeared out of thin air in the midair, resembling the previous time-space vortex, with lightning flashing inside, as if something was about to burst forth. The moment Sun Wutian saw the purple vortex, his feelings were somewhat complicated. Although he had always hoped for the appearance of the purple vortex, its emergence at this moment made him feel a bit uneasy. After all, such things could bring unknown consequences. With the appearance of the purple vortex, Sun Wufan also became somewhat distracted. As he lost focus, the energy wave from above, emitted by Cell, suddenly gained the upper hand, and the powerful energy pressed down upon them. Kamehameha. Although Sun Wukong has not fully recovered, he knows that it is time to take action. The golden aura ripples and ultimately transforms into a wave of energy that merges with Gohan's power. Sun Wukong felt a surge of energy from the Kamehameha wave in the sky, and finally realized what was happening. He glanced at his father beside him. Sun Wukong also looked at Gohan and smiled as he said, "Gohan, I'm sorry. Dad didn't pay attention to your thoughts before. Dad only thought about you defeating Cell, but forgot that you were still a child and forgot to consider your feelings." Sun Gohan shook his head and said, "It's not true, Dad." Sun Wukong continued, "Although I don't want to say this, but this time it really depends on you, Gohan. Next, defeat Cell and protect the peace of the world. After this, whether you want to be a scholar or train, Dad will support you." At this moment, Gohan seemed to not recognize his father, feeling an unprecedented warmth. The energy above continued to accumulate stronger and stronger, and Gohan no longer felt any worry. Sun Wukong glanced at Gohan again, then turned his gaze to the sky, saying, "All right, Gohan, let's Cell see our final Kamehameha wave as father and son." "I understand, Dad." Gohan turned his head and looked at Cell in the sky. At that moment, his eyes became exceptionally sharp, and a powerful aura erupted, with endless energy flowing into the Kamehameha wave. An even more powerful energy spread outwards, shattering a nearby mountain. Meanwhile, at the purple vortex, a sudden illusion appeared, and then a magenta spaceship jumped out, directly landing on this planet. Piccolo, Vegeta, and the others hurriedly dodged as the spaceship landed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Sun Wutian looked at the spaceship and clenched his fists. He sensed two powerful and familiar auras coming from it, which left him both shocked and confused. Whoosh! The spaceship released a beam of light towards a vacant area below. In the next moment, two figures slowly appeared. Not only were their auras familiar, but the two figures themselves were also quite recognizable. On the other side, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and the others were equally astonished, as those two figures were ones they had seen before, and they had even engaged in fierce battles with the bald man among them. Vegeta's face was also filled with disbelief, because the two people in the light were clearly Nappa and Raditz. But their auras were incomparably stronger than those of the past Nappa and Raditz. What kind of bizarre plot was this? Sun Wutian racked his brain, but couldn't recall any further involvement of Raditz and Nappa. So there was only one answer. This was a history not belonging to any official Dragon Ball timeline. Young Kakarot, along with Vegeta and the others, was present. As the two figures stepped out of the light, they looked at everyone in front of them with a hint of mockery. The muscular bald man looked up at the sky and said, "That must be Kakarot's son. Looks like he's in a fierce battle with someone else. It seems we picked a good time." The long-haired man glanced at the sky and then said to the bald man beside him, "All right, Nappa, let's get started. Judging by Kakarot's son's appearance, we might be in for a bit of trouble." Nappa smiled and then looked at Piccolo and the others standing below, saying, "Well, this is our first time conquering another world. We can't let that lore down." Then Nappa and Raditz figures flickered simultaneously. In the next moment, they appeared in front of Piccolo and the others. Raditz looked at them and said, "You seem to be friends of Kakarot and Vegeta. Since we're all acquaintances, I can give you two choices. One is to submit to that lord, and the other is death." Piccolo, Krillin, and the others were somewhat stunned. They seemed a bit confused about the situation. Vegeta stepped forward and looked at the two, saying, "Hey, Nappa, Raditz, you two should be in hell, right? What's going on?" "Young Prince Vegeta." Raditz looked at Vegeta with a special gaze and said, "Let's put it this way, we are not from this world, but rather from another world. Our purpose for coming here is simple, to bring this world under that lord's rule." "That lord?" Piccolo was filled with doubt. In his memory, both Raditz and Nappa had always looked up to Vegeta. So how did this lord come into the picture? Son Goten was also pondering the true identity of that person. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't think of anyone other than Vegeta and Frieza who could command both Nappa and Raditz. Vegeta snorted coldly and said, "What that person? What are you two up to?" Just as Vegeta's words were halfway out, the battle on the other side had already determined a victor. The combined Kamehameha wave from father and son pushed back Cell's energy wave in an instant, then directly engulfed the figure in the sky. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. A blazing light burned. An extreme heat wave spread out. Even Vegeta was blown back a couple of steps by the force of the wave. However, Nappa and Raditz remained unmoved. They even turned to look at the sky and said, "Oh, Cell has been dealt with. Kakarot and his kid are quite capable." Piccolo crouched down to reduce the pressure from Cell's explosion, looking at Raditz and Nappa and asking, "What exactly are you two?" Raditz smirked and said, "It seems you don't intend to submit now. Are you waiting for Kakarot and his kid to respond?" "Unfortunately, we are not prepared to give you that opportunity." Raditz's eyes changed, golden energy flames surged, and he extended his right hand, with a brilliant energy wave erupting forth. In the next moment, it was about to directly engulf Piccolo's body. Swish! Sun Wutian's figure flickered, and he was already standing in front of Piccolo. He swung his right hand, directly dispersing the energy wave, and then said, "Your opponent is me." Nappa moved his wrist and said, "Looks like it's Kakarot's little brat again. Raditz, let me teach him a lesson." Whoosh! The golden aura surged, and Nappa's eyebrows and beard instantly turned golden, his bald head also shining bright gold, standing out in the somewhat dark space. In the next moment, he swung his fist towards Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian continuously punched Nappa's arm with his left hand. Then he pushed Nappa's arm aside, clenched his right fist, and drove it directly into Nappa's armor. The powerful punch erupted, but only pushed Nappa back a few steps and didn't even tear through his armor. Sun Wutian looked at his fist and then at the two Scions opposite him, saying, "You don't seem to be ordinary Super Scions. Where do you come from?" "Huh." Nappa laughed mockingly and launched another attack on Sun Wutian, with purple lightning crackling as his punch shattered a piece of space. Raditz then turned his gaze toward Piccolo and the others, having some intention of recruiting the fellow Scions. But he had no qualms about killing the others. Raditz had golden hair that fell to his waist, and his whole body was surrounded by electric light. With just one punch, he shattered Piccolo's two arms. In the next moment, Raditz was about to use an energy blast to send Piccolo to his end. Krillin, Ting, and the others felt the terror of Raditz, yet they still rushed forward, but Raditz's mere aura was enough to prevent them from advancing even a little. At that moment, Sun Gohan, who had just defeated Cell and was slightly recovering his strength, noticed that Piccolo was being brutally beaten. Panic surged in his heart, and he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, rushing over once again. Sun Wukong glanced at the scene over there and felt a sense of unease rising in his heart. He knew that Gohan's stamina was already running low at this moment. However, the newly appeared Raditz and Nappa were incredibly strong. Oh, so it's Kakarote's kid again. Are you sure you want to make a move against your uncle? Seeing Gohan standing in front of Piccolo, Raditz looked at Gohan with an air of superiority. Sun Wukong stared at him and said, "Although I don't know where you came from, I absolutely cannot allow you to harm Uncle Piccolo." Boom! Raditz didn't say anything more and threw a punch directly. After all, nothing feels as exhilarating as getting stronger alongside that great master. Sun Gohan's body shimmered with electric light as he swung his right fist out at the same angle. Boom! The two fists collided, unleashing a tremendous burst of energy that caused the ground beneath them to rapidly crumble and spread outward. Goku, Raditz and Nappa were temporarily held back by Sun Gohan and Sun Goten, unable to break free. Seizing the opportunity, Krillin threw a Senzu Bean to Sun Goku. Sun Wukong quickly consumed it, and his breath instantly returned to its peak. Although he was still somewhat affected by the Kaioken, it was not a big problem. However, Sun Wukong chose not to participate in the battle. Instead, he turned his attention to the battlefields on both sides and observed carefully. The battle between Goten and Nappa was relatively stable. Although Nappa was powerful and lethal with every move, Goten was able to handle it completely and was even in the upper hand. On the other side, Gohan's situation was not looking good. Raditz had somehow become a Super Saiyan 2, and his moves and strength were on a completely different level compared to the Raditz that Goku knew before. Moreover, Gohan had already exhausted a lot of energy from his previous battle with Cell, so he was having some trouble coping. King Kai watched as Goku, Angel, retracted his hand and said to King Kai, "It seems that this Raditz, along with Nappa and the powerful figure behind him, is truly the one responsible for causing the time-space vortex." King Kai was already sweating profusely, even from half a galaxy away. He could feel the terror of Nappa and Raditz. However, he couldn't understand how those two had become so strong, as in this world. They were not even considered formidable characters in hell. Finally, King Kai said, "So you're gonna leave, right, Goku?" Sun Wukong, the angel, nodded and said, "Those two guys are okay. Gohan and Goten can still handle it, but that so-called lord makes me a bit uneasy." The fierce battle on Earth continued, with Nappa displaying overwhelming power, each punch and kick containing the strength to shatter mountains and open seas. Goten responded cleverly. He never truly collided with Nappa's fists and feet, instead avoiding the sharp edges and looking for openings to attack. After a round of fighting, Nappa had not even touched Goten, yet he himself had already taken countless punches. With a hint of blood on his golden beard. Gradually, Nappa became furious, his gaze turning fierce, and his attacks grew more intense, sometimes even sacrificing defense just to strike Goten. Unfortunately, after his experiences with Android 13 and Broly, Goten had become exceptionally alert. Nappa's methods were not only completely useless, but also caused him a lot of self-inflicted damage. On the other side, Gohan's battle was going poorly. At this moment, although Gohan was determined to protect his friends, his energy had dropped significantly. And now, Raditz was not an opponent that could be defeated in a short time. Raditz seemed to sense Gohan's declining state. He was not in a hurry to attack, merely dragging out the fight and waiting for Gohan's stamina to run out. Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and the others naturally noticed Gohan's decline. However, they also knew that with their strength, they couldn't even intervene in the battle. Boom! Gohan's momentum waned repeatedly to the point of gasping for breath. Raditz finally found an opening in Gohan's defense, his figure darting forward like a lightning bolt, akin to a fierce tiger that had spotted its prey's vulnerability in an instant. The next moment, a powerful kick landed on Goten's abdomen, and the fierce energy crashed into Gohan's body in an instant, sending him flying thousands of meters away, crashing through several mountains. Gohan, seeing this situation, Piccolo could no longer hold back. He immediately took off his cape and hood and launched an attack at Raditz, who was charging towards Gohan. Raditz noticed Piccolo and slightly paused, unleashing a strong wave of energy with his right hand, saying, "Boring trash." Piccolo. Sun Wukong knew in his heart that Piccolo would definitely struggle to withstand Raditz' attack. He gritted his teeth, and his blood energy burned once more, intertwining with golden and red light, but his body was slightly trembling. Finally, Sun Wukong could not hold on any longer and fell to the ground. Clearly, the after effects of the Kaioken were still present, while the Senza beans could restore his energy and stamina. They were unable to heal the hidden damage that the Kaioken had inflicted on his body. Damn it! Sun Wukong pounded the ground with both hands, feeling a sense of helplessness for the first time, but there was nothing he could do now. Meanwhile, Sun Wutian, while fighting Nappa, was still paying attention to the situation over here. Seeing Sun Gohan being knocked away and Piccolo facing a life-and-death crisis, he erupted with power, first unleashing a wave of fist energy to push back the relentless Nappa, then instantly teleporting in front of Piccolo. With his right hand, he created a barrier in response to the incoming energy wave, directly neutralizing Raditz's attack. Raditz paused, glancing at Sun Wutian and then at the somewhat disheveled Nappa in the distance. He said, "Kakarot's kid is quite capable. You should know that Nappa is a tough opponent even for me. You two can take him on together." Sun Wutian raised his head, and an overwhelming power erupted forth, with golden flames and blue-purple lightning intertwining, creating a dazzling light that shot into the sky. Raditz frowned slightly. He sensed a unique strength from Sun Wutian that made him a bit uneasy. He then shouted to Nappa on the other side, "Nappa, use that move, and quickly finish these guys off." Nappa leaped over, and as he landed, a thunderous roar sounded like an earthquake, with dust and debris swirling into the air. He said, "What a hassle. I didn't expect the first world I encountered to have such strong opponents." Hearing the conversation between the two, Sun Goten felt a bit nervous. He didn't know what other tricks they had up their sleeves. However, to be on the safe side, he took the initiative to attack Raditz. The golden stream of light fell like a meteor, and the torrential assault approached Raditz in an instant. Raditz also unleashed his energy, launching a powerful counterattack towards Sun Goten. Meanwhile, Nappa wasn't idle either. He attacked from behind, aiming a knee strike towards Sun Goten's waist. Sun Goten reacted quickly, accelerating his punch speed, and in an instant broke through Raditz's punch net. Then, with a right hook, he knocked Raditz off balance while using the momentum to turn halfway around. At that moment, Nappa's attack had already arrived. Sun Goten pressed his left hand in the air, suddenly gaining some height, just in time to avoid Nappa's knee strike. Then he reached forward with his left hand, grabbing Nappa's knee, and delivered a spinning kick that hit Nappa in the cheek. Immediately after, Sun Goten dodged Raditz's attack from behind, executing several M-shaped jumps to create distance between the three. Nappa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Raditz, this little brat's nephew is quite capable. It seems we have to use that move." Raditz nodded and replied, "It is indeed troublesome. Although we can't be hurt. He's a slippery headache. Let's just use that move. As long as we can subdue this kid, this planet is done for, and this world will be within our grasp." Sun Wutian's aura rippled as he stood at a distance, watching the two and saying, "You have a good plan, but this world isn't that simple. There are many who are stronger than me, but you probably won't get the chance to meet them." Raditz and Nappa exchanged glances, and Nappa made the first move. His muscular body charged forward like a meteor. Sun Wutian pushed off the ground, creating a large crater beneath him. When their arms collided, a surge of energy erupted. Nappa sneered, "Why aren't you dodging this time, Kakarot's little brat?" The aura emanating from Sun Goten completely overwhelmed the surroundings, yet he remained calm as he said, "How can I beat you two if I keep avoiding?" Nappa exerted all his strength to resist, his entire being exuding such a momentum that it even caused changes in the weather. However, Sun Goten did not retreat even a single step. Nappa coldly said, "Then let me see what kind of power you little brat really has." "Huh?" The voices of both of them echoed simultaneously, the surging golden aura shattering the ground and causing another meteorological change. The sun, which had just emerged, was once again obscured by dark clouds, and purple lightning erupted around the two. Large chunks of earth and stone were shaken by the intense aura, floating in midair before being shattered by the dissipating energy. "Nappa, get out of the way!" Just as the two were locked in combat, a furious shout rang out. Nappa revealed a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, and the power emanating from him weakened significantly, causing him to be blasted away by Sun Goten's aura. In the next moment, Sun Goten sensed an energy approaching from behind. He retracted his right arm, a glimmer of light flashing in his hand. As he turned around, the light transformed into an energy blast which he hurled towards Raditz. Zila. To his surprise, Sun Goten's energy blast encountered no resistance and directly pierced through the blazing white sphere, crashing towards Raditz. At this moment, the already shattered, blazing white sphere surprisingly began to reassemble and accelerated towards Sun Goten in an instant. What on earth is this? Sun Goten was perplexed, but he had no intention of sitting back and waiting. Since ordinary energy couldn't disperse that mass, Sun Goten prepared to use the spirit fusion technique to convert that mass into his own energy. However, at that moment, Sun Goten suddenly felt a numbness throughout his body, rendering him unable to move. He struggled to turn around to see what was happening, but he had completely lost the ability to move. Spirit fusion technique. Although Sun Wutian felt a bit panicked, he remained composed. He directly used the spirit bomb technique to transform the energy surrounding his body. The next moment, a white light orb surged towards him, and Sun Wutian lost all his senses. Meanwhile, Sun Gohan had just eaten a senzu bean when he noticed Sun Wutian was in trouble. He flew over, but it was already too late, and he saw Raditz pull out a white card and throw it over. Zila. A surge of electricity raged, and the brilliant white light was directly absorbed into the card. In the next moment, the card began to change, displaying an image of Sun Wutian. At this moment, Sun Wukong has arrived next to Raditz and Nappa. He shouted at the two, "What have you done to Goten?" Raditz reached out to grab the card and said, "It's just a small seal, nothing more. The master has many such methods. Next it will be your turn. As long as we kill you all, I believe conquering this universe will be a simple task." "Damn it, how dare you!" Sun Gohan shouted angrily, and a golden aura erupted like a volcanic eruption. He himself launched an attack towards Raditz, wanting at least to reclaim the card that sealed away Sun Goten. Raditz stepped back easily and said, "Nappa, this kid is up to you. After I finish off the rest, we'll team up to take him down." Nappa stood in front of Sun Gohan, gripping his hands tightly with Sun Gohan, engaging in a struggle, and even remembered to reply to Raditz, "No need for your help. I've been through brutal training. I can handle this kid on my own." Before Nappa's words had fully left his mouth, he was forcibly slammed to the ground by Sun Gohan, creating a large crater. Meanwhile, Raditz was about to put the card away and then unleash a massacre on Earth. Suddenly, a keyblade flashed and tore through Raditz's armor, piercing into his chest. Raditz felt a sharp pain in his chest and was about to see who had attacked him when a golden figure flowed past. Raditz's left hand was empty. The card containing Sun Goten had already been taken. Raditz looked ahead in astonishment, where Sun Goten stood, bathed in golden light. He was shocked because this was their first failure in sealing. Sun Wukong put away the lightsaber, then picked up the card and felt it carefully, saying, "So you chose to use sealing techniques, huh? If I hadn't left a backup plan earlier, I would really have been tricked by you. And this power." Sun Goten sensed that the energy contained in the card was extremely strange, a form completely different from his own aura. Fortunately, the spirit separation technique could still separate that power. In the next moment, the peculiar energy was separated by Sun Goten, and the card lost its original function. Golden flames flickered, and the image on the card gradually transformed into the real Sun Goten. Swish! The two figures of Sun Goten merged, and his aura became complete again. He looked at Raditz and said, "It seems your master is not an ordinary guy." At this moment, Raditz was filled with astonishment. He never expected that besides that master, there was someone who could directly break the seal of the card. He didn't even know what means the other party had used. In an instant, Raditz felt as if he had come to the wrong world. Sun Wutian's eyes were bright as he looked at Raditz and said, "All right, let's start the second round." Raditz touched his chest and felt a sharp, tearing pain. He then glanced at Nappa, who was completely suppressed by Sun Gohan on the other side, and finally cleared his mind. He brought his hands together, and an endless stream of light points suddenly erupted, creating a cloud of dust in an instant. Taking advantage of the dust that obscured Sun Wutian's vision, Raditz gathered energy in one hand and then launched a twisted Kamehameha wave towards Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan felt the strong momentum approaching and couldn't care less about chasing Nappa. Instead, he stopped and swung his right arm fiercely, sending a powerful wave of energy, shaped like a twisted straw, straight into the sky. Raditz first opened a capsule and gulped it down, then shouted to Nappa, "Hey Nappa, we can't conquer this world for now. Let's retreat and find another opportunity." Nappa, hearing Raditz's words, unwillingly glanced at the planet before heading towards the spot where their spaceship was parked. It was clear that he knew there was little hope of defeating these two. Swish! Just as Raditz and Nappa were about to reach the spaceship, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. It was a man with a crab-like head. wearing an orange martial arts uniform and sporting a golden halo on his forehead. It was Son Goku, Angel, who had come from King Kai's planet. He looked at the two and said, "You two think you can come to someone else's world to fight and just run away?" Without waiting for a response, Raditz and Nappa simultaneously threw punches at Son Goku, Angel, their fierce energy compressing the air to its limit, creating a series of explosions. Sun Wukong, Angel, was surrounded by electric light, his hair standing upright in an instant, transforming into the appearance of Super Saiyan 2. Boom! The two fists were caught by Sun Wukong, Angel, producing only a muffled sound. Sun Wukong, Angel, asked, "Who exactly is that lord you mentioned? And why is he creating time vortices everywhere?" Raditz and Nappa's faces were filled with veins, but Sun Wukong, Angel, remained calm and indifferent. They finally realized that they were no match for this Sun Wukong, Angel. Raditz, sensing Sun Wukong, Angel, his power, decided to withdraw his attack and said, "That lord's name is Darius. He is the king of our world, the saint who ignites the glory of the Saiyans. His power and charm are unparalleled. Even Kakarot from our world chose to submit to him." Sun Wukong, the angel, frowned slightly. He had previously defeated a Saiyan named Dales, but that person's level could only be described as average, at least nowhere near the strength of Raditz and Nappa here. Nappa looked at Raditz with a shocked expression and said, "Raditz, you just revealed that Great One's name like that?" Raditz glanced at Sun Wukong, the angel, stepped back 2 paces, and said, "You've noticed too? This Kakarot's power far exceeds ours, and there's nothing I can do about it. Moreover, that Great One is meant to rule all parallel universes, so his name naturally needs to be known by others." "Dales, huh?" Sun Goten also came to Sun Wukong, the angel, side and said, "Since that guy was able to train you two to this extent, he must have something special." Nappa proudly raised his head and said, "The Great One's methods are beyond your imagination. Not only that, but his strength is incredibly powerful, far surpassing the realm of humans." Sun Wukong, the angel, seemed to be deep in thought. He looked into the distance and said, "It seems that guy is quite strong. I'm actually a bit eager to fight him." Raditz and Nappa both showed a hint of joy in their eyes. This was the result they wanted, and they believed in that Great One's power, which was absolutely terrifying and would not be defeated by anyone. Raditz said, "Although Kakarot, you are already very strong, I still want to advise you that you are definitely not a match for that Great One." Sun Wukong, the angel, glanced at him and said, "I have no intention of fighting him right now." Nappa and Raditz were somewhat surprised. They had thought Kakarot was already hooked, but they didn't expect the other party to suddenly back down. The figure of Sun Wukong, angel, disappeared once again, and the next moment appeared behind Nappa. He placed his right hand on Nappa's bald head, and a golden light flashed. In an instant, Sun Wukong, angel, saw many things, his brows slightly furrowing as he said, "To conquer all worlds, if you do not submit, you will perish." Indeed, a terrifying and wicked opponent. Nappa was taken aback and hurriedly retreated to the side, aiming for a spaceship. Sun Wukong, angel, did not stop him but instead said, "All right, you can go back to your world, but I warn you, if you dare to come back to this world." Boom! Golden flames soared, and a powerful energy shook the universe. Although Raditz and Nappa were in Super Saiyan 2 state, they were still directly pressed down by that aura. Dense lightning covered the entire planet. The heavens and earth changed, and the stars constantly shifted under that pressure. Sun Wukong, angel, transformed into Super Saiyan 3, looked at the two and continued, "I will completely kill you, to the point where even the Dragon Balls cannot resurrect you." Raditz and Nappa looked at the fierce Super Saiyan 3 Sun Wukong and felt waves of fear in their hearts. They hurriedly nodded like chicks pecking at rice, then took 2 steps back and said, "Then we'll take our leave." Sun Wukong, the angel, remained expressionless, staring at the two of them. Raditz and Nappa, under Sun Wukong's powerful aura, didn't dare to breathe, taking 2 steps back and re-entering the spaceship. In the next moment, a purple vortex appeared, further engulfing the spaceship. Soon after, the purple vortex slowly dissipated, and everything seemed as if it had never happened. Sun Wutian was somewhat puzzled. He looked at Sun Wukong, the angel, and asked, "Did Dad read something from Nappa's memories? Why did he let them go?" Sun Wukong, the angel, had his golden aura dissipate, returning to his crab-headed form. The people around him also felt a lightness throughout their bodies and finally remembered to breathe. Sun Wukong, the angel, nodded and said, "Although Nappa's anger is resisting, I have indeed sensed some things. They have other means. If we really want to kill them, this planet would need to explode at least once. That Dales is really strong. My Super Saiyan 3 cannot possibly defeat him in a short time. If we just go to their world, I don't know what the consequences will be. This opponent is troublesome. At this moment, the Sun Wukong from this world and others also gathered around. Sun Wukong said, "It seems we cannot let our guard down. Since there are people from other worlds eyeing our world, we must work even harder." Sun Wukong, the angel, fell silent for a moment, then looked at Wu Tian and said, "It's not just your world. Every world has its threats. Because I learned from Nappa that this guy's goal is to conquer all parallel worlds, and it seems that with each world they conquer, their strength increases a bit. So Wu Tian, you need to work hard too. Sun Gohan. He remembered his brother and mother from his world, the most precious things in his life. He solemnly nodded and said, "Yes, I will definitely work hard. No matter how powerful he is, I should ultimately protect my own world." Suddenly, as if recalling something, Sun Goten looked at his father and asked, "By the way, Dad, did you see how they traveled through time when you were reading Nappa's memories?" Sun Wukong, the angel, shook his head and said, "No, I haven't read the complete memories of Nappa. I only know that they traversed memories with the help of something from Darius." Sun Goten felt a bit of a headache and said, "This is troublesome. If we can't get back in time, those guys going to our world will be a problem." Sun Wukong, the angel, looked at Sun Wutian and said, "Don't worry too much. Our world's Gohan and Vegeta are still around. If it's just these two guys, they'll find a way to deal with it." Sun Wutian still felt a bit uneasy in his heart. After all, he hadn't seen Sun Wukong transform into Super Saiyan 2 with his own eyes, and he couldn't help but worry a little. Sun Wukong, the angel, looked at Sun Wutian and said, "Instead of worrying here, it's better to practice or do something else. The enemy won't wait for us to get stronger. All right, don't worry too much. Is there anything you can ask Shenron?" At that moment, Krillin patted Sun Wutian on the shoulder to comfort him. Sun Wukong blinked and said, "By the way, aren't we supposed to use the dragon to revive those who died because of Cell? Let's ask the dragon how to travel through time." Sun Goten didn't have any expectations for the dragon, but he decided to ask anyway, and so a group of people flew directly towards the temple. For a moment, the large space was left with only Vegeta, his fists tightly clenched, the joints cracking, making a clicking sound. Vegeta's face was filled with humiliation and pain. "What a joke. These guys have all surpassed me. Who do you think I am? What Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3? What conquering the world, Dales?" Vegeta raised his head to look at the endless sky, his whole body enveloped in golden flames, and finally said, "I will surpass all of you. I am a true number one." At the towering structure of the temple, the new Kaishin dandy was paying attention to the situation in the lower realm, his forehead covered in sweat. Nearby, Mr. Popo knew that Goku and the others were coming and had prepared the 7 Dragon Balls early. Whoosh! Several streaks of light appeared below, and then several figures landed on the temple at the same time. Dandy opened his eyes and looked at everyone, saying, "Thank you all for your hard work. You have once again defended the Earth." Everyone greeted Dandy, and Gohan said, "I'm really sorry, Dandy, but we need to use the Dragon Ball's power again." Dandy shook his head and said, "The Dragon Balls were created to change some bad things. As long as you have a kind and sincere heart, there is nothing wrong with using the Dragon Balls." Sun Wukong said, "Then thank you, Lord God." When Sun Wukong spoke, Dandy felt a bit embarrassed. Although he had become the new god of Earth, being called master by a great hero like Sun Wukong from Namek always felt strange to him. Sun Wukong, the angel, looked at Dandy with some surprise and said, "Oh, isn't the god here still Piccolo?" Piccolo stepped forward. He looked at Sun Wukong, the angel, and said, "Well, in our world, Piccolo and the god chose to return to one person. So the god has disappeared, leaving only a warrior to guard the world." Sun Wukong, the angel, looked at Piccolo and said, "So you should be called God Piccolo now?" Piccolo's face turned green as he replied, "Don't merge my name too. Although we have returned to being one person, Piccolo still plays a significant part. Just call me Piccolo. Besides, aren't you all looking for the dragon to make a wish?" At this moment, Krillin, Yamcha, and others had already taken the Dragon Balls from Bobo, and Goten also came to the Dragon Balls to take a good look. It's a bit embarrassing to say, but although he has been in the Dragon Ball world for 9 years, this was only his second time seeing the Dragon Balls. "Come out, Dragon." Krillin stood next to the Dragon Balls, took a deep breath, and suddenly shouted loudly. The 7 Dragon Balls seemed to sense something, and a layer of golden light suddenly covered them, with a beam of light shooting up into the sky. In an instant, the sky turned dark, and golden lightning flickered amidst the glow, eventually transforming into a blue Eastern dragon. "Gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish. No matter what your wish is, I can help you fulfill it but it is limited to 2. The blue dragon circled outside the temple, its scarlet eyes staring down below, giving others a mystical feeling. The others were fine, but it was Goten's first time seeing the dragon, and he was extremely excited. After discussing among themselves, Krillin said, "Dragon, please bring back everyone who died, because a small matter, but it involves quite a number of people, so please wait a moment." The dragon radiated a halo, and its eyes seemed to penetrate the underworld, as if it were using some special ability to change the order of the afterlife. After a while, the halo around the dragon gradually dimmed, and it continued, "Your first wish has been granted. Now, please state your second wish. No matter what your wish is, I can help you fulfill it." Krillin looked at Goten and said, "Goten, this wish is up to you." "Thank you." Goten nodded, thanked Krillin, and then looked up at the dragon, asking, "Dragon, could you send my father and me back to our original world?" The dragon's scarlet eyes emitted a beam of light that enveloped Goten, and after a while, the light faded. The dragon said, "Sorry, that wish is beyond my ability. Please choose another wish." Hearing this, Sun Wukong felt a bit disappointed, but also thought it made sense. After all, even the dragon couldn't intervene in matters beyond time and space. He thought for a moment and said, "So, can you tell us how to get back?" "Yes." The dragon nodded, once again enveloped in a golden glow. He began to search for information in the universe in a special way. After a while, the dragon spoke. "Currently, there are 3 methods. First, wait for the time patrollers of the Time City to discover you and send you back. Second, ask Trunks to use the time machine to send you back. Third, find a higher-level Dragon Ball. It can directly send you back to your original world." Piccolo asked, "Higher-level Dragon Ball? Do you mean the Dragon Balls from Namek?" The dragon replied, "As far as I know, the Dragon Balls made by Porunga on Namek do not possess this power. The Dragon Balls capable of crossing time barriers are hidden deep in the temple, made by the Namekians who have not been separated. For some special reasons, they also have the ability to cross time barriers." "Huh?" Piccolo was taken aback. He seemed to remember something and immediately said, "No, those 7 Dragon Balls must not be used. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen." Dandy looked at Piccolo in surprise and said, "But as far as I know, once the creator of the Dragon Balls is gone, the Dragon Balls themselves will lose their effectiveness. Even if the creator is revived, the Dragon Balls need to be activated to be used. No, those 7 Dragon Balls are different." Piccolo seemed to recall something from the past. He shook his head vigorously and almost shouted, "Those 7 Dragon Balls are tainted with evil energy. They not only far surpass my previous abilities, but can even exist independently of me. Of course, the corresponding abilities have also reached an incredible level." Seeing Piccolo's serious attitude, Krillin and Yamcha exchanged glances, as they seemed unable to understand why Piccolo would lose control of his emotions over those Dragon Balls. Piccolo seemed to realize his loss of control as well. He took a deep breath and said to Sun Wukong, "Wukong, and the old son from another world, I'm sorry. But even though that dragon indeed has the ability to send you back, I cannot let you use it. Son Goten. He naturally knew about the 7 Dragon Balls deep within the temple, as they were the origin of Dragon Ball GT and the catalyst for the emergence of the evil dragons. Sun Wukong, the angel, looked at Piccolo's expression, then glanced at Sun Wutien and smiled as he said to Trunks, "Trunks, it seems we might have to rely on you to get back." Trunks nodded and said, "However, Mr. Wukong and Wutien might need to stay in our world for a while. After all, even if Mom wants to find your world, it will take some time." Sun Wukong, the angel, nodded and said, "There's nothing we can do about it. After all, the other 2 methods don't seem reliable, and this is the only way we have to go back." The dragon in the sky, noticing that no one was paying attention to her, felt a bit awkward. So she said once again, "Your wishes have been fulfilled, so goodbye." With a boom, golden light rippled, and the dragon transformed into specks of light, returning to the Dragon Balls swirling in the sky. Then, as if propelled by a surge, they shot back up into the sky, with the 7 Dragon Balls flying off in different directions. The sky cleared again, and everything seemed to return to normal. Sun Wukong looked at everyone and said, "Although Cell has been defeated, new enemies are coming, so we must not be slack." Krillin, Tien, and Piccolo all nodded solemnly. They knew that their strength wouldn't be of much help, but they still wanted to contribute in any way they could. Then, Sun Wukong turned to Gohan, patted Gohan's shoulder, and smiled. "Gohan, just go ahead and do your thing." Sun Wukong was taken aback and said, "But didn't Dad say there would be stronger enemies?" Sun Wukong replied with a smile, "When I fought against Cell before, Dad promised to let you do what you like in the future, and as for the rest, just leave it to me." Sun Gohan said, "But that guy named Darius is very strong, so strong that even another dad can't handle him." Son Goku smiled, looking into the endless distance, and said, yeah, that guy named Darius might be very strong enough that I can't deal with him right now. But as long as I become stronger than him before he comes, isn't that enough? In Sun Wukong's eyes, it seemed as if a light was overflowing. At that moment, Sun Gohan suddenly felt that his father was so reliable and safe. However, at that moment, Sun Gohan suddenly had other thoughts. He looked at his father and said, no, I not only want to be a scholar, but I also want to grow stronger with Dad and protect our world together. Sun Wukong patted Gohan's head and then said to his companions, at this time, Chi-Chi must be getting anxious, so goodbye, everyone. The others waved goodbye to Sun Wukong, knowing that even though there were stronger enemies waiting for them in the future, it was enough that Wukong was still here. After that, everyone left, and only Dandy, Bobo, Piccolo, Sun Wukong, the Angel, Son Goten, and Trunks remained in the temple. Son Goten asked Trunks, Trunks, when are you planning to go back? Trunks thought for a moment and said, tomorrow I want to rescue everyone in the future world who is still suffering. Son Goten nodded and said, all right, tomorrow I'll go to the Capsule Corporation with Dad to find you. So I'll count on you to take us there. Trunks replied, no problem, after all, we'll need your help to find the dragon on Namek. Sun Wukong, the Angel, took 2 steps forward, looked around at everyone, placed his hand on Sun Wutian's shoulder, and said with a smile, well then, see you all later. Swish. The figures of Sun Wukong, the Angel, and Sun Wukong's son disappeared above the temple. In the next moment, they appeared on North Kai's planet. North Kai was sweating profusely. He had been observing Earth and naturally knew what was happening there. Therefore, he was also aware that in a certain world, there were invaders trying to conquer other worlds, yet he felt helpless about it. Sun Wukong, the Angel, seemed to see through the North Kai's thoughts and said with a smile, don't worry too much, Lord Kai. My existence in your world means that I, along with my companions, can definitely hold our ground. The Kai sighed and replied, I hope so, but I always feel that Dales is too easy to deal with. At that moment, Son Goten suddenly asked, by the way, Lord Kai, what is going on with the time-space vortex at Broly's place? It can't be that those people from Dales are behind it, right? The Kai shook his head and said, I'm not very clear about the time-space vortex either, but it should not be the work of Dales and his group. Otherwise, it will be hard to explain why they are only coming out now. Sun Wukong, the Angel, was also a bit puzzled and asked, but if it wasn't created by Dales and the others, then how did it come about? It can't just have appeared out of thin air, right? The King of the Universe felt a bit of a headache and said, the formation of a time-space vortex is generally a natural phenomenon. It's hard to say how it forms. I suspect that something in your world reacted with Broly. Sun Goten said, so we just happened to run into Nappa and Raditz? The King Kai shook his head and replied, the current information is insufficient. I can't figure out the specific reason at all. If the Supreme Kai were still here, he might know something. The 3 of them discussed for a long time, but ultimately couldn't come up with a conclusion, so they decided to stop discussing it. The King Kai continued to drive the luxury car, taking Babris for a joyride on the planet, while Goku, the Angel, and Goten began their training. After communicating with his father, Goten roughly understood what Super Saiyan 3 was. Contrary to his previous thoughts, Super Saiyan 3 was neither a flawed variant of Super Saiyan 2 nor a transformation that utilized a bit of Grade A power. Instead, it was a new form achieved by unleashing all of one's potential. The reason Super Saiyan 3 rapidly consumed stamina was that the human body ultimately has its limits. Even Goku couldn't guarantee that he would always be at his limit. After understanding the principles of Super Saiyan 3, Goten continued to spar with his father. It was not only to refine his techniques, but, more importantly, to get accustomed to Super Saiyan 2 in battle and then perfectly master his current power. Time during training always flew by. A day seemed to pass in an instant, and soon it was time to bid farewell to the King Kai. The King Kai looked at the 2 for a long time and finally said, then see you again, Goku and Goten. The father and son waved goodbye to the King Kai, and in the next moment, their energies and bodies fused into one, and the 2 figures simultaneously disappeared from King Kai's planet. Capsule Corporation's Trunks was already prepared to depart, and Goku, Gohan, Krillin, and others naturally came to send off their comrade with whom they had fought together. Only Vegeta hid behind a tree, making a gesture toward Trunks, to which Trunks responded with the same gesture. Whoosh! When Trunks arrived at the time machine, Goku, the Angel, and Goten suddenly appeared. Goten said, sorry, we seem to be a bit late. Trunks shook his head and said, it's fine, I was just planning to set off now. Then, Trunks looked at the 2 with some difficulty and said, since the time machine was specially designed for me, the space inside is actually quite small, so it's too difficult for the 3 of us to fit. Sun Wukong's body shimmered with white light. and then he transformed into a miniature version of himself. He said, "My words shouldn't take up much space. Can you and Dad squeeze in?" Trunks looked at son Wukong in surprise, then nodded and said, "If it's just me and Mr. Goku, we should be able to squeeze in just barely." Son Goten skillfully adjusted himself on his father's shoulder and said, "Then I'll leave it to you, Trunks." Trunks nodded, then opened the time machine's lid and jumped inside. After Son Goku, Angel said goodbye to Son Goten and the other friends from different worlds. He also jumped in. The space inside the time machine was indeed cramped. Even with just Son Goku, Angel, and Trunks, it was almost impossible to close the lid. Son Goten couldn't even imagine how they would fit 3 people inside when they fought Zamasu in the future. Under the reluctant gazes of everyone, the time machine slowly ascended into the sky, spun around twice, and then suddenly disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, the time machine entered a wondrous space. In an instant, Son Goku, Angel, and the others saw the vast sea turn into mulberry fields and mountains and rivers decay. Finally, the time machine disappeared once again at a certain moment, and then arrived at a place full of ruins. Son Goten, standing on his father's shoulder, could see clearly that it was the West capital, destroyed by the androids. The time machine slowly descended, and Son Goku, Angel, jumped out first. Meanwhile, Son Goten also jumped down from his father's shoulder, enveloped in white light, and in an instant returned to his original form. Trunks also jumped out of the time machine. He pressed a button on the machine, transforming it back into a capsule. He looked around, a hint of sadness in his eyes, and said, "This is the world destroyed by those 2 androids. It looks terrible, doesn't it?" Sun Wutian glanced around the environment, nodded, and said, "Yes, it's quite ugly. But it's not the city itself that's ugly. It's those 2 androids that caused the destruction of the city. Our city used to be like this too. But after we defeated the androids, our city is now beautiful." Trunks looked at Sun Wutian and then solemnly nodded, saying, "I will also make our city beautiful again." Sun Wukong looked at Trunks and smiled, saying, "If it's the current you, then it must be possible. All right, let's go see Bulma first." Hearing his mother's name, Trunks felt a tightness in his heart. He was indeed worried after being away from her for so long. After all, those 2 demons wouldn't wait when it came to killing. Trunks hurriedly ran home, eager to share some good news with his mother